Melvinger is known as the leading magical family on the Conch continent, and our protagonist Elric comes from this very family. 30 years ago, during the war with the Demon Clan, the Melvinger family led humanity to victory. However, most of the key members of the family also sacrificed their lives in this battle. And when Eric turned 8, his father, who had been affected by the war along with his mother, a magic teacher, also passed away. Only Eric and his sister remain as direct bloodline members of the Melvinger family. Since then, the vassal families who had sworn loyalty to serve the Melvinger family have betrayed them. At that moment, Eric vowed to become the greatest mage and restore the family's honor. That was his plan, but what happened afterward did not go as he hoped. Because Eric, the eldest grandson of the first great chieftain, couldn't even open the first magic circle. This happened because Eric suffered from a very rare condition called magic blockage. Because of that, he couldn't use magic at all. His dream of restoring the honor of the Melvinger family was gradually put aside, and he became a laughingstock to everyone. For many years, Eric trained himself to the point of exhaustion just to find a way to cure his magic blockage. But he was completely at a loss. However, heaven never abandons the good. Eric believes that his prayer has reached heaven, and that one day he will meet a dragon, which is his only chance to restore his fallen family. It is you. You will free me from this cursed seal. My new vessel, come here. Merge with me and together we will rule this world. Human boy. Those were the words the Black Dragon said to Eric back then. And then that dark, pitch-black power gradually took over his body. At first, that feeling was really uncomfortable, and if Eric had known it was the Devil's Test, he would never have sought out that dragon. But as the only surviving son of the Melvinger family, how could Eric let himself be consumed by this thing? On the opposite side, that bastard also sensed this. He didn't know where Eric's mysterious power came from, but he couldn't deny that it was too strong. And then, as Eric lifted the curtain of black mist and stepped out, the Demon King could feel a threat identical to the one from the Demon War years ago. I hope this voice will reach our descendants in the future. Here, according to the agreement, the Demon King will be swallowed. Eric's voice echoes, but it seems that voice doesn't belong to him. And then with just a snap of his fingers, the game was turned around. Eric went from being the one consumed to the one devouring. And the Demon King, who was once very pleased to have found a vessel, is now weak and pitiful, only able to scream helplessly as Eric's power consumes him. After that snap, the sky was silent, and then a dark blue dragon tattoo appeared on El's arm. Still, Eric doesn't seem to fully understand the situation he's going through. The proof is that he doesn't even know where he is or what he's doing. Then, in a dazed state, Eric suddenly encounters a shadowy figure. Although the face is unclear, he feels that this person is very familiar. Then the voice of this extraordinary man echoed, "We are the first scholars to pursue the pinnacle of magic." This voice only makes Eric more confused because he feels like he's heard it before, but in the midst of his chaos, he can't figure out who the owner of this voice is. However, there are those who fought for a greater power. This person continued, "They brought misfortune to the world because they were corrupted by demons. We have decided to fix this and to atone for our past. We created an opportunity in this world. A chance to purge the demons from their roots." When that voice echoed, Eric seemed to see a giant demon, or rather, the Demon Lord, slowly passing before his eyes, like a reenactment of the demon battle from years ago. And the mysterious voice owner also firmly stated that eradicating all the demons is their mission. However, the demons will never disappear completely. They will always come back. He also said that you must keep destroying them over and over again, until the group can no longer be disbanded. That fierce battle is unfolding right before Eric's eyes. Although the entities in front of him don't touch or hurt him, they feel incredibly real. So vivid that Eric didn't realize he was just falling into fragments of memories. And when he saw an impending danger threatening the owner of the mysterious voice, he didn't hesitate to rush forward. "Watch out!" Eric shouted loudly, reaching out to grab the mysterious man's hand, but he only caught a patch of air. Then the illusion disappeared, the Demon King was gone, and the man with the mysterious voice was also gone. Eric returned to reality, and what just happened could only be called a dream. Now Eric is lying on a soft bed in a sunlit room perfect for recovery. Sitting by the bed, though turned away, that familiar red hair. If not asking, who else could it be? If not, Eric called out, "What? Are you crying? Am I really going to cry now?" Shin stubbornly replied, but his shoulders were trembling violently and his voice was shaky, making Eric realize that he was actually crying. Shin also silently cursed Eric for waking up at the worst moment and making him embarrassed. "It's okay. I can cry. Now, I remember I also cried when I was in the cave. Eric just wanted to comfort me, but unexpectedly he ended up hitting my weak spot even more. Until he half-turned his face, with eyes that seemed to want to kill you," Eric muttered softly, Sorry, boss. The intimidation scene was over, and Shin told Eric to get up and get off the bed. At first, I thought he was going to beat me up, but I just wanted to confirm a suspicion. That after leaving the dragon's cave, Eric had grown taller. I used to be half a head shorter than him. Now, after going through a change, they are now the same height. Even Eric didn't expect this to happen. Looking at himself in the mirror, he put on an expression of disbelief. Eric never expected his body to change after leaving the dragon's cave. Wait until you calm down a bit, Shin asked. What happened? Tell me. And what about the dragon? I'll tell you when the time is right. I promise. Eric scratched his neck. Though he really wanted to tell Shin about these things, he felt he still couldn't share them with him right now. Shin looked at Eric for a long time, then let out a heavy sigh. Although the unclear truth made him feel uncomfortable, he trusted his core and guessed that he had some idea or plan. So Shin had to pat him on the shoulder to comfort him. But to be fair, keeping secrets from me still makes Shin feel proud. Ice, don't be angry. Eric gently calms Shin like a child, then smoothly changes the subject. So, how's that cave doing? Shin was cracking an egg while saying that his family would take over that place. Eric felt it was also good. At least it fell into Shin's family rather than others. He also thought that the Narraster house would be busy excavating the dragon cave after taking over. Who would have thought Shin would casually say that they only guard the gate to prevent anyone from entering or leaving because it belongs to you. You found it, and they can't let anyone do whatever they want. What he says is truly correct. I can vouch for that. According to the law, the dragon's cave belongs to the person who finds it. But usually, major academies can gain an advantage first by requesting permission to excavate. Of course, once this dragon's lair is discovered, the magic tower and the academy will go crazy trying to get in there. Eric understands this very well, so he's even more grateful for his true friend. You also know that the Narraster family really wants permission to excavate that cave, but they still asked for it because of you. Truly a great friend. A great... What are you laughing at? Stop laughing, you sicko. I couldn't help but laugh at Eric's cheesy smile. Thanks a lot. Hey. But setting aside the fact that Shin helped Eric, suddenly a name appeared in your mind. That's right. And Old Man Bar too, isn't he? How could you forget the bastard who dared to scheme against you when exploring the dragon cave? Hey, what crazy stunt are you planning to pull now? Whenever you smile in such a dangerous way, something is definitely going to happen. Shin gritted his teeth and asked, Shin, I need to ask you for a favor. Eric suddenly approached. This expression of yours only makes Shin feel more uneasy. Who would have thought that Eric's request was so simple, just to announce that you were seriously injured? Even though I didn't understand what you were planning to do, I still agreed to follow my friend's request. So, right after, the Royal Magic Hospital became Elk's recovery place, a heavily wounded man in a deep coma after returning from the Dragon's Cave. When Barks and his men arrived here, they were told this, and the doctor at the Royal Magic Hospital straightforwardly asked him to leave. I went all this way only to be told to go back. What about Quinn's excavation? Are you planning to leave that cave untouched? Among Barks's followers, whispers started to spread, and then the questions came more and more rapidly. They questioned why the Narraster family members blocked the hospital entrance, but no matter how much they asked, they still couldn't get in. Eric stood on the third floor, looking down through the window, smugly mocking these old men. You're really a fool. Please rest well. Donis, the spokesperson of the Narraster family, just finished clearing away the lunch. After he left, Eric finally let out a sigh of relief as the space became a bit more private. It's enough for you to talk to another creature present here that no one else besides you can see. Hey, why don't you stop that staring? How long do you plan to keep staring at me? Mephisto, with a scowl on his face, faced Eric now. Mephistopheles is the demon king you took over in that dragon cave. Not only did you lose the container he struggled to find, but you also lost your freedom. How could he not look annoyed? Hey, why aren't you showing any respect to the honorable king standing right in front of you? Mephistopes irritably retorts. He is the great demon king who once caused the entire world to tremble with danger and chaos, known fully as Mephistopheles. However, now he is just a wicked spirit trailing after Elec and enduring your contempt without being able to fight back. Not long after waking up, Eric has begun to faintly sense the change within himself. And just as he thought everything that happened in the dragon's den was real, the proof is the dragon's heart inside his chest. That is the source of the absolute power of the ancient dragon. The dragon clearly died after being pierced by the demon king's red spear, but now there is a dragon's heart beating inside his chest. Eric isn't sure if it belongs to that dragon because he still senses something different. His vague memories only go as far as when the demon king tried to take over his body. That is why Eric wants to extract information from this Mephistopes. In ancient times, when gods ruled the world, there was a deity called the demon god, representing darkness and 4 attendants. They are Phoenix, Destruction, Insanai, Madness, Forn, Lust, and finally, Estorinal Peket, the source of all sin. And this last name is also the origin of the Demon King, the supreme and most powerful demon lord in legend. I told you not to call me Mephisto. My name was given to me by the great demon god. Mistofest went crazy, but clearly his anger had no effect on instilling fear. After all, this name is now just a noisy evil spirit with no threatening power. Does the Demon King usually act so stupid? I've told you many times, but you still don't understand. Are you deaf from old age? Eric yawned as he replied, then climbed back into bed and lay down. Mistofest trembles with fear. After 1,000 years of waiting, not only was he unable to revive himself, but someone mortal also stole all his mana. He once made the entire world bow before him. That is also the reason for Dope's existence. Then he faced a formidable enemy, the Dragon King Zen Ak. He blocked his path to conquest, and in the final battle, they were buried together. And so 1,000 years passed. Mephistopheles waited and waited, until finally he met Eric, the vessel capable of freeing him from this seal. During the exploration of the Dragon Cave, you successfully passed all the tests he set, which X still thought were the dragon's tests. And then, just as Mephistopheles was close to taking control of your body and soul, a huge power suddenly erupted from within you, ruining all of Mephistopheles' plans. Now, he only has a fragment of demon energy left. Even his avatar is weak and pitiful. Still, Mephistopheles is very curious. He still cannot figure out what exactly the enormous power that Eric possesses truly is. It must be some terrifying power that can even consume him, and most importantly, Eric currently shows no respect at all for a legendary demon king like him. This makes Mephistofest's life even more difficult because he values his reputation more than his own life. Even though the demon king's name kept echoing in his ears, Elk paid it no mind, as he was still preoccupied with the mysterious voice he heard before waking up. This person said that he hoped his message would reach his descendants someday in the future. After regaining consciousness, Eric seemed to realize that the voice belonged to his grandfather. Here, according to the pact, the first demon king will be devoured. This sudden thought made Elec jump up in surprise. So, that means you have absorbed the power of the Demon King? Then the family heirloom necklace of the Melvinger family is actually a tool to devour demon kings. In other words, it is a tool to swallow and control demons. If that's the case, it could devour other demons besides Mephistopheles. If there's the first demon, then there will be a second, third, and many more. Hearing this, Eric couldn't help but turn to look at Mistofest and then smile wickedly. If your guess is correct, then the demons will soon become your mana. Mephistopheles may not know what you're thinking, but just seeing that smile of yours sends a chill down his spine. So, right after that, Eric sneaked out. Miss Topes kept asking why he came here, but he had no intention of answering this noisy, evil spirit. Before figuring out how to use the power of this pendant, you need to verify a few things first. So, Eric sat down cross-legged and began to channel mana through his body. It's amazing. Even with my eyes closed, I can still clearly sense what's happening around me, like a beetle fluttering its wings or a gentle breeze passing by. Eric could see and feel everything. To test whether his suspicion was correct, he instinctively reached out and used burning magic. A blazing fire erupted before him, and his face turned pale as soon as it happened. Because it is dragon magic. But how can an ordinary person use the magic of dragons? Even if Elk has Melvinger blood, this is a bit too much. When Elk stood before that fire, he was silent for a long time. Only then did he tilt his head back and let out a few dry, hollow laughs. The emotions he felt at this moment are truly hard to describe. So now Eric is able to use magic at last. The magical blockage that had tormented him for so many years is finally gone. The insults calling you the filth of the Melvinger family and all those who betrayed the family and abandoned you. It's time to settle everything once and for all. Below, the reporters with their cameras kept clicking and flashing their lights non-stop. They keep asking if student Eric Minger is really in a coma and what about the rights to excavate the Dragon's Cave. The officials carefully give their responses, stating that the official announcement will be made at the Magic Tower, so please confirm the statement. When the press conference ends, he quickly leaves to return to his workplace. My whole body is still trembling. My voice chokes with confusion. Young master, please don't make me do things like this. You're rubbing your temples and praising now. You're here already? Good job, everyone. He's complaining. It's nothing. All the fuss whenever you're with Elk almost got me killed. It's worrying, but if your scam gets exposed, the Magic Tower and the royal family won't support you. Can you handle the consequences? I hesitated before handing him the handkerchief in front of him and replied, well, then I trust Eric because he said he's already thought it through. You're all sweaty, wipe it off. Eric's excited face flashes in Shin's mind. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. He trembles with anger, cursing inwardly. Eric, that bastard, does he know how much I've endured? While wiping sweat, they asked where Eric had gone, and Shin casually replied, I don't know where he wandered off to. He remembered the note you left behind saying, Please, let me go for a bit. What are friends for? I rely on you completely. A wave of thoughts flooded his mind. With such a weak body, where could he possibly go? Suddenly, he discovered a letter among the documents in his hand and slowly approached young Master Shin. He stammered, his voice full of worry. Something's wrong. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the door. Shin's voice rang out. What is it? Their eyes fixate on the bright red seal on the letter. He hesitated, too afraid to say it. That thing. The door burst open with a powerful kick. She shouted in anger. Little brother, are you planning some scheme that you won't even tell your sister about? His face was filled with horror. Why are you here, sister? The woman spoke coldly. Why are you surprised? Standing in front of them is the firebird witch Tasa Narister, and you mock. Is it strange for your sister to visit her brother? The Magic Tower, the Royal Family, and the Necromancer Alliance each produced great geniuses of the century in the same generation. They are the 3 stars who will lead the Empire and are called the new 3 stars. Did I pinch your ears because you didn't show him my letter? He tried to cover it up. I've been a bit out of it lately. Only the youngest in history to earn the title of Grand Mage is one of those 3. He frowned, his voice a little annoyed. So why are you here? She calmly replied. I heard that your friend's sick, so she's also someone with a magic certification. I can't just leave it be. Is Eric not in the room? Is he somewhere else? A wave of unease rises in my heart. Forget it. If she enters the hospital room, he would be trembling all over. He secretly made a plan. Min is eavesdropping too eagerly. We have to send her away before she finds out. Make up a story. Eric is currently not available to meet anyone else. I look at you with a cold gaze. Is that so? Please stop trembling, so don't bother the doctor and go back. She suddenly grabbed his hand. Little brother? Are you ordering her around? She asked. Let's continue our conversation. What happened to the dragon cave? Excavation rights? I wonder, silently in shock. Dragon's den. I forgot that this witch is a dragon fanatic. I coldly ask, no one has taken it yet, right? He hesitated, sweating profusely and nervously replied that it was Alec's decision to betray his close friends. She frowned, her threatening gaze fixed intently on the person before her. Her magic erupted fiercely, illuminating the entire room. I coldly say, well then, there's no other way, and squeeze his trembling arm tightly. Suddenly, Tasa gently let go, leaving Shin standing there in confusion. She waved goodbye and left, telling you to contact her when your friend wakes up. Tasa continued, if you don't contact her first, be prepared to get a beating. Little brother? The image of my sister tormenting me suddenly flooded my mind, making me shiver. Eric silently groaned. Hurry up and do something. The faint calls of the children suddenly startle Shin. Missing you. He looks completely miserable right now. Has she left yet? He shouted in panic. At the same time, news spread quickly throughout the town. The heir of a prestigious magical family is unconscious. Eric stands in front of a newsstand, cloaked in a hooded cloak to hide his identity. The sound of knives echoing through the street. Who will have the right to excavate the dragon's lair? You praise him, saying he's handling everything well for you. At this moment, a figure on the newspaper catches Eric's attention. Well, who is this? His eyes fixed tightly on the newspaper in his hand. Our director looks quite photogenic, doesn't he? Eric muttered with a smile as he could still walk. Director, the scene shifts to the academy. Looking at the information displayed on the newspaper, River flattered. Congratulations, headmaster, he bowed respectfully. Now you can do what you wish. Dean interrupted. Don't be so hasty. The old man cleared his throat softly. The election hasn't started yet. Riv Bach, I was too hasty. I cannot understand the feeling of wanting to protect the future of the academy and your students, sir. The flattery sounded so sweet it made Din smile with delight. Honestly, I told you I haven't been promoted to principal yet. Then he asked about the situation. How is that student Eric doing? He immediately replied, I heard he's barely surviving each day. Oh no, what bad luck. Riv immediately suggested that if he wakes up, it would be a big problem, so we should hire some assassins. The old man's face darkened like a stormy night, and magic erupted fiercely around him, ready to burst out. Furious with rage, he suddenly fell silent, his eyes blazing with a sharp, sword-like gaze filled with deadly intent. He trembled, sweat pouring down like rain, his face drained of all color. I'm sorry. Suddenly, the magic disappeared as if it had never existed. Din said quietly, there will be a vacant professor position after the election, and his words carried a hidden meaning. I wonder who will take that position then. Riv, are you stunned? Din continued speaking. I'm just the dean. I don't know what's happening outside the academy, but he seems to understand and whispers softly. Then Riv bows deeply as a sign of gratitude. I will not let you down. Old Master Lang Yen takes a sip of tea, his calm exterior hiding a deep, scheming gaze. At the same time, the entire town has fallen into darkness, only the light from the windows filtering out, creating a gentle yet vivid night scene. In a dark alley corner, a figure in a black cloak quietly hides in the shadows. They gently remove their hood, revealing Eric's face gradually in the dim light. He looked up at the building in front of him. Let's get started. Eric ponders with his third eye, seeing beyond the world, wondering if he can find the hidden space. Eric suddenly raised his hand, silently thinking and channeling the mana of the dragon heart into it. At that moment, the blood in his veins seems to ignite, boiling fiercely. Eric froze, his eyes wide with shock, his mind blank. El's whole body trembled as if some strange energy had just awakened something dormant within him. Immediately, a surge of magic erupted, propelling Eric into the sky, leaving his cloak behind on the ground. It shone so brightly that it was blinding, with waves of energy raging fiercely, showing no signs of stopping. Then suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the ground. The shock wave spread out like a tidal wave. A wave of excitement spread through his body, almost unable to believe he could cast magic without complicated spells. Eric let out a small breath of relief, thinking he was off to a good start. Under the full moon illuminating the road ahead, he walks slowly, secretly thinking that he is finally at the starting point. A bright smile blooms on Eric's face, as if all worries have vanished. Now Mi-Fi appears, mockingly saying, "You're pathetic. You can only use that level of magic even with my power. Just a simple leap? Are you using a trick?" These words cut like salt into my heart. He's right. I need to be faster and stronger. Seeing that Lang Thin remained silent, he was furious, pointing his finger and shouting, "How dare you ignore me while I'm talking?" In my time, humans, demons, and even the dragon race would cower when they saw me, every time I spoke. Eric pondered, there is a thing called the mind seal in the true dragon magic of the dragon race. He slowly raised his left hand forward, gathering magic power, guiding his thoughts to take shape. Eric's right hand also quickly gathered magic and spoke aloud. Then he swiftly formed seals with both hands to activate the spell. Mi-Fi tenses up, watching every movement, a sense of unease creeping into each breath. At this moment, sensing that the opportunity has come, he shouted and jumped. In that instant, Eric's foot lightly trembled, and in a flash he was floating in midair. The scene before his eyes made him gasp in amazement. No way. Eric's challenge echoes as he is violently propelled upward, his eyes blazing with magical fire. Eric keeps rushing forward, piercing through each layer of air. He instinctively glances down and is stunned into exclamation. Then Eric started falling freely, shouting in panic, too high. His heart was filled with excitement and amazement, simple yet incredibly effective. Then Eric activated his magic and shot forward in an instant. All right, once more, Mi-Fi sneaked up right behind you, feeling anxious inside. He furrowed his brow, a thought flashing through his mind. An ordinary kid who just learned magic can already use mental seals and dual magic. Mi-Fi remembered the eternal enemy of the demon world, the Mbinger clan. He thought to himself, even the most terrifying Mbingers might not be able to compare to this guy. Mi-Fi stared intently at the person before him. A fleeting thought flashed through his mind. No, there must be. His heart gradually affirmed that it was only one person, a familiar face with a proud smile on his lips and eyes that challenged everything before him. Mi-Fi was startled at, oh my god, I shouldn't think like that. He secretly plotted, no matter the cost, before he becomes stronger, I must seize that body and crush this dangerous seed. Mi-Fi's face darkened, his mind in turmoil. Is there any way? At this moment, Eric's mind was in chaos, and he couldn't sense any hint of intent emanating from him. He fell silent, contemplating, focusing his mind. It's amazing, but still very difficult to harness it on his own. Eric clenched his fists tighter to become stronger. I need to understand the core of Long Law. I need a teacher who can keep a secret. You feel disappointed. In an academy already under Din's control, there's no one capable enough to teach me. Soon after, Eric lowered himself and landed softly. He kept thinking that at least it had to be someone on par with Hagram, but there was no way they would accept him as a disciple. Eric sighed quietly, thinking that if he were still alive, he would shake his head and tell himself no, not even his father. At this moment, Mi-Fi was still lost in his own story. Trample the roots, I still have my own feet. Seeing him, an idea came to Eric's mind. Wait! Without hesitation, he shouted, Hey, Mi-Fi! Eric suggests you teach me magic. A thought suddenly came to mind, and now I realize Mafai is the best fit to be my teacher. Mafai shouted in surprise, "What? What the hell are you talking about?" He immediately turned around, showing a cold expression. But upon hearing Eric's cry, a smug smile subtly curled at Mafai's lips. Mafai, scheming, pretended not to care. What benefit would that bring me? I will create a new container for you using alchemy. Mafai thought sarcastically. An ordinary person can make a container for me. Eric continued, tell me to become strong enough to do that. Those conditions still aren't satisfactory. Still, not enough. He chuckled softly and said, what can you do if I can't become stronger? Eric raised his hand and proposed, then suggest a different condition.
Mafai's response leaves you speechless. I refuse.
He continued, why would I bother enlightening you? I might consider it if you become one of us. Seeing that Eric remained silent, Mei-Fi subtly glanced at him to assess. At this moment, he felt extremely pleased. That confused look on his face, satisfaction barely concealed. Are you trying to play me all this time as if I was a fool? A plan formed in his mind. Although I am still too weak to devour him, if I secretly use dark magic on him while teaching, Mei-Fi thought, he will become stronger and his soul will be invaded by dark magic, and then I will devour him. He smirked, his eyes full of arrogance. Now kneel and beg me to accept you as my disciple. Know your place and obediently become my vessel. You stupid M-binger! Oh, damn it! Suddenly, Eric shouted, stop it already. Mei-Fi's face paled, her facial muscles twitching as shock spread across her eyes. He was so stunned he couldn't speak. Huh? Listen, Mei-Fi, there are limits to what you can demand. Eric spat in anger, his voice full of frustration. Doesn't he understand what situation he's in yet? He stared at you with wide eyes, stammering as he asked, why? The mischievous chuckles echoing made Mei-Fi tremble with rage. That bastard is dead. Immediately after, he angrily charged at Eric. You didn't dodge, just calmly said one thing to shut him up. In an instant, his mouth was sealed shut. Eric cheered in delight, more successful than he had hoped. Mei-Fi continued to curse angrily, but his mouth was sealed shut, only able to produce muffled groans. The boy quickly covered his ears, teasingly saying, oh my, you're so noisy. Those insults are nothing. I will never be defeated just by the mind seal. Then, Eric cast the spell, adopting a cute gesture. A cute, pink, bunny-eared Mei-Fi quickly appeared before him, pouting in an adorable way. This transformation left Eric speechless, as if his blood had drained from his 7 orifices. Unable to hold it in anymore, you bent over and vomited with your eyes open. Oh my God. After vomiting everything out, Eric looked up at Mei-Fi, still maintaining that adorable act, feeling self-reproach. Why are you asking him to do that disgusting thing? It feels like you're going to vomit again if you look at it. Trying to suppress the nausea churning in your stomach, you handed him a notebook. Calm down. I don't want to see what just happened earlier, okay? If you change your mind, write down all the explanations about the mind magic and the spell here. I will dispel it for you after reading everything. Just being silenced and subjected to adorable actions is unbearable. I am completely captivated. He screams inwardly, do you think I will give in just with this much? To me? The one who endured being sealed for 1,000 years? Eric obviously isn't a patient person. He stretched and muttered, should I use this time to practice now? At night, Eric continued training with the fireball in his hand, ignoring Mei-Fi, who was forced to act cute with a scream in his heart. I will forgive you generously if you accept the car. The next day, Mei-Fi was furious seeing Eric ignoring him completely, secretly thinking he should be begging for his guidance in magic. The following day, Eric became more skilled with fire magic, while Mei-Fi started to attract attention. He was confused. What was wrong with him? And the day after that, after many days of being ignored and not talking, Mei-Fi started to think that since he would teach him eventually, should he pretend to compromise? Li Tri insists, no, I can't lose, but my body is very honest and keeps writing. The basic principle of the subconscious mind is that he finally compromises, and Eric smiles contentedly. Mei-Fi is furious. Do you really have to go this far? He is seething with anger inside, his pride swelling. No, I am the Demon King Mistel's. I would never give it to a human. However, my body seems to be disobeying him a bit. Looking back, Mei-Fi realized she was trying to please Elk. What is this? Why am I acting like his little dog? Eric grabbed the notebook. The basic principle of the seal mind is an ancient knowledge you can't find in any book. He read through it and then praised it. Good, very good. Shouldn't you be happy to have helped me? Keep your promise, Eric snaps his fingers, ending the adorable act and returning Mei-Fi's body to freedom. But then you keep asking, Can you point to a part of the notes you wrote in more detail? Maybe I'll let you speak. Aren't you a little disappointed? Because you can't talk. Mi-Fi trembled with anger, cursing inwardly. You're a damn bastard. What is this? Don't you know you should write more than the previous day? Seeing Eric's teasing face, Mi-Fi stammered in furious silence that only he understood what he meant. Who the hell decided this? Eric ignores his resistance. He persuades him, so you can write multiple times a day, adding a little each time. I'll lift the ban on speaking for 3 days. What do you think? Can you stand it? Now Fi is meat and fish, Eric is the knife and cutting board. If you fall into his hands, he can only endure and listen to your complaints and criticisms. By the way, your handwriting is terrible. Try writing neatly. I've thought about it, and doing it many times still isn't enough. Maybe you should just write everything out in one go. Have you ever thought about teaching me some secret technique as well? Mi-Fi wrote while planning. Wait and see, the hidden magic in these notes will completely tear apart your body and soul, you arrogant fool. After studying and learning magic from Mi-Fi, Eric has achieved some success. For now, it's the shiny ice block, and you've only learned the beginning. A chill from the ice spread through the forest where there shouldn't be any snow, but with the strength he had, he could create a block of ice several times his size. Mi-Fi couldn't believe it, but the cold around him kept him alert. This can't be. Why are there no signs of the dark magic activating? He clearly remembers putting it there. At this moment, Eric suddenly turns his head to look back. What's with your expression, Mephisto? Are you planning something shady with my body? But nothing happened, so you must be disappointed, right? Mi-Fi turned away abruptly, hiding his unease. I don't understand what you're saying at all, Eric said. Do you think I'm so stupid that whatever you give me, I just take without question? Facing me. Fi's smug face, Eric chuckled and said, It's okay, anyway, thank you. Thanks to you, I've reached a new level. Mi-Fi broke out in a cold sweat, feeling panicked inside. Does he know now? Damn it, all this damn stuff? Eric checks the notebook. Is there anything else? You're getting stronger and stronger, so you don't want to stop at all. Mi-Fi shouted, Are you dreaming? That human felt he was too noisy. You threatened to snap your fingers. Well then, no more talking. Mi-Fi quickly said, There's nothing left. Eric was quite surprised by this. What do you mean I have nothing else I can teach you besides my true mind magic? The surrounding atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the birds flapped their wings and flew away from their nests. Eric was stunned and thought to himself, that thing, the mind seal spell, he means the highest level of mental magic besides divine speech. God's mental spells? Mi-Fi looked at him with obvious disdain. You can't fully understand it. At your current level, you might go insane trying. Seeing the other person's attitude, Eric scratched his head and pondered. He wasn't lying. What should he do now? Mi-Fi suddenly said that magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. That has always been the destiny of your Mingor family. This statement made Eric stunned. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. Yeah. Childhood memories flood back to your mind. Your father once told you that it was the Mingor family motto, those who would continuously protect the continent from demons. Your father taught you and Alec about the honor of the Mingor family on the devastated territory during the war against the demons. Even without words, Eric's father, you, were severely wounded by the aftermath of the war. He must still remember the days fighting as a mage alongside his grandfather. After the war, he was injured and his body grew weak and withered day by day. When he was young, Eric mischievously said, Dad, when I go to the battlefield someday, I'll be able to use super cool magic like Grandpa, right? Great Mage Alec appears here. He hesitated. After that, his wife, who was also Eric's mother, interrupted. Eric? She placed her hand on her husband's shoulder, making him tremble all over. And she looked at her little son and smiled, saying, I told you, what must you do to become a strong wizard? Eric, feeling discouraged, replied, Yes, ma'am, she's satisfied. That's right, you can't just have the superficial appearance of being a powerful mage like your father. Didn't I tell you that your grandfather became the greatest mage before he became the strongest on the continent? Seeing that his wife was disrespectful, Elle's father gently reminded her, Madam, I am still the head of the family. However, Eric's mother raised her voice. Dear husband, please stop planting illusions in the kids. Honestly, the men of Mingor family never know how to listen. The mother then turned to praise her daughter. Heidi always listens to his mother. So the father took the opportunity to whisper to his son. Still, magic should only be perfected on the battlefield. Just as Eric thought he was finally going to learn something useful from his father, he disappeared before his eyes. Your mother was too quick and clever, pushing him away without forgetting to assign you the task. Eric, make sure you finish reading the summary of the research on the relationship between the ancient magic circle system and the new era language system by the end of the day. Okay. Hi. Take care of Elle for me. Hai coldly pinched Elk's ear and dragged him away, despite his screams and protests. "Mom, please don't. I want to play with Dad today."
Sister, my ear's about to come off. Let me go.
"Damn it!" The father spoke up to defend his son. "Madame, studying is good, but after all, they are just children." The mother sighed. "That's because you spoil the boy too much, making him develop bad habits. Truly, like father, like son." As the sun sets and faces the roof of power, he can only helplessly sigh. The scene shifts to a stormy night with dark clouds covering the moon in the sky. A sobbing cry echoes from the Manga estate. The illness of the parents, especially the father's worsening condition, and the mother. The caregiver who looked after him day and night suddenly fell ill, and he spent his final moments with his mother before peacefully passing away together. Before passing away, your father weakly said, "I am sorry. You have always shined brighter than anyone else in this world. It's all my fault," your gentle mother reassures. "Don't say that. Ever since I met you and had our children, I've never been happier." The two hold hands, and he whispers, "Thank you. You are the one who raised our children to be good people. You truly are a wonderful mother." She is searching for her daughter. "Hi, Dai. Are you there?" Heidi responds, "Yes. Mom told me to take care of my little brother." "I'm sorry and thank you." Faced with these words, Heidi couldn't hold back her tears. The father looked at his little son.
Eric, I am sorry. The magic blockage was caused by me.
"I'm crying. Dad, I'm so scared. Why did you have to leave like that? If you're gone, what will my sister and I do?" Suddenly, the thin hand of the father touched his face, wiping away his tears, and he whispered as he looked back on his life, saying that compared to the time he fought as a mage on the battlefield, he was much happier being a father to his children during their victorious days. "You don't have to become a mage." He smiled one last time. "I only hope that you will live happily with the people around you." With that, the hand on Eric's face gently fell away. He fell silent, tears streaming down like a river. Seeing his parents' hands still tightly clasped together, Eric softly called out, "Dad," but received no response, startling him, his tears suddenly stopping, replaced by a heart-wrenching scream. Well, ending the painful memories, returning to the sunny primeval forest, Eric quietly sends a message to his late father. "But father, you were wrong to say I don't need to become a mage. If I'm not strong enough, I'll be discarded in this reality." I clenched my fists and made up my mind. That's why I have to become stronger, so no one can turn their back on me anymore. He muttered that magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. Eric agreed with this. "That's right. What I need most right now is real combat experience. Where do you think I should go? Stopping at a blood demon filled with ghostly monsters? That place is too dangerous. Then the goblin cave is already too crowded. Where to next?" Suddenly Eric remembered his father's words. "Listen, there are secret vaults of enlightenment all over the continent where our ancestors once lived. You have found the right place." "That's right, that's the place." Immediately after, he summoned his demon companion. "Let's go." Mephisto. He crossed his arms and asked, "Where are you going?" Eric replied, "I will go to the Snow People's territory." His eyes flashed with a green hue as the snow plateau. Warm golden sunlight poured over the forest, and a gentle breeze swayed the branches. At a cool, clear stream hidden among the trees, Eric is bathing and thinking that it could be a problem if his identity is revealed, so he needs to change his appearance. As he commands, Eric uses magic to send the stream of water soaring into the air, pouring down over his head, and when his hair is sufficiently wet, he suddenly orders the water to turn into being a blade, swiftly cutting off his long, flowing hair. Eric's mastery of magic has improved, and the stream's water moves as skillfully as a seasoned barber's hand, quickly trimming his messy hair. In just a moment, the long hair was trimmed short, but cutting hair alone isn't enough to hide your identity, he muttered to himself as he transformed. Eric became a charming tanned guy with stylishly neat brown hair. Only his green eyes remained unchanged. Looking at his new appearance, he smiled with satisfaction. "Looks good now, right?" Eric goes to the city at the foot of the snow mountain. At the guidance branch, someone said a team was preparing to depart. You got lucky. The guide said that no one is heading to the snow plateau anymore. It's surprising that suddenly many people want to go there. Our team just mentioned over there. Eric looked in the direction of his hand and the door creaked open. The guide told them they had arrived, just in time. Leading the group is a lively, cheerful boy dressed in thick winter clothes. Looks like we have a new member. Eric casually looked at the team he would be joining. This group was quite large, including 4 herbalists and 3 demon hunters armed with weapons, and the 5 people are hiding their energy. They are all fully covered, with their faces hidden. The boy is probably the team leader, always full of positive energy. Well then, I'll introduce myself again. Our tribe has a tradition of naming people based on their birthdays. My name is Manhwa, which means Monday morning. Are you wondering what this has to do with anything? Today is actually the second Monday of the week. In everyday language, that would be Tuesday, so as long as you stay close, you won't be in any danger. Because he's a soul, no one can see Mi-Fi, but he is affected by those around him and complains irritably. That bastard talks too much and just ignores him. So one day, I'll tear that damn thing apart. Eric ignores the complaints. You raise your hand and ask, "Oh yes, Manhwa, can I buy a communication crystal?" And the herbal shop immediately protests. What for? Our village doesn't have any crystals. Someone suggested you could use methods like pigeons or sending letters. Suddenly, Manhwa spoke up again. I suddenly remembered a hilarious story from before involving pigeons and sending letters someone interrupted. What bad luck. Let's go. Manhwa didn't give up. The boy walked away, saying he regretted it. I'll tell her on the way. Let's go. Eric is worried inside. She will be very upset if you don't contact her soon. Things are getting more and more complicated. Anyway, you already told him, so he will handle this. On the way into the snow plateau, Manhwa tells the story of the carrier pigeon, and then the pigeon suddenly dives headfirst into the chimney. But before realizing it with that information, that chimney must belong to the person who stole the love of the person living next to the old woman's lover, the oldest village elder here. On the way, Mi-Fi looked around, and I had a feeling this place was quite familiar. This is the home of the Snow People, Eric asked curiously. Do you know about the Snow People? Have you been here before? He replied arrogantly, of course they are just trash daring to defy us. Hearing that, Eric was startled. Are you a snow demon? Mi-Fi shouted in frustration. Don't compare me to that trash. Eric silently wondered to himself. I thought they were just monsters, but it turns out they are connected to the demon world, which is truly astonishing. Mi-Fi walks ahead without looking back. Still, their former king was truly useful. He must have received the blessing of the devil god, but his fate was not as fortunate. Eric wondered to himself, did the Snow Clan have a ruler in the past? His tomb might still be nearby, Mi-Fi suddenly said. Hearing that, he immediately asked, a tomb? Does he know where it is? He shook his head in resignation. Even if it's still here, it must have been robbed already. Eric glanced at Mi-Fi, pondering that if the snow demon was a ghost, their tomb might be linked to the family's secret chamber. When he was young, he used to lie on his father's chest and listen to his old stories. The secret chamber is the hidden sanctuary of the ancestors built to protect the family's legacy. Eric, when you grow up and become the clan leader, be sure to visit the Snow Plateau first. Please confirm all the family's heritage there and show respect to the ancestors. Holding the pendant in his hand, Eric pondered, what could the family's heritage possibly be? I wonder if you can learn more about this magic pendant when you get there. In front, Manhwa was still moving her mouth, not knowing where the boy got so much energy to talk all day. If you follow the legend passed down through generations in the tribe, the first Yeti that appeared was abandoned by her husband and left on this plateau. That woman has died. After seeking revenge, she met Zukiona, who appeared unexpectedly, and that's how the story begins. Manhwa's childish voice whispering in his ear made Mi-Fi furious. He covered his ears and demanded of Eric, can't you use magic to make that guy swallow his words? Look, my ears are bleeding now. Eric doesn't care. Just endure it. What kind of ghost would bleed like that? Pay attention and stay alert to your surroundings, especially regarding the snowman that the guy keeps mentioning. Why haven't they appeared yet? At that moment, Manhwa turned around to look at everyone ahead. The lively boy announces, all right, everyone, the road ahead will be quite difficult. Before continuing our journey, we should have something to eat and drink. So the group stopped to rest, built a campfire, and sat together in a circle. Eric sat alone when someone stood up and approached the three demon hunters. Suddenly, he heard him ask for the hunter's opinion. Could you lend us a bit of fire? Since this person is hiding their mysterious identity, you can't help but squint and scrutinize. The mana energy emanating from him is quite strong, Eric quietly observes. He is as strong as a noble knight. After asking for fire, he returns to his group's spot. Thanks to the fire that they just got, their campfire gradually flared up, emitting a warm heat. Eric considers for a moment and says, they don't seem to be targeting you. Could they be carrying out some kind of secret mission? You notice someone with a bright blue headscarf that stands out from the rest of the group. Is that the leader? He doesn't seem to be. As you were lost in thought, the other person reached up and took off his hood. Eric was a bit startled when he saw the person's appearance, and the demon hunters also looked on without blinking. That is Isabel, a beautiful and polite, noble girl. Thank you. We will cherish it, Eric said softly. Women? The hunter whistled. Why are you hiding such a pretty face, huh? The young girl with a mischievous smile said with a teasing tone. Oh my God, I never thought I'd be so lucky to have such an amazing experience here. As soon as they finished speaking, a figure swiftly drew a sword. The sword's target is precisely that foul mouth of the bearded hunter. The figure moved swiftly like the wind, and the hunter almost had no time to react. He had just finished laughing when he saw the tip of the sword right in front of him, and his smile suddenly froze. The young man with the sword ominously announces, "You've offended the young lady by speaking like that. Atone with your life." Isabel shouted from the other side. Chen Chen put down his weapon and sat to watch. Mei Fi stifled a laugh and trembled. Even Eric felt sorry for the hunter. Does he dare flirt with an aristocrat? Does that head have brains inside? Suddenly, something flickered behind the snow-covered trees, causing both Yu and Mei Fi to turn and look back. Eric sensed something terrible approaching, his eyes shining with a dark light, utterly surprised. On the other side, Chen argued back, but missed these bastards. Isabel is very unhappy with Chen's independent actions. She repeats and lowers her sword. Chen turns to look at her, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, but in the end he obeys and she sheathes her sword. At that moment, Eric suddenly stood up and shouted, "Everyone run!" Chen turned to look at him, confused about what was happening. What the hell? But it was too late, because his body had already been pierced with several holes from gunfire. Seeing this, Tron bent down and instinctively raised his sword to defend. Immediately after, his sword successfully blocked the sudden distant gunfire, while Manhwa and the boy's tribe stared in shock and fear. The shabby hunter who was shot through earlier collapsed, his alive companion trembling in fear without blinking. Chen deflected a distant attack, trembling intensely from the aftershock, and immediately ordered to protect the young lady. The knights all stood up and surrounded Isabel, trembling with fear, unsure of what had just attacked them. Eric frowned. This reminded me of the hive. A gust of wind signals an imminent attack, and sure enough, a barrage of spears and arrows is shot in this direction, causing Eric to exclaim, "Why are there so many?" The sound of arrows tearing through the wind whizzes past your ears, heading straight for you. The large arrows and spears are getting closer, and there's nowhere to hide near Eric. He raises his hand and casts a blocking spell. A shield made of many hexagons resembling a beehive appears in front of Eric, blocking the enemy's thick arrows. He's unharmed, so he turned around to check the situation. How are the others? Isabel's group has 4 knights taking turns to deflect the arrows, but Manhwa's group was not as lucky. They are just guides and herbalists who can't protect themselves, only shouting for help when they see their comrades fall. "Help me!" But no one stepped forward to protect them, only fresh blood staining the fallen comrade. Seeing this, Eric furrowed his brows. Meanwhile, Mei Fi appeared indifferent, as if this was a very normal thing. Just then, a loud explosion sounded behind the pine trees on the mountain slope. Because he is a spirit, Mei Fi suffers no harm at all. He smirks and says, "It's the fools from the Blood-Eye tribe." Eric quickly used his special eyes to scan how many enemies there were, and in his view, the glowing spots appeared behind the trees. I heard that the snowmen usually travel in groups of 10, but now there are more than 10 glowing spots approaching quickly. They rush forward and suddenly appear in front of the group. Eric is terrified. But this is too many now. Shang quickly ordered to clear them out. Tweet's group, with their large physiques and superior melee skills, outnumbered the others, forcing them to struggle to dodge attacks from multiple opponents. Yu Mai Fi cheerfully said, "The first match was a bit tough, huh?" Eric called out to Mi Fi softly, but he didn't hear and kept rambling. "You're starting to feel scared now that it's time to fight, aren't you?" Truly just like humans. Eric, annoyed, silenced him immediately with a simple spell, and the all-powerful Demon King was silenced. Yu coldly said, "This is not the time for nonsense. I guess the Demon King is a bit unconscious," Eric observed, and couldn't help but secretly praise. "I have to admit they are incredibly astonishing." His eyes lit up, seizing a perfect opportunity to counterattack, and he swung his sword, the blade flickering like an illusion as it sliced through the snowmen, a shower of blood raining down. Eric pondered, is this how a knight maximizes their aura? He turned his head away, wanting to admire more, but knowing this wasn't the right moment. The snowmen's ambush was a real problem, but they weren't all of them. Far away, in Elk's eyes, you see many more specks of light. There is another group of snowmen waiting for the chance to ambush us. Everyone could be in danger if they make the wrong decision now, but the story will change if he strikes first. He leapt into the air with a powerful push that shattered the ground beneath him. As he soared upward, Eric shed his handsome, cool exterior, reverting to his original form. Immediately after, he cast another spell. Wu Trang finished speaking, and a pair of wings grew on Eric's back as he flew far away, leaving Chen's group to handle the battlefield on this side. It seems that using memory to record some enhancement spells has proven useful. From above, he can easily see another group of aggressive snowmen heading towards where they are resting. Suddenly, a snowman notices something falling from above. Eric rushes down onto it, still feeling a bit worried. Even though you're not sure if your attack will work, you do it anyway, and a foot with a powerful kick comes crashing down on the snowman's head. Eric successfully landed on its head, causing a fatal skull fracture. His sudden appearance left the remaining snowmen utterly stunned. But Eric remained unfazed, at least able to slow them down. Before the snowmen could react, he continued his attack, erupting with power. With a thunderous explosion, a catastrophic blast erupts, scattering the nearby snowmen into pieces. Then Eric lands on the ground, his sharp eyes glancing at the remaining snowmen. Seeing them approach, he recited a burning spell, flames erupting from beneath his feet, incinerating the snowmen before him. The crackling sound echoed in his ears, and immediately after, the air froze solid. Sharp ice shards formed and kept multiplying as if alive, eventually transforming into deadly ice swords that descended from the sky at Eric's command. The surviving snowmen, still caught off guard, had no time to react before facing your attack again. Eric lowered his hand to control the ice swords to seep in. A deep, dull collision echoes as countless ice swords fly in and pierce the snowmen. Eric moves like a ghost, dancing. Where do you think you're jumping? A poor snowman will fall right there. The sharp ice swords pierced through the snowmen's bodies, killing them outright. When Eric's feet touched the ground again, only 2 shivering snowmen remained. You take a breath, only 2 left. Seeing them inch backward, Eric turns to glare at you. What are you planning to run off for? You smirk, slyly, subtly moving your 2 bound fingers. After defeating countless snowmen, Eric kneels on the snow, panting. I'm pretty impressive too, huh? You tied up a snowman to ask questions. By the way, let's have a chat. Turn around and call the demon to follow you. Me-fi. Eric forgot that he just silenced you. He was very angry, only able to mumble to show he was still there. You smiled, snapped your fingers to cast the silence spell. I'm still here, let's have a chat. Now that I have freedom of speech, Mi-Fi has started to curse. This bastard, you really don't let him finish scolding. Eric has already warned him to shut up. Mi-Fi wants to keep cursing, but he has to swallow his anger. Eric casually ordered, there's no time, so hurry up and translate for me. Mi-Fi was confused. You're talking about the guy pointing at the chained snow person, telling him if he tells me where their tribe is, I will let him go. So Mi-Fi started communicating with the snow people and told it to untie itself. Eric chuckled and said, I doubt I believe it. Mi-Fi looks at you seriously and advises, in this situation, it's better to negotiate through dialogue rather than threats. Eric snaps his fingers and laughs loudly at the snow person, then says, I've already released it, so tell it to speak. Then Mi-Fi continued speaking in the language of the snow people. The 2 of them whispered for a long time, as if plotting something. Then both of them turned to look at Eric with hostile eyes. Nona said, Mi-Fi has malicious intentions. Translate his words and we have a one-sided conversation as follows. Now, let's pretend to cooperate with this disgusting guy. Eric sensed something was off and called out, Sir! The snowman betrayed them, roaring in anger and trying to attack you. So Eric quickly raised his finger and shot a block of ice at the snowman's head. His finger hovered in midair, purely a reflex. Eric let out a relieved sigh, almost causing a big problem. You tricked Mi-Fi and the Yeti, both trembling as if they just did something bad. Eric smiled innocently, with a warning in his tone, so let's talk again. In the snowy mountains, the sun gradually rises, signaling a new day. The sound of snow and Mi-Fi's conversation echoes through the forest. Finally, the snowman left, his upper body blinded. Eric followed and criticized Mi-Fi. That naive snowman almost died because of you. Sir? He turned to thank the snow person. Thanks for showing me the way. Mi-Fi outwardly seems to be impressed, but inside he's cursing. All of you, die. The snowstorm blows past, and Eric's body shivers as he places his hand on his chest. Inside is a heart pounding fiercely. The dragon's heart contains the magic of the dragon and the demon king. He can only unleash 3% of his magic from here. If I unleash all that strange magic, my body won't be able to handle it, and will shatter. At this moment, the tied-up snowman in front signals that we've arrived. They stand in front of a snow village with a giant stone door. Eric considers that with his current level, fighting as before would be too dangerous. He clenched his fists but couldn't step back. With great ambition, Eric bravely moved forward. If that's all it takes to give up, how can you build a family clan? He glanced back. Looking up at the clear blue sky, he wondered if that noble young lady was safe and sound. On the other side, Blood splattered everywhere as Chen gasped for breath after a long, exhausting battle. Not only him, but also his teammates just defeated a group of snow monsters and are now resting. Isabel rushes over in panic. Chen, did you see anyone just here? But when he turned back to answer Isabel, he smiled. Maybe he has escaped safely. The girl frowned slightly, her gaze distant. Maybe so, right? She paid no attention to Chen's affectionate gaze, her violet eyes reflecting worry, sorrow, and concern. She remembers the young man's green eyes. Please stay safe and unharmed. Right now, Eric has entered the Snow Tribe's village and is being blocked. He hesitated, but still firmly asked, "Don't look at me with such a bloodthirsty gaze. Let me meet the chief of the tribe. I don't know if the Snow people understand, but at least they didn't attack, though their hostile looks remain." Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind. "Move aside!" The Snow people listened and obeyed immediately, clearing a path. A heavy footstep sound echoes from behind. A large figure approaches. Eric raises his head and looks up, involuntarily swallowing hard. The Snow Tribe leader is taller than the others, standing like a small mountain before Eric, trying to stay calm. "You said you have a few things you want to ask me." The clan leader growled but did not answer or attack, while Eric's hidden hand inside his cloak remained ready to strike a deadly blow. "It would be better if you didn't go this far, but if talking doesn't work, that's the fastest way to take down this tribe leader." In the tense moment, the Snow Tribe leader with green eyes spoke, looking at Eric and asking his name. "What is your name?" Suddenly it started talking kindly, which made you react a bit slowly. Eric Mbinger, the Snow Tribe leader, looks quite fierce with numerous scars all over his body. After hearing your name, it fell silent for a moment before saying, "Follow me." This unexpected friendliness left you surprised and questioning inside. A while later, the Snow Tribe leader led Eric ahead, with the Snow Guardians walking far behind. As they walked, he began to tell a story, saying, "Our tribe has a legend." Eric asked curiously what the legend was about, saying it mentioned a great king who once ruled this mountain long ago. This caused Eric's pupils to suddenly constrict in shock. He immediately turned to look at Mei Fei, who nodded slightly at him. The Snow Tribe leader didn't care about your small actions and continued. That king said only one person was recognized as his friend. The person with blue eyes and Mbinger is their name. Eric goes from one surprise to another. "Do you think your ancestors and the Snow Tribe king are friends?" The Snow Tribe chief continued. "Our clan leaders continue to manage their houses according to the king's wishes." Eric squints and asks, "Where is that house?" "There, the two of you have reached a cliff overlooking an abyss that stretches into the depths." The Snow Tribe leader signaled Eric to look down, and he lowered his head to observe, wondering to himself if there was really a house beneath this cliff. The mountain wind howled from below, and the abyss was dark and ominous. Eric squinted, trying to spot the shape of the house. "There are no lights down in the abyss. You have to look carefully to see a small one." "This is crazy. There really is a house down there." Suddenly, Eric became a bit cautious as he sensed something. A cold gust of wind blows up from the bottom of the abyss. He is amazed as the air flow intensifies. The Snow Tribe leader says, "Every year when the wind weakens, we go down there, but no one has ever returned." Mei Fei hovers nearby, mocking the magic, yet not a single one has been caught. Eric remained silent, quietly looking down below as Mei Fei taunted. "How could that be? No one has enough skill yet." Eric nodded to himself, acknowledging that my skills are indeed quite daring right now. "However, if I just stand here now, I won't be able to take another step forward." As he spoke, he stepped forward a few more steps, and it seemed the ancestors wanted to see the skills of their descendants. The Snow Tribe leader looked confused and asked what you were planning to do. Eric decisively jumped into the deep abyss, smiling brightly and saying, "I have no choice but to comply with them." Watching Eric leap into the void, Mei Fei shouted, "Is this crazy guy just jumping down like that?" The cold wind stinging his face, Eric could no longer smile. "Damn it, the wind here is stronger than you think." Mei Fei can normally fly, so he's not afraid at all. In fact, he even dares to act superior and lecture others. "You crazy bastard, focus or you'll die." Eric started to put his foot down to change his falling position. "All right. Just one more step. If you grit your teeth and focus, you can reach it." Looking at the house far below, he silently thought to himself, "Go down." With a lightning-fast fall, the house gradually became clear, but before he could hit the ground face first, the magic foot placement in the air was activated. Then, Eric skillfully jumps down in a Z shape to gradually reduce the impact of the fall. Finally, he lands on the snow, causing a loud shock that sends a thick layer of snow flying up. Eric lands in the snowfield looking incredibly cool, with gentle snow falling in a quite romantic way. But in the next second, his cool image shatters as he falls back, lying down on the snow, sighing, "I thought I was going to die." I did it, right? That's peak, isn't it? Do you agree with that? I agree. Mifia was speechless. Indeed, Eric stood up and looked at the house in front of him, but it looks very normal, like a thatched hut. He stepped forward, reaching out to open the door. However, a magic circle appeared, blocking anyone who tried to invade this house. Eric was surprised. It seemed to be sealed with ancient magic. You suggest try inputting a spell of mana. Mifi thinks and then offers a suggestion. Minger, Eric, uses his mana and recites countless spells. Dark Magic Master, Demon King, Monster Hunter, Cookie-Eating Squirrel, Sorry Bird, Dinosaur. After many failed attempts, can't you start thinking? Something like a key. Suddenly, a thought crossed Eric's mind. Could it be that he took the four-petaled flower pendant, nervously brought it close to the door, and the pendant was then moved near the magic circle? The barrier begins to spin. A flash of light erupts, and the pendant almost absorbs the protective barrier of the house. The door suddenly opens with a creak, and the sound echoes. Eric sighed in admiration. Indeed, a master of deception. Stepping inside the house that looked small but was actually vast, he was almost overwhelmed by the treasure trove of books left by his ancestors. He took a walk, reached out to pick a few books to browse, but only saw the titles, and Eric's eyes widened. This girl! He excitedly ran around the library in front of Mayfie's annoyed gaze, exploring the basic teachings of the magic theory, including both celestial magic and monster magic. Is there also dark magic? Are all kinds of books here? Mifi looked around and assessed the place. It seemed to be the residence of the East Guardian Beast. Hearing that, Eric poked his head out and asked, "The East Guardian Beast?" Mayfie felt a bit speechless at his ignorance, but he didn't know that he was secretly thinking that the person and the Snow King knew our ancestors, and there seemed to be a hidden story behind it. Suddenly, Eric's gaze fell on a book. Huh? This book? He took out and looked at the cover, The History of M'Binger. Out of curiosity, he opened the book and read it. The mission of our family is to eliminate demons. A fleeting image appeared in his mind. This is exactly what Eric saw in his dream. Ta ignored his dream and kept reading, but the book was stained and some parts were hard to read. What could it be? This part is tricky. Certain conditions must be met. The mission bestowed by heaven upon our family can be accomplished. As Eric reads this information, the words from the book begin to escape. Devouring demons, and then devouring demons again if they can be properly digested. Will a new harmony of the demon path emerge? Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy burst from the book, originating from the words. Eric's eyes lit up with a green hue as commanding phrases hovered in his mind. Eat the demon, swallow the demon, drink the demon. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed, and the face of the mask showed signs of cracking, but it didn't break apart. Instead, it shed its old form and became dazzling, like a precious jewel. Eat, swallow, drink the demon. The black gem in the pendant, like a projector, emits a flickering beam of light. Countless images flash before Elk's eyes. The information read from the book echoes in his ears. In that case, all the demons will be contained within you. Thus, a new mage will emerge, the descendant who devours the first demon and overcomes the fate and the test of the demon realm, marking the beginning of a new era. Eric lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he found himself lying on a lush green meadow. He stared in shock, trying to find a familiar feeling. Where is this? Eric sat up suddenly when he heard someone speaking from behind. It seems you are a Houghton from a distant future destined to receive our arrangement. A man stands behind Eric with his hands clasped. The wind blew through his blonde hair as he turned to look back, and that person gently smiled, wearing sunglasses and a beard with a hat. Eric dared not act hastily and cautiously asked, "Who are you?" "You lead and examine the air. I am Han Minger. The main guide is me. Otto Minger is the one who established the M'Binger family's demon magic system hundreds of years ago. Over many generations, only a few ancestors have been able to establish a renowned family name, and he is the ancestor who did so." Otto smiled kindly and said, "It seems you know me, huh?" Eric hesitated and asked, "Could my ancestor really be the great hero Dong Thu?" He was a bit surprised. None of my descendants knew about this secret identity. Where did you hear that from? Eric looked to the side but couldn't see Mifi anywhere. Then he still honestly replied that it was the Demon King Misto who said so. Where did that guy go? Odo wondered in surprise. Is Mephisto the Demon King of Original Sin? Eric nodded. Oh yes, he's just a silly demon after all. Oto chuckled, patting Eric on the shoulder. So the first demon you swallowed was Mephisto Foles? He is very pleased. The talented heir has truly arrived. Should I increase the difficulty of the challenge? At the same time, Mistopes is still in the library, twitching his ears in annoyance, cursing whoever dares to insult the king. You can only be considered properly prepared if you cut off all 4 limbs. Returning to Eric, he politely raised his hand and asked, "What is the arrangement about?" "Are you asking for instructions or guidance?" Carr gently ruffled his hair. "You're curious about many things, too." He smiled kindly and said, "You can record it freely, but leave the other things for later. Why are you in such a hurry to learn about complicated matters? Why are you shy?" He extended his hand and condensed magic. A white circle resembling a wheel appeared. The Carr says, "We have prepared a magic wheel similar to this one." He begins to use magic and explains, "If it starts spinning, it cannot be stopped. So I won't just give it to anyone. No matter how long it takes, I must thoroughly verify the air first. He said that since you have passed my test, from now on, it is your choice." The Carr presents the magic wheel to Eric, offering 2 options: stop it or let it spin. As he finished speaking, the magic wheel was passed into Eric's hands, leaving him in shock. He doesn't know the family's plan, and if he steps wrong, his life could disappear. Eric clenched his fist and crushed the magic wheel, knowing this was his last chance to escape. The Carr thought you would choose to stop. He was a bit disappointed, but politely said, "All right, I respect your choice." Who would have thought Eric would say you will establish a school? This statement made the Carr pause slightly as he said, "I will carry on the wishes of our ancestors, the great heroes, to leave my name on this land as a great mage." Eric remembered the ancestral statue he had seen. His eyes shine with determination as he extends his hand, holding the magic wheel, his long-held dream. He begins to spin the wheel to let it roll forward freely. The deafening explosion echoes each time the wheel hits and changes direction, with blinding flashes of light flickering before the 2 of them. The Carr sees this scene and is deeply moved. He pats Eric vigorously on the shoulder, praising him excitedly. "Good. Oh, if only our successor had this boldness, they could do it." Eric protests. "Oh, it hurts. What's happening on the green meadow?" The wind howled and the Carr fired its gun. So he reached out, and the warm green spring meadow suddenly turned into a cold, snowy mountain of winter. Seeing the cold wind blowing fiercely, Eric suddenly turned around and looked behind him. This is a 180-degree change in the weather. The cold wind makes Eric shiver uncontrollably. Where is this place? The Carr doesn't seem to be affected by the weather. He says this is the place where the first acceptance test is conducted. His teeth clench together with a chattering sound as his breath fogs the air. Eric rearranged his thoughts in his mind. "So I will have to go through the test here." Eric suddenly felt excited. He smiled. "In that case, you might become much stronger than you are now?" The Carr also laughs. "Are you smiling? That's a very good attitude for someone about to take a test." He points into the distance. "Then look over there." Eric doesn't understand. "What do you want me to look at?" The guide car is further ahead. "Look even deeper." Eric followed the instructions, focusing intently into the distance. Gradually, he saw a shape flickering in the darkness. That is a horn barely visible in the distant darkness. The figure is becoming clearer. A creature with 2 sharp horns and white fur stained with blood. Eric wonders what that is. Oto introduces the Snow Mountain King as the first and also the last character to unify the snow tribes, and as the ruler of this mountain, a figure with ambitions to force the snowmen expelled from the demon clan to return. But in the end, he was swallowed by that very ambition and left behind like a frightened demon when he heard that the Snow Mountain King was the second demon you must swallow. The boy turned to look at the man trembling, pointing at it. "Does that mean I have to face that?" Oto corrects himself. "No, you have to swallow it. Are you afraid now? Now you will have to swallow the demon and obtain its root, which is the mark." Did Eric hear the word on-titch correctly? The Carr explains. Primitive and dark emotions like fear, depression, and anger radiate from it. It is an existence created from the ego, originating from the 4 mental states of dark thoughts within oneself, connected together to form it. That is the demon race. That is their nature, their class, and their symbol. The heart, where those dark thoughts are stored, is called the mark. Mephistope's original sin mark can be seen on Eric's hand, showing the demon's seal. Now you realize this is the mark of the Demon King. While Eric was still admiring the mark of Nephi on his hand, the voice of the Carr echoed in his ear. "From now on, I will hunt demons and take their original marks." He pats your shoulder. "If you can swallow the demon, all their power will be yours." This word's like a boost of motivation for Eric. He looks at the Snow King in the distance, imagining how powerful he could become if he gained the strength of such a formidable monster. Eric silently swallowed his saliva, knowing he had to try first to find out. He began to use his mana to cast a spell and take flight. "The advice from the Carr is always in my ear. Remember this." Eric continues to activate his combat skills, opening his armor. The car reminds him not to aim for a knockout. Eric is now flying towards the Snow King, his fist clenched and ready. The voice of the car echoed in his ear, but it was just swallowing. These words made Eric feel a bit annoyed. But what do you mean by eating and swallowing something? What are you trying to say? In the depths of the dark fog, a shadow moved. The Snow King rasped, "Is this magic Mephisto for Mbinger?" It remembers Mephi's face, a little hopeful. "Show me what you've got." On the contrary, the car frowned slightly at Eric's sudden stop. In the distance, as he rushed forward, someone's voice rang out. "Our Marshal!" Eric spotted the object ahead clearly, hesitated briefly, then dodged a barrage of surprise attacks from the enemy as a loud shout commanded, "Kill them!" A rumbling sound echoes as a foot emerges from the white snow, stepping out from the black horn, freezing the snow beneath it. Countless horned warriors wearing iron masks, wielding sharp spears and dark steel shields, appeared to block Eric's path. He swallowed hard, realizing they were the king's protectors. Just by looking, I can see dozens of them. To some extent, they are different from the snowmen I faced before, especially that one, the leader. With Elk's current abilities, can he win this? If he only uses the relic's power combined with the Demon King's strength, Eric is confident he can catch that Mountain King. Done. A drop of sweat rolled down as he thought to himself, "Damn it, if I don't know how to use it, it's just like scribbling randomly." Not giving Eric much time to think, the warrior shouted loudly and charged forward. He thought to himself, but since this is the first test, with the power of the Demon King, it wouldn't be considered cheating, right? The mark of original sin glowed, and a fireball was condensed. An explosion! Eric points at the rushing warriors and boom! A deafening explosion rings out. The bright blast wave radiates outward from the source. However, the outcome Eric hoped for did not happen. He stared in disbelief as the sharp spear stopped just in front of him. The outcome of the battle came so quickly that he was stunned in disbelief. The warriors were incredibly fast, instantly charging their spears at Eric and completely avoiding the explosion he caused. Eric hesitated for a moment, then swung his right hand from left to right and his left hand from above downward to block. Instantly, countless sharp ice pillars rose up to block in front of Eric, making it difficult for the soldiers. Some warriors couldn't dodge in time and were taken down on the spot. Eric turned around coldly, blood splattering everywhere, but soon the warriors broke through his ice wall. Eric calmly said, "I heard you used to belong to the Demon Clan but were abandoned, so I guess you know that when you're weak, you'll be discarded." The soldiers, hearing that, got furious and clenched their teeth. Watching them rush over, he thought to himself, "I have to become even stronger." The more the warriors approach, the more Eric spreads his 5 fingers in front of him, as if preparing to cast a spell. You are determined to overcome the challenge. You will break it 100 times if you have to. With just a thought, Eric summons a gigantic fireball that burns with intense heat throughout this snowy mountain space. The fireball explodes, its light engulfing the entire screen, as if burning everything the sparks touch. Then, in the next second, a burst of light repels the flames of the fireball. The snow warrior crosses the sea of fire, swinging his weapon at Eric. The attack is so powerful that he sustains internal injuries and bleeds. With a loud bang, the snow where Eric was standing exploded and his body was thrown backward, a cut on his stomach bleeding profusely. Eric glanced at the warrior who had just attacked him, unable to hold back his curse. Damn it, his body heavily falling to the snow. Eric struggles to get up, coughing heavily as he watches the warrior approach through the fog, silently thinking, "If this keeps up, you'll lose." He grits his teeth and his breath turns into a swirling greenish-black mist around him. No, you can't give up at the first challenge. Eric braced himself with his hands and tried to stand up. The dark, greenish-black aura grows stronger, even though his body can no longer withstand it. He tenses up, and energy bursts out more and more. The snowy area where Eric stands is instantly shattered by a burst of energy. Eric faces the powerful warrior before him without hesitation. He clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "You will draw more energy." The warrior narrowed his eyes, remaining silent so no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, it swung its sword, and Eric swiftly ducked to avoid it, while at the same time opening his eyes wide and beginning to recite a spell from the heart of the dragon. A streak of light flashed like a comet in the dark night. It was Eric moving at the speed of sound. In just a moment, he pierced through the warrior's body and then dispersed. With a loud bang, the warrior's body exploded on the spot. Using too much strength made Eric a bit tired. He gasped for breath as black energy like mist poured out of his body. Eric, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, with the black bones floating in the air behind him. Eric squinted, smiled, and sighed in relief, then suddenly sensed a difference. opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Is this real?" He looked at the ink-like black bones on the watercolor painting and muttered in frustration. No matter how he looked, the first round was already too brutal. The black bones start gathering to one side. Eric feels something's wrong.
Damn it, your heart feels like it's about to explode.
The soldiers are forming again. What should you do? But no soldiers took shape. Only the black bones kept pouring in. Eric was confused and reached out to stop them. Huh? But what responds to you is a faint stream of dark green bones settling onto your hand. Eric looked in disbelief at his right arm. This is a seal. The black bones still keep pouring into his body. Eric examines the new seal. Although it is more obscure than the original Sin seal, it is clear that a new seal has been created. You're not sure what happened, but the energy from the dragon's heart that was about to explode has now stabilized. At this moment, the car speaks, and that's why the demons call their seal by their true name. So if you want to use their power, you have to know their real names, Eric wondered. How can I find out? There's no way they will tell me their real names. The car doesn't share clever ways to ask for a name. It just says, "Don't worry. When the time comes, you'll naturally sense it." And right now, Eric is facing a newly formed group of warriors. He closed his eyes, sensing the new energy he had just gathered. Eric raised his hand, forming a circle of snow-white energy. The true name of the snow people is Cruel. A cold snowflower leaves his hand. Although he couldn't explain it, the surrounding snowstorm blew stronger than ever. Eric only knew this. He squinted, thinking of how to use the seal. The place where you face the challenge is a cold, snowy mountain as the group of warriors rushes forward. "And what are their real names? The howling wind rushes past my ears." You muttered, "May you be cold and ruthless." A white and blue snow energy radiated outward, dispersing the approaching group of warriors. But then they quickly condensed into a physical form amidst the freezing wind, this time more cautious, using iron shields to block in front of them, ready to continue their attack. However, that was useless because the very next second, they were hit by a massive snow explosion that shook the earth. Standing on the snowflake-shaped ice, Eric gasped for breath, using a bit more energy than usual, yet he could still smile, while the snow beneath his feet formed a barrier protecting him. Any creature that tries to approach is shattered by the snow and ice. He was surprised. Is this the power of the seal? To test further, he enlarged the snowflakes beneath his feet. Icy power surged out, continuously striking several warriors. Countless warriors fell, and Eric's breathing grew heavier. You look at the remaining warrior on the battlefield, now only you are left. As soon as you finish speaking, the transformation begins. Without any warning or sign, Eric suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Before losing consciousness, the only question in his mind was why. A piercing scream echoed through the vast space. Eric sat up, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. At this moment, he has returned to the library in the building left behind by his ancestors, with books scattered haphazardly on the shelves. Eric was horrified as he remembered what just happened. Mei-Fi appeared beside him, offering praise. "It seems you've overcome quite a tough challenge." The boy looked at him and called softly, "Mei-Fi." Eric sat up, still not fully recovered. "Mei-Fi has continued. I hoped the mission would activate since you fell asleep when your pendant glowed, but it seems it's not that easy." Hearing that, Eric was stunned. So the mission means he didn't really die. He touched the tattoo on his arm, having trusted the seal too quickly. He must have fainted after absorbing all the mana. Recalling what happened, Eric marvels that its power is much greater than he thought. If the incomplete curse of evil is that strong, how powerful must the curse of original sin be? But what about El? Suddenly, Mei-Fi's words caught his attention. Perhaps it was the seal of evil. He frowned and crossed his arms, seeming to think that Dongqi Hianyan had devised a rather strange plan. Eric sat upright and sincerely asked, "How do I use the seal of evil?" Mei-Fi replied, "I guess he told you my real name. Do you really think I would tell you?" Mei-Fi still harbors deep resentment towards him. "No matter how much you insult me, you'll never get anything from me. I was just asking. No need to get so worked up." Mei-Fi ignored him and turned away. Eric silently thought, I knew he would say that after all. Seals are the most important thing to demons. If Mephisto agrees to let you use the original Sin seal, it means the most important thing to him has been taken away, which is unfortunate. But now you won't touch it. Don't think too much about this. Eric rolled down his sleeve to cover the seal on his hand. Besides, the seal of the original Sin is the seal of the Demon King. If you can't control the power of the Snow King now, there's no way you can control the power of the Demon King. Eric asked cheerfully. Mei-Fi, you say you know the Snow Mountain King, right? Mei-Fi looks uncomfortable. Why are you suddenly asking me about that? I reply. This is his tomb, and it seems I have to catch him. Mei-Fi thought he must have misheard, huh? Oh, Han Minger. I know you're crazy, but does he dare to send someone like you to capture an entity I acknowledge? Eric looked at him and asked directly, do you know any way to handle that? Your gaze makes him a little nervous. Did Mei Fei choose to avoid confrontation? Eric didn't give up and moved closer, trying to persuade him. Come on, he's not even part of the demon clan anymore. At least you should tell me that. Mei Fei got angry. What are you talking about? Revealing the seal's secret also includes their clan's secrets and weaknesses, doesn't it? Without waiting for him to finish, Eric proposed a 3-day no-nonsense condition. Mei Fei closed his eyes and ignored him. Do you think you can conquer my pride that way? Eric continued to test, holding up 5 fingers. 5 days! Me. Fei grits his teeth in anger. Are you still looking down on me? Seeing him get angry, Eric gave up. Well then, that's it. But because of my great mercy like the ocean, I will let this one go, Eric sneered, only because of 5 days of free time. Mei Fei awkwardly cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Then he became serious and said, listen carefully. With the seal you currently hold, forget about completing the mission. You can't even get close. Snow Mountain King. Eric guesses you mean Mei Fei continues, but he smiles smugly. Showing his white teeth doesn't mean he's out of options. After a while, he returns to the cold, snowy mountain for the challenge. Eric muttered in a freezing voice, that's why I didn't come back. Looking at the Snow Mountain King and the black bones, he muttered to himself, but it seems I have to follow the hint Mephisto gave me. With that, I leap forward, remembering Mei Fei's words, and elevate my level. Eric charged forward without hesitation, fighting the warriors created by Snow Mountain King. Seals can be classified into common, advanced, valuable, unique, and legendary grades based on their rarity. There is also a thing called achievement level, which can lead to different levels of power even within the same rank. Thanks to the experience from before, he quickly dodged the warrior's attack. The evil seal is valuable. It's definitely not an ordinary rank, but Alec's achievement level is only 1 star. The band of warriors kept attacking, showing some of the strength of their creator. On the other hand, the Snow Mountain King's seal had cultivated to 10 stars. So Alec had to raise his achievement level to 10 stars or make his rank the only one. You smile. Your fighting spirit ignited as you seize your 1-star achievement. So you have no hesitation to defeat everyone, swallow all, and turn your defeated enemies into your strength. I don't know how long it has been, but the snow is falling more lightly. A foot slowly steps forward in the white snow. Eric struggles against the freezing cold, his voice slightly faltering from the cold. Finally, we meet. Yeti King. Seeing the powerful existence before him, he silently laments, no matter how many warriors you've defeated, your achievement level remains stuck at 2 stars. In other words, does Eric have to face the Snow Mountain King to level up his achievement? I shuddered when I realized that. But that green bean was not just a shadow, it was the entire energy of the demon. In the end, when they were alive, what kind of creature was the opponent that could be this powerful? Eric asked the car, are you telling me to defeat that thing? It's okay, you won't die, you're still afraid. Are you really our respected ancestor? You're not our eternal enemy, are you? But still, I have to complete the challenge. The wind and snow howled across the white plateau. Eric made up his mind. Still, you'll try and see, it will be tough. But if you keep trying, you're already prepared. You can definitely win. A moment later in the library, Mei Fei was slightly startled as he saw Eric had woken up. His face froze for a few seconds before he lay flat on the ground, laughing self-deprecatingly. Eric looked distressed, having collected all the seals and completed his task, yet he died instantly. How could he win against such odds? Mei Fei, seeing your failure, eagerly advises, just give up that mission now. Eric ignored him and kept muttering, if I can seize the seal of that entity. He sat up straight, staring intently at Mei Fei, causing him to tremble in fear. That bastard is at it again. By the way, this might be a bit sudden. The Snow Mountain King is a woman, right? Mei Fei was startled when he heard that. Receiving no answer from him, Eric kept staring at Mei Fei. He dared not look into his eyes, his face pale and fearful. Mei Fei remained silent for a long time, noticing El's unusual gaze, and he glanced over. He saw Elk's nosy look, like he already knows. Mei Fei involuntarily felt a chill down his spine. Why are you looking at me like that? What do you mean by that? Dao Hua saw his reaction was too extreme. Eric chuckled to himself, understanding now that there's something between the Snow Mountain King and Mephisto, and he will gradually uncover it. Holding the transformed pendant in his hand, he arranges his mission. Right now, the more important thing is to swallow the Snow Mountain King. Holding the pendant between both hands, he continued to start the challenge. Even though he still didn't know how, The light from the pendant flickered, and Eric would figure it out if he just beat her to a pulp. Entering the challenge space, Eric rushed forward and shouted, "Die!" But before he could do anything, a blast of freezing, bone-chilling ice struck him. His body instantly froze, looking like a beautiful sculpture. But if anyone found themselves in this situation, no one would see it as a masterpiece. This time, Eric froze to death. Then countless times he was destroyed in different ways, split in half, beheaded, disemboweled, losing limbs. His only thought was that it hurt so much. His head was about to explode. But you didn't give up. Eric is very stubborn. He keeps trying to break through despite the freezing cold covering his body. After many attempts, he finally managed to repel the attack of the Snow Mountain King. Gradually, he got closer, bit by bit, until Eric finally saw her face. The Snow Mountain Queen roared fiercely, losing all reason as she charged at him. Eric didn't back down. Now he could see her face. Using the cruel seal of the Snow Mountain King, even someone who just gained the seal would find it hard to surpass someone who has mastered it. The Snow Mountain King roared loudly, disregarding everything, and charged out of the black bones. Eric raised his hand forward, silently telling himself he would overcome it. His hand clashed with Tuet Son Vuong's, following his habits, actions, methods, and theories. A small hand fights against a large hand, spiritual energy surges out, and shock waves spread from the side. Gradually, water begins to appear on Eric's hand, even as he has to take everything from her. With a loud bang, ice magic explodes, pushing both of them back. Oto stands on the cliff high above, watching this scene unfold. He remarks that it wouldn't be surprising if his ego collapses if he keeps dying bit by bit. But Carr can see something unusual on Eric's face, yet he is smiling. As the dazzling explosion erupted, Eric seized the opportunity. He not only had innate talent, but also an unyielding will and an insatiable desire to perfect himself. "Yes, that child." Eric turned and cut off Tuet Son Vuong's arm, the Carr commented. "You are the kind of person who would never appear, even in our family." Tuet Son Vuong's severed arm flew out, black energy spilling out instead of blood. But since her entire body is made of demon energy, her hands quickly disintegrate into energy, which Eric seizes the opportunity to absorb. Even the Carr is amazed by the fool. Eric chuckles happily, feeling very proud. "You've already reached 3 stars, but you're celebrating too soon because just as you lowered your guard, her weapon swung right in front of you." Eric quickly retreated, almost losing a leg. He struggled to block the attack, and she didn't even give him a moment to breathe. Damn it. King of the Snow Mountain changes stance, grabbing her weapon and charging her icy spear at Eric. You are extremely surprised and immediately cross your arms in front of you to create a protective barrier. But Snow Mountain King's direct attack is too powerful. Can a normal shield and barrier withstand it? With a loud crash, the barrier shattered as Eric endured her storm of attacks. Damn it, is this your limit? Stealing alone isn't enough. Watching her swing her weapon down, he thought that to defeat the Snow Mountain King, he had to understand her. Eric exhaled smoke and dismissed that thought. "No, you have to." You rush forward, ignoring the demon's energy crashing toward you, and conclude that you must become her. Thick black bones pierced through his body. The demon's seal on his hand lit up as if accidentally triggering some mechanism, and suddenly, Eric felt a chill run through him as his vision darkened. Huh? Did they die again? When he opened his eyes again, he saw Mei Fai floating in the blood-red sky. "Show me proof." Eric stared blankly at that mischievous face, 1,000 questions in his heart. Mephisto. Why is Mephisto here? He looked at Tuet Son Vuong kneeling on the ground and challenged, "Prove that you are worthy to become part of our race." Tuet Son Vuong. A strange feeling arose in Eric's heart. He realized that at this moment he was actually Tuet Son Vuong. In a respectful demon stance, he notices she also has a demon seal on her hand. Suddenly, the seal on Tuet Son Vuong's hand lights up, and Eric loses consciousness again. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a strange face wearing a bone mask and a long white beard. The image gradually became clearer. "I see my hand small and covered in pure white fur." Eric screams inwardly, "What on earth is really happening?" I heard the man say, "The gods have granted us a prophet." He holds the Snow Mountain King in his arms and declares clearly our queen, the leader of the Highlands, the leader. As she finished speaking, the Snow Mountain Queen was lifted high, her small, adorable body waving her hand, looking extremely cute. Standing on the high cliff, the old man loudly declared, "This mountain range will be ours and will be supported by countless people below cheering." Suddenly, a female voice echoed in Eric's ear, saying, "I was born to be a king who will rule the Snow Mountain." "You realize this is the past of the Snow Mountain Queen," she said, but the first person to unify the tribes in the history of Snow Mountain could not be satisfied with just Snow Mountain. Clearly, the Snow Mountain King was an ambitious woman. She was always driven to reclaim the former glory of the Snow Tribe. In front of her people, the Snow King boldly declared, "Hear me, for we were once part of the all-powerful demon clan, and once again we will return to our rightful place." Beyond the Snow Mountain Peak, she and the Snow Tribe have made countless humans and demons kneel before them. Wherever the Snow King goes, slaughter and destruction follow. And in the end, they became part of the demon race again, and even more. She tried to become a demon king. However, her clan's attempt failed, and even the Snow Mountain King had to kneel before someone. Demon King Mephistopheles. For demons, Mephisto is the supreme being they all revere. He is both arrogant and unpredictable, simply because he has the right to be. The Snow Mountain King realizes that the wall of the almighty Demon King is too high, and she can only taste the bitter failure. However, she never stopped and did everything just to boost her reputation and strengthen her seal. So, the Snow Mountain Queen took the first step, just a little more and she could gain Mephistopheles' recognition. But her memory shifted to a tall city wall, and a familiar deep voice spoke out to Eric. "Lung!" The Snow Mountain King had to face the great mages and warriors of humanity. She was blocked by a wall, steeper than anything she had ever encountered before. In her memory of invading and spreading fear, she once ordered her clan to unleash all their energy. But as soon as she finished speaking, the person right behind her exploded into a spray of blood. The Snow Warrior died unexpectedly, something no one could have predicted. His death threw the team into chaos. A desperate scream rings out. "What is it?" A human warrior rushes forward, swinging his sword to cut across. He says nothing and successfully kills the Snow Warrior. A loud explosion erupts, blowing away not just one, but countless Snow Warriors. The cries for help from the clansmen echo in Snow Mountain King's ears. "Help me! I don't want to die." The warriors fearfully faced their powerful opponent. The person before them was like an insurmountable mountain, making them bow their heads. "I want to live." But no. The giant hand crashes down, turning everything to dust. The surviving warriors tremble with deep-seated fear. Finally, a snow-themed spear carved with the pattern of the Snow Tribe was raised high, igniting hope in their hearts. Queen Snow Mountain bravely grasped her axe and strode forward. She shouted, "Calm down, we are a proud demon tribe, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let our enemies see how terrifying we are." In response, there were sounds of weapons piercing flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Snow Mountain Queen was stunned, her face covered in blood. Beside her ears are desperate screams. Her warriors have been almost completely wiped out, leaving only Snow Mountain King with bloodstains covering her face. And the one who struck first was Hanbinger. Snow Mountain Queen and her Snow Tribe lost the battle against humans led by him and were forced back to Snow Mountain. She couldn't accept it and kept shouting, "Why? Why?" Otto expressed deep regret towards the Snow Mountain Queen, despite her crying and blaming, saying, "Do humans already have everything they want, so you mean you won't let us have even one?" Tears fell down her resolute face. She weeps for her people's fate, and also because her ambitions have been thwarted. The seal on her hand glows. At this moment, Queen Snow Mountain transforms back into a demonic energy form. Eric steps away from the memory and faces her directly. "Your face shows empathy. This is you seeing a reflection of yourself in her. Your mission." Eric is like a lost boy, carefully taking each step. Even if you are hopeless, Snow Mountain King is the same. She is lost in her own ambition, no matter what you have to endure. Eric recalls his childhood, when life was still difficult, and Tuyet Son Vuong seemed to return to his youth, facing countless hardships. He reaches out with his small hand to reclaim the glory for your clan. Two wounded souls find each other, comfort one another, in a great mission. After that day, Han stayed in Snow Mountain to watch over the Snow Queen, and after many battles, they gradually gained mutual respect and stayed together for a long time. But still, the Snow Mountain King cannot let go of his obsession. We must reclaim our past glory. She couldn't completely resist the temptation of her ambitions, and ultimately became a monster. Han had to step in to stop her, disregarding the long-standing friendship between them, and the Snow Mountain King was killed by his hand. In the end, her memories truly came to an end. Eric slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, you hear the woman's voice echoing. "You must be a descendant from a very distant future." King of Snow Mountain said so. She told him that. She gently smiled as she held her severed arm that Eric had cut off earlier. "Seeing you destroy part of my mana and also cut off my arm, it seems he's not bragging." Eric pointed at her severed arm, hesitating slightly. "I apologize for your arm." These words made her flinch slightly. King Snow Mountain chuckled, then moved suddenly, causing her to groan softly in pain. She said, Although I ended up like this because I couldn't give up my ambitions, I am still a queen and a warrior leader of a race. Snow Mountain King replied coldly, I don't need any pity from enemies. This statement awakens Eric, as he has never felt pity for her. Snow Mountain King continues, now seems to be the time to end this battle so I can apologize to my people and honor their sacrifices. Eric clenched his fists, his hands trembling as he listened to her words of self-blame. Why do I still desire to join the demon clan? The dark demonic energy swirls around the Snow Mountain King. Just being happy with the ones I love is enough. The energy is fluctuating violently. Eric is sweating profusely, and in the end, she was overtaken by the demon's energy. He hesitates. Now, what should he do? Seeing her being consumed by the demon's energy? Well, Eric was only a little confused. You straighten yourself up and don't come to your senses. Your opponent is the Snow Mountain King. The king who unified this enormous snow mountain is the greatest warrior of the Snow Tribe and the enemy I must swallow, even though she is now in a berserk state. Eric reached out his hand to use mana. If he didn't use all his strength to defeat her, he would be disrespectful to her. Mana energy burst out from him as the Snow Mountain King, in a berserk state, charged forward. I will show her, Eric as well. He rushes forward to face the great mission she has set. Both charge to attack each other. The magic clash and explosion erupt between the two, with Eric's spiritual waves surging like a raging tide, carrying the characteristic blue of ice and snow. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy of the Snow Mountain King is corroded by the demon's blood-red energy. The two energies intertwine like a classic Ice-Fire toothpaste commercial. The spear, infused with the red and black energy of the Snow Mountain King, descends once more. On Eric's side, he also conjures a ceremonial spear, but this one radiates a cool blue ice energy. With a loud bang, the two weapons clashed fiercely. Eric gritted his teeth, enduring the powerful shockwave, and became her. The fierce battle between the two erupts with bursts of red and blue light, clashing and swirling wildly, as Eric and the Snow Mountain King charge at each other with intense determination, neither willing to back down. Both of them are giving their all in this battle, fighting more fiercely with each strike. Eric suddenly found it strange. Tweet Sonvuong stomps on the snow surface and spins around, and Eric does the same. You clearly see this as a life and death battle. You almost copy every stance of the Snow Mountain King, trying to outdo her. Eric grits his teeth and attacks, his eyes shining, but why does he seem so happy? She refuses to back down, fighting on, almost without reason. The deafening explosion echoed loudly, rocks and debris flying everywhere. The shockwave not only affected their fight area, but also spread far beyond. The nearby mountain range is almost shattered, with falling rocks like early winter snow. But if unlucky enough to get hit on the head, the chance of rebirth is very high. But for those two, this little bit of dirt and rocks is nothing. As Eric tries to become the Snow Mountain King, he can feel the happy days she once shared with her car. The two are evenly matched, exchanging blows and taking hits. Snow Mountain King swings her staff while Eric raises his axe to block. When you use the rocks to propel yourself into the air, she does the same. You could say they fight tirelessly. The martial arts exchange became so dull that it was exhausting. After many clashes and energy blasts, one foot jumped back to the left. Similarly, on the opposite side, a foot jumps back to the right. The shockwave spreads out, and both temporarily step back a few paces, adopting a defensive stance. Eric, exhausted and panting heavily, grit his teeth to stay alert before the end of the fight. King Snow Mountain was no better. She gritted her teeth, enduring the violent energy within her, and both of them had reached their limits. So the battle would be decided. With this final blow, both of them leapt into the air again, aiming to settle the score with the move that had made countless races kneel before them. The secret technique of the Snow Mountain King involves channeling energy into her hand and transforming it into a spear. Eric quickly mimicked, turning his hands into spears, one large, one small, and clashed them against her spear, creating a powerful attack that shattered the surrounding ice and snow. The shockwave spread far and wide, and after the dust settled, two figures stood in place. The tall figure of the Snow Mountain King and the shorter figure of Eri. Amidst the icy heaven and snow-covered earth, this battle has come to an end. Queen Snow Mountain's body was pierced with a large hole, and Ek is the victor. He was momentarily stunned, staring intently at her in disbelief that he had actually won. Tuyet Sonvuong's body cracked apart like a damaged ice sculpture. Gradually, her body dissolves into demonic energy. She laughs, a smile of liberation. Ha ha. Tuyet Sonvuong looks at Eric, stammering a few words of apology, and finally it seems he understands what she wants to say, his face trembling slightly. You bow your head, grit your teeth, and try to hide your complicated feelings. But surprisingly, the Snow Mountain King says, "Thank you." For the first time, you saw tears of happiness on her cold face. The snowy mountain is no longer cold, and warm golden sunlight has shone down. The body of the Snow Mountain Queen lost control and collapsed to the ground. The dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, replaced by warm sunlight shining on her face, and to DM offered a happy smile of liberation. The cold snow has melted away, and the Snow Mountain King departs peacefully on a sunny day before Eric, as her body, formed from her demon energy, begins to disintegrate. In just a moment, Tuyet Son Vuong was no longer here. She transformed into a stream of energy surrounding Eric. In the end, she became a Snow Mountain seal in Eric's hand, and where the Snow Mountain Queen disappeared, a small, vibrant branch sprouted. Soon it bloomed and swayed its body in the warm sunlight. The fresh white flowers symbolize abundant vitality, a new life, and a new journey. Eric whispers softly, "Be at peace. Your first mission is now complete." The car appears and applauds. "You really managed to devour the Snow Mountain King. Great!" Eric turned to look at him, sighed softly, and said with a hint of reproach, "It seems this first test was too difficult from the start." The car didn't feel guilty at all. He smiled and said, "Our family is invincible. If even this cannot be overcome, then you cannot call yourself a Minger family member." This comment makes Eric furious, but he can't do anything. He thinks to himself, is this why people call the Minger family arrogant and conceited? The car continued to marvel. But honestly, I have to say I'm really impressed. Even with talent, I think it would take you at least 1 to 3 years. But a kid who has only been studying magic for a few years defeating the Snow Mountain King in just a month, that's incredible. Eric casually corrects himself. It's 1 month. The car thought you were talking about the time it took to defeat the Snow Mountain King. He nodded. Yeah, just 1 month. Eric shook his head. You hold up 2 fingers. No, I've only been learning magic for about a month, maybe 1 or 2 months. The car chuckled. Ha ha ha, you're joking now. But seeing Eric's serious face, he suddenly hesitated. Really? He honestly nodded. He asked further, isn't this just a self-deprecating joke like Mingo's? Eric shook his head seriously. The more he looked at the car, the more he liked it, and he laughed out loud. Ha ha, my ability to read people is really good, Eric said skeptically. You just quoted what he said, and he just finished speaking. Let me repeat it exactly. This is just because of my talent, that just now. Seeing that the heir showed no respect at all, Otto used a secret move, hugging Eric and patting his back. This little brat. Ha 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 ha, as expected, Eric had to beg for mercy. Ow, ow, your wife. After joking around, the two sit down to chat. Odo asks how she was during those final moments. Eric honestly shared, she smiled. Odo felt relieved upon hearing this. Really now? The time to say goodbye has come. Eric politely bows his head in farewell. Thank you for everything up to now. Take care on your way home. Eric hesitantly hesitated. I probably won't be able to visit often either. Odo doesn't blame us. I understand. After all, the position of head of the family is extremely busy. Then Eric turned around and left. All right then. But after a few steps, you turned back right in front of Oto's surprised eyes. Eric asked quite innocently, so how come I was able to go outside? The car raised its hand and laughed, saying, You've been outside countless times. Don't you remember? Before he could recover, a ball of light punched him in the face. And then he woke up in the real world. That damn thing. My ancestors deserve to be slapped. You clutch your face and roll around on the floor. Your face, your handsome face. Mi-Fi laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. It seems that crazy car guy has killed you, huh? Talking about this, Eric gets even more furious. Who wouldn't be angry after being silent and still killing someone? Mi-Fi asked with seeming concern. Have you devoured the Snow Mountain King yet? Eric rolled up his sleeve to show the seal. Just finished. He. Seeing that, Mi-Fi tilted her head and praised herself. Thanks to my help. Eric lazily replied, Yes, our great demon king is #1. Inside, I think this guy really loves to turn things upside down. Mi-Fi is just smiling on the outside, but secretly feeling a bit panicked about Eric's progress. Not for a long time, I only told him a few things. This guy has already surpassed the level of a genius. He's truly a monster. After flattering him, he asked, I'm still curious about this. Weren't you once quite close to King Tuyet-san? Why didn't you let her become a demon anymore? Mi-Fi suddenly broke out in a sweat. How about you? Eric switched to gossip mode, and in the end I peeked into the memories of the Snow Mountain King for a bit. Why did you do that? Mi-Fi stammered in response. I am the Demon King, and she is just a low-level face of the demon race. Nothing more, nothing less. He recalls old memories and recounts back then I was just a bit bored. And I heard someone at the Snow Mountain King say for sure she would become a demon, so I came to see what kind of person she is. Well, if she wants to become a demon, she is indeed a bit lacking. But her ambition and skills are also commendable. Mei Fi praises herself. If the person she meets isn't the truly good and kind demon king like me, but someone like Arazel or Lilith, they would probably be wiped out. Anyway, I told her to come find me again when she's stronger, and then left her there. Eric asks further, "That's all? Are you never going to see her again?" Mi-Fi, who was easily startled, shouted loudly, "Why would I ever meet her again?" But the truth is, he secretly went to Snow Mountain and saw King Snow having a good time by the car. So our demon king had to quietly leave, not wanting to be the third wheel, truly considerate to the point of heartbreak. Even as he left, he smiled, blessing the other person. And even now, thinking about it, makes him blush and smile. Eric's mind races quickly. He claps his hands and lets out a surprised sound. I understand, Mi-Fi wondered. Gao, you look like a sneaky cat bullying a heartbroken mouse. Do you know how those little brats bully the girl they secretly like? Sure enough, Mei-Fi Than's anger exploded, and he roared. What, you're still a kid? Unrequited love? Eric mockingly laughed calmly. This is exactly why, after 1,000 years, you are still single. Mi-Fi was furious, but could do nothing but scold. How dare you mock me, you bastard? Eric, getting carried away, teases more and more. Mi-Fi is a single dog. Mi-Fi was so furious that he shouted, "Die!" as the fist in the challenge space was still smoking. This very fist just sent Eric away from this space, and he smiled, saying, "He's truly an interesting junior." The spring breeze rustles, blowing a few green leaves off their branches. He suddenly felt a bit sad and whispered, "Do you think so?" The car closed its eyes, as if searching for an old friend who had gone far away. He muttered, "Do you not hate me?" A memory tinged with pain appeared in his mind, a trembling hand holding the snow child's lifeless body, voice trembling. No. Snow Mountain King is kneeling on the ground, his body covered in the blood of his people. She blames herself for what I did. She cannot accept the heartbreaking truth that her ambition caused the death of her people. At this moment, the car has appeared. He gently calls out to Snow Mountain King. She suddenly became frantic, her cold eyes staring at him, but mostly filled with self-hatred. The King of Snow Mountain looked up to the sky and cried out in heartbreaking pain. The car stands with arms crossed, watching the demon's energy erupt around her, and finally she reaches out to him, tears streaming down her face. She begged, "Oto, please." Before the demon's energy swallowed her, she was pleading, "Please kill me." And the Snow Mountain King saw Oto mouthing his lips. He apologized. He didn't kill her, but raised his hand to seal her with magic. When Oto closed his hand to complete the seal, King Snow Mountain had already prepared to become the test target for the next generation of the Mbinger family. But Oto couldn't be happy because he had lost a friend forever. Returning to the present, he opened his eyes, whispered softly, and said, "Thank you." Stand under the spring morning sunlight and tell that child to let go of your regrets and responsibilities. Rest in peace. He shed tears and said farewell. See you in the next life. He looked up at the sky, hoping it would be better than it is now. What are you searching for? You're just flipping through books without stopping the task in your hands. I need to find some things. Mi-Fi didn't understand. What are you looking for? It's just something that made you search through the entire library like this. Suddenly, something glowing appeared inside Eric's coat. He reached in and took it out. Mi-Fi exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, isn't that a small blue egg you took out?" Mi-Fi asked suspiciously. "Ice crystal." Eric remembered the car's warning. "Hold this ice crystal and go find the god," and was very shocked at that moment. "What did you just say?" "Give it to Camellia." "You mean the camellia flower?" He replied, "Yes, that person will become your new guide." Eric scratched his head and asked, "Is this a mission?" The car nodded and said, "Yes." "How long do I have to do this mission? With this pace, I'll become a hunched old man with no pension." "Until you reach the level of our predecessors," he answered seriously with a squint. You stammered and repeated, "Ancient One?" The car reassures you. Surely you have many questions, but they will always be willing to answer within a certain amount of time. The ancestors have completed their work and left many things on this land. We have prepared many quests to guide you to Siat Naim by Naim. Then all you need to do is work hard on that path. Eric put the egg into his coat pocket. "All right, I just wanted to make sure I have this egg with me." Carr hesitantly spoke. "I'm sorry for burdening you with this. He places his hope in you. But only Eric Mbinger, the Lord of Ember, can walk this path. Go now." He is serious. Go and complete the winter.
Back to reality, Eric gazed at the ice crystal and summarized for Mi-Fi.
Well, I was just told to bring this ice crystal to the god. Mi-Fi heard that and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! He struggled to hold back his laughter, saying Celia the god is trying to create winter. Clearly, Eric has no idea what's going on. He asked, "Do you know what winter really means?" He nodded sarcastically. Of course, those disgusting four-season people. He frowned with hatred, haunted by demon kings like me. Hearing that, Eric suddenly felt interested. He stood up and asked, "Please tell me more in detail." Mi-Fi turned away. "Why should I tell you?" Eric held up 4 fingers to make a condition. 4 days off. Mi-Fi glared at you. What do you think 4 days off will accomplish? Eric reluctantly relented. All right, can we lift the ban on speech then? There's no more to do. Having achieved his goal, Mi-Fi happily chuckled. All right, listen carefully. He begins to share that 4 subordinates supported our ancestor to establish the foundation of Mbinger, representing spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Because their personalities and traits match each season, our demons usually call them the 4 seasons. One of them is O, corresponding to winter. Mi-Fi said that in any case. The truth is that someone staying behind just to guide such tasks means he is trying to pass on the power he possesses to others. Hearing that, Eric couldn't help but think that if this mission is completed, he might also receive tasks from the other 4 seasons. Gaining the power of the 4 seasons also means you can acquire the strength of an ancestor, whom they will support. If Eric can continue to consume powerful seals like the Seal of Cruelty, or even stronger ones, he smiles, very likely to rebuild his family successfully. So, how is this ice crystal important to the comedy god that he needs it so badly? Fi thought for a moment before replying, the ice crystal is the core of winter, formed deep within the snow-covered mountains, eternally covered in snow. In other words, it is a divine egg. Since the camellia flower blooms in winter, there is no better flower than the ice crystal. Eric, now curious, asks where we should go to meet the deity. Mi-Fi replied, maybe it's inside the flower temple, somewhere to the south. Hearing this name, Eric was incredibly surprised. I've only heard of the flower temple in legends, but does it really exist? Mi-Fi nodded. Yes, that noisy name is probably in charge of the temple. Hearing that, Eric began to take the matter seriously. From this moment on, he could be sure of it after reviewing the records in the royal library. But isn't he becoming too friendly? What kind of scheme is he planning this time? He suddenly realized a faint aura of power surrounding Mephisto. His soul form must have become stronger. But he showed no concealment at all. On the contrary, he was pleased and thought that he seemed to have noticed my strength and had returned a bit. However, even if you pay attention to my power, there's nothing you can do. You will have no choice but to complete the missions to become stronger. At this point, Eric also has a similar suspicion. Completing missions to grow stronger, while they can also make Mephisto more powerful. And in the end, he might obtain a great demon king capable of plunging the entire world into chaos. Mephi saw Ellis's body trembling and thought he must be a face full of suffering. You should be afraid. Of course, you should be afraid. Mi-Fi was extremely excited. Even though he felt uncomfortable leaving Binger's dream just to become stronger, he had no choice. His recovery process needed to be prioritized, but suddenly his eyes caught Eric's unusual gaze. Ah! Mi-Fi saw the mischievous smile on his face and suddenly screamed inwardly, "This bastard is smiling again?" He doesn't know that right now he is the most tempting and juicy prey in Eric's eyes. The plan is in motion, which means he might even absorb all of Mephisto's power. In the end, to have him regain his strength and escape from you, you need to become stronger. Eric's abnormality makes Mephisto tremble. What's wrong with that bastard? Has he gone from fear to madness? Eric's increasingly inhuman smile made a demon king like Mi-Fi feel a chill down his spine. He kept reassuring himself that he was losing his mind. Maybe I should just stop thinking about it for now. Then Eric adjusts his mood. All right. Once I've finished everything I need to do, should we come back here? The two of you don't think too much and decide to leave. He looked up at the tiny crack far above his head. Because his strength was different now, Eric could easily fly up to the crack. After gently climbing up the steep cliff, he praised himself. Just a month ago it was very difficult to come back here, but now it's as easy as eating cake. Mi-Fi grumbles, you really are too arrogant. The two of them didn't stop and charged forward like a gust of wind, blowing away the snow on the path. Now that I have a guide, should I head straight to the red-eyed tribe? Eric smiles eagerly and quickly returns to the snow tribe. You're not sure if it is because you had a long battle with the snow people, or maybe because you swallowed the seal of the demon king, but you wanted to see them. But when you arrived, Eric's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The snow tribe was heavily devastated, with white snow stained by dried, bright red blood. What happened? The bodies of the snow people lie scattered on the ground, and the houses and structures in the village are destroyed. Desolation is the word to describe this place. Eric whispered, "What has happened to this world here?" There are victims tortured brutally, dozens of spears piercing through their bodies. Nephi observes that it seems they were killed slowly when they could have been killed instantly, so they were definitely used for entertainment. He coldly concludes, "I don't know who the culprit is, but they are much more cruel than most demons. I feel a bit uncomfortable. Because snow people are monsters, they can die at any moment. Even if you kill countless snow people, you will never see them as toys." Eric clenched his teeth, suppressing the unusual emotions rising within him. Could this discomfort be because of the unfinished mission to swallow the Snow Mountain King? He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Stay calm, he's not the Snow Mountain King. He has no right to pity the snow people. As he thought of this, his pupils suddenly contracted. In front of him were bodies turned upside down with their legs in the air and their heads buried in the freezing snow. Eric approaches a small snow mound nearby and begins to dig through the snow, despite the freezing cold seeping into his hands. Eric clenched his teeth, a drop of water falling, whether sweat or tears. Gradually, beneath the white snow, he uncovered a small hat. Eric couldn't hold back and screamed in unnamed pain, spreading through his heart as he desperately dug through the snow, wanting to know who was lying beneath the white layer. Finally, little Manhwa appeared beneath the cold white snow, lifeless and breathless. The boy departed with tears still lingering on his face. Memories of Manhwa flood into Eric's mind. It seems we have a new person, right? The boy is always lively and adorable. From now on, the journey will become more difficult. So let's eat something before we set off. Eric remained silent with a serious face, and the surrounding air suddenly grew colder. Even Mei-Fi had to furrow his brow. He looked at the victims with their heads buried in the snow, his voice cold as he asked, "This is what that bastard caused earlier, right?" "That's right." The demon's deep-seated hatred in Eric is triggered, and he growls darkly. Isn't it making us feel even more uncomfortable? The scene shifts to a snow-covered forest blanketed in thick snow, tightly gripping the sword, as he quietly follows behind despite a severe injury to one arm. He still struggles to take heavy steps behind Isabel, while she keeps rushing forward without stopping. Isabel was running and breathing heavily, her hot breath turning into white mist that disappeared into the freezing air. She hurried across the thick white snow, but the icy surface caused her to slip and fall unexpectedly. Seeing her suddenly fall, Chen hurriedly ran over and asked, "Are you okay, miss?" Isabel was gently helped up by him and reassured, "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Isabel ordered, "We don't know when the assassins will return, so focus on finding that cemetery." Chen worriedly said, "But you should rest now." Isabel's eyes became very determined. "I am the child of the Blue Lion. I don't want to become a burden to everyone again." He really wants to stop her, Eddie. Isabel trembling, she clenched the map tightly in her hand, silently thinking that the assassins chasing her had caused many people to die. With their sacrifice, I cannot fall here. So Isabel, Chen, and S continue moving forward. She looked at the map, her mind filled with doubt. "It's been a month now. We've been searching for the graveyard for a month." But Isabel couldn't escape her helplessness, frowning as she wondered, where could it be in this world? Her eyes gently welled up as she looked up at the sky. At this moment, Isabel was almost at a dead end, and she could only call out desperately from the bottom of her heart. "Father," a bitter voice suddenly echoed. The only daughter of the Green Lion, she can no longer even wield her sword properly. The scene shifts to a vast castle looming under the darkened moonlit sky. The Green Lion family, the Green Lion clan. The servants in the castle keep talking about Isabel's strength, based on the rule that lions only follow the strong, the young lady. The other one, seeing her approach, immediately spoke up to warn her. "Oops, were you trying to let her hear?" Isabel obviously heard every word they said, but instead of arguing back, she chose to stay silent and quietly walk away. Knowing she was weak, Isabel trained tirelessly every day, practicing swordsmanship alone in the yard from dawn till late at night. Even though Isabel had been determined and worked hard, nothing changed. At this moment, the sword in her hand suddenly slipped and plunged straight into the ground. Why? She gasped for breath, constantly questioning in her mind, why am I unable to have any talent at all? Isabel helplessly lowered her head onto the sword. The taunts kept ringing in her ears, each word like a dagger stabbing deep into her heart. The only daughter of the Green Lion who could no longer even wield a sword properly. The future of the Quayo family looks so bleak, so unlucky that the Green Lion has a child like this. The beloved child of the family is a girl. It's only because she's the daughter of the Green Lion that she's treated well. What are we expecting from a woman? Lions only follow the strong, at least you should try. A flower that has no fragrance claiming to be the child of the green lion. Just as Isabel was feeling hopeless, a familiar voice suddenly echoed behind her. Isabel. She was surprised and quickly turned around to call her father. He is the green lion Hon Kyo. The father and daughter sit together under the bright moon, Hom gently apologizing for making her carry such a heavy burden. No, it's just that I'm not good enough yet. He smiled gently. Girl, you don't have to follow your father's path and become a green lion. He gently comforts her. You may not have talent, but you are still a proud member of the family. Isabel was about to speak, but then her father suddenly burst into laughter, patted her arm and said, "And I am still as healthy as ever. Go ahead and try touching these firm muscles," she replied with a gentle smile. That is my father's armor. Still, Isabel remains very sad. Sorry, Dad, but I smile softly. He exuded the gentle demeanor of a father, advising her not to worry about the green lion Hon Quello. Isabel's indifferent eyes look towards She silently listens to what he says. As usual, I will continue to pursue my dream of becoming the greatest swordsman in the 6 palaces. Though tears still streamed down her face, Isabel suddenly smiled a rare, radiant smile. Ironically, not long after, Herman suddenly fell seriously ill again. Isabel's tearful voice echoed through the corridor. Why won't father wake up? Isabel gently held his weak hand as the doctor, after examining him thoroughly, immediately reported Herman's condition. He shows symptoms similar to a blockage, and the doctor carefully explains the reason. His health has deteriorated because he used too much spiritual energy carelessly. If we don't treat him soon, his muscles will atrophy. Isabel gazed sadly at his frail face. Now she could only remain silent and listen as the doctor continued his analysis. The problem can be solved if we can restore his vitality, but that's almost impossible with human ability because he has lost too much life force in his body. His voice grew low, saying, "At this point, I have no other choice but to rely on some magic to help if possible." At that very moment, all thoughts in Isabel's mind vanished. She only knew one thing. She had to save her father. Since ordinary items were completely useless for treating him, she was willing to risk everything to obtain the advanced magical tools either seized by the Magic Tower or the Academy. Even though she risked her life to search everywhere for a cure for HM, their magical tools were useless. Isabel broke down, realizing she couldn't find anything that could heal her father's illness. Suddenly, one day while Isabel was resting with Chen and E at a tavern, she overheard a conversation between 2 men there. "Hey, do you know there's a cemetery ruled by the Snow Mountain King in the Snow Mountain Range?" "Really?" If it's the king's cemetery, that place would surely be full of treasures and many magical tools that humans cannot obtain. If we have one of those, we will be rich beyond measure. Should we try to get it? Isabel nodded attentively to Chen and signaled for him. The man suddenly raised his voice and said, "Moron, do you want to be eaten by snow monsters just for that legendary item?" After receiving the signal from her, they immediately understood each other. The man continued to advise the other guy, "Don't waste your life and keep drinking." Then, Isabel approached to ask for information from those 2 guys. After trying her best to find out about that cemetery, she realized that it does exist, and she can also find out where it is. She thought everything would go smoothly, but the problem was that this plan had gotten into her uncle's ears. Everything around suddenly turned chaotic. The screams kept echoing non-stop. "Run away, miss. Save me. My uncle Pao Queo, if you've been waiting for the right moment to seize the throne of the Green Lion, send assassins to kill me because I am the heir." Returning to reality, Isabel continues to study the map. Searching for the cemetery, she silently thinks. Isabel grits her teeth. She can't believe what Paul has done. How cruel he must be. Chen suddenly shouted, "Miss, run away!" She nervously asked, "What's wrong?" Without waiting for Isabel to process what was happening, E suddenly appeared, grabbing her hand and forcefully pulling her back, determined to keep her close by his side. Then, a slow voice rang out, causing Isabel to startle. "We had to search everywhere to find you." Chen quickly drew his sword, his eyes immediately becoming alert. The man calmly replied, "We wondered where you had hidden yourselves, but since you've appeared now." With his sharp senses, Chen only needed a quick glance to recognize him as the 6th Blue Wolf, a wise knight secretly sent on a mission. Hanon sneered, "Since you are still members of the Kyo family, I will at least let you leave peacefully." He asked slowly, "Since you're here, the lady must be nearby too." Chen angrily shouted in his face to distract him. "Hanun, you will pay for Isaac's death with your own life." Deep down, he hopes the lady will run and not look back. When Isabel saw the scene, she immediately lost her composure and tried to rush forward but was stopped. "Don't go out there." It's only us, we cannot stop them. Stubborn Isabel replied, I have to go or Chen will die. He loudly explained, Chen is risking his life to buy us time to escape. Are you trying to let his sacrifice be in vain? She clenched her teeth in frustration, but suddenly shouted loudly, her voice echoing through the forest. Lady Isabel immediately turned around and then fell silent. Her eyes widened as she looked at Chen. Hanun smugly stepped on Chen's body. The man deliberately raised his voice so Isabel would hear that her loyal servant is about to die. Are you just going to leave him here? He tries to muster his last strength to smile at Hanun. Fool, your lady has already gone far away. He said nothing and directly thrust his sword through Chen. Hanun smiled wickedly. Then he started to pretend to be disappointed, probably thinking she had abandoned her loyal knight. She is quite ruthless, so now Hanun is deliberately provoking Isabel to appear by harming him. I will cut off your head. Just as the sword was about to strike Chen, Isabel couldn't hold back and shouted, Stop. She didn't want to see anyone else sacrifice their life for her, so she chose to appear, even though Isabel was very scared and tears kept flowing nonstop. Are you targeting me? Then just kill me and let Chen go. Hanun calmly replied. I'm sorry, but I won't do that, Isabel exclaimed in shock. What? He calmly explained that we have decided to kill everyone involved or who witnessed this incident. No way. Hanun delivered a psychological blow with a reproachful remark. If you hadn't run away, everyone could have survived and been happy with their families. He slowly uttered 4 words. Images of those who sacrificed for her keep flashing before her eyes. Manhwa's anguished face is etched deep in Isabel's mind. Shame. Hanun sneered and spat out the last word, shame. Isabel's face darkened for a moment, her mind completely shattered by the venomous words spoken by him. She kept blaming herself, thinking that all the innocent people who died were because of someone like her. Hanun seized the opportunity and swung his sword at her. Finish this. In the midst of danger, suddenly another voice rang out. I understand. Hanun shouted in surprise, Who is it? A dark branch gently sways in the cold, snowy wind. The voice from earlier echoes again, shifting. At that moment, a foot suddenly appeared from somewhere, gently stepping onto the branch. Hanun clenched his teeth, trembling with rage at having his moment ruined by someone else. Eric calmly sat on this branch, raising an eyebrow and replying, Just a passing demon. In his fury, Hanun shouted curses at the bastard. The story goes that Eric, you received a mission to make the winter perfect after completing your first task. After preparing to leave the snowy mountain to carry out the mission, a bloody scene suddenly appeared, revealing the snowmen. Manhwa was also among the victims, and all of them were harmed cruelly. Meanwhile, Isabel is searching for the Snow Mountain King to cure her father's illness. She was chased by a group of green wolf assassins, led by Hanun and his companions, who were sent by her uncle, and it was at that dangerous moment. Hanun shows contempt. Eric, the demon Satang, who do you think you are to interfere in my affairs? Are you a devil worshipper? If you hadn't come this way, you might still be alive. Then Eric suddenly leapt up, shooting out from that branch. He jumped away with such speed that the other guy couldn't react in time. By the time he regained his senses, Eric had already rushed forward and landed right in front of Hanun. He exclaimed in shock, Magic! Hanun quickly stepped back, keeping his distance. He roared in anger, Who the hell are you? And Eric asked politely, Is everyone okay? And Isabel was startled by what he did. She looked confused and quickly replied, Still okay, but Isabel is worried. Are you also okay? Eric slipped and fell in front of everyone. He clenched his pain and replied, Of course. Do sorcerers usually land like that? Did he just fall? Why isn't he getting up? It's so humiliating. Eric got up, his whole body trembling with shame. He helplessly sighed to himself. If there had been no slippery snow, he could have made an impression on them. Isabel looked at Eric's back and suddenly remembered something. Isn't it you who went missing? She silently vowed that she couldn't let him fight alone like this. Isabel shouted a warning, Run away, you can't win this. At this moment, Hanun also spoke up. Miss, didn't I tell you that we wouldn't be coming back for any witnesses? He stared intently at Eric, then ordered his men to kill that demon. All of them, after receiving the order, charged towards you like arrows shot from a bow. Isabel screamed in fear. No. Eric bowed his head and muttered, Yes, mercy is a gift. You look at them with fiery eyes full of hatred. Truly, scum like you are a waste. Eric immediately unleashes his first move, the Storm Dragon. He shouted and directed his power at them. Hanun's subordinates were momentarily confused. They didn't know their limits and just charged at Eric. In just a few minutes, all of his henchmen were swallowed up by a burst of light. Then, Eric clenched his fist and decisively punched the central point. The cracking sound marked the moment they all fell. Having just managed to get up, The scene before his eyes made him gasp in amazement. Even Hanun couldn't believe what he was seeing.
What the hell is going on? He shouted angrily. What are you all doing?
Kill him quickly, don't give him a chance to strike. The remaining henchmen immediately charged forward. Die.
Who gave you permission for that? Eric's eyes blaze with intensity as he glares at them, his gaze sharp enough to swallow everything. Countless swords instantly appeared, their blades aiming directly at Hanun's subordinates, piercing through each of them one after another. They scream in pain, break free. One of them, terrified by Ellis's power, quickly runs away, begging for help. But still, he couldn't escape the tragic fate like the others. Only Elik alone could easily destroy all of Hanun's subordinates.
Who the hell are you?
You already know who we are, right? Eric only responds with a contemptuous smile. I don't care who you are, so why don't you kneel down? Hanun gritted his teeth, trembling with rage, but he still boldly declared, I will kill you. That man over there, who is he? He defeated the Green Wolf Pack easily. No, that's not the issue right now. Isabel carefully assessed him through her observations. He was definitely a powerful mage, but he looked very dangerous if she got too close. Hanun could no longer hold back. He clenched his sword tightly and charged at Eric. Hanun became like a madman, swinging his sword wildly and shouting non-stop. At least I have to kill you. Eric was quite surprised by Hanun's speed in attacking. He's that fast. Seeing the situation grow tense, Isabel suddenly rushed out and shouted to warn him. Keep your distance from him. You quickly execute another move, strengthening your weapon. Thanks to his quick reaction, Hanun was immediately pushed back by the blast. Eric also managed to keep his distance from him. Hanun was about to swing his sword for another attack, but his plan was quickly seen through by Yu. Eric swiftly moved ahead of him. Ice shards, giant blocks of ice, continuously rise from the ground. Hanun laughs loudly and says, Do you really think you can stop me with this kind of magic? He charged straight at the rising ice pillars and swung his sword to smash them all. Just as Hanun thought he was about to reach Eric, he shouted, You're dead, you bastard! At this moment, he remains very calm, rushing straight at the man without hesitation and with a stoic face. When he sees Hanun's sword tip close to his body, Eric suddenly screams and leaps onto the pillar. An enormous iceberg suddenly appears, absorbing all of Hanun's attacks before bouncing the blow back onto him. Hanun wondered in confusion, why isn't it breaking apart? Eric just smiled faintly and asked, Do you know what's more important than that? You touch your head as a sign and say, That's the head you're about to bury underground. He immediately breaks out in a cold sweat upon hearing that.
What, that bastard?
Then, the ice blocking Hanun's path suddenly shot up and directly struck a fatal blow to his head. The fierce battle finally came to an end. Just as Eric said, Hanun's head was buried deep underground. After the battle ended, he stood silently for a moment in the snowy forest. He kept muttering in disbelief that he defeated the Green Wolf group instantly. Isabel also agreed, never expecting such a powerful mage to be on the hill race. She quietly hid behind a tree, watching him for a while longer. Surprisingly, he didn't seem to be her age, but Isabel was very curious about Eric. How can he be so strong? He's so young but already so powerful. He can easily match Tassa Neresta, one of the new 3 constellations. So why didn't I know who he was? He truly is a divine being. Eric still stands there. He calmly takes a deep breath. Then Eric gently lifts his face to the sky in the vast snowy forest, only hearing his deep sighs. Eric remembers those who sacrificed, not only Manhwa, but also other creatures. He slowly opens his eyes, silently praying for them.
Please, be quiet.
Mei-Fi feels uncomfortable, so he quickly interrupts. Hey, they keep staring at you, why don't you say something to them? They've looked so much that I'm getting chills just watching. Hello? Mei-Fi helps Eri to speak up. Hello? You stayed silent, unsure of what to do because Elik appeared suddenly without introducing himself. All 3 of Isabel, Chen, and S hold their breath waiting for him to speak. Eric forces an awkward smile and says, It's been a while, hasn't it? Chi tightly grips his sword, always on high alert. Even if he helps us, he's still a complete stranger, so we shouldn't let our guard down so easily. If he has no other motives, he will be just as dangerous as they are. Just as Chen was about to act, Isabel suddenly knelt down, surprising Chen. She is a princess, yet Isabel kneels before Eric, bowing her head respectfully to express her gratitude. Thank you, our savior. Chen was surprised. The lady also seemed confused about why she was kneeling. Eric hesitated and waved his hand, saying it wasn't necessary to do that. Isabel, not caring, called out in a harsh voice. Chen and the others immediately obeyed. Chen and the others knelt down together and expressed their gratitude in unison. Thank you, our savior. That kid made you even more flustered. Eric hurriedly explained, everyone would do the same as I did, so please get up. Nephi crossed her arms, looking very pleased with Isabel's attitude, as if she knew how to behave, unlike those two bastards earlier. She boldly stepped forward and made a request to Eric, sounding quite rude. But can I ask my savior for a favor? You're so scared you're turning pale. Eric trembled and asked, where should I go? Isabel seriously took his hand. I want to entrust this to you. You. His voice trembled. My hand. Seeing her determined attitude, Eric felt a bit embarrassed, his face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Inside, Eric wondered if this was the quiet night gradually settling in, with the bright moonlight softly illuminating the towering mountain ranges. The faint clatter of the carriage echoed through the quiet forest. Eric sat facing Isabel in the carriage, resting his chin on his hand, appearing to be lost in thought. Nephi sighed and softly reminded him, I can see you're smirking. You bastard, dismiss her now if you're about to. Eric immediately raised both hands to cover half of his face. At this moment, he felt extremely happy inside, just as we hoped. Eric looked at the gold coin in his hand because I was given something extremely valuable. A few minutes before he got on the carriage, Eric was surprised to realize that Isabel had slipped a gold coin into his hand. This village, you stare at it intently for a while. And is it also a green lion? Eric asked curiously. Are you the young lady of the Keogh family? Isabel nodded and replied, yes, it's a shame. Only then did he realize that was the reason she was so beautiful. From the moment she was born until now, she has been known as the fragrantless flower. Isabel Quay, even when her unparalleled beauty made the prince fall head over heels and propose to her, she was still discarded, simply because she is a fragranceless flower, a person born without any special talents. Since she was a child, Isabel has been used to swallowing her pride in the face of mockery. If the flesh and blood of a lion have no fangs or sharp teeth, then they deserve such an end. Eric feels a bit regretful for her fate. I heard that after her marriage ended, she lived alone in her homeland. Isabel's face was covered with various wounds. She could only silently bow her head, waiting for his response. To dispel the awkward atmosphere between them, Eric quickly introduced himself. My name is Rick. It is an honor to meet the only daughter of the Green Lion. She shyly asked, why is it an honor to meet someone like me? Eric gently reassures Isabel with a warm smile. You should be proud of yourself, right? From what I can see, your perseverance isn't something to be ashamed of for the Green Lion name, because this is the first time Isabel has been praised by someone. She blushed and quickly replied, thank you. He skillfully brought up her request. Oh, right. You mentioned something about a mandate, didn't you? Isabel nodded and replied, yes, I have nothing right now, but she firmly made a request. Could you escort us back to the capital? Chen exclaimed in panic. Miss, we haven't found that place yet. Isabel turned back and explained, Chen, I don't want to lose you all because of my greed. First, I need to go meet my uncle to discuss this. He was helpless against your determination, young lady. Hearing that, Eric became curious. Then he secretly glanced at Hanan and made a guess. Maybe these knightly people are also part of the Ku family. Is there something hidden within their clan? Eric frowned, suddenly recalling something he had heard, that the Green Lion was suffering from a rather difficult illness. She must have been looking for a cure and forgot. She also told me about it before. At that moment, a bold idea suddenly occurred to him. Wait a minute, can I make the Green Lion King owe me? At this moment, Eric imagined a bright future where he and Haman happily shook hands. The flattering words keep ringing in your ears. If the Minger family is rebuilt and becomes indebted to the Green Lion, and the Minger family is rebuilt and signs a contract with the Green Lion, Minger can cure the Green Lion's illness. Mober and the Green Lion smile at each other as they shake hands, strengthening the bond between their families. You think it will be a really wonderful scene, right? Eric smugly thought. You smile proudly, thinking to yourself, I am truly clever, always keeping a cool head. Isabel saw that you remained silent for a long time, and thinking you wouldn't agree, she made another offer. Since it's really difficult for us to get your help, I will give you twice what I just offered. Consider it a reward for completing the mission. Eric didn't reply, only stared intently at the gold coin in his hand. Isabel asked nervously, I guess it's impossible, right? She stepped forward to withdraw her request. That's embarrassing. Then suddenly, a smile appeared on your face, which confused Isabel. You held her hand tightly and immediately agreed to her request. I will escort you safely, my lady. Returning to the present, Eric was sitting in the carriage with Isabel, Chen, and Ed, heading back to the capital. Nephi curiously asked, so there is a treasure hoard in Sin's Nest? Why do you still need money? Eric uses his telepathic thoughts to reply. I've calculated everything. And then he pursed his lips, silently cursing inside. Don't say that if you've ever been hungry before. He looked at him in silence, and Mi-Fi showed a puzzled expression. Eric glared angrily at him and patiently explained, "What am I supposed to do now that I have no money on me? It might not matter to you because you're a half-demon, but humans need money to eat and sleep." "You think you understand what it's like to be in need?" Mi-Fi replied calmly. "This is a human issue." Eric's face showed interest. He covered his mouth with his hand, marveling at that ability. "This telepathic connection is pretty convenient. With just a little energy, I can talk to whoever I want." Mi-Fi sneered and said, "I only teach you because I find it very annoying. Whenever someone around you is silenced, you stay quiet too." Eric couldn't help but tease him. "I know why you hate being silenced. You're so nosy." Mi-Fi angrily shouted, "How dare you!" He changed the subject. "Just forget about it. Are you planning to just sit there quietly all the way? You look worse than you think. What should I do now? I'm so bored." Throughout the journey, Isabel kept a close eye on him. She wondered if he was silent not because she entrusted him with the task. Isabel bit her lip to let Elk do as he pleased, but now she needed his help. She thought to herself that if her uncle kept sending stronger assassins, the three of them would never be able to outsmart them. The scene shifts to Isabel's grand castle looming under the dark night, as the relaxed figure sits on the throne, listening to subordinates report the situation. He was surprised and exclaimed, "Has Team 6 been wiped out?" The fully trembling intelligence officer bowed his head and admitted his guilt. "I'm sorry, please approach him slowly." The man coldly drew his sword.
"If you apologize," Mao shouted angrily, "you shouldn't have done anything in the first place, and now you're just apologizing to atone."
Quickly and decisively, he swung his sword through the kneeling subordinate, severing his head from his body. The other henchman appeared immediately to clean up the scene. After dealing with that guy, Bao calmly turned and asked, "Han, where do you think Isabel will go?" He carefully analyzed because the traces of her leaving the snowy mountain have been confirmed. Han guesses based on what he observed that she is probably heading back to the capital. If she is returning to the capital, does that mean she wants to negotiate with me? He smirked and replied, "Probably so." He dismissively said, "What a foolish child. How could an unskilled girl dare to negotiate with me?" Ao quickly swung his sword while shouting his name. Han quickly retracted his sword and threatened H in a stern voice. "You only get one chance." The clopping of hooves gradually faded until it stopped completely. Chen signaled the horse to halt. At this moment, Isabel had just woken up. He immediately informed her upon seeing this. "We've arrived at Le Center, miss." Isabel, feeling refreshed after a good sleep, stretched and said, "We reached our destination in just 2 days of non-stop travel." Mi-Fi suddenly hugged her lower back and complained, "My whole body hurts." Eric replied in surprise, "A flying ghost like you. You don't know that the correct posture helps relax the nerves. For some reason, why are you going against the flow?" Eric hadn't finished speaking when he was already captivated by the scene before him. "You're curious if they are inside the castle." Hen loudly orders the Blue Wolf Squad 2 to assemble. His subordinate's name is confusing, asking about the flag. He hurriedly explained, "Do we really need to deploy the strongest team for such a trivial matter? The lady's return to the capital means accepting defeat." That subordinate hadn't finished speaking, but Hen immediately and decisively took his head off. A hunting dog must behave according to its status. He is calculating Isabel's move. She must definitely pass through Le Center if she wants to go from Snow Mountain to the Imperial capital. Hen raised his voice to order them to leave, and Eric's face suddenly turned grim. He gaped as he looked ahead. The blue cloaks immediately caught Eric's eye, embroidered with the head of a lion. The subordinates all turned to look at him, their eyes as if they wanted to swallow everything. They obey Hen's orders absolutely. To the city of the dead. Isabel was not very surprised. I had anticipated that the journey would not be easy because the Lord rules this place. But to this extent, Chen anxiously asked, "Should we go back, miss?" She firmly refused. No. Just then, their carriage caught the eye of one of them. He patted the man next to him and pointed towards the carriage. Isabel carefully explained, "We've already attracted their attention. Doing this will only make them more suspicious." She came up with an idea to leave this carriage behind and secretly escape to find another place. Eric suddenly spoke up, cutting her off, saying, "No." Isabel was stunned. "What? What did you say?" he whispered. The explosion erupted. Immediately, the carriage easily passed by the guards without being questioned. He remained unusually calm. Chen quickly drove the carriage away from there. Isabel sat inside, trembling with fear. In just a few minutes, all 4 of them had safely escaped from that deadly trap. Chen continues to ride the horse through a large tunnel, and as they exit, a bustling neighborhood appears before their eyes. Eric quickly stepped out of the first carriage. Isabel asked curiously, "What spell did you just use?" Eric calmly explained it's just a simple illusion spell that changes our appearance. It's no different from a hypnotic effect broken with a light shock. So we need to be careful. She truly admires Elk's talent. Thanks to you, Rick, we are safe inside the city again. I truly thank you from the bottom of my heart. Before leaving, he carefully advised her to stay the night here. I will come back after taking care of some matters.
All right, I will return safely.
Mi-Fi leisurely follows Eric, feeling very curious about why you need to use magic when you could just kill them all. You calmly reply, I don't want to start a fight without knowing anything about the enemy. And I also need to conserve mana for emergencies.
What do you think the vows and soul contracts are for? Isn't it just because you're lazy?
Anyway, you need to get to the academy or something quickly, right? Eric nodded and replied, yes, but I need to find out something. Your mouth twitched immediately.
Eric asked Mi-Fi something. It's been a while, but you still remember, right?
You tell him your plan.
I need to know Din's situation to prepare for eliminating that old man.
Mi-Fi shrugged and said, I don't know who that is, but it's unlucky to be targeted by someone like you. He suddenly became interested in a group of children playing in front. Mi-Fi notices something unusual when looking at the children. I have a question. I can sense something like mana from that night. What is that? Eric immediately understood what Mi-Fi meant. I guess your time hasn't come for the spiritual energy chain to appear, so he doesn't understand it. Seeing his confusion, I quickly explained it to Mi-Fi. It's simple. Mana is originally a blessing for mages, but over time, even warriors can develop methods to use mana on their bodies. Eric explains in more detail so he can understand. If mages cast spells by creating a magic circle in their hearts, warriors strengthen their bodies by accumulating spiritual energy chains around their dantian. Not only that, but he also continued to provide additional information. Similar to the division of mage ranks, 6 circles are a master mage, 7 circles a grand mage, and 8 circles a sage. The martial artists are divided into 1 beginner chain, 2 novice chains, 3 expert chains, 4 powerhouse chains, and 5 master chains. To make it easier for you, Lady Isabel's knight is around the beginner level. Mi-Fi asked further, only 5 levels exist. Eric nodded and replied, usually yes, but there are exceptions. Only 1 person can cycle through more than 5 stages. He then asked curiously, who? Seeing Mi-Fi's curiosity, he just smiled faintly. Golden Lion, he is recognized as the strongest person on the continent. He looked disappointed upon hearing this and said, a boastful nickname by human standards. No. This time he might be able to fight evenly with my grandfather, one of the strongest people in MBER history. Mi-Fi whispered, I see you two just talked all the way here, then suddenly stopped and said we've arrived. Mi-Fi was very excited and then revealed a sinister smile on his face. I'm looking forward to meeting him. Eric sighed in frustration. This old man is so stubborn again. Then he reminded himself again that he didn't need to pay attention to the old man. The more important thing was Eric happily asking, can I buy all the newspapers from the past month? He silently vowed to find out what had happened in his absence as the scene shifted under the blazing sun to reveal another magnificent and grand castle. Din's impatient voice echoes that the matter is still unresolved. Riv kneels on one knee, bowing respectfully. Sorry, the Nerester guards are like an impenetrable fortress around the hospital. But thanks to your discovery that the hideout is being monitored by the high levels of the academy and the press, you have an advantage over the other candidates in the race for the principal position. Din sighed and said, I can't predict what will happen if I don't gain the excavation rights to the hideout. I want an overwhelming victory. He appears very confident, as if ready to do anything the old man commands, so please give the order. Din chuckled softly, secretly planning a scene change, then covered his face with his hands and sat on the table. He made a request to add more pressure on the Nerester. He calmly reports the current situation. Young Master, the transfer of the excavation rights of the high-level academies hang and the press is under immense pressure. Moreover, this situation is no different from you stabbing the senior professors of the academy in the back, who are very furious. Shin suddenly burst into tears, which made everyone confused. Young Master, please stop crying. He vents all his frustrations on CEC. My sister tortures me every day, while that damn Eric never contacts me even once. His hands tremble slightly as he reaches out to touch the papers on the desk. But I have already warned myself then. He suddenly stood up from the chair and gritted his teeth, saying I would continue to endure until I return. The scene shifts, and Eric quickly grasped the situation from a month ago, just by reading the news. Din remains as cunning as ever, while Shin is facing hell for my sake. You know how to manipulate public opinion, huh? Old man Din. Mi-Fi quietly observes Ek and says, I'm getting more used to that expression. You clench your fist tightly, then confidently say, keep rising higher and higher. It will only make my debut more spectacular. Eric suddenly stops, thinking for a moment. After all, I do feel a bit sorry for Shin. What can I do for him? While he was thinking of how to make it up to Shin, suddenly a bright flash lit up outside the window, and in an instant, a deafening explosion erupted right where the light had just appeared. The loud noise suddenly startled both Eric and Mi-Fi, and they immediately turned towards the source of the sound. Outside, chaos erupted instantly, with the desperate shouts of the nearby residents continuously ringing out. "There's a fire! Hurry with water!" Everyone was panicking and running everywhere. There were also children crying out. The mother of a nearby resident kept shouting, "Someone save us!" as Eric quickly got up and threw open the door. The scene before his eyes immediately leaves him stunned. The entire neighborhood in front of him seems to turn into a hellscape, everything engulfed in flames. "What the hell is going on?" "Are you really sure you trust Rick, miss?" Isabel calmly replied. "He's the one who saved us." He carefully voiced his thoughts. Maybe he's not one of Pa's subordinates. But what if he's an assassin sent by another master to seize the main estate? Chen tried to persuade Isabel. "I'm not entirely sure about this either, but we should still be cautious." She remained silent, thinking to herself. "I understand Chen's worries, but it seems he's been overly protective of me ever since we were at Snow Mountain." Isabel slowly turned around and agreed with his words. "Chen, I understand what you're trying to say." Chen was very pleased to hear that and quickly said, "Yes, young lady." Then Isabel should give the order firmly. "But don't say that anymore. Doubting Rick is the same as doubting my decision." Her firm attitude left Ed and Chen speechless, unable to argue. Isabel recalled the moment Eric stood still under the snowy sky. From her own observation, she was certain of one thing. She trusted him. Only those who listen honestly can show that expression. Chen was helpless and continued to say, "I understand now." "Isn't he just a money-hungry mercenary?" Isabel just smiled and shook her head in denial. "No, he genuinely wants to help us." She looked surprised, meaning she was analyzing based on what she observed. "Even though he wasn't paid, he still helped us. That shows that no matter what we ask, he won't help us," S responded, but his expression changed when he realized we are family. Isabel explained that he had considered that our family's reputation might be damaged, so he intentionally lowered himself. He happily replied, "I understand. He did it to protect the reputation of the Green Lion." "I see." Before she could finish speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out outside. The whole neighborhood was suddenly engulfed in flames. Simonon, satisfied, said the fire looked so dazzling. He rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue, then laughed like a madman. A coil of fourth-tier primal magic containing primordial heat surged. "As expected, it's worth it." Beskop sighed in disappointment. "Even now, with everything that's happened, are you still able to laugh?" Simonon sways the magic scroll in his hand, blaming him. "Hey, Beskop, didn't you just agree with my decision earlier? Why are you suddenly so serious now? You also know how much I've invested in this, right?" Beskop frowned at him, secretly cursing. He's an idiot, but I really couldn't think of a better way. He hopes that with her personality, no matter what happens, she will try her best to overcome it and help everyone. Simonon excitedly asked, "What should I do now? Burn more?" Beskop carefully reminded that Team 6 has been wiped out. "According to Hen's calculations, my enemies still have at least 3 or more people remaining. He said there might be a mage among them, so we have to be careful." He looked serious and replied, "Well, even if it's the 6th team, I can just close my eyes and burn them all in one shot. You and Han are overthinking this. Since we've come this far, I hope they are strong enough for me to have some fun." BCO was quite annoyed, but he went along with him. "Then let's get started." Simonon orders his subordinates to find her. Despite the chaos still raging through the neighborhood, they were determined to track down Isabello. He ordered that, except for the girl in charge, everyone else should be killed. With a worried shout, she yelled, "Miss, you must run and hide! If it was the Green Wolves, their target is you!" Isabel slowly got up, and the first thing she said was to confirm the safety of her 2 knights. "Are you both okay, Chen?" The sudden chaos unfolding before her caught her off guard. Damn it. The sound of the villagers' desperate screams echoing in my ears. "It's on fire! It's on fire! Help me!" Isabel looked up and froze in place. The people outside keep shouting, "My shop! Run away!" Everyone is panicking in this dangerous situation. They just hold their heads and scream. The innocent people perished one after another in that fire. Isabel trembled and asked Bello, "Is this real? What do you want?" When she was at a loss for what to do, Chen suddenly shouted, startling Isabel, "Miss, be careful." A small explosion suddenly went off right beside her. Because she let her guard down for a moment, Isabel was immediately thrown back by the blast. Luckily, she reacted in time. Isabel lands safely on the ground, while the large rocks pressing down on her, he desperately begs her not to give up. Please run away, please. Isabel's fury erupts, her teeth clenched tightly together. She trembles as she grips the sword on the ground, her entire body filled with helplessness and a relentless desire for strength. I want to fight this to save everyone, but she slowly got up in utter helplessness. I don't have enough strength, nor enough talent to stop them. Isabel bit her lip so hard it bled. I don't want to run away. I don't want to live such a shameful life. Eric's image suddenly flashed in her mind, and Isabel suddenly remembered the words of encouragement he had given her. With a fierce desire, I want to become someone like him. Isabel suddenly spoke with a powerful voice. I am a member of the Kyo Empire's protective clan. She decisively swung her sword and declared that she would die if necessary. Isabel's eyes became resolute. She shouted, I will fight to the end. As Isabel finished speaking, another deafening explosion erupted ahead. She closed her eyes tightly in fear, her whole body trembling involuntarily. Suddenly, everything around fell silent. Isabel curiously opened one eye. The raging flames from earlier have suddenly frozen into large chunks of ice. She exclaimed in amazement, What? Isabel looked around, puzzled, and asked what had happened. Eric suddenly appeared, standing tall like a hero blocking her path. The mysterious energy emanating from him was wildly rushing toward the still-burning flames. He controls a gust of wind carrying freezing air that slips through the flames. In just a few short minutes, the entire neighborhood is still engulfed in flames.
Now they are safe from the danger. The people around are overjoyed.
They keep cheering with joy. The fire is being put out. We are saved. Isabel is still confused and doesn't fully understand the situation. What is this? Only when she saw Eric's familiar back did her hanging heart finally settle down. Isabel's tears immediately welled up. She quietly gazed at that steady shoulder from afar. Isabel sobs as she calls out Rick. Eric remains silent without responding. She silently wondered how long it would take. Isabel still held on to a faint glimmer of hope. But if possible, she quietly expressed her only wish, that one day she could stand beside him. Eric decisively rushes forward like an arrow shot from a bow, furious at the actions of the Blue Wolves. As a knight to kill innocent civilians, Mayfie chuckled softly, quietly watching him from behind. The strong are often good at suppressing their anger, but once it erupts, it's hard to extinguish. Mayfie chooses not to get involved in Eric's affairs.
This is something I know very well because I have faced them in the past. Unlike ordinary people who often make mistakes when they lose their reason, after countless confrontations, I have learned that they are calmer, more patient, and stronger.
Mayfie slowly speaks up to remind them. It seems they're more numerous and stronger than the last time we met. Do you think you can win? Innocent civilians are all turning their eyes toward Eric. You respond calmly, it will be difficult. I don't know how long I can keep my energy up. Eric pointed out his current obstacle, and now he can't comfortably use magic in front of ordinary people.
He suggested to you, so why don't you run away? Eric calmly said, my family has a saying like that.
Then he immediately uttered the words left by his ancestors. Those with power have the duty to fulfill their responsibilities. Ellen's entire body radiates a powerful, killing intent as if to devour everything. He confidently declares that this is why the strong are always the leaders in every battle. In summary, Isabel decided to negotiate with her uncle Pavel, and Eric chose to go with her after receiving her request. Furthermore, Pakel lost his subordinates to Eric and sent a team of elite Blue Wolves who, in their attempt to kill Isabel, turned the city into a sea of flames. Isabel was furious and had no choice but to draw her sword, even if it meant risking death in the fight. And at that moment, in a situation where death was unavoidable, in that life and death moment, Eric still stood firm like a steel pillar in the storm. He silently watched the city burn in red flames. Suddenly, Eric's eyes flashed. Immediately, a fierce whirl of magic erupted around his body like a raging tornado ready to be unleashed. Seeing the blazing golden magic against the dark sky, the elite Blue Wolves froze in shock, speechless. Simon stammered, "The scrolls I bought with my sweat and tears should have been the seventh ring." Where did someone like him come from? Did he come out of the magic tower? COP, what should we do now? We can't afford to get involved with the magic tower. He cautiously warned, I know all the wizards in the magic tower, but I don't recognize him no matter what. We must be careful. Goon coldly suggested we just need to kill the young lady and retreat. Simonin licks his lips, a cruel look on his face. What if that wizard intervenes? Immediately after, they charged forward at lightning speed. Hearing the rushing sound, Isabel panicked, her whole body tense up instantly on high alert. She quickly casts a spell, light bursting around her body, ready to face the relentless attack of the enemy. Beskov's voice rings out coldly. Then kill him.
This moment, Isabel felt overwhelming anxiety and her legs gave out, but luckily Eric arrived just in time to save her.
She gasped in surprise. Eric, turn around, his eyes steady as if to reassure. It seemed Isabel understood, her face gradually softening with quiet trust. And then they both shot forward like lightning, escaping the encirclement in an instant. The people behind are stunned and noisy. One of them shouted, "They're fleeing!" He quickly ordered, "Formation A, Team 3, follow me." Eric holds Isabel tightly and runs without stopping, his mind racing with the thought they have over 40 enemies. He silently calculated that he had to lure them to a place without people. Suddenly, a deafening siren pierced through the air like tearing the atmosphere. Immediately, countless figures from all sides rushed in, blocking the escape route. Eric cast a spell, his figure flickering like the wind as he darted past them. But another pack of clever blue wolves immediately blocked his escape route. You had to stop. The sound of footsteps scraping the ground followed by a cloud of dust rising into the air. In just a moment, all routes were sealed off with no way out. Behind Eric, an excited voice rang out. "I see you now." Simonin casually rested his sword on his shoulder, a smug smile on his lips. "It's your first time hunting a wizard, so you're a bit excited." He frowns and asks, "Where did you hide the young lady?" "You think I'm going to answer you? You guys are really stupid," Eric sneered. "Of course you wouldn't know, because all you do is chase after me like a pack of dogs." Simonin gritted his teeth and growled, "You want to die." Immediately after, he coldly ordered, "Cut off his head for me." Instinctively, he raised his hand to cover his eyes against the blazing magic streams, secretly thinking he had already used up a lot of mana to extinguish the fire across the city. Eric frowns anxiously. The mana of the dragon heart has increased significantly after absorbing the seal, but my body won't withstand it like last time if I push beyond my limit. He pondered that he could still restart then, but now everything would be ruined if he died even once. A stream of thoughts kept flashing through Eric's mind. There are 30 of them, not 40, right? I heard they will all come out even if they only have to deal with one person. Just as Isabel said, the axe instantly appeared in his hand. Eric quickly charged forward, already planning to kill their leader fair first. But as soon as his body touched the stream of light created by the Green Wolf team, Eric felt something very strange. He was panicked inside. What was that? "My body doesn't move as well as when I fought Snow Mountain King," Mayfee sneers. "Are you sure you defeated Snow Mountain King?" "That's it," Eric immediately argued back. "No, I'm sure that back then my body moved exactly as I intended." At that moment, he suddenly sensed something was wrong and continued shouting insults like an idiot. In an instant, a sword shot straight toward him at terrifying speed. "Do you think the game pieces on the chessboard will work in real life?" Eric irritably snapped. "If you won't help, then take this." I'm furious and shouting, "All of you get lost." A huge burst of light suddenly exploded, shining fiercely and striking the enemy directly. Simon immediately raised his shield to defend, then charged forward to attack, mockingly saying, "What kind of fool mage fights in close combat?" "Why don't you use your all-powerful magic then?" Eric snapped angrily, grinding his teeth, his eyes flashing with a cold glare as if wanting to tear the person in front of him apart. Immediately launching an attack, shards of freezing cold ice shot forward at high speed. Simona sneered in disdain. "You're only capable of this much?" Eric, looking annoyed, breathes heavily as if about to explode, his eyes blazing with fiery anger, full of murderous intent. He keeps attacking, his sword whistling through the air with each move. He quickly swings his sword to counter. "Give me some more fun." Eric panicked and quickly bent down to dodge as a barrage of sword strikes rained down on him like a raging storm. Simon is excited, attacking relentlessly in a frenzy. You bravely refuse to retreat, charging forward to risk everything against him. In an instant, two streams of magic collided. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, illuminating the entire corner of the heavens. He drew the Lathan sword and slowly stepped forward. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Simon cast a contemptuous glance around, sneering that Eric was lucky to escape like a rat. Soon, the elite green wolves had surrounded him, and now he was caught in a trap. Suddenly, a spark flashed, soaring into the sky, blending with his cold voice. "That's the end." Then, the cannons roared, and the light tore through the night sky, blooming brilliantly like giant flowers against the dark backdrop. Simon was startled and spun around, looking confused. What the hell is going on? Fire? Seeing that the opportunity had come, a smug smile appeared on his lips. At this moment, spiritual energy erupts and engulfs Eric's body. "Are you all gone now?" Seeing the glowing circle appear beneath you, they trembled in fear. The magic circle. He couldn't believe El possessed such terrifying power and turned around shouting loudly, "Let's go!" But the scene before him left Simonin stunned, his eyes filled with horror. He muttered, "Huh? How can a human have those eyes?" Simonin was stunned. roaring to kill him before he activated it. He sneered coldly, every feature exuding ruthlessness, as if he had foreseen the fate of these people. He was furious, raising his sword to charge forward and stop him. At this moment, the magic circle blazed even more intensely. Eric shouted, "Do you want to kill me?" He remembered the conversation while running away with Isabel. Eric asks how they fight. She replies, "They always fight in groups even if they only kill one person. Just like their name suggests, they are like a pack of wolves. So I just have to herd them to the square and wipe them all out." Her suggestion surprised him, and if it involves setting a trap, even better. A sudden idea flashes through Eric's mind as he softly mutters, "A trap?" Seeing Elk silent, Isabel nervously calls out to Eric. After a moment, he spoke seriously. "Isabel, I'm sorry, but can I ask you a favor?" Then the plan was carried out as intended. A spark shoots straight into the sky. The sound of fireworks exploding echoes loudly, and blinding light tears through the quiet night. It blooms like a fiery red flower, illuminating Eric's figure as the start of an impending storm. His words are etched in her mind. After she evacuated the civilians from the square, Eric continued, "Tear this magic signal control core apart." His eyes flashed with a cold glint as he declared fiercely, "I will kill them all. Kill." At this moment, the magic rages fiercely, covering the entire space like a storm descending. Eric's voice continues to echo through the square. In an instant, everything is engulfed in ice, and the elite blue wolves are frozen in place. You praise it. The magic circle really holds mana very well. Below, Simonin is frozen in thick ice, stammering in amazement. No way. Eric is right in front of him, speaking sarcastically. How stupid are you not to see that I drew the magic circle? Seeing your cold hand pressed close to my face, Simonin shouted in panic and pushed away. Eric gritted his teeth and said, "You won't die peacefully." Suddenly, someone rushed into your planned formation. B-Cop coldly said, "Not bad, but your luck has run out." Eric's eyes immediately fixed on him, his whole body tense with alertness. Under BCO's command, the henchman quickly rushed in, forming the B formation. He silently calculated in his mind that he had lured us closer to kill us all with the magic circle, so he must be confident and plan carefully to succeed. Seeing your expression, BC slightly frowns, surprised inside. Is he actually smiling? Does he know we're hiding and watching him? The man looks confused, his eyes flickering. No way he knows we're here. If he knew, he wouldn't have used the magic circle. Beskop suggested I would spare you if you handed over the young lady. Eric replied calmly, "Is that so? But the problem is, you clearly declared that I have no intention of letting you live." Then, magic erupted fiercely, like a raging storm rushing straight at him. Eric's voice was cold as he said, "You shouldn't have done that. Corrupted knights will not be spared." BC tightened his grip on his sword, ready to attack. Then, the guy charged at Eric with lightning-fast speed, shouting loudly, "Protect your body with spiritual energy and maintain the formation." Quickly counterattack to dull the enemy's blade, but their sword remains sharp and unaffected. It brushes past with great power. Eric quickly ducks to avoid, stunned and thinking to himself, is the lightning bolt useless? Beskop continued to wield his sword, determined to fight to the end. He immediately raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips, quickly casting a spell to blow him away. But all of them are useless. Elk felt a sudden panic in his heart as the whirlwind was also much weaker. Are all magic outside the ice system weaker because of the sealing curse? Do I have to obtain the seal in its system to use them? Eric thought helplessly, assuming so, but is it really easy to cast the sealing curse? No, it's extremely difficult, he muttered. Unlike the ice mountain full of ice energy, it can't unleash all its power in the middle of the city and consumes too much mana. At this moment, Eric clenched his hands together, still focusing his magic, his thoughts continuing to echo, but suddenly they were unleashed, rushing straight toward the opponent. The man immediately raised his sword, hurriedly blocking the attack. The magic stream on the sword quickly weakened, the light dimmed, and then disappeared. Suddenly, the two hands clenched tightly together, eyes shining, and a feeling of joy filled his heart. There is indeed a way! Just after Eric's shout, he quickly leapt back and ran away. At the same time, a stream of magic swiftly shot towards the enemy. Seeing the danger close, BC roared in anger and blocked it. His sword clashes with the ice bullets, a shrill, ringing sound echoing non-stop. B-Cop keeps swinging his sword, quickly deflecting the incoming ice bullets. Eric also did not show any weakness, continuously launching magic attacks. He couldn't dodge in time, and his hands immediately started bleeding. Beskop angrily raises his finger again, ready to strike the next blow. Eric closed his eyes tightly, his whole body focused to the maximum, gathering his spiritual power for an explosive release. He and his subordinates quickly charged forward, his voice full of anger. "Enough playing around. I don't have time to waste with you guys, so I'll end this here." The Scop's voice continued to echo, saying he would kill you all. But after a moment, when he saw no reaction from his teammates, he was stunned and turned around. "What?" Beskop panicked, sweat pouring down his face as he realized his body was gradually freezing. Just a light touch of the ice poison would turn him to ice instantly. El sneered, "Your mistake is blocking back instead of rushing in to fight." The whole body trembling with fear.
"I've never heard of a curse like that before," I reply calmly.
"What are you surprised about?" Eric said smugly.
"I just added a curse to the ice spell."
The first squad leader really is the dumbest of the bunch. He shouldn't have just sent us.
"I admit you're very skilled, but you'll soon regret messing with us."
BC chuckled coldly. "You will soon die at the hands of the captain." He coldly said, "So that's him?" Eric, furious, unleashes all his spiritual power and delivers the final blow to the one who plotted this. He was stunned, eyes wide open, mouth agape, completely overwhelmed by the sight before him. "You won't be alone on your way to hell." Eric's eyes flickered with murderous intent. "I will send him down to meet you soon." Then, a deafening explosion erupted. In that moment, somewhere else, Simonen's voice rang out. "Seize it." The man was surprised. "What is this?" He knelt on the ground, sincerely explaining that it was a scroll containing a 6th-level fire spell circle.
"And we escaped because Beskop held him back." But Simonen continued, "The Green Wolf team is the swordsmanship of Lord Pao Quello. You will be the next Green Lion. You can't just run away with your tail between your legs. We can."
He continued, "Run until your feet are blistered. Set fire, and if that's not enough, burn yourself and run away." Simonen's face showed a cruel expression.
"Even if the young lady dies, it doesn't matter. Use your life to burn this city down." His voice echoes into the sound of explosions.
"We are the noble blue wolves, your Pao's ace in the hole. How can we bow our heads and run away like cowards?" Those words reached Eric and me's ears. "Run away. Run until your feet are red, and set a fire. If necessary, use yourself as bait." He grins smugly as he looks at you. Simonen's voice continued to ring out. "Even if she died, it wouldn't matter. Even if she sacrificed her life, she would turn this place into dust." Mi-Fi grinned mischievously. "It looks like they're about to do something crazy again." You turned around in surprise. "What? Why?" Eric quickly concentrates his spiritual power, scanning and searching for the remaining members of the elite Blue Wolf team. He suddenly soars into the sky, dust swirling chaotically. "You're furious, grinding your teeth and cursing, you bastards," Mi-Fi firmly said. "In this world, the only species capable of surpassing demons in manipulation is humans." He shouted in criticism. No matter how civilized they pretended to be, their true faces are always the same. Eric rushed forward, scanning everywhere, his face full of worry. "Currently only 3 blue wolves remain. I can't see anyone else. What's more dangerous is that the magic secret is in their hands." A thought flashed through his mind that it had to be at least a 6-circle spell. Just a small mistake, and the whole city would turn to dust. On the other side, Simon grinned triumphantly, waiting to see how they would stop this. At this moment, Eric saw him, his mind tangled, sweat beading on his forehead. Simon raised his book triumphantly, a smug look on his face. It's all too late now. Suddenly realizing there's an ambush, he spun around. At that moment, a flash of a figure suddenly lunged at Simon, then his arm was cut off, blood spraying everywhere. Eric frowns and says, "On the mountain I had a suspicion, but I didn't expect you to be so fearless." A moment later, Isabel appears, clutching her sword. "How dare you steal what I gave you and run away?" "It seems my A+ grade crafting skill is pretty impressive after all. That silent manual really is effective." She suddenly sensed danger approaching and instinctively looked up. Simon charged at Isabel with a fierce knife. "Die now." Immediately, his body was frozen solid by your spell. "Ice cold," Eric sneered. "Seems like you tried, but you're going to die anyway, so what's the point of tiring yourself out? Why the attitude? You just raised your hand and got all tense. You're already ugly, and now you're even more disgusting. I'm tired of this. Let's end it." He smirked. "Do you think that's the end?" Eric exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Simonen continued speaking.
"Have you forgotten about those two? Let's go back to earlier, when you were still focusing on your magic."
Eric's eyes scanned the square, not missing a single corner. Simonen recounted, "When you were still circling here with me, my subordinates had already prepared everything." He excitedly declared, "Even though I lost to you, our green wolf ace of the Lord will never be defeated."
Simonen exclaimed excitedly, Your wizards are too careless. This place will soon become a hell filled with vengeful spirits.
He smiled and said, I've stopped them. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. What? Eric asked.
Did you just say I should use the magic I am most proud of?
You remember the moment passing by Simonin, holding a scroll, standing proudly on the rooftop, looking down. At that time, Eric had noticed something unusual, a slight smirk on his lips, everything just as you predicted. Immediately, Eric unleashed a barrage of ice bullets that shot out from his side, taking down the remaining enemies. You see, don't you? His face turned pale and bloodless upon hearing Eric's words. Even your trump card is gone, Simonin muttered in despair, unable to believe this was real. It had to be a joke. Then he tremblingly turned to Isabel and begged, Please, miss, listen to me. If you spare my life, I will definitely speak well of you to him. Pao saw her grab the hilt of the sword and was so scared he broke out in a sweat. We only meant to scare her a little and then humiliate her in front of him. I am the leader of the Blue Wolf Team 3, and I am sure he will listen to me. She interrupted Simonin's apology with a slash of her sword, blood splattering, and warned not to tarnish the family's reputation any further. Immediately, his head dropped to the ground with a thud, eyes still wide open, unblinking in death. Isabel slumped to the ground, nervously apologizing. I was too impatient. He immediately knelt down and asked Han if she was okay, saying I was planning to hand him over to you from the start. Are you hurt anywhere? Even though her whole body was trembling from the cold, she forced herself to reply, I'm fine. Eric is worried. Her body must be in shock. Just wait a moment. Then he quickly uses his spiritual power to warm her up. Isabel softly called, Eric? He immediately replied, I'm here. She hesitated and begged, Can you spare a blue wolf? Isabel recounted that she never once expected the knights from a family that had never wanted to be associated with someone as useless as her. Even if they respect Isabel, that respect is only because she is the daughter of the Green Lion. That's all. As for the Green Wolves, they sometimes show respect to Isabel, but mostly they don't. They always stare at her with cold eyes. In those eyes, there was only contempt. However, Isabel remembered when her father was imprisoned, he wondered, why was I allowed to live? Bao replied, because we want to send a message that now those green wolves are afraid of her. Isabel firmly told my uncle that he would never become a green lion. Eric stood silently, staring at her. Of course, to be precise, they are actually afraid of him. Right now, Isabel is filled with deep thoughts, if I also had power. The endless thoughts echoed in her mind and her abilities. Isabel clenched her fists and silently made up her mind. I can't let this happen. I have to be stronger. Complaining about fate is useless, she thought firmly to herself. I must overcome this weakness to gain strength. Suddenly, he softly asked, Where will you go now? Isabel smiled. I will go to the place where my father is nurturing his future plans. Eric exclaimed in surprise. Do you want to expand your influence? Yes, she nodded. I will ask old acquaintances who once owed my father for help. You're encouraging and making a wise decision. No one dares to approach the Green Lion. These words inadvertently touch Isabel's hidden feelings. Yes, because the Green Lion is there. She silently looked at the person in front of her, but if her father doesn't wake up, it will truly be a fierce battle. If Eric helps us, maybe, but the lion must not be involved with witches. Isabel remained silent, and besides, I owe Eric too much already. I don't want to rely on him anymore. It's time to say goodbye. Suddenly, he handed over a stack of papers and said, Take this. She reached out to take it and asked, What is this? Documents, Eric said calmly. I apologize for the abruptness, but I heard that the illness the Green Lion has seems similar to a blockage. I wonder if it can help in any way. You're smiling with squinted eyes, but that's the medicine for the illness. Isabel was stunned, her eyes wide open, exclaiming in shock, What? Then the two quickly examined his wounds, frowning and trying to suppress the pain. What do you mean? Chen was surprised. It's morning sickness. Eric raised his hand, a warm magic flow emanating to heal S's injuries. He spoke up. I would like to introduce myself. Isabel was stunned. Let me introduce myself. My name is Eric Minger. His next words stunned her, her eyes wide open. I am from the Minger clan. Eric proudly lifted his head and clearly stated his identity. Duchess of Radiance. Isabel gaped. Radiance. That is the title bestowed upon Eden Minger, the Lord of Twilight Magic. The title was bestowed after his great victory over the demon race, symbolizing his shining bravery on the battlefield. Although the title is just a title, just the name of him is enough to create a symbol of glory. The Radiant Archmage. She asked, curiously. Do you mean the person still in a coma at the Royal Magic Hospital?
But I heard that person has.
You cut in. I can't explain everything in detail, but I did suffer from a blockage before. And now Isabel looks panic-stricken at the scattered papers in her hand. Now Eric calmly continues.
What you're holding in your hand is the medicine that helped me recover. The Green Lion's condition seems similar to this illness. Maybe it can help to some extent.
Your voice continues to echo. Isn't it true that you want to repay the old grudge? It would be a shame if the Green Lion didn't witness that scene. She was stunned, her heart heavy, silent, and speechless. Suddenly, tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks. Isabel choked back tears. How could I possibly repay this kindness? Eric gently stroked her head, his eyes full of comfort. It's okay. He smiled shyly, and later I will ask her again to repay this kindness. The sunlight shone brightly upon them like a beacon of a new, hopeful beginning. The boy gently looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes full of affection, tears streaming down her cheeks. So that I can repay you in some way. This time I will call you Rick. Oh no, Lord Elk, Isabel suggests. Do you want me to help you become a hero? At the same time, in the ruined and chaotic square, the atmosphere was noisy and tense. A hurried voice shouted, "Move aside for the patient." Someone else shouted, "Hey, come here and give me a hand." Mi-Fi asked nervously, "Is it okay to reveal my identity like this?" He didn't answer, only silently pondering that Pao would do everything to find him. Eric thought to himself that he had killed many of Pao's blue wolves, and that he was definitely someone who hated losing intensely.
Anxiety rose in my heart, and my magic is very special. If I tear apart the academy, my identity will definitely be exposed.
So you might as well prepare for the act because your secret will be exposed anyway. In my mind, I thought that helping the Lion Mage would be a good step toward restoring the Mingor clan in the future. Mi-Fi is not convinced. Not only have you gained too much fame, but you've also paved a solid path for yourself in the future. I thought you were just good at magic, but everyone is calculating behind the scenes. Are you leaving now? Won't you stay a little longer? Eric politely replied. I've caused enough trouble for everyone. It's time for me to return to my life. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you. If you hadn't eliminated those bad guys, we probably would have, Before he could finish, another voice suddenly spoke from behind, making him startle and turn around. You've been through a lot. I don't know how to repay you. Eric frowned. Why do you look so guilty? I told you I am just doing my duty. The man quickly introduced himself. I am Chen, a knight of Queo, and I will never forget this kindness. You frown and complain, saying there's no need for that. Mi-Fi sighs. This guy only does that for future love. Eric silently screams in frustration, then asks, what do you plan to do from now on? Chen, I will respond immediately. Even if the troublemaker is Pao Queo, it is still the fault of the Queo family. I have no hesitation in expressing my intentions, so I vow to help everyone here until the very end, and then I will go to meet the young lady. Mi-Fi sneered, so their family wants to win the public's favor while covering up Pao's major scandal. She looks innocent, but is incredibly cunning. Eric spoke in a low voice, only uttering a brief word. Responsibility. His subsequent words made him fall silent, his gaze gradually turning cold, as if he was contemplating something profound. That is the responsibility of a noble. At this moment, everyone has gathered to see off Eric. Someone exclaimed, "Thank you, sir." Wizard. A child looked up at you with admiration and exclaimed, "I want to be a wizard like you when I grow up." The person next to you waves and says, "Come again next time. Thank you very much." Everyone was filled with emotion and gratitude, and waving goodbye. Mi-Fi is furious. That damn excuse is just a cover-up. Eric walks slowly, his shadow gradually disappearing into the bright sunlight. He mutters to himself, now it's time to meet Din. The scene shifts to the director's office at Eden School, where Din is so furious he's speechless. The old man points forward and shouts loudly, I told you to go get the excavation rights for me. Even if the Nearester family tried to block the way, what the hell did you do? River stammered in fear. I'm sorry! Din angrily questions, Please, Nearester, why does he dare to block the way of the mentor? I will never let him set foot in the academy again. The old man growled, We must get it at all costs. Even if we have to bribe the press or pay off officials, we will find a way for me. Following the order, he left, the door slammed shut, leaving Din sitting alone, frustrated. Staring intently at the newspapers on the table, Din gritted his teeth and growled, Damn it. Immediately, magic erupts and burns the pile of newspapers. The old man mutters to himself, 3 days left until the principal election. If I don't have the authority to excavate by then, I'm doomed. Soon, they turned to ashes, as if they had never existed. At this point, Din was gradually regaining his composure, but his heart still churned inside. You didn't realize you've been standing there all along? Could you repeat what you just said? His lips curled into a twisted smile. The old man glanced at them with a cautious look, and his voice continued to echo. So, you finally want to cooperate? El has finally arrived at the capital. In the magnificent castle and bustling streets, bright lights illuminate everywhere, but behind the glamour, what awaits him is not only a splendid capital, but also countless dangers lurking in the shadows. At this moment, Din coldly said, You plan to make me the principal? How do you intend to help me get promoted? Cat Diem Tin replied, Everything is ready now. I just need your agreement. Have you made your final decision about cooperating with us? Old Van, how can you do something that even we can't manage to do? He said irritably. Since you no longer trust us, it seems we don't need to negotiate with you anymore. Din, huh? Your dark eyes stare fiercely at the other person. You're not the only candidate for the principal position. Din quickly clarifies. I trust you. So what do you want? He calmly asked. It's simple. Support us. Siesta, right? Those provocations. Isn't that much simpler than what you actually want? Principal? The old man pondered for a moment before replying softly. Is that all? The shadow of his figure flickered uncertainly, and he spoke excitedly. That's enough. His cold eyes flash with a fierce glint as he smiles with satisfaction. At the same time, whispers began to spread throughout the capital. Kim asked softly, Have you heard? What did you hear? He hurriedly continued, Lecenter is just a small city. I heard that recently the Green Lion family has caused a lot of chaos. Chip frowned and said, Is it just because of internal conflict? The fact that those lions openly use violence and don't care about ordinary people isn't uncommon either. Kim whispers, You don't know yet. This time many people died and houses were burned down. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, That's so cruel. Kim excitedly continued, but then a wizard appeared and wiped out the entire bunch of bastards. Chip was stunned. Is there really such an amazing wizard? Who is he? Eric sat squeezed between the two, his limbs stiff, sweat pouring down like a shower. He excitedly continued, According to rumors, he is quite a handsome young man. I heard that from now on he will be called the hero of Lecenter. You're obsessed with Philip, with that mocking tone. Since we arrived in the capital, all we've heard about is you. Those guys really go crazy over those so-called heroes. Eric chuckled with a grimace. I'm also hungry after being back in the capital for so long. Why are you talking like that? I already told her to drop this matter, but she keeps making a fuss. Suddenly, you remember what Isabel said earlier. Do you want me to turn you into a hero? You were startled and blurted out. She has an idea. Her voice continues to echo. There's nothing better than having a heroic story to boost the public's favor. Isabel confidently said, I'm sure this will help you. That reputation will benefit you a lot in the future. She smiled confidently and gave a thumbs up as a promise. Of course, thanks to that, I will also establish a solid position to put pressure on my Uncle Paukeo. Back in the present, Eric silently wondered, Will this really help me, miss? The whispers and gossip keep going, leaving you speechless. Don't stay silent. I hear he even saved that fragrance-free flower. The daughter of the Green Lion almost became a princess consort. Oh, I wonder if those two are dating. So what will happen next? I heard the Crown Prince still likes her. Have you heard about the hero of Lecenter from the Western Three Stars? I heard he's heading to the capital. I wonder who it could be. I heard it's a shame for a prestigious wizard family. Eric quietly sighed. They're turning a hero story into a love story. He quickly got up and left, secretly praising her, but she really is incredibly skilled at reading the situation and creating the right moment. Whether it's about heroes or love stories, they both serve to promote one's name. Eric muttered to himself, I should go somewhere else to eat. You relax your muscles carefree, not noticing a figure watching you intently from behind. Eric secretly thought it would be great if I had Isabel's talent for reviving the family. I wonder if she has reached a safe place yet. You turn back and softly call out, Wake up, Mi-Fi, let's go somewhere else. Before he could finish speaking, the man charged straight at Eric. He was stunned, his heart pounding. He's here! He throws a powerful punch. Eric quickly stepped back to avoid it just in time as the magic burst out in a dazzling blaze, leaving everyone stunned. What's going on? Someone on the other side said in confusion. Did a fight break out? Someone exclaimed in surprise. No way. Could that Paukeo guy really still dare to cause trouble in the capital? Then he shouted, Everyone back up! In the thick smoke, the man threw a punch directly at you. Eric crouched to dodge, then looked up, his heart tightening. The scent of mana, his eyes cold, his voice rising. You dare to dodge too? Looking at the opponent's fist, Eric said coldly, It's been a while, hasn't it? It seems you're taking this joke a bit too far, the man shouted angrily. Do you know how many terrible things I've gone through because of you? If you still have a conscience, you should go to the capital to reconcile and at least get punched once. He grits his teeth, his voice full of hatred. Don't you think so? That damn traitor's face is all veins from anger. He screams, that man is the third son of the Narrister family, the one who punishes Eric for his ingratitude. Please, Narrister. Suddenly a scream rang out. Oh my God, look at who it is. You raise your hand to stop him. My wonderful, adorable friend. Zin, he angrily scolds and curses. You damn son of a bitch. What's going on? The person next to them reassures. It's just a friendly greeting between friends. Then they sit down at a table in the corner, politely asking each other for favors.
After wiping your ass, I can't rely on someone whose morals are beyond saving like you. Mi-Fi quickly appears.
I like this friend of yours already. Eric takes off his shirt and fights.
If you can't be saved anymore, why don't I buy you a beer? He sneered. Are you still freeloading off me now that you have a proper family? Get lost.
This is the last time. That damn bastard. What is your relationship with the daughter of the Green Lion? He quickly explained. It's okay. And these guys aren't the type of relationship like that. He waved to call the waiter. It's okay. Count me in. I'm not easily fooled. Please point to the menu. We want a glass of iced tea and a run of beer. A plate of caprese pasta with cured meat is gone. Although smiling kindly on the outside, Elang was cursing himself inside. That bastard. He must have sensed the different mana aura from me, but didn't ask a single question.
You're probably waiting to reveal it yourself.
I asked in surprise, why do you look so serious? You're nothing like him, just complaining. That's disgusting. Please don't do that anymore.
He agrees and criticizes. He's right.
Your expression is really disgusting. Just point at the food and urge it to come out. Eat before it gets cold.
You're showing off and making a face.
What do you mean by disgusting? You haven't been told lately that you're handsome?
Just a reminder, you still haven't paid back my punch.
Eric looks serious.
Besides that, is it really okay for the play being prepared to go exactly as you instructed in your letter?
What if you lose everything because of this? He gently shakes his glass of water and says in a deep voice, Don't worry, right now there are only two things that matter to me. Drag that bears who tried to kill him into hell and witness the mighty resurrection of the Mbinger family. He firmly declares it, and I will make both happen at the same time. All right, he nodded slightly. I will continue preparing what you requested. Then suddenly he remembered something. His eyes filled with shock as he realized how much he had suffered because of it, and he hurriedly looked around in panic. Damn it, that's bad. My witch family must have heard those rumors too, Eric casually asked.
The witch, that one over there? Just be afraid and trembling all over. That's right.
After hearing the rumors, that crazy dragon fanatic must have gone completely insane. I feel a rising sense of worry inside. Our plan will be ruined. The scene shifts to the grand mansion shrouded in darkness, creating a silent and mysterious atmosphere as hurried footsteps suddenly echo. The promotion order has been sent to the academy already? Hanabi reports nervously. Yes, it has been transferred to Dinbarex, the Elemental Magic Institute. Tassa snapped angrily. How could he let this happen? Get him to the hospital immediately. She coldly turned back. And Hanabi, give me a brief report.
Yesterday there was nothing but mockery of that monster in the papers, and now everything has changed.
He hesitated before answering. Why do all the newspapers write like this? Hanabi gently flipped through the newspapers. Dinbar, you have received the promotion order and have regained your wings. The order to postpone the appointment of the Academy's principal. The Narrister family's statement regarding the promotion. The pressure expected to fall on the Hisogram family. Tassa remains silent. Even if the Hisogram family puts pressure on us, Father won't overlook this. What about the request? He hesitated. The young master didn't give any specific response. She was so angry she was trembling. What did you say? I frown in frustration. After loudly claiming it was your friend's friend, now that guy is silent. Magic quickly erupts around me. I will change our destination a bit. Hanabi nervously avoids. Yes. You still don't understand? The promotion order isn't ours nor the Academy's, so how dare they deceive us? Should I go meet those scheming and cunning bastards? The principal of Eden Academy, even though it seems like just a normal head of a magic school, holds a very significant and powerful position. Not only is it on the same level as a marquis, but this title also carries great influence in the academic and political circles, comparable to the owner of the Hagram Tower, the Grand Mage Knight of the Empire, and many other titles. The Star Witch, the honorable position for Eden Marenberg's heir, today is the day of the principal's selection. Inside the large auditorium of Eden Academy, someone was speaking clearly from the stage at the center. Thank you all for traveling from afar for the future of our academy. As you all know, discovering the Dragon Pearl's lair may not happen again. And I, Barex, am present at the center of this historic event. Just as he was confidently declaring, If you choose me, I will establish a system that allows us to continue discovering extraordinary things, someone from afar bitterly shouted.
He thinks the academy is already in his hands, while other candidates haven't even arrived yet.
That person is none other than Shin. But at this moment, he's a bit worried, grinding his teeth and wondering, can Eric handle this alone? As he says this, he involuntarily recalls his conversation with him. Eric, the approval rate from Director Barks is way higher than that. I know you have a detailed plan, but bribed supporters won't work on them. While Shin was still speaking, Eric suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, well, then they can do whatever they like. As Shin's memories ended, Lolly approached to congratulate Din. That was a great speech. The principal, convinced by him, happily burst into laughter. I haven't been chosen yet, so why are you elevating me like this? I will follow Siesta's wishes. Even if you don't behave like this, don't worry. And with that, he quickly and subtly shooed him away. Since the other candidates are speaking, please speak later. La also quickly said, I will trust you then. As soon as he left, Din revealed his true arrogant face and muttered to himself, yes, you will become the principal, so there's nothing to worry about. I never intended to help you from the start. Inside, he was filled with contempt and mockery. I will soon stand shoulder to shoulder with the master of the Hagram Tower. Why would I help a group with no foundation like you? He just doesn't know. While the old man was lost in his own thoughts, Lowly at that moment had a look full of danger. Crushing you all will be as easy as flipping a switch when I become the principal. His smile grew wider, filled with a sinister meaning. Returning to Shin, as soon as the host finished speaking, he immediately fell into contemplation. The speeches of the 7 candidates had ended. The voting will start soon, so please be seated. Look into the space in front of you, as Eric quietly worries. The spot he's looking at is the empty seat in the middle. Just then, a sudden sound echoes from somewhere, and XH is surprised to see something.
Below the stands, a familiar figure strides in confidently. When they see the red hair, the heads of the noble families are a bit surprised.
Sister, why are you here?
You don't know where this is? Lady Narister, this is not a crazy camp.
The voting seat is only for the leaders of Hesagram. She fearlessly and directly retorted him. Why do you think I don't know?
I know very well. Because I am attending on behalf of the Narister family head, I believe I am the rightful one.
Tassa sat down confidently in the vacant second seat and responded very calmly, fully aware of what was about to happen. Seeing her like this, I suddenly felt uneasy and panicked inside. How does she see herself? No way. Does she know something? To avoid further noise, the host quickly spoke to calm everyone down. Please pay attention. I want to announce the voting process before the selection begins.
I suggest everyone sit down and remain silent. You all should have received this magic stone.
You can view the candidate's information using this stone and vote for one of the 7. The results will be announced once everyone has voted. As soon as he finished speaking, Din, feeling extremely excited and eager, muttered to himself that he had been waiting for this day. His promise could attract the attention of anyone involved with the academy, and might even give him a chance to collaborate with the Magic Tower and with the royal family. And not only that, I have already discussed with all the selection representatives, so everything is settled. And based on the actions of the selection representatives, Din was absolutely certain it was decided. After the voting period, Riv also spoke up. Now I will announce the results. Except for the votes from the Mbinger family, the most voted person is the one whom Din eagerly awaits to be called at the decisive moment. Just as Riv was about to give the answer he desired, a voice suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a mysterious person in a black cloak appears out of nowhere. Seeing that person, the entire audience suddenly became noisy and confused. They were full of suspicion and questioned who dared to interrupt the sacred selection process. Only I seem to know who that person is. I exhale a breath of delight. Not only she, but it seems even Shin knows how to cheer. Step forward. Eric? As soon as he finished speaking, the person who was just called revealed their identity. The head of the Minger family, Eric Mbinger. From his words, Din's entire body involuntarily broke out in sweat as a noble duke and a chosen representative. Eric took off his hat and cloak, smiling charmingly, and said he was here to exercise his small but important voting rights. After his introduction, the entire hall started to become chaotic.
Eric!
The other nobles exclaimed in shock. The shame of the noble magic family. They are confused and bewildered, questioning what is happening. What's going on? Isn't he supposed to be in a coma? And of course, Riven was also surprised, trembling as he called out your name, Eric. Under the constant flashes from both sides, he calmly walks straight toward Riven as the paparazzi keep taking non-stop photos of Eric. You seem satisfied with this reaction and smile softly.
At that moment, Din, who thought he had secured victory, was trembling with fear and sweat. How did this bastard get here? Before the other nobles could react, the other students started protesting loudly. Intern Eric, what's going on here? How dare an ordinary intern cause trouble at the principal's selection ceremony?
Hearing what they said, you slowly spoke up to protest. Do you look down on the laws of the Empire?
At this moment, I am no longer an intern at the academy. As the black cloak disappears, Eric, dressed elegantly, declares that I am a representative of the Empire and a candidate in the selection.
The empty seat in the middle is MBER's seat. Isn't the owner of MBER allowed to congratulate the new principal?
At this point, there's no choice but to force a strained smile and ask Han.
Although I am glad that Minger's health has improved, I wonder why you acted that way when the voting had already ended. While he was still speaking confidently, unfortunately, the vote was over. Eric quickly interrupted to announce the Eden Academy selection rules, Section 2, Clause 2.
He looked directly at Riv and read aloud with suspicion about the candidate before the end of the selection ceremony.
As he spoke, Eric headed straight for Din. The election could be held again if the majority of members agreed. Seeing your action, his eyes slightly narrowed and his eyebrows furrowed. Eric brushed past Riv, patting him on the shoulder once, and said, I am the Marquis, Eric Minger. As he spoke, Crumpip, Buppu. The crowd seemed to hold their breath, tension revealing the candidate for principal, Bar. Eric smiled charmingly, but with hidden danger, revealing he was disqualified as a candidate due to suspicion of fabricating important documents and plotting to assassinate the Duke of Light. In the quiet of the hall, he calmly responded without hesitation. It seems you don't understand the seriousness of what just happened. Can you prove that I am a criminal? He calmly retorted to him, because since you are participating in the election as a representative of the prestigious magic family, we must follow the proper procedures, as you said. Then Din immediately signaled to the others to inquire, My dear election members. The old man looked up at the High Council and subtly asked, Do you all follow Eric's unsubstantiated words? Lord Mbier, do you? Although on the surface he tried to appear calm, inside he was extremely shaken. Eric Mbinger, he seems to be hiding something, but no matter what you do, the outcome will not change. Looking at the calm and confident state of the council members, I silently think to myself, how dare you mess with me? Kid, I will show you what politics really is. After a long moment of silence, the old man, feeling satisfied, turned to Eric with a taunting look. So I don't think anyone agrees with you. What will you do now? In response, you remain very calm. Why are you so hasty? After hearing what I said, he decided it's not too late. Hearing your words, he chuckled and replied, You insist on spouting those insults in the middle of the Sacred Nine Heavens election. But before Din could finish speaking, suddenly the old man's voice rang out from somewhere, causing him to freeze. Do you really mean there's a dragon's nest there? This is a magic orb emitting a recording of Din's voice. No, we have to deal with Elk as planned. Keep his magic relay as a keepsake. Seeing that object, the old man stiffened slightly, and that voice was from closely examining the image on the orb, with Din secretly exclaiming in amazement. From that moment on, after playing the recording, Eric began to reveal the truth. Contrary to what the public believed, Director Barks did not assist in Director Narister's great discovery and mine. Instead, he wanted to destroy me and steal my family's heirloom. Based on what I said, sweat beads formed on Din's face. Does anyone still believe? Eric looked at the others with a deep, commanding gaze and asked, Are my words still baseless accusations? Master Din quickly retorted with his trembling voice, No, he is blaming me. How dare you deceive everyone with dark magic? Hearing that, Eric found it ridiculous to be accused of deception. How could I have tricked a 7th Circle mage? Hearing this, Din was a bit incredulous and confused. Are you saying I belong to the 8th Circle of Magic? At the same time, the spectators watching for a while start to murmur and discuss loudly. That's right, an ordinary complicated spell can't fool everyone here. It's even more laughable that a patient with a ceiling disease could belong to the 8th Circle of Magic. They seem to doubt what they've heard and are speculating. So the director really tried to kill the Count of Spirit Light? And of course, Deanne is currently extremely panicked inside. That crystal ball is the thing I gave to Riv when I ordered him to kill that guy in the hideout. How can he keep this? Just as he was confused and at a loss, a hiccuping sound suddenly reached his ears. He glared at the figure emitting that sound, cursing under his breath. You bastard! At that moment, Riv tried to suppress his hiccups and reminded himself, now that the election council members are having an important discussion, please remain silent. As his words ended, he cursed inwardly with anger and resentment. Damn it, Riv. How dare you betray me? The time rewinds to Shin and Elk's meal at the restaurant, with him resting his chin on the table in boredom, revealing,
That's right, we caught a suspicious person wandering around the hospital last night. Reven. Hearing this from him, Eric was very surprised.
Really? That bastard Barks probably ordered him to do something again. Poor guy. I gently shake my head and say no, but this time it seems like he has something to say. He said he had something to give you and would wait until you woke up. Surprised by this answer, Eric was a bit pensive. Really?
And Riven's actions were driven by a loud, angry voice shouting at the school at that time.
Find a way to take it, even if it means using the press or bribing the higher-ups. That voice belongs to Director Din. His head was full of veins as he pointed and ordered them to find a way out.
His anger made Riven so scared that he ran outside.
But Din still shows no sign of stopping and keeps going on and on.
Those bastards keep bothering me, I know.
Even that damn Riven is useless. These continuous words of contempt from him made Riven so angry that he clenched his teeth and trembled. And at that moment, he couldn't bear it anymore and rushed away, which turned out to be the key to Eric's plan. You smile happily and wave your hand as if greeting someone. Luckily, Riv kept a piece of evidence safe.
Of course, the evidence I have is enough to destroy Barks, but this makes it easier. And the person you waved at was Riven. He was momentarily startled and waved back without realizing that Eric was a bit puzzled by his actions.
But why did Riven record the conversation just in case? Maybe saving him from the hideout was worth it. And that's not all. He continued to accuse Din of other crimes. According to the law, the ownership of the Dragon Lair dungeon belongs to the person who finds it first. But Director Barks claimed the right to exploit it without my consent. The more he listened to your accusations, the wider the old man's eyes opened in horror. So not only was he sentenced for plotting to assassinate Duke Tin Kwang, but he also tried to steal the Minger family's heirloom and the rights to exploit the lair. After listing all of Din's crimes, Eric turned to the council members and made a proposal. I am not only demanding the disqualification of Director Barks from running for office, but also that he be punished for his sins. As soon as you finished speaking, the council members started to chatter nervously. What should we do now? Do I even need to ask? Without the right to exploit, Director Barks would be worthless. At this moment, the oldest man in the council suddenly asked about his concern. But Elk, I can sense the mana within you. Are you no longer under the seal? Hearing the old man's words, the others realized the problem and followed suit. I also heard that he was in a coma, but he seems to be fine. Someone even hinted at asking me, the representative of the Nerister house, if I knew anything. What's going on? Her response was in a completely natural state. I don't know if the person related to the Minger family representative is my younger brother, and it doesn't really matter, right? Although the evidence is clear, Din still refuses to give up and keeps trying to argue. I am sure that the crystal ball has been tampered with. I'm sure that when I analyze it, the truth will come out. The old man gritted his teeth, desperately trying to salvage the situation. Damn it, if this keeps up, the principal's seat will disappear along with my head. I just keep denying and begging Siesta for help. Just as he was confused, a strange sound suddenly echoed from somewhere, attracting his attention. Din looked at the couple in front of him with confusion. Lai Hu Li. Why is he standing next to Shin? Only now does he realize the problem. As Lazuli put on his glasses, his true identity was revealed. That bastard is none other than Kak. Shin's gang returns once again to the scene of the restaurant. Shin feels a bit helpless expressing it. Anyway, Kat is really struggling because of that. He relieves stress by playing with Barks. Eric quickly retorts, calling me cunning, but how could that be? And that Siesta guy isn't that bad either. As the curtain fell on the act, Din looked at Elk's triumphant smile with anger and resentment. Did you plan everything from the start? Did Baresta get deceived by such a scoundrel again? Immediately after, Eric turned to look at the election committee, startling them all. The members of the election party looked respectful, as if everything had been settled. He ran his hand through his hair and smiled brightly like the sun, announcing, "We can hold a re-election now. Does anyone want to buy the position of principal?" A while later, the new election results were in, and the newly elected person was standing on the podium giving a speech. Thank you for entrusting me with the noble position of principal of Eden Academy. At this moment, Mi Fai, the head of the Minger family, shows a hint of disdain and criticism. I have no words left. I didn't expect you to be so blatantly deceitful. Are you brave enough to stay, or are you leaving? Eric replied with a carefree smile. If it weren't for moments like this, how could I get my share? I have to postpone the academy patrol and my scholarship program. What do you know? And then, are you just going to leave that human like that? He looked very ashamed. Eric seemed to realize who he was talking about and exclaimed, "That bald old man." Sorry, did you hear my radio broadcast? I didn't mean to send it to you. Sorry about that. You still belong to the 7th Circle of Magic, even though you're bald. Being able to hear my radio is amazing, but why didn't you say anything? You can use the radio, right? Despite your endless chatter, Din just silently looked at you with a furious gaze. Well, being able to hear it must mean you're pretty talented. I understand. He didn't understand it because of talent. It was only when Eric's mocking words became too much that he finally understood. Was it because he was bald? And that pushed Din to his limit. He immediately recited a thunder spell that struck where you were. Furious with rage, he unleashed his power and shouted, "You little brat, how dare you mock me!" Seeing this, the people in the audience screamed in panic. What's going on? Director Barr, they all panic and scream as they run away. And Director Din seemed to be blinded by hatred, a satisfied smile on his face as he gritted out, "Die." Faced with this dangerous situation, Eric was not afraid, but looked up at the lightning with a gentle smile. And then the lightning struck down on him, causing a deafening explosion. Eric calmly looked up at the lightning, a faint smile forming on his lips, then used his marked hand to cast a spell. Immediately, a magic circle resembling ice blocks assembled itself in midair, blocking Din's attack. Seeing the blinding light before them, the election witnesses became stunned. They gawk in amazement, unable to believe it. Looking at the barrier above their heads, their confusion and curiosity only deepen. Who is the one blocking the 5-star spell circle? But Din shows no sign of stopping, and he continues to recite the spell, preparing to attack again. At this moment, a sudden sound of something jumping echoes through the air, and a familiar figure rushes straight toward Din to face him head-on, leaving the oldest elder in the council utterly stunned. They exclaimed, "The person from La Center, he can block a 6th-level lightning spell." Then the others realized who he was and said, "Wait, this person." They looked at Eric with awe as he landed on the ground and exclaimed, "How can a cripple from the Thuat Tin family use magic?" Eric looked up at Din with a slightly amused smile, quietly calculating. "I thought the old man was older and would be easier to deal with, but he's still a 7th-level mage, so it'll take some time to handle him." I looked at the person attacking me and thought to myself. However, as Elk's thoughts flowed, a pair of hands raised and snapped their fingers. I think he has forgotten where he is right now. Ding! Immediately, a pillar of fire appears out of nowhere and strikes directly at the spot in front of Elk to block Din's attack. Staring at the blinding flames before him, Elk confidently declared that if this old man kept acting so irritating, someone would eventually get fed up and take him down, and from within those dazzling flames, a giant pair of wings gradually appeared. Following those giant wings, I proudly stepped forward amid everyone's amazement. The phoenix is a magical firebird. Seeing her, Elk's eyebrows slightly furrowed, the youngest 7th-level mage capable of summoning a phoenix. While he was lost in his thoughts, Tassa seemed to sense his gaze and subtly glanced over. I don't know if Tassa's sister is involved in this, but the battle will start right now. Thinking so, a powerful voice loudly declared that all his actions would be considered acts of terrorism and punished accordingly. Din barks. Following that sound, the people from the great noble families and the black-clad individuals immediately appeared to block Elk. Stop right there. Heightening their actions, Din instinctively froze in Elk's cry, "Oh, 6 noble houses and esteemed ones." It seems Riv also didn't expect this move, so he was a bit surprised, followed by a series of loud noises and shouts. The owner of Mbinger has been attacked. Quickly capture BX. On the other side, Mei Fei looked at the black shadow lying on the ground with a bit of helplessness. I don't know if calling myself the Demon King is correct or not. The figure he sees is Eric's battered and wounded body. If you were born a demon, you would surely become the new Demon King. Hearing me, Fai's words, a faint smile played on his lips. Don't you recognize him? Eric looks at Din, who is tightly bound by chains, with a satisfied expression. This is the fate of those who stand in my way. Time passes quickly, and after that day, the bustling town was filled with whispers. Did you hear anything about what happened at U.S. Academy? About the commotion caused by Eric Mbinger, the one who's in a coma? What can a bastard of the magic family do? That gossip is from a fancy restaurant only for gentlemen.
No way! Do you even understand who Eric Mbinger really is, you fool?
What are you talking about? Under their curiosity, someone quickly got to the point. I heard he was the one who saved La Center. Huh? Dean Barres was expelled from the academy, then arrested and charged with murder. He was surrounded by reporters, constantly being questioned about the matter. And Eric Minger, Eden Minger's grandson, a mage defending the Demon King. The image of that day, his battered hands emitting a faint residual magic, appears in their eyes. They just don't understand how he could cure illnesses that are considered incurable. Could it be that he discovered some secret when he entered the Dragon's Cave? Eric Imbier causes the Nearester family to face appropriate punishment. The scene shifts somewhere else, where Shin, holding today's newspaper, reads aloud clearly. The Mbinger family is gradually regaining its honor as a hero has appeared, despite being mocked by many.
But it wasn't long before he got angry and complained, "Why the hell do I have to read this stuff to you?"
Eric pitifully pouted and said, "I'm a patient, and the spot bark's hit still hurts a lot." Hearing that, Shin immediately got furious and scolded. "Don't be afraid. You are just good at pretending to be a hero. Don't you see my guards suffering so much?" Just as he said outside the villa, the reporters are pushing and begging to meet Mr. Eric Mbinger Nerister. "Please open the gate, we have the right to know." And they look at the person stretching comfortably in front of them, complaining. "Those journalists should know the truth about this island's missile. You're just playing petty tricks. But now you've become a legend in people's mouths. Where did you learn those things?" Eric carefully stepped down from the bed and replied calmly, "You think I've just been playing around these past few months?" At Lacenter, the lioness's daughter. At this point, you suddenly hesitated and your face gradually turned red. Immediately after, Eric suddenly refused to talk about it anymore, making me want to get angry. I don't care. But he temporarily set that aside and asked about something else. "Also, you don't plan to cause any more trouble, right?" Eric didn't hesitate and replied, "I don't know. Shin just felt a bit helpless and told me he didn't know what you were planning to do." When he heard his next words, your eyes flickered slightly. "But let's leave that for now. My father wants to have dinner with you." Shin Winterester's father is a 9th-level mage, a great wizard with immense power, and also the head of the Nerister family that leads the magic tower. Even Eric's grandfather wants to take him as a disciple. This person is a genius among geniuses, and neither Elk nor Mei-Fi can say what they saw. Their mouths agape and trembling. "What the hell, you're really a bastard. Only Shin stays calm and clueless because it seems he's used to it." "Huh? What?" Eric still trembling, he replied, "I know you're very rich. If I had known it was this impressive, I would have stolen all your love long ago." He really is a spoiled rich kid. In front of them is the main house of the Nerister family. Facing Eric, he reluctantly exclaimed, "Is this really a house?" "It must be a whole city, that's right." As he spoke, he gradually imagined himself standing before a gate leading to a mysterious otherworldly place, realizing that this is the Nerister family estate along with the magic tower, the place he must go. Elk's eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes full of determination, ready to smile with amusement. Then he slowly took each step forward, murmuring about overcoming a certain day. At this moment, Eric and Shin are moving inside the castle. Suddenly, he remembers something and says, "Oh, right, your sister is also there." Hearing that, he paused briefly and asked, "What? Why are you only telling me this now? Please give Haiji's letter to your brother." "Do you know how busy I've been lately because of you?" "You should have contacted her earlier." Eric took the letter and tremblingly opened it to read. "My dear little brother Eric, I hear you're planning to go to the Nerister family estate. Don't cause trouble for them until I arrive, and get ready." And at the station, a familiar figure arrived and hurried to the destination, carrying a huge suitcase whose contents were unknown. And on the Nerister side, when Elk reads the last line, his face turns pale and drenched in sweat. He will die. He bows his head in despair and cries out, "It's over! I'm doomed!" Seeing you like that, Mithai could only sigh. "It seems there is a demon king among the Mbinger members that I do not know, because that person is making you, worse than Satang, tremble with fear. Please stay by his side and encourage Eric quickly. If he doesn't cause trouble, she's like an angel. Have you completely forgotten that she worked herself to the point of nearly dying just to get you into the academy?" Hearing this secret from him, Mei-Fi had even more reason to poke at you. "I know, but the problem is with you. Of course I am grateful to her, extremely grateful, but if you saw her true nature, you wouldn't dare say those words." At this point, you suddenly stop and look towards the approaching person, still criticizing, without noticing the danger coming closer. "Come on, your sister is better than my sister." Do you think that old woman was called a witch for no reason? While he was busy complaining about his sister, her personality completely changed after everyone praised her as a genius, and you still can't see her as a real person. So I suddenly stepped closer with a friendly smile. "You believe I once said I would give you a really tough beating, right?" Hearing her voice, Shinli's eyes immediately showed fear. "If you wanted to be beaten that badly, you should have just told me." And then, after the sound of something cracking, Tasa took the lead. Eric gratefully thanked her. "Thank you for helping out with the principal election." Right after saying that, he immediately turned to mockingly ask to grow up. He pouted and retorted, "I don't want to hear that from you." I don't know if they're teasing each other, but they politely say, "It's nothing. You should be able to handle everything yourself. Am I right?" Hearing that, Shin finally voiced her question. "But why would such a stubborn lady do something like that? Could it be that you're interested in Eric?" Before she could finish speaking, Tasa subtly hinted to him. That last punch was too weak? He couldn't help but protest loudly. Are you really going to act like this in front of your friend? She replied with a completely calm expression. Oh my God, who was the one lying to you earlier? Just then, Eric suddenly saw something, and his eyes widened in shock. Then he disappeared into thin air just as Tasa's warning rang out. Once we pass through Lam Vu Chan Kung, we can reach my father's place. There are traps set, so stay alert and carefully follow us. It's very difficult to escape from here, even for a 6th Circle mage. It wasn't until then that they realized you had disappeared. At the same time, Eric was standing bewildered in a completely white space. What is this? Tell her to come out. Where did you two go? Eric hurriedly runs around, trying to find everyone as the darkness gradually surrounds him. Where did that crazy bastard run off to? Surely at a time like this, he's no use at all. After running for a while, Eric suddenly realized something. Where am I? In front of you is a large amount of magic forming 2 rings surrounding a black hole in the center, like an eye. Magic has reached this level? Is the Nearester family that powerful? All the elements are filling this empty space. Eric stares intently at the center of the eye, assessing. Some parts are strong, others are soft. Some are sharp, and others are thick to the point of pain. They may seem like different magic elements with nothing in common, but they blend together at one point thanks to the wind element. After a moment of surveying the surroundings, his eyes widened with desire as he thought to himself, I don't know where this is, but as long as there's research, I can make it mine. Just then, a huge cloud of smoke suddenly appeared behind him and spoke. You're looking at something pretty interesting, kid. Eric jumped in surprise and looked back. Is someone watching me? The man who just appeared behind the smoke asks again, do you know what you're looking at? Or maybe you don't know what it is, but you're still looking. Hearing the old man's blunt words, Eric felt like he was hit right in the heart and muttered to himself, I was indeed lost, but looking at someone else's magic without permission is a mortal sin. If they are controlling this space, they must be at least a grand mage who has reached the 7th circle of magic. What should I do now? The mysterious man saw that you remained silent and chuckled a few times. Can't you hear what I'm saying? I'm sure you responded back. Can't you hear me, kid? Eric just ignores the old man's words and tries to calm himself down. Honestly, this is Nearester sister's fault for not guiding me properly, so I have no reason to be questioned. I'll pretend I don't know anything and get out of this maze. But it seems that person has figured out your intention and shouted out. Are you planning to ignore this old man and run away now? I can hear the gears turning in your head. Hearing this from the old man, Eric no longer hesitated and immediately cast his magic to hide himself. Before this action of yours, Augustine's follower was stunned and confused. The old man slightly admired your intelligence. Could it be that inside the fog, you used it to hide by exploiting your own mist? Thinking about it, Augustine suddenly muttered with a hint of admiration. Yuden, you died too early. But it seems you left behind quite an interesting child. After escaping the old man's surveillance, Eric continued wandering through the endless space. If it weren't for that elder, I would have already decoded it. But unfortunately, I might get into big trouble if I stay here any longer. As soon as you finished speaking, a sudden shockwave erupted, and the one responsible was Augustine, who had been watching you all along. He created a gust of wind that lifted Eric into the air to play. Things were just starting to get interesting. And you were about to leave already? Because you desire something that isn't yours, you have to pay the price, right? At the same time, outside Nerester's house, Shin anxiously urged us to move quickly. What should we do now, sister? We have to tell father. Before he could finish speaking, someone appeared and spoke. The Lam Vu Chan Kung opened. The person who just appeared is the head of the Nerester Winerester family, and he looks angry as he questions. What on earth happened? I saw him trying to call for my father, but quickly correcting himself. Father, the Lord is not here. Hai doesn't pay attention to him and continues questioning. Aren't you going to guide him properly? He hurriedly looked for a reason to answer his question. He disappeared before we even stepped through the entrance. Hearing this answer, Hui's eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. He disappeared before entering the palace. And then he looked at the mysterious magic circle in front of him, confidently asserting that Uncle had a hand in this. Hearing that, Shin was completely surprised and confused, wondering why he would do that, while W, feeling a bit helpless, sighed and muttered, the man's condition must have worsened again. Seeing that, he mustered all his courage and quickly suggested, we can't just stand here watching. He's a guest visiting the Nestor family under the title of Lord M. Binger. Before Shin could finish speaking, Tasa quickly interrupted to praise her. You're really adorable. Surprised by her unexpected compliment, he stiffened a bit. What? I slightly smirked and replied softly that yet he made your younger brother, who is even more indifferent to his own family members, worry this much. But her eyes and words carried a slightly dangerous look, an aura of fierce energy from this generation. Even now, I am even more curious. Seeing this expression of yours, I feel a chill down my spine. Who was the one worried? Surprisingly, not only her, but a W also said the same thing. I'm also curious. And his words naturally made Tassa furrow her brows, her eyes glinting coldly. He feels a bit guilty and secretly sweats nervously as he listens to every word the new Lord of Mbinger utters. At the same time Y speaks, Elk inside that inner space is struggling immensely. How prestigious is the wizard family with a position comparable to a master of the magic tower? Immediately after the loud explosion, Ellis's thoughts quickly appeared, calling me Phi, the car, and that old man. You grit your teeth, rubbing your palms together to spark flames, muttering angrily at all the old people around you, then quickly raising a barrier to block the avalanche, frustrated with yourself. You're all crazy. After setting up the defenses, Eric looked at the scene in front of him to calm himself down. Calm down. First assess the situation. The mana here isn't limited to just one attribute, but the Narister family is known for their wind attribute. In other words, he only uses the wind attribute to shape other elements. The hot wind carrying the fire attribute turns moisture into steam, while the gentle breeze gathers in one place to create fog. And when the cold wind carrying the ice attribute froze the fog, the strong gusts penetrated to stop its movement. But after some analysis, he still couldn't find a way. If that old man is strong enough to control the wind to that extent, creating a storm would be nothing for him. Did he also shape this mountain out of wind? But that did not dampen Eric's determination. Even though he didn't intentionally hurt himself, he was provoked to decode the part he hadn't finished earlier. Eric also feels it at Le Center, but apart from ice magic, all his other magic is very weak. Eric will use Augustine's method to transform the mana flow in wind here with his own mana and ice magic. And if you go deeper, to reorganize the mana flow, connecting the soul's speed and the seal to reduce mana waste. Thinking of this, he involuntarily remembered the movements during his fight with Hanun. At that moment, he had accumulated mana in one of his hands and, following his previous plan, released a massive amount of magic like a volcano erupting. Isn't it possible to use other attributes with my ice magic from that point on? Ending the memory, returning to the present, Eric still stands firm before the battle as the wind blows through. Then, he began to channel his magic, and suddenly a beam of light appeared in front of his chest. Eric slowly extended his hand forward despite the fierce wind blowing from behind. And then a blue light, like a blazing flame, burst forth. A large amount of ice magic was unleashed from Eric's marked arm. Not only that arm, but the other arm also unleashes its power. Together, the energy from both arms forms an infinity symbol. The light emitted by Illis's magic illuminated the entire area, and also dispelled the dark, smoky mist. And then, a mark resembling the one on Illich's hand immediately descended from the sky. Seeing it, Augustine eagerly and excitedly called out, "Minger?" As the darkness gradually fades, the shining light and the proud silhouettes slowly appear. And then Eric returned to the real world, leaving Narister's sisters in stunned amazement as they both stammered in shock, calling out Eric's name. It seems almost unbelievable. A 6th-tier mage needs at least 24 hours to break free. I quickly responded to what he said next. Even I needed 4 hours and 52 minutes, but you only need 46 minutes. Unlike the surprised faces of the two others, Mei-Fi looked a bit scared. Not only that, but his demon ring seal level had increased to 5 stars. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "That was a high-level magic that impressed even me, but he not only deciphered it, but also stole it and developed it to this level." Seeing them like that, Eric felt a bit sad and sighed. What's wrong with everyone? Why doesn't anyone ask if I'm okay after almost dying? Just then, someone stepped forward to praise him. Amazing. Y excitedly exclaimed, "I should go to the new principal election. I just heard a few days ago that your congestion illness is gone." He saw the large amount of mana flowing through your body, revealing that you are already at the 6th circle of magic. Hearing that, he exclaimed in amazement, "6th circle? Really, Eric?" And Tassa was heartbroken, sighing in disappointment. Did my record get broken by my younger brother? After a moment of reflection, he approached and shook hands with W, saying sorry for the late introduction. I am the host, Mber. Eric Mbinger also happily returned your greeting. I am the master of Narister, Winarester. Please forgive what you have just experienced. I'm sorry you had to face such an unfortunate situation unexpectedly. Hearing this from him, Eric politely replied, "There's no need to apologize. It was a good experience for me. Thank you for understanding. So, even if it's a bit messy, welcome to the Narister family home." Seeing the warm welcome from those before him and hearing Shin's urging, he gently curled his lips into a slight smile. "Let's go, Eric. Your mother and sister are waiting." But then suddenly he lowered his head and muttered, "Family?" That expression isn't one of disappointment or boredom, but of emotion in Ellis's eyes. He immediately responds happily, "Yes, I'm here." At the same time, in the Kuei family castle, Isabel looked at the man sitting on the bed in shock and exclaimed, "Father?" She happily ran over and hugged Han, crying loudly. "Dad," he gently hugs Isabel and consoles her with a kind smile. "Is it true that a mature young lady like you still acts like a child?" Then he releases her, gently pats her head and asks, "Han, how could you wake me up?" "The doctors couldn't cure my illness either," Isabel replied, wiping away her tears. "If it weren't for Lord Eric helping me, I wouldn't have made it." Hearing his name, Herman exclaimed in surprise.
Eric. After Isabel recounted everything, Herman happily burst into laughter.
"Indeed, a prestigious magic family," she agreed with his words and added her support. "That's right. The Minger family has always been the light shining through the darkness." But then suddenly she panicked and shouted, "Why is Dad suddenly going somewhere? Shouldn't Father rest a bit more?" Hum calmly adjusts his outfit in front of the mirror and says, "How can I prioritize my health right now? If I have such talent, I must find him no matter how far across the continent I have to go." And as he spoke, he donned his majestic armor because in this decayed world there is a child as righteous as him. Hum's smile, like a blazing sun, declared, "Isn't that even more reason for me to go?" In an instant, the scene shifted quickly to a high place where someone was sitting, looking at the corpse before them. Then he signaled to Han, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "The killing of Lam Long, Isabel's escape." He gripped beneath the carved lion head armrest of the chair and said in a gruff voice, "He was cured and Lam Lang came back to life, then exploded right before my eyes. Was it all caused by that wizard?" Han quickly spoke up to follow him, sure that he had cast a spell on his body. Hearing that, the mysterious person who seemed a bit familiar continued to question. "And what about him?" He hurriedly answered, causing his body to tremble slightly. "He is traveling with Lam Ung and seems to be trying to contact Eric Mbinger, who is currently at the Nearester family residence." Receiving an answer from Han, he found it a bit amusing. "Lam Ung didn't attack me immediately, but first summoned his distant brother. And that mysterious man was none other than Pao." The man sneered with contempt. "Master Lam, you must have become weaker." Without hesitation, he immediately ordered his subordinates. "My brother and that damn Mbinger are not allowed to meet. Kill him as soon as he leaves Nerester's place." Pao's sharp eyes seemed to bore into Hen as a warning. "Don't forget that I haven't killed you because of that little trick you have." Under this subtle warning from him, he clenched his fist until the mark on the back of his hand glowed with a magical aura and responded, "I will remember this." At the same time, Eric was standing in front of a magnificent and grand castle. The blazing sunlight shines down on the walls and towers, highlighting the majesty and grandeur of this place. "Please proceed slowly, I urge you. Let's go. Your mother and sister are waiting there." He softly replied, "All right." Behind El Mayfile, heavy footsteps echoed, as if these legs were still unfamiliar to him, growling and cursing under his breath. "You bastard! Are you even human?" Hearing this, Eric quickly whispered in concern, "What do you mean? Is he a demon?" "Me?" Phi shook his head, "No." He wondered, but if he was just an ordinary person and not a binger dreamer, how could he have reached that level? Mifai continued without referring to any non-human creature. "You sigh in relief and mutter, 'You scared me.' Do you think humans just sit around for thousands of years while you're sealed away?" Eric began to point out the other lords of the Magic Tower, the great Lion family patriarchs, the Royal Intelligence Agency, and the Revolutionary Army. The Beastmen Alliance opposes. Hi, there are quite a few of them. "So do you think that's why people say this era is full of monsters?" he wondered. "So you're saying that not only the Golden Lion, the strongest in the continent, but there are many others as powerful as him or even stronger?" Mifai chuckled happily, "So it seems there's another reason for my great dream to awaken in this era." At this moment, the magic slowly emanates from him, a savage life where countless monsters devour each other to become the king, and then that power erupts fiercely. And the chaos and disorder they bring. My joy comes from defeating everyone and walking in victory. Mifi is very quick. They are already in front of a room, and he keeps talking non-stop. I must push you as hard as possible to regain your strength as soon as possible. Seeing Eric completely ignore him, Mifi got annoyed. The adults are talking to you. As he stepped inside, he saw his mother and two younger siblings waiting there. Suddenly, my sister pointed at our brother and shouted, "Mom! Mom!" This idiot dropped the food again because he was looking at Eric. The boy yelled in frustration. "What? Stupid? How dare you call your brother stupid in front of Illich?" He frowned irritably and shouted, "Can you two be quiet?" Mom gently smiles and softly reminds you, "Why are you so noisy in front of Hero?" La Center, Haven't I told you that good children should be quiet during meals? The well-behaved girl replied, I did say so, I will be good. The boy also agreed, I will be good too. The scene in front of him reminded him of his childhood. Haidai pouted. Why do you keep teasing me? Do you want to be scolded, Eric? The boy snapped and told on his mother. Mom, this stupid girl keeps trying to hit me. Didn't Mom say not to argue during meals? When Dad defends the kids, they have to be a bit mischievous. Honey, you keep talking. I will be the first one you teach when you become a great mage, little sister. Dad told Eric that today he has to read 100 wizards' thoughts he must have. Eric objects. No, today I will play with Dad. Hey, today I'll also leave Eric with you. Eric fell silent, his eyes filled with deep sadness. Suddenly, his mother's voice called out, bringing him back to reality. Is the food not to your liking? Eric was startled. Really? You answered so quickly. No, it's very tasty. I'm just a bit dizzy from how delicious it is, she said with a caring tone. I'm glad you like it. I was worried we weren't being hospitable enough because you looked so sad, so I quickly served a big plate of noodles for you to eat. Of course not. My eyes sparkle with joy. Having dinner with others is a very happy thing. After the meal, they moved to another room to chat. Hot tea with a pine aroma was poured generously. Y said, I heard you will transfer the exploration rights of the hideout to us. Eric nodded softly. Yes, I have owed that favor for a long time. He took a small sip of tea, his mind filled with countless thoughts, while the boy's scrutinizing gaze was fixed intently on the man before him. In the end, Y revealed his long-held secret feelings. Do you hate me? Hearing these words from him, Tasa exclaimed in panic. Sir? I frown, remain silent, and take a small sip of tea to hide my embarrassment. Eric understands the collapse of Mbinger. It's impossible for a family with a 1,000-year history of winning battles to become like this overnight. That truth is deeply ingrained in his mind. The oppression of the royal family, the political manipulation by the 6 Hesagram families, and the betrayal of those who trusted them all happened under the guise of politics. And if he asked whether I hated them, I wouldn't know. Eric answers straightforwardly, I don't. Everyone has their own circumstances. You know that the Narrister family did not contribute to the fall of your family. They just can't help because of political reasons. I could blame them for just watching. But would I have the courage to do something if I were in their position? Mephi mocks. Why would a common Narrister be so cautious around an Mbinger? 1,000 years ago, the 6 Hagram clans were no different from flies buzzing around Mbinger's tail, and since both were clan leaders, they were on the same level. Eric whispers. Well, arrogance alone can't keep me alive. It's not really his fault either. Minger lost his power a long time ago. He was truly surprised by someone who lives for power like him. Is there any reason for you to go this far? You're opening up, and even if it's your friend's house, this will be the place I will overcome someday. I need to confirm what kind of people the sorcerers and their lords are. Then, Y suddenly suggests, tell me what you want. That statement made Eric become guarded, his eyes full of suspicion. Y affirmed that the Narrister family would fully support the Minger family. You are stunned and scream. What is it? His voice continued to echo. Don't worry too much about it. It's for the right to explore and also a gift from me to my son. Mephi sneered. So he's also a formidable guy. Is he trying to use this opportunity to get close to you or to help the struggling Mbinger family? Eric retorted. That's good for me. My foundation will be stronger if the Nestor family wants to support me. But I believe other members of Hesagram and others will try to stabilize the Nestor family if they support me. He continued. Why would he want to help the weak Mbinger family even if it might put him at a disadvantage? I have no idea what he's thinking. Tasa hesitated slightly, her eyes widening a bit. Master, then what? But at this moment, a powerful aura was released from an unfamiliar figure outside. In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed, and the ceiling suddenly had a large hole. They looked up in shock at the scene before them, as golden rays of sunlight shone through the hole and illuminated the entire room. Elk was stunned inside. How could this be? What kind of madman would do this to the Narrister family's house? Very quickly afterward, the stranger slowly approached. When you saw that guy, you were extremely terrified, your eyes full of rage. A thought that he couldn't believe arose in Eric's mind. He clenched his teeth in anger, secretly thinking it was that person. His eyes shone brightly as he coldly declared, Become my disciple. Eric recalls hearing that his father was so greedy for wealth that hundreds of people lived in the main house as guests rather than vassals. And the true power of the Narrister family lies in the Elder Council, fighting alongside those monsters. That explosion drew the attention of everyone in the castle. The elders quickly gathered. Seeing the figure before them, Dong Thun shouted, Elder, this is the master's study. This action is very disrespectful. Please step back immediately. Your voice continues to echo, and the leader of the Elder Council is the great master who taught all the mages of the Nerester family. White Mage Augustin Nerester. Eric is a strong person, perhaps even stronger than Winterester. Augustin admits his mistake. Oh no, I was too hasty. Please forgive me. Lord. Win suppresses his emotions and tries to stay calm.
This isn't good. What brought you all the way here? The old man decisively pointed at the boy and said, As I said, I came here to make that cheeky kid my disciple.
He calmly introduces himself, saying, You are talking about the one standing next to Shinsao. He is one of the 4 dukes of the Empire. Eric interrupted politely and introduced Duke Mber.
He emphasized his background as Eric Mbinger.
Eric bowed politely in greeting. Greetings to the leader of the Nerester clan elders, Master Augustine. It seems that Mifai's brewing conspiracy is about to fall apart. You stammered and frowned in confusion, asking what you were doing. Then Augustine spoke up and asked if you recognized this old man.
How could I not recognize the great elder of the Nerester family? My late father often mentioned you before he passed away. He said that if our family had a pillar like you, it wouldn't collapse so easily. He wondered why.
But your father has nothing to do with me, Eric replied casually. That's nothing unusual. You're quite famous after all. Augustine sneered. You have a sharp tongue. The cunning kid smiled insincerely. Isn't that why you want me to become your disciple? I'll take that as a compliment. Thanks. Then the old man made the offer again. Clever kid, now that you know who I am, it's easier to talk. So will you become my disciple? Eric refuses. How could the head of the Mbinger family become a disciple of the great master of the Nerester clan? I truly do not deserve such an offer. Please, Your Excellency, withdraw it. Augustine trembles with anger as he questions you. Isn't it true that you were taught by my Lam Vu Chan sect? I only learned that by chance when I escaped, so please understand, Eric said sarcastically. After taking my magic without permission, and wasn't it you who caused me trouble first? Elder Yuan, these words made the rage inside him flare up. Please continue speaking. I really can't listen anymore. Augustine shouted angrily. Be quiet. Immediately, a surge of magic erupted fiercely beneath him, illuminating the entire room. Augustine shouted, You must obey your elder's words, right? His words leave Eric stunned. You talk too much. In that moment, a dazzling light shone down, making Augustine's body look truly majestic and heroic. The scene before him left him in shock. Is it a starry night sky? Then Eric was stunned to realize no, it's too white to be a night sky. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy shot straight into Eric's neck, leaving him stunned and thinking rapidly. Teleportation? No, Eric muttered. It's just physical movement. This isn't a speed a mage could achieve. In an instant, he lost all awareness as the old man swiftly grabbed Eric tightly. Amidst the blurry magic, although you could see him being taken away, there was no sign of any reaction. Augustine happily laughed and said, You are mine. Then Eric was taken away, leaving everyone in shock. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you just stand there when your friend was kidnapped? Please explain.
Sister, don't you understand what kind of person Eric is? That bastard caused my early death,
she exclaimed in surprise. Why the card? Answer quickly. He's just a fool and at the same time, Mayfie sneers. You've left me speechless again. It seems I have another successor victim. You're really brave to choose that old monster as your master. The magic lines vanish as if they never appeared, and he says, No, to be a pawn. In another place, Eric slowly opened his eyes, the faint light filtering through his eyelids, making him frown. The heavy sensation enveloped his body, and Eric blinked, trying to make sense of everything. Augustine's figure loomed before him. You're awake. Eric sprang up instantly, quickly creating distance, eyes wide with surprise. What the hell is that? Suddenly, I felt something was wrong, I whispered, softly. Eric lost his balance and tilted completely toward the cliff. In that dangerous moment, he rushed forward. In an instant, Augustine grabbed your collar, his eyes fixed intently on the person in front of him, and he warned sternly, Be careful, Augustine softly said. I almost lost my first disciple in 90 years of my life. Eric glanced at the deep cliff behind him, secretly thinking he had decided to bet everything to fully exploit him because he was the great master of the Nerester family. But I can't believe he kidnapped me while I was pretending to be doing my own thing, just to make him find a reason to take me as his disciple. Am I sure I haven't messed with the wrong person? Eric's whole body trembled violently as he silently reassured himself. Stay calm for now. The mana moves, but after waiting for a while, nothing happens. You're surprised and think to yourself, why your mana isn't moving at all? As if you've gone back to the time when you were blocked. The old man praises you. It seems you've figured it out. Your senses are truly sharp. Eric is angry. What did you do to me? Augustin gently soothes.
All right, I'll tell you the details after you leave. Don't regret it. Do you see anything down there?
As soon as the boy finished speaking, the old man let go. I didn't see anything. Augustine stands above, his cold gaze looking down. Then go and see for yourself. Everything happened so quickly that Eric couldn't react. Only now does he realize in horror that his whole body is falling freely. That damn old man. In that split second, Eric tries to stay calm. The magic instantly gathers in his hand. At this moment, the swirling magic beneath his feet lifts Eric into the air. He finally lands safely, but Elk's story is far from over. The giant darkness threatens Elk with its fangs after he visited the Nerister family and was enlightened at the Lamvu Chan Palace. Meanwhile, Paul, who missed the chance to become a Lam Mage due to Eric's interference, sent the leader of the Lam Lang team, Hen, to prevent Lam Lang, who had awakened, from meeting Eric. Meanwhile, Eric was kidnapped by an insane old man and fell into a dangerous place with his mana sealed. Augustin doesn't care. Let him fall into danger and enjoy himself. Eric grits his teeth in anger. That damn old man. Mi-Fi immediately appears, sarcastically saying, "So you finally found a worthy opponent, huh?" The boy asks in surprise. "Mi-Fi, how did you get here?" He replied casually. "Finding you is as easy as turning my hand. Do you realize how important I am yet?" Eric desperately begged for help. "Forget about that. Save me. If I die, you will die too." It's so? What can I do to help you now? He immediately demands you to teach him the seal of the true sin so we can escape from here. He suggests, "You think you're fooling who? Your mana is blocked. You might as well use the mana in the air." Hearing that, Eric focused instantly, and a gentle magical aura wrapped around his body. He immediately absorbed that flow of power. After Eric's scream, it spirals violently. Mi-Fi roars in triumph. "You got fooled once, didn't you?" That power was so great that it pulled the earth and rocks toward it, with each stone rushing rapidly toward him. Soon after, a devastating explosion occurred, shaking the heavens and earth. From within the thick dust, the pitiful figure of Elec appeared. A thought crossed my mind. I'm really lucky I almost died from the mana seal. It feels like being clogged up. Eric, exhausted and panting, ignored that and wondered where he was now. I know the terrain of the entire continent, but there's nothing like this. Similar to the Lamvu Chan Kung. Suddenly, Augustine's voice rang out. "This is the Lamvu Mekong. The Lamvu Chan Kung is just a part of this place." He continued and said, "I have sealed Na's mana, but you still draw mana from the air to cast magic. Looks like I've chosen quite a talented one." You snapped in anger. "I almost lost my life." "Why did you do that?" "You said you wanted me to be your disciple." Augustine continued speaking. "And I still want to, but I won't teach you anything related to Nerister." "Like you said, I can't teach you the Nerister family magic," Eric wondered. "So what exactly are you trying to teach me?" The old man said slowly. "Even though I am the leader of the Nerister Elder Council, I am also the principal of a school called Grassland." Augustine explained that its magic is passed down to only one person and has nothing to do with Nerister. "I guess you won't have any objections to learning it, will you?" The boy pondered. "Ras what? I've never seen it in any history book before." Suddenly, Mi-Fi uttered a name that made Eric startle and turn around. Rasland. He remained silent, unable to believe it was still active. Those bastards are really persistent. You look surprised and ask, "Did you hear about it already?" "I've never heard of it," Mi-Fi replied immediately. "They come from the West and are a major nuisance while we are still active. They use martial arts instead of magic." Eric is curious. His father keeps asking questions rapidly. "They were active 1,000 years ago in the West, that's all. But what is martial magic? Is it similar to the martial arts of that master?" He frowned and replied slowly, "It's also similar to a fighting art that uses a flow of mana as a foundation to strengthen the body." Mi-Fi asserts that basically it teaches you what you need most. Right now, Rasland is a school specialized in harmonizing various types of magic, so it's perfect for balancing the chaotic mana within you. He sneers that even finding your master is lucky. The world really isn't fair. These words fill Eric's heart with joy. I don't know what to do with all the chaotic mana inside me, but this is definitely good news. So this is why that old man sealed his mana. Endless thoughts raced through my mind. I can't believe I have the chance to learn perfect knowledge for myself without being caught by the Nerister family, and there's no better opportunity. "So you will teach me the martial magic of Grassland?" Augustine replied. "You knowing about martial magic, even when there are no more records of it, continues to amaze me." The old man's subsequent words immediately made your body tense up, eyes filled with suspicion. "In that case, let's get started," Mi-Fi explains. You're in the territory of the blood wolves. They are 3 times stronger and larger than normal wolves. Augustin cautiously reminds you, I'm sure you know that the martial magic of grassland is taught through real experience, right? So the old man speaks coldly. Survive. In just a moment, countless fierce wolves burst out from the mountain crevices. Eric shouted in panic, "This crazy old man, you're sealing my mana, what am I supposed to do?" Augustine said nothing more, only silently stood there observing. At this moment, behind him, a man had been standing there for some time. "Boss, do you think it's okay to keep watching? From what I hear, he's just a rookie who has only been learning magic for half a year." Augustine confirms. "You're here, he's truly a rookie in experience, but not in skill. Oh, thank you for lending me those ruthless ones. If they taste that human's blood, it will cause a big problem." Seeing the bloodstains all over Eric's face, the man worriedly thought, isn't his disciple in trouble? He carefully warned that he would die if things continued like this. Inside Augustine's heart, he was sure that he would overcome, and he exclaimed, "Just watch!" At this moment, magic swirled in Eric's palm, a faint light beginning to spread out. The magical power exploded as he delivered a thunderous punch to the savage face, shattering its fangs and splattering blood into the air. Augustine exclaimed proudly, "Isn't it what I told you?" The old man's voice was full of excitement, and he was very different. Augustine's eyes sparkled with pride. "I believe he can pass my test and fulfill Grassland's wishes from the past year." Suddenly, his voice grew serious. Augustine asked for help, but he was still too weak. The old man continued, "GT, you will have to step forward as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Even the Imperial Secret Service cannot uncover all their identities. Their actions align with the Tower Masters' magic and alliances, and they exist solely to free the continent from the brutal rule of the Empire, the most notorious terrorist group, and the former leader of the Revolutionary Army." He nodded in agreement. "I will do it because it is your request. That man is the Beast King." He hesitated, but he was very excited to have a new disciple. "That person is Julity Tens." You ask cautiously, "Are you okay with losing him?" Augustine's voice echoes in the dark cave. "This is the territory of the Koklang. They are 3 times larger and stronger than ordinary wolves." After a brief pause of about 2 seconds, the old man continued, "You also know that the martial magic of the grassland region is built on real combat experience, right? Then go and hunt all the Koklang living here." As you gasp for breath from exhaustion, Mei Fi calmly says, "The last time you defeated one was just a luck, but this time it's going to be tough for you, especially in your current state." Although not friendly, he warned them, and they will be more cautious after seeing their kin killed. Now, luck can no longer be relied upon. Hearing that, Eric thought to himself, "Mifai is right, you can only absorb the surrounding energy once or twice. That crazy old man, how could Elk kill these things empty-handed? If only he had the weapon he used on Snow Mountain again. If he had known earlier, Eric would have trained his body more." Wait a minute. Strengthening techniques are about training the body. Suddenly, you remember, that's right, the body enhancement technique is based on experimenting with many factors. The body enhancement technique that Ellic is studying is actually about strengthening the body. It seems like he has found a way to win. So, El just needs to imitate it, right? The body technique passed down by the descendants of King Ho Vuong Quang is a combat skill that makes bones as hard as steel, greatly increases strength, and also teaches the user how to fight using those abilities. Honyan, the king of all monsters, once said that the body is a miniature version of the world created by God. Just like the flow of water in nature, breath and blood circulate through every corner of the body. The human body transforms based on how they breathe and think. And from the thoughts constantly circling in the mind, countless subconsciousnesses are unlocked. Among them, there is a subconscious chosen by instinct. The transformed body will act according to intuition. After mastering the body enhancement technique, Eric thought to himself, I don't expect anything. Just accept this world. Instinct and intuition. A combat skill based on the clash between those two. Thinking of this, Eric carefully observes the beast in front of him. He has no plan or reason at all. Eric only knows that this choice is the right one. The next second, he launched the decisive strike, which was the combat skill of a werewolf. This horrifying scene left Mei Fi stunned. After a while, he kept a close eye on Elk and spoke. This crazy bastard. While Mei Fi was still lost in thought, his terrifying attack charged straight at Kok Lang. Then Mei Fi continued to marvel, how could a human want to fight like a monster? The Kok Lang group also got angry and kept attacking Eric. Just as he was focusing his mind, Mei Fi suddenly realized, wait, but he couldn't believe it and muttered to himself, how could he do it? As Mei Fi finished his sentence, the remaining Kok Lang was completely destroyed by Eric. You keep breathing heavily and exhausted after the bloody battle. Seeing that, Augustine slowly speaks. Just as my disciple expected, you've defeated 2 of them. Maybe I should increase the difficulty of this round. But since you've been struggling so much, I'll give you a hint. You'll see some moss growing in the shaded part of the cliff. Pick them. Before he could finish speaking, Mei Fei cut him off. That old man is crazy too. He must be very excited to see your current condition. Hearing that, Eric angrily told him, "Don't put me in the middle with that old man." After resting, Eric calmly moves forward. Damn it, it seems he's ready to continue the fight. He wants me to hunt down all the wolves, right? With a very confident tone, Eric challenged to see who would win. In a flash, he darted like a lightning bolt into the dark cave. The Cocklang also quickly began the battle. The confrontation between Alec and the fierce wolves continued non-stop, and so 10 long days passed one after another. Suddenly, a question he had asked Mei Fei suddenly came to mind. This is the flower that contains demonic energy, right? And then, his past answer also appeared. Yes. I don't know why it's here anymore, Eric gently praised. So beautiful. Is that red moss? Hearing that, Mei Fei slowly explained that it is a plant from the demon world called resurrection herb. While actively fighting, he continued to reminisce, wondering if consuming it would restore his energy if it contained demonic power. He hesitated and replied, "For humans, it has no effect other than some medicinal properties, but for you, I'm sure you are the one who possesses the seal. No, maybe it will help you strengthen the resilience of the seal. I bet that old man didn't bring you here for nothing. But why did it appear here? Maybe this place is connected to that demon." Holding the flower with no demonic energy in hand, Eric silently marveled that it was indeed a rare opportunity, but he was still angry about how that old man put him in danger. However, thanks to him, Eric was able to increase the resilience of the seal and recover a lot of energy. After defeating all the Lang monsters, he continued to practice strengthening techniques. Although it took quite a bit of effort, he kept moving forward. Eric whispered, "This farce is finally over." When he saw the remaining beast, he curiously asked Han, "Are you the last one?" Suddenly, a curious sound came from its back. The next moment, Eric saw something. "Humans, your feet?" As you were captivated by something, Juliet's voice suddenly rang out. "You've surprised me again. I heard from the Elder that you're the strongest in Eden Academy, but I didn't think you would show such a terrifying display." As soon as he finished speaking, he boldly jumped down from Cock-Lang's back in front of Eric. Despite the stunned look on his face, Junity decisively spoke. "I have decided if you can defeat this Cock-Lang, I will take you as my disciple." From above, Augustine's furious voice echoes down. "The crazy bastard, I don't know when he suddenly appeared so loudly and noisily." Augustine angrily shouted, "Do you know how hard I fought to find that kid, and you still try to take him from me?" This familiar figure surprised Elle, who called out, "Master!" And the next moment, Junity also refused to back down and shouted loudly, "That should be me. Who said that? Do you know how hard I had to work to raise those little monsters because of you, and now they have been destroyed? I will have to go find wolf pups from the southern lands of the dragon within 5 years, feeding them resurrection herbs, and then—" This scene makes Mei Fei openly criticize. "I'm not that ugly, am I?" Eric was speechless too. You can't say otherwise. Immediately after, you spoke up to stop their argument. You shouldn't bother asking for our opinion. Before Elk could finish speaking, Junity eagerly rushed over. "Sorry, I saw such great potential that I got a little carried away." Looking at those wanted posters, you probably already know who I am, right? Do you want to become a disciple of this Beast King? Hearing that, Eric refused without hesitation, surprising him. No. Then he calmly explained, "I may have a quirky master, but I am already Augustine's disciple." Ellis' kindness made Mei Fei find it hard to believe. What's wrong with him? Even Augustine is deeply moved. Aren't you paying attention to their attitudes? So I can't become a tool. Junity immediately interrupted, saying, "He will teach you the eye technique." He smirked confidently. "The technique that allows you to control monsters at will, and also the one that grants me the title of Beast King. You saw me controlling the white tiger and the fierce wolf, right?" Hearing that, Eric quickly changed his face, realizing that having only one master was nothing but a hollow social rule. "I humbly seek your guidance if you don't mind." The firmness of my request only makes Junity more pleased. The Dreambinger tribe members are quite straightforward. I am very pleased. The scene of chaos unfolding before Augustine makes him tremble with anger. Damn that bastard! As if he's too used to Eric. Phi sighs and comforts him, knowing it well. There's no way he knows what respect is. Poor you. Eric happily smiled and said, "So now please teach me the photo." Before you could finish speaking, Junity gently replied, "No." He eagerly issued a challenge. "Haven't I already told you this before? I will take you as my disciple if you can defeat this deadly wolf. Mastery of mana control is essential for those with the eye of the image." Demon magic efficiently uses the flow of mana to amplify the power of the eye technique. It looks like you are supplementing your mana by consuming resurrection herbs. But this is the final test. If you can defeat this one using only magic martial arts. While Judity was still rambling, Eric launched a swift and decisive attack. In just a moment, the beast next to him was struck down. It was knocked away by a simple yet direct punch, a scene that made Augustin very proud and left Judity so shocked she was stunned. Mifai had already foreseen this scene and simply snorted coldly. Immediately after, Eric calmly asked, "Are you done?" Despite being very surprised, he hesitated before replying. "Yes, that's right." After a moment, Augustin slowly approached him. Eric glanced at the old man and spoke, finally appearing pleased. "Are you satisfied now?" After finishing, Eric watched Augustin carefully. The old man didn't answer him, only remained silent for a long time. Next, Augustin gently praised. "Well done, it seems I can finally." Suddenly he stopped and began to concentrate his power around Eric. At the same time, the sky brightened. Augustine also replied, "I will teach you about the hatred of the Dark Chronicle then." Then, they left the cave and walked along the path covered with revival grass. Eric's steady footsteps had already reached their destination. As he arrived at another cave, he asked curiously, "Where are we now?" Augustine immediately replied, "The Dark Chronicle Temple." The answer surprises Eric. "A temple? So you sensed the strange aura here, a gloomy and desolate flow of mana. Isn't this the demonic energy?" Mo-Fi also realizes that there is a demon realm here. Hearing that, Eric was even more surprised. Demons? Demon realms? Isn't that territory only something the Demon King can create? The next moment, he said seriously, "No wonder the resurrection herb, which only grows in the demon world, appears here. Is this energy their territory? But as far as I know, he mainly occupies the eastern side." As soon as Melfi finished speaking, Augustine asked, "Do you sense it?" Before Eric could respond, the old man confirmed, "I am certain a descendant of the Minger clan, the Demon Hunters, can sense it." You didn't deny it, but instead asked curiously why the Chronicle Temple of Darkness is actually a demon realm. Yet Augustine calmly explains that you might know, but the Dark Chronicles come from the distant east, crossing here. Hearing this, Eric silently thought, "Isn't the Eastern architecture a language of the East?" Seeing your confusion, Augustine continued, "The founder of the Dark Chronicles was originally an alchemist searching for herbs in the East. One day, he lost his wife and daughter to a demon king, and finally chased that bastard all the way to the west to take revenge. Because the demon king was very powerful, the founder changed his plan. He not only combined Eastern knowledge with Western magical knowledge without distinction, but also merged the power of demons to become stronger." Then Eric slowly asked, "So you're saying that the founder's hatred has continued until today?" The old man replied, "That's right, it's been nearly 1,000 years. Hearing that, you immediately made a guess. Because you accepted me as your disciple, that means the revenge is not over yet." Augustine calmly denies it. "No, the revenge is over." This answer leaves Eric completely stunned. Is it over? Is it really the end? Who could have done this? As he slowly led the way, the old man spoke casually. "Isn't it obvious already?" Eric froze for about 2 seconds, his eyes wide with horror and terror at the scene before him. After stopping in front of a dark area, Augustine gently finished his unfinished sentence. "It was me." Fimu stands behind him and makes the remark. His background might be ordinary, but he's actually quite strong. I can't believe he managed to capture him. This strange name must be incredibly skilled. His words made Eric fall into deep thought. If even Melfi couldn't recognize the Demon King, he must be incredibly powerful. So how strong was your master in defeating him? It seems Augustin has figured out your question. Well, this isn't something I should boast about to my disciple. The battle that day could have gone in many different directions, so it's hard to say who truly won. That's why, just like our founder, I have set a new goal. I will determine the winner of that battle through a disciple who will someday succeed my position." In Eric's stunned eyes, the old man calmly replied, "My disciple, you will be the one to decide the outcome." "Is he stronger, or are this old man's teachings more powerful?" Eric asked curiously. "Do you mean I have to fight that thing?" The next second, Augustin calmly replied, "Yes, precisely. I want you to fight its seal because you can take the monster's seal, even if it's a human." His blunt honesty made him highly cautious. "How so?" Without hesitation, Augustine gently reassures, "I know what you're worried about. There's no need to worry. Why would a master reveal his disciple's secret?" Nevertheless, Eric remained very cautious, glancing at the old man, while Mei-Fai also pondered deeply. Seeing that, Augustine slowly unwrapped the bandage on his left arm.
All right, since master and disciple must trust each other, just watch. This action of his immediately makes Agility panic and scream.
Listen, boss, about that. Immediately after, Augustine calmly said, "Every wizard has a secret technique they cannot reveal to others. Me too." As he spoke, he threw his cloak aside. "I have it." In an instant, Augustine's strange arm was fully revealed before them. The old man introduced himself with a dark, starry arm. The dark, starry arm is different from the stars that live in the light forest. They live in the dark underground and are followers of demons. Considered demons themselves, they have been wiped out by the Empire. While Eric was still stunned, Augustine slowly said, "You know that grafting parts of other creatures is forbidden dark magic, right? And it's even more severe when it involves a demon." Then the old man put on his cloak again. Besides Agility, no one else, not even Lord Narrister, knew this secret. Now we know each other's weakness. Are you sure? I discovered your secret while searching your body when you fainted, just to make it easier to teach you. But if you don't like it, I apologize. But now that I know you can absorb the demon's seals and activate them, I definitely can't let you go because of this hatred. Like a true gentleman, Augustine calmly leaves the choice to Eric. That's just the greed of this old man. Then from now on, do as you wish. Hearing that, Shuliti and the White Tiger both turned their heads and stared at him with eager anticipation. Even Mi-Fi was curious about Eric's answer. At the same time, Eric fell into deep thought. Greed is just that. Maybe it's simply a desire to be satisfied with something that has already disappeared for him. But isn't greed a sin? Or is it just having a goal? Just like you, my master also has his own goal. How could Eric refuse someone who is pursuing their goal? As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully lifted his foot and moved forward. Eric solemnly clapped his hands together without hesitation, bowed, and made his decision. Master of MBER, Eric Mbinger, greets the heir of the Dark Chronicle, Lord Augustine Narrister, as his disciple. With this choice, El's face looks very relaxed. Augustine also quickly responded with satisfaction. "Thank you, my disciple." Then, he curiously asked, "So I just need to absorb the seal of the Demon King, right? What is his name?" After a moment of thought, the old man replied, "I don't know exactly either. During its journey from the western coast to the Empire, it would appear with a new name each time. But we call it Rage Beast," Augustine said as he glanced at Du. "Rage Beast, Du." Eric calmly repeats the name and prepares to act. Beast of Fury. The scene before him moved Augustine to tears, but he was already ready. "Then I will begin. You tell yourself that even as a demon king acknowledged by Mephisto, if you can absorb the seal of such a creature, you will do it. Will do." Thinking of this, Eric suddenly hesitated. He will do it. But then Eric quickly asked Mi-Fi, "How do you absorb the seal?" Mi-Fi exclaimed in surprise. "You don't seem to know how to do it after all, unlike your earlier confidence," he answered with worry. "If he asks that, how can I refuse? I suppose you mean that demons become stronger by stealing each other's seals, right? Then what should we do?" He grew even angrier at Eric's innocent leniency. "Did you learn how to eat before you started? Stealing seals is just like eating with us, so how could I teach you?" Inside Eric, a storm was brewing. This is bad. Here, the magic doesn't react at all. During the brutal sealing, it happened naturally because suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Could it be? Without hesitation, Eric immediately executed the absorption technique. As soon as he unleashed his move, Du's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Then, the patterns on its body shone brightly, causing the entire temple to tremble. Although Augustine and Agility are feeling completely opposite emotions, they both watch the scene before them intently. The aura of power emanating from Du causes the charms to scatter chaotically everywhere. The dark magic flow quickly approached Eric and surrounded him. Eric remained calm and thought that what he prioritized learning during the training week was not only martial magic or body enhancement techniques, but also how to regulate various types of mana within his body. With a very confident look, Elk thought to himself that he had tested it by connecting the seal of Aelin Thwy-Fap. Just as Eric finished speaking, the scene around him changed, proving it worked. It seems the dark magic flow has led Eric to a strange forest. In this mental world, does he have to pass the test and be recognized like the case of Snow Mountain King? Eric kept looking around suspiciously. Is there something here? If you're stabbing around, there should be insects or birds, but there's nothing here. He didn't think it was just because this was a mental world. The silence was too complete, as if everything had been swallowed by something. After a while, Eric realized there were some spots with the sound of wind rustling through the swamp. The palm leaves rustle. Something unusual is happening. Dim, but intense. There is a hard-to-reach predator here. Before he could think of anything else, he was drawn to something strange. The movement of the surrounding trees suddenly appeared abnormal in Eric's eyes. You keep moving forward but still feel the danger. Is something moving just now? Is it in the forest or in the sky?
Even though I know something is lurking, I can't find any proof.
I can't sense it anywhere. As expected, Du suddenly appeared right behind you. There is an interesting human here.
Previously, Eric became a disciple of Agu, Gustin, and Agility after passing their tests and was tasked with absorbing the Demon King Du after learning dark magic from the Dark Year Chronicles.
But the sharp teeth of the Demon King are aiming at X's neck. Eric faces Du and silently thinks that its shadow and teeth flicker faintly through the rays of sunlight filtering through the leaves, while the rest is endless darkness.
I need to fight like I did against Snow Mountain King. I reconsidered. No, I still don't know how to absorb Du's seal. I should observe the situation first. Maybe there's another way. I'm not sure I can win.
Suddenly, Du spoke. Mingo usually acts first and then reports, but you seem unusually patient. Eric wondered in surprise.
That's not the only strange thing about you.
At the same time, Du whispered that something was off about you. He continued, an ordinary person with a seal. And isn't that the seal of Mephistopheles? And even though you are of a lower rank, you still have another seal. It's a dragon's heart, and you still know how to use spiritual speech? To him, I'm just prey.
Eric considers. All right, go ahead. I'll attack as soon as he does.
Suddenly, Du spoke. All right, as an ordinary human, I wouldn't bother. But then a shockwave hit, causing Eric to stagger back as a set of sharp teeth appeared. Du appears, fierce and ferocious, opening his mouth wide and shouting, "You seem worth it." Du says, "Dream binger, child, keep craving." Eric was stunned. Huh? Keep craving more. Fill your greed and ambition. You find yourself unable to move your body. Then he snarled, "If you do that, you'll see me again." Returning to reality, Eric was momentarily stunned as he raised his tattooed arm. Nephi wondered, is it over? Augustine hesitated as well. I think so. Nephi looked at him and said, that crazy guy actually said his real name. So the seal is this easy to remove? It can't be, right? Nephi quickly solves the mystery for him. That's all he can do because he's been forced to keep the seal from dying for a long time and has reached his limit. He made your body numb to revert to your previous form, and he even gave you a lower seal than the original. You silently thought, he said I will meet him again if I continue to crave. Does he mean I should upgrade this seal back to the original form? Eric asked. You have a new family, Mayfie. Can you tell me his real name? He replied, I won't lower myself to reveal the bastard's name to survive. Augustine suddenly spoke. The real name of Du is the evil god. He continued. His rank probably dropped after losing to me, so it might be quite intense. Nephi sighed. This person is crazy. No one asked him to interfere, and he even knows the true name's value. He must be possessed by someone. Eric silently wondered if he should ask his master if Mayfie refused to speak. But then why did he suddenly? Augustine spoke again with a sinister tone. The old man explained, the seal of evil. Augustine continued. Du Nguyen originally was a demon named Ngu Kui. They are bottom of the food chain and always fearful of death, but still greedy because of their insatiable hunger. The old man explained, that's why you can sense danger like a demon when you have Du's seal and can quickly find the enemy's strength and weakness to counter them, Augustine said, tearfully. The awakening of the sixth sense through mana circulation, something martial magicians always seek to imitate. The old man hesitated, his heart pounding and all his senses tingling with excitement. Augustine emphasized, I call it the demon sense. The Dark Chronicle has finally obtained Du's seal and the demon sense. Now you just need to upgrade this seal and fight Du. The importance and how to use this seal are details you won't find in any book. I don't know how hard Dan Yen-Su's ancestors and masters struggled to obtain this knowledge. Dan Yen-Su's dreams and ambitions for 1,000 years have been to achieve this one goal. Eric uses his power and speaks in a fierce voice. Beneath his shadow and Du's shadow, he surrounds his body. Eric wondered if it was his turn to bear this heavy goal. Suddenly, distant movements erupted, with rushing sounds and sparks flying. Master, are you saying that the demon's senses are when your heart pounds and your instincts tingle? I wonder why it suddenly gets triggered like that. Suddenly, Shin appeared out of nowhere and called Eric by name. Eric was stunned and asked, How did you get here? He replied tiredly, It doesn't matter, there's a big problem. And outside, Eric was stunned and asked, Huh? A scene change at the villa? Miss, you need to go out and see this. I ask again, what's going on? Has the military training finished yet? Her body trembled anxiously. Tasa ordered, Stop her first, I will go meet her myself. Elsewhere, Hiji is carrying a suitcase to meet Ek. She softly asked, Do my brother Eric Mbinger is here? Eric and Shin quickly disappeared like a gust of wind.
Shouldn't you have tried to stop Ms. Tassa earlier?
I'll question you instead. How could I possibly stop that crazy witch?
And besides, why are you blaming everything on me when it was your mistake? He muttered. The situation is really bad. Her aggressive nature has flared up again because of you.
They continued to fly away quickly, thinking of Tassa and hoping nothing would happen. Meanwhile, Tassa was also gliding through the wind. She was secretly hoping to say that the Duchess's divine light had sacrificed her very life for him. In other words, her sister lacked the magical talent that her brother, suffering from a blockage disease, possessed, making it difficult to produce a true talent from a fallen family. I wonder if the person the Duke's aura fears the most is his sister. Surely it's not just because she's his sister. She wondered what kind of person her sister really was. Scene change. Hiji picks up her suitcase and walks over. She gently smiled and asked, "May I ask if my little brother Eric Mbinger is here?" The guard replied, "The Duke's divine aura is present here." Someone else spoke up, but she couldn't join without an invitation. Hiji stammered, "Sorry, why is that? Could you please call young Master Tam? I'm sure he knows I'm here." The two guards replied, "No."
Additionally, we received a request from the young lady that she is not allowed to enter, but tourists.
Hearing that, she was surprised and asked, "The sister of Shin? Why would she?" Suddenly, Tassa descended from the sky and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Hiji turned around confidently and introduced herself.
I am the daughter of the Nerister family, Tassa Nerister.
My name is Hiji Mbinger.
I've heard a lot about you from Eric and your younger brother.
She continued, "I've heard that you are a charming and strong person, like a blazing fire. But it seems those rumors are quite accurate. Nice to meet you, Tassa."
Thank you.
Hai Dai was speaking gently when suddenly she coldly questioned me.
But may I ask why you blocked me?
I can't think of any reason for you to do so.
Tassa also quickly responded, "This is the main residence of the Nerister family, the leading family among the 6 clans managing the Magic Tower.
This isn't a place where anyone can come and go
freely, right?" she continued.
Yellow hair and blue eyes are typical features of the Mbinger family, but she might be in disguise. Moreover, if she truly is the sister of the Bright Marquis, she still needs to go through some formalities.
Hai Dai asked, "So in this case, what do you want me to do to prove it?"
I say firmly.
"If you truly are the sister of the Marquis of Brightness, it means you are also a member of a magic guild family, so I will only believe you if you defeat me in a magic duel. Unfortunately, I am not capable of using magic." Upon hearing that, she laughed and said, then Hai Dai asked again, "What about spiritual energy?"
She warned her that she would get hurt. I replied arrogantly. "I'm curious about that," she said while snapping her fingers. "It's simple. An explosion went off." Tassa spoke, initiating the identity verification process. Both of them suddenly disappeared. Tassa briefly smiles, while Hai Dai, holding a large hammer, asks if she's sure she can stand firm against something so huge. She continued to ask, "Have you ever played tag when you were a child?" The shards of dirt and rock flying from the hammer blast hurtled toward me. She easily uses magic to burn them and says, "I haven't played in a long time, since the last time I played, but Shin and I played together many times during childhood." Tassa uses magic and calls their names. She throws fireballs at Haiji and says, "I have never hidden it. And what about you? Are you skilled at this game?" Haiji remained unshaken, firmly gripping the hammer and replying, "I have never failed before either. But that's because my relentless desire to win keeps flowing within me." She reached out and threw the hammer with great force, the hammer soaring with incredible power toward Tassa.
Haiji said, "I always catch them again and again."
Tassa leaned back to dodge the hammer. She looked towards Hai, shimmering in the light. Tassa silently pondered. It was surprising that a member of the Thuat Tin family was a martial artist, but it was unimaginable that she could wield a 100-kilogram hammer as lightly as silk without using spiritual energy. She looked at the hammer and then realized that it was truly a member of the Mbinger family. The sign on the handle of the Black Skull hammer was the clue that quickly revealed the truth to her. So, the sister of the Marquis of Bright Light is actually a member of the most powerful mercenary army.
The hammer strikes forcefully, causing a massive explosion.
ID asked with a smile. "So the score is 1, right?" Tassa confidently replied, "I won't hold back this time." Suddenly, a magical wind was created, and a voice rang out, pushing it away. I ask in surprise, "What is going on?" Hai Dai casually says, "Everything is just getting better." Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Eric by the neck. Everyone was utterly shocked. Eric struggled to say, "You still look as healthy as ever, sister." "Sister." You hesitated, seeming to think that you and Tassa were having a good time together. "Should I step in between you two?" "It will be a problem if we get the repair fee. Now stay calm and let me go." Haiji, speak clearly. Eric. She slightly turned her neck, a cracking sound echoing. Hi. Dai widened her eyes and said, "Let's have a little chat." Tassa frowned and focused her gaze. She clutched the paper tightly and pondered. Tassa asked if it was correct. The name Hijim Binger appeared on the paper, but it couldn't be confirmed. Hanabi stammered and replied, "I am sorry. According to the intelligence gatherer, the information is highly classified." She clasped her hands together and said, "Well, just as I expected, the Black Lair is indeed the strongest underground mercenary organization. Their enemies are proportional to the missions they've completed, so I'm sure their identities are also classified." She narrowed her eyes and continued, "I will seize this opportunity to become a peer." Tassa silently considered in her mind that it would be hard to meet even one member of Black Lair because they have no relations with anyone outside the Grey Lion family. And what if the young lady of the Minger family is a member of Black Lair? She smiles and thinks this reason alone is enough to have a close relationship with the Minger family just because of Duke Jedi Star. But in that case, Nerester must have nothing left to lose, right? It seems we have made the right move. Transitioning scenes. Heidi jumped and said, "Fine." She swung her hammer powerfully. Tassa asked, "Are those two still playing chase?" Meanwhile, Eric ran and said, "Please, let's talk." Dai coldly replied, "You seem to be doing very well with that fame." "Now you can use magic, right?" she continued. "And you've also learned how to oppose now." Hai slammed her hammer down where Eric was, who quickly jumped away and shouted, "I'm serious." Eric seriously thought that if it weren't for Preda, he really would have lost his life. He continued to think, "She's been like this since she was a child. She would break my leg every time I caused trouble, so I wouldn't mess up again." Mifai also sighed. "I've never seen you struggle like this before. She's worthy of the Minger family name." And he added, "But I think I can also sense a quite different aura from a Minger family member." Eric was startled and looked to the side. Dai leapt up high, swinging her hammer. Mifai comments, "I've never seen anything as interesting as this before." She asks, "Little sister of mine, let's see if you can dodge this move." Eric casts a spell and shouts to block. Hai strikes the hammer down hard, but luckily the shield protected him. Her strength makes Eric struggle and grit his teeth. "Are you serious?" he says, sweating profusely. "How can you expect me to dodge a move like that?" Eric clenched his eyes tightly, then opened them to see Hiji holding her hammer out in front of him. She stood still and unmoving. Hiji said, "When she heard that I had achieved some basic accomplishments, I felt a bit relieved." She continued, "I know you've had a tough time with mana blockage, but you've still tried your best, so I want to support you as much as I can. But now, you've plunged into danger, losing control of yourself and remaining unconscious for days. And after waking up, you disappeared for several months without a word about where you were going." Dai asked, "Do you remember the last time you contacted me?" 6 months. I haven't heard from you for 6 months. Heidi questions him with tears in her eyes. "Do you know how worried I was?" Eric quietly reflects. "She always protected me too much. She scolded me about everything I did, saying it was dangerous, and she was always by my side. I thought to myself, I don't like that overprotectiveness, but I understand why she acted that way." Eric quietly thought to himself that after his parents died to take care of someone like him who causes trouble, he remembered his past and how Hai had to grow up too early. Then Eric quietly thought, our family's character has become a bit too extreme. Suddenly, he seriously spoke out, "I have found our family's mission. Even when I lost consciousness in the dragon's den, and when I disappeared after waking up, it was all for the sake of the family mission." Eric honestly told her, "Sometimes I think I don't need to revive our fallen family. It has collapsed, and I wonder if all my efforts are meaningful anymore, I insist. But after everything I've been through, a thought crosses my mind that this world could be filled with chaos at any moment." Eric continued, "It would be disrespectful to our mother, father, and ancestors who fought for our survival to hide as an MBER member." He declared firmly, "I will head north, where the mission our ancestors left us awaits." Eric speaks with determination. "No matter what that mission is or how dangerous the path ahead may be, I will still pursue it. You just said while thinking of images from the past, just like our ancestors did, until our family, this world, and everywhere you step, shines." Eric solemnly declared like the stars. Hai fell silent upon hearing his proclamation. Then she smiled, tears gently falling down, and Dai asked Eric, "If you stay silent and leave again, I will really crush your legs." "Is that clear? What do you mean?" I hesitated. Eric asked her back, "Aren't you moved?" "Yes, Eric, I have grown up now. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore." "Isn't it right for me to say something like this?" Mifai said, "That's so embarrassing. She should have hit him a few more times for me." Du added, "Luckily, she still has a way to escape my control." "This time you said some impressive words, huh?" "But how can I trust you after everything you've done?" He replied,
I am still hoping that next year will be the day of that bastard's death. Forget about that. Humans are truly always moved by the smallest things. Meanwhile, under the bright moonlit night sky in a desolate field, Exel looked at the box shaped like a pair of small red wings.
The box in his hand emits sparks as Exel mutters about the resurrection of Lord Aelo. The eagle's wings spread wide, with each feather pattern appearing intricately detailed, exuding a majestic beauty. Amidst the vast sky, only echoes of the powerful wings of the eagle can be heard. Time quickly passes,
And 3 months later, Eric has undergone a harsh training on the peak of Mount Dog 5. Suddenly, the eagle flaps its wings forcefully, heading straight for him. I moor him as it charges forward.
Eric's eyes are covered by a band of white cloth, but he continues his work calmly. A sudden flash of blinding light streaks across, directly illuminating the band on Eric's eyes. Then he quickly extended his arm to catch the powerful strike of the eagle. Juliet suddenly appeared, and he exclaimed in surprise, "You learn fast." Juliet praised Eric highly.
I didn't expect you to master the image label so quickly.
As he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind Juliet, then the shadow swiftly shot up like a gust of wind. It was none other than Augustine. He suddenly attacked Eric to test him, but now Eric is much stronger and only uses one hand to block Augustine's strike. He was pleased to see Eric pass the test. It seems you have also grasped the demon sense. Augustine carefully assessed. You have learned everything possible here. From this moment on, real combat will help you awaken faster. Eric sighed in relief, ruffling his hair before plopping down on the ground and asking, "So is it finally over?"
We will never see each other again, right? He replied calmly. You were begging to become my disciple just yesterday.
Juliet is a bit annoyed by his attitude. You really are a formidable disciple. Have you all forgotten that this was supposed to be training to torment me? Anyway, I have learned a lot from you all. Thank you. Master, are you flattering us? Good grief, he chuckled and warned. Aren't you the one who said you would head north right away? Remember to bring us a gift, okay? Eric said softly, teasing the two of them before leaving. What the hell? Never see each other again. Then Eric's voice suddenly grew softer. Still, he deliberately lingered a little to remember the faces of Augustine and Juliet. Eric only said a few words of advice before leaving immediately. Take care of yourself. The two of them. After seeing Eric walk away, Juliet finally asked curiously if this made him feel nostalgic. Leader, about the days when I roamed everywhere with Zet. Augustine replied slowly. Every day is full of joy while I am still vigorous, and now I am spending the few remaining days clinging to this place. Juliet was a bit curious. What would Set say if he were still here? He guesses he would be complaining about us sitting here waiting to die like old men. We haven't even reached 100 years old. He burst out laughing. Lord, we're not even close to his level. Jay nodded in agreement. That's right. Compared to him, we're just middle-aged men. Augustine expressed his regret. Ignoring that, how could he leave these great teachers behind? He guesses he's heading north alone. The old man cheerfully replies, that disciple needs to be taught proper manners. As the scene shifts, I take the documents Eric hands me. She looks surprised and speaks up. You're entrusting me with the excavation of the hideout directly? I step back and thank you. Thank you very much, Eric replied casually. I'm giving it to you. I wonder why you suddenly sound so polite. You immediately informed her of what you had arranged. I've prepared a carriage to take you to the north. It's right at the entrance. She's still staring intently at the paper in her hand. The content there is an agreement about the excavation of the Diamond Dragon's lair between the Firebrus family and the Mbinger family. Eric Mbinger from the Mbinger family. The Firebrus Tassa Narister family. Seeing Tassa seem uninterested in what I said, Eric loudly reminded her, remember to be careful when arranging your studies at the academy. He secretly thought to himself that his sister, who was famous for her love of dragons, was the one he entrusted it to. She was so delighted that she kept her eyes fixed on the words on the paper, her face full of joy. Finally, I got to touch real dragon items. All of them are top quality. I was surprised by Tassa's expression. It was beyond my imagination. But I didn't think she would be this happy. Eric silently stared at her, quietly thinking that since our relationship with the Narister family is growing stronger, everyone would probably benefit. Thinking about it, there's still someone who owes me. Eric suddenly remembered Isabel's promise. Miss Isabel said she would contact me after arriving at the destination. Has she forgotten about my debt? You better put that aside quickly. Anyway, I was on the carriage first. Han slowly sheathes his sword, then angrily shouts, that damn Pow really hurt me. He coldly gazes at the corpses of Pow's dispatched subordinates. No matter how weak I am, he looks down on me, and I can't believe he thinks this is enough to kill me. At this moment, Isabel's voice suddenly rang out. She relied on her thoughts and analyzed that perhaps he was getting impatient. He has weakened after losing too many blue wolves. Isabel slowly approached Herman while explaining, and he knew that if the Lord joined the MBER's forces, he would be in danger. After hearing his daughter's voice, Herman turned around and saw Isabel walking with 3 others. V, hearing this, excitedly reached out and ruffled her hair. He marveled and praised her. Wow, our girl is really smart. That's right. Brother V wondered why we don't stop this game and just go to Pow to kill him. Isabel hesitated and said, "Please don't treat me like a child anymore." Gray agrees with him. That's right. The 3 of us will go together. He immediately burst into laughter with a slightly reproachful tone. I told you, the problems of the Quio family will be handled by me. You 3 just need to protect Isameo. Han's face suddenly darkened with deep hatred, and he coldly declared, I will meet this duke myself to thank him. Isabel, Vex, and Gray immediately became serious. All 3 attentively listened to his words. Herman continued speaking and decided on a plan to deal with Paul. After the scene change, Exil suddenly stopped, raising his voice like a father asking why Pao has not yet been appointed as a Lam Su. Hua calmly replied, There is a small issue. He reassured Excel not to worry. The plan still faces no obstacles. He stepped forward. Excel thought for a moment, then slowly responded, I thought destroying a blocked Manalam sorcerer would be easy, but considering the decline of the Mbinger family might hinder us, he impatiently demanded, since it's not the right time to confront the Minger family, quickly appoint Pao Queo as a lamb sorcerer. Captain of the Green Wolf team, Hen's face gradually darkened. Exel paid no mind and continued to say that once he becomes a lamb ho, both his body and his power will be taken away. He furrowed his brows tightly and looked at Excel with sharp eyes. He is determined to quickly accomplish his goal to contribute, even if only a little, to Lord Azel Onbet. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts, startling the entire flock of birds. They flapped their wings wildly and took off into the sky one after another. He impatiently replied, I told you not to worry. The scene shifts to a vintage carriage slowly stopping in an open field not far from the bustling city, when suddenly Eric's panicked shouts are heard. No, it's impossible. I plan to go quietly to the north. I appreciate the effort to prepare such a big carriage, but I don't need a coachman. They reminded him that my name isn't Coachman but Eric, and even if he kept begging, it was no use. Then after some thought, he decided to change the subject. Sometimes going out with friends isn't so bad, I just want to show my anger. He reluctantly replied, I'm only here because my father asked me to, okay? Not only that, but Eric's sister Hai is also on the car. He sighed in exasperation. Sister, you should go home and rest. Why are you here? She said with a teasing smile. What's wrong? Don't you want your sister to come with us? No, I want to. You were so happy just to be with your sister that you wanted to jump for joy. What makes things even more complicated is the presence of Augustine. Agility. Master, old people should stay put instead of wandering around, he muttered disapprovingly. So you don't allow the elderly to go out and have fun? Augustine took a deep breath and said, I should teach you how to behave while still on the road, breathing in some northern wind. Judity sat cross-legged and casually accused Eric. You hurt our feelings by leaving us behind. Me. Phi grits his teeth, showing his displeasure. Looks like it's going to be a noisy trip. I hate being bothered the most. Wow, this is really fun. 7 people are the perfect number for an expedition. He looked up, about to speak, thinking this was just a family trip or something. But Augustine cut him off. He kindly introduced himself, saying, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Augustine, Elk's master. Hai also happily introduced herself. I am Hiji, thank you all for taking care of my younger brother. The boy is so fragile that he needs a cute creature like this to help him, and the old man asked in surprise. You think the species of the Demon King is cute? That's interesting. Can you stop frowning already? Elk, am I the one who wants to go somewhere? His eyes immediately shifted their attention to Hai, who was happily playing with the 2-headed white tiger and eagle. Eric then turned to look at Master Juliet, who was smiling and chatting happily. Not only that, Augustine was also smiling at him. Eric suddenly froze, immediately realizing something. As he looked at the scene before him, Eric couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes widened with clear delight. That carriage slowly rolled along under the sunset. Then Eric suddenly took out a sparkling blue stone, a smile spreading on his lips to reveal his happiness inside. Eric clenched the stone tightly in his palm, and at that very moment, he seemed to feel warmth spreading into his heart. Maybe a family like this isn't so bad after all. Transition scene, Wai Ungdung sitting on a chair, slowly stirring his hot tea. After taking a sip of hot tea, Hui gently placed the cup on the table and asked, Wai inquires about the situation, so everyone has gone north. He respectfully bows and replies, Yes. The butler looked a bit worried and carefully asked,
Clan leader, is there some good news? Y quietly gazed outside through the window.
Isn't it quite interesting? Look, he's signaling to the others. That ridiculous combination. Hai smiled in a way that moved others.
She gently reminded him, Eric, I told you in front of the elders to pay attention to manners. Haiji set an example for you to learn from. Look at that. Now that's a true man of integrity, Eric said with crossed arms and a sarcastic tone. That integrity is just a joke, and it makes her angry. Haidai politely asked for the opinions of those present. I am planning to discipline this mischievous younger brother. Would that be all right with you all? Augustine immediately replied, No, just leave us alone. Duitian agreed with him.
That's right. Discipline should be taught by the family. She gently bowed her head to express. Thank you for your understanding. Eric has no idea he's about to face a danger. Really? At this age, I still have to relearn discipline? As soon as he finished speaking, Haiji forcefully slammed her hand onto the chair he was sitting in, a sinister smile on her face and a fiery gaze that seemed ready to devour Eric at any moment. Eric, take a walk with me for a bit. Her fierce aura made Eric panic. Haiji, it's just a walk. Her eyes fixed on the hammer in Haiji's hand, she put down that terrifying thing. Without giving Eric a chance to regret, Haiji immediately pinched his ear and dragged him away. He cried out in pain, Hai, let me go! Mi-Fi watched the whole process from the side, sneering with a smirk, never expecting to see Elk being dragged away. Mi-Fi laughs heartily, enjoying himself. They focus on controlling the carriage, each movement precise and decisive. The carriage had only just started moving when he suddenly noticed something ahead. They quickly stopped the carriage. After the carriage came to a complete stop, Eric found it strange and stuck his bony head out to ask what was going on. The village chiefs, along with Day and Iar, rushed forward to block the carriage, each holding a sharp knife in hand.
He roared loudly, You dare to step into our territory! The village chief, Day and R, shouted together, Hand over everything now!
Then the atmosphere grew silent. Eric and the others looked at them with puzzled expressions. Seeing their expressions, he also felt puzzled. Eric, with an innocent and guiltless look, continued to stare intently at the village chief.
He got angry because of you? And the village chief shouted sternly, threatening him. You bastard, do you want bloodshed? Eric immediately gets off the car, sighs, and thinks to himself, what a hassle. A large hand suddenly rests on his shoulder. Eric Judity confidently said, Let me handle this. He assessed the situation and secretly felt pleased. This is my chance to show Elk how skilled his master really is. Julity takes Bok Ho outside. Village Chief J and R were immediately frightened and stepped back. They shouted loudly, A tiger? Julity exudes a fierce aura and warns, Eric, watch carefully now, I will show you why they call me the Beast King. Eric reaches out his hand and softly mutters as he channels his energy, Ice. A giant iceberg immediately crashes down, knocking Village Chief J and R back with its immense force. All three of them are so frightened they turn pale and can only tremble as they sit on the ground. Juliet looks a bit sad and softly says, Eric, I can handle them. Why are you interfering? Eric saw Juliet's intentions and immediately scolded him. Are you planning to turn this place into a sea of blood? After a brief observation, Eric concluded that those guys were definitely not bandits, just some impoverished villagers from a nearby village. Chief Lang immediately knelt down on both knees right in front of him. Then J and R also kneel down and beg for mercy. We still have family at home. Please have mercy and spare us, Eric said calmly. If by chance we are just helpless good people with no power to resist, you look at them with a bullet-shaped gaze and then ask if they are still begging like this. The village chief remained silent, glancing at R. Eric also stayed quiet, patiently waiting for their response. He didn't think much and immediately slammed his head to the ground to atone. Master Mage, you are right, Day and Ro called out softly. Chief? He struck so hard that blood was pouring from his nose. The village chief begged El to forgive the two of them. But they only came because I forced them, so please just punish me instead. Ril quickly spoke up. Village chief, why are you saying that? He only did it for the sake of this village. Jay also agrees with what he said. That's right, it's not his fault. The two of them also confessed to the village chief. Please punish all of us too, Eric said, raising his hand to interrupt. Let's see if what you say is true. A clear blue sky appears as the scene shifts. White clouds drift slowly across the sky. Under the scorching sun, Eric, Hijisin, Augustine, and Jility follow the village chief to his home. The village chief explained that the drought and famine had made our lives very difficult over the past few years. We thought that dying of hunger would just turn us into bandits anyway. Mi-Fi looks around and suddenly senses something. Wait a minute, this energy. He painfully recounts all the hardships the villagers have endured over the years. It took us 5 days straight on horseback to reach another village, and we can't leave our village to find work because our livestock will starve to death." The village chief suddenly broke down crying. He blames himself, saying it's all my fault. Augustin stroked his beard and said, "The unfortunate thing is that the laws of the country don't reach this place. Eric, even if these people have committed crimes or I let them go, they are doing it for good reasons." Eric paused in silence to think. He suddenly brought up a matter. "Isn't caring for the people part of our noble duty?" You nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's not entirely their fault either." Hearing that, the village chief immediately bowed his head to show his sincerity. "Thank you, sir." Mi-Fi kept flying back and forth above Eric's head, making him feel dizzy and disoriented. The village chief took Eric's hand and promised that we would never steal again. He smiled reassuringly and said, "It's okay." Eric couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Mi-Fi, why are you just circling around?" He carefully explained, "Although faint, I can sense the presence of demonic energy nearby." Eric was surprised. Demon energy? After hearing that, he immediately became alert. Eric used all his senses to sense. He frowned, focusing on sensing the air around him. After a long moment of concentration, Eric pondered and gave a reason. This land is too desolate. Indeed, all they see before them is a vast empty land with no grass growing on it. Is there something here? Eric was a bit confused. This is definitely the place, but... Mi-Fi interrupted him, saying, "I'm sure it's buried somewhere nearby." He made a demand, saying, "Because I helped you, you must give me the magic potion as soon as you find it." Eric was annoyed to have fallen into Mi-Fi's trap. "I knew it, you lied to me." He raised his hand to summon a source of energy. Eric announces, "I need to dig the ground first, everyone. Step back," he shouts, piercing through. Eric frowned, his expression suddenly serious, and in an instant a giant iceberg appeared, falling from above, destroying the ground below completely. Headmaster Lang was so amazed he gaped open-mouthed in awe. The old man nodded in praise. Wow, in just a moment he dug such a big hole. Then Eric took a running start and jumped straight down into the hole he just dug below. Eric lands safely, exuding a cool aura, and looks down in surprise to see a box beneath his feet. Augustin also followed him and quickly climbed down to Eric's location. "Did you find anything, a disciple?" He nodded in response. "Yes, a box buried deep underground." As Eric opened its lid, a strange purple gas immediately escaped. Mi-Fi curiously approached to observe. The mist continued to pour out uncontrollably. Augustine exclaimed in shock, "Demon energy!" After all the gas inside the box has been released, a winged goat-headed statue sitting upright inside the box gradually becomes visible. He puzzledly asks himself, why is it here? According to legend, the 4 great demon kings are descendants of the demon gods and also rulers of the demon realm. Their descendants are Mephistopheles, the original sin, Satang, the apocalypse, Lilith, the revolution, and the tyrant who possesses the largest demon army among the demon kings. That is the demon of madness, Azazello. In the past, Azadeo was very greedy to possess the human world. During the invasion of the human world, he not only destroyed 12 villages. Eric raised the statue, asking curiously, "Is this the symbol created by Azel's followers?" Mephi explains, it was specially created for human sacrifices, and only after finishing did he suddenly realize something was wrong. "Wait a minute, how do you know about Azel?" "Explain, I saw it in a book in the warehouse." "If it's all about human sacrifice, then everyone in those villages must have sacrificed themselves to summon the Star of Ao?" Mephi turned his head to gaze into the distance, assessing the state of the village. Then he concluded that this seemed to be the most reasonable hypothesis. Alec kept asking himself what the demons were hiding in the human world and what they were planning. Mephi demanded, "Now absorb the magic and pass it to me," many people promised. Augustine immediately stopped you, saying, "Apprentice, investigating the traces of the demons that were destroyed 30 years ago is very dangerous." He gave his opinion, and I think we should bring it to the Magic Council members. He sneered dismissively. It's interesting that Eric actually agreed with Augustine. Mephi nervously asked, "Hey, didn't you promise to tell me already?" He sighed and explained. He said he would give it to the Wizard Council. But if I absorb this demonic energy, how am I supposed to explain it to them? He was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "This matter, Eric is tempting Mephi. If you tell me how to use M.I.'s seal, I might try," he shouted angrily. "No way, Augustine, go get the box," the old man orders. "Send this to the Magic Council immediately." Mephi panicked and desperately negotiated. "Do you have no other requests? Other than explaining how to use the seal, everything else is fine." Eric still calmly requests Augustine, "Be as quick as possible." A strange voice suddenly whispered in your ear. "It looks delicious."
Immediately after, a strange blackish-green aura burst out from Eric's arm. Once it completely escaped from his arm, it quickly rushed toward the box that Shin and Augustine were holding. The mysterious black mist opens its large mouth and swallows the box whole. After swallowing it, the black streams immediately gather together to form Du's body. Seeing that he had stolen what she needed, Mei Fi hurriedly shouted in panic, "No way, my magic!" Augustine looked confused. The old man asked, "What is going on here?" Du transforms back into dark wisps and slips into Eric's arm again. He pats his head and says, "It seems this thing has deceived me. The evidence you've been searching for all this time has vanished." Mi Fi's fury immediately erupts. "You bastard, how dare you steal what belongs to me?" Eric didn't care about him and quickly explained,
It seems this village won't turn into a desert just because of one nest, so let's find something else to prepare.
The scene shifts to a rough stone wall inside the cave. Faint light from a weak source casting a darker atmosphere, with a few candles burning on the ground, their small flames flickering and illuminating part of the cave.
Damien, accompanied by his followers, prepares to perform a dark ritual before the giant archbishop statue. Damien kneels respectfully and then bows his head to the archbishop statue.
Suddenly, he sensed something unusual as he was performing the ritual. When the followers saw Damien stop, they asked, "What's wrong, priest?" He calmly said, "There are some heretics who dared to disrupt your summoning ritual." Damien's followers immediately became angry, shouting in unison, "Which heretics would dare do such a thing?" Q Damien's face darkened as he looked up at the statue. Then Damien seemed to become a madman.
He shouted loudly in front of it, "High priest, we will deal with those heretics. Please don't blame us."
Damien and his followers all swore, "We will surely carry out your great plan on this continent. We will seek your favor again." He turned around and ordered a disciple to relay his command to Joda before heading north, and the entire person of the demon immediately emitted a murderous aura that made everyone's spine chill. "Go meet Ka and perform the summoning ritual." The scene shifts to the sky, beginning to darken. Not far from the nearby river, Elk's group is stopping to rest after a long day. Elk's face shows a hint of sadness. You wonder why no one has paid attention to what the demons have been doing all this time. When the nearby villagers saw the river water rising, they were very happy and paid no mind to anything else. "Now we can start planting. The water level is rising quickly." You feel sorry for these innocent people. They have taken the lives of many innocent people. Augustine approached the boy and gently patted his shoulder in comfort.
Since we have provided evidence to the Mage Council, they will start an investigation soon. Not to mention, everything that happens will be blamed on the local lords.
Augustine gazed into the distance and expressed his feelings. "I also want to behead the bastards who caused all this, but it seems this is beyond our reach now." Eric paused in silent thought. The subordinate agrees because the council will intervene, so those bastards will act quickly. The first thing to do is to find the disgusting nest throughout this entire area. His eyes immediately became determined. Eric silently swore to himself and then crushed the bastards responsible for this. The village chief was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down his face. Thank you all so much." Eric's group said goodbye to the villagers. Before leaving, he reminded the elder that the drought was over. "Take good care of everyone in the village. We're leaving now." "Wait a moment." The old man shyly asked, "Can I at least have the name of the wizard?" He proudly shouted his own name, Eric Mbinger. Everyone present was amazed and exclaimed, "The Shining Duke, the hero of Marin, just as we expected." Hearing that name, the village chief felt reassured. Old man smiled. "Mbinger, the stars of the empire are shining again." He continued to resume his work of driving everyone on their way. The five of them, Senin, Eric, Hai, Augustine, and Gility, sat quietly inside the carriage. As it just started moving, the unexpected ones called out to him, "Eric, I think you should step outside for a bit." Eric immediately poked his head out and asked, "What's this time?" He sounded a bit hesitant. This." A group of mysterious masked people appeared before the two of them. They hurriedly introduced themselves, saying they were from the royal council. Soon, those people had stepped closer to Eric. Ba-chan crossed his arms and arrogantly asked, "Are you Eric Minger?" He responded with a cold look, secretly thinking he's quite rude. These people are from the Intelligence Bureau, the Emperor and Royal Family's intelligence agency, run by the Emperor and the Royal Family, for the Emperor and the Royal Family. Everyone knows they are monsters in disguise, willing to use any means, from kidnapping and coercion to murder, to complete their missions. Their combat abilities are on par with those at the Magic Tower and the Lion Family. At this moment, Eric's mind echoed with this thought, but since they couldn't even figure out the way to such a place, no wonder they hadn't analyzed anything yet or sent a report to Tum before rushing here to find them. He let out a quiet sigh, feeling quite annoyed inside. However, Eric chuckled softly and thought to himself, even if they have an emperor backing them up, starting the conversation like this is a bit too polite. His face showed a nonchalant expression as he spoke dismissively. Yeah, there. He hesitated, his eyes flickering with surprise, stammering to confirm. Yes, that's right. Seeing himself being looked down upon, Bachan was so furious he turned red with anger. How dare you speak so casually like that? His whole body is radiating murderous intent. We are agents of the Royal Intelligence Bureau, so civilians like you should show proper respect to us. Eric pretended to be shocked, but Bachan was trembling with anger and asked sharply, What did you just say? At this moment, your spiritual power erupts fiercely, showcasing your dominance. Eric sneers. Even if you are part of that great intelligence agency, at best you are only as strong as a duke. The overwhelming aura causes the ground to shake, and he is terrified, stunned inside. What is that? Eric shouted angrily. When did officials gain the right to disrespect the Duke? Soon, his spiritual power surged and condensed into a giant beast. Bachan was terrified, quickly kneeling down in panic, wondering how he could do that. His eyes widened in horror as he pondered, is his skill almost that of a mage? After a while, the magic gradually dissipates, the clear sky returns, and Bachan glances subtly behind him. Hearing footsteps approaching, the prince subtly signals with a wink. Bachan seemed to understand and quickly nodded in response. He swiftly removed his mask and said, We apologize, Your Highness. Then Bachan bowed respectfully and asked for our forgiveness for his improper behavior towards you. Seeing that, the enchantress praised him, saying, You always know how to show others what courtesy is. I answered firmly because if I acted like nothing happened earlier, they would see me as a joke and try to push me around in the future. Duong grinned mischievously at me. Next time you make a mistake like this, I will speak directly to the noble harbor master. I will remember that, Your Grace. Although he outwardly pretends to be obedient, inside Pan is seething with anger. He's just a duke's son to show off, yet he dares to act arrogantly towards me. Damn it, you damn brat, just consider yourself lucky. Suddenly, a voice rang out unexpectedly, making him turn pale with fear. I didn't expect anyone to dare disrespect my disciple. Augustin stepped forward, tall and imposing, his voice as cold as ice. If it were me, your head would be rolling on the ground right now. He sweat profusely, muttering, Bach de Augustin Nerester. Bachan was overwhelmed with amazement. Could he really be the disciple of the strongest person in the magic tower? That's impossible. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that as soon as he got back, he would have to replace all the intelligence agents. Long streaks of sunlight stretched everywhere. They both sat down and started talking. Bachan spoke first, asking for permission to reintroduce himself. I am Bachan from the 4th Intelligence Bureau. Eric's eyes fixed intently on his opponent, a thought flashing through his mind that the 4th Intelligence Agency had sided with the Crown Prince in the fierce power struggle within the palace. Could it be that the Crown Prince has already caught wind of what's been happening lately? Bachan continued. It seems I am wasting your time, so I will get straight to the point. Do you agree? Instead of wasting time saying that, just say it outright. He cursed the damn brat inwardly, but then forced a smile to hide his anger. We have been secretly tracking the remains of demons for some time, and recently we found a group of demons with unknown information. Eric twitched his ear, his tone completely indifferent. Oh, Rigori, right? Bachan was stunned. How do you know about that? He narrowed his eyes, his attitude instantly turning cold. Have you forgotten which family I come from, you intelligence agency? He bowed his head, his voice trembling as he clenched his teeth. Minger Eric slightly smirked, clearly amused when he heard the other person say those words. The enemy of demons. Bachan questioned them. According to the report, 9 pots of Tom have been found, but only 1 has been handed over. So where are the other 8 right now? You point your finger at yourself. I'm holding them, he shouted. What? That's illegal. 3 said firmly that according to Article 11, Section 2 of the Royal Law, the royal family will keep all items related to the demon race as evidence. Eric immediately countered. According to Article 8, the first paragraph of the property law, if authorized by the Administrative Bureau, a person can possess items related to the demon clan for research purposes. You're joking. I already have a permit from the administrative office, and the intelligence agency knows too? He trembles with anger. So may I ask you one last question? Bachan wondered how you knew the exact location of those wall tiles. Eric frowned and sighed softly. I told you already, didn't I? I am a member of the Mingor family, honestly, he shouted angrily, the answer being too vague. You sneered? So you want me to reveal my family's secrets to the intelligence agency? Bachan choked, veins bulging on his face, furious inside. This cunning bastard really doesn't know his place. He kept using the family's secrets as an excuse. Eric waved his hand and said, "I think I've answered enough. Let's stop here." Not wanting to push further, he suppressed his anger and clenched his fists. "Thank you for your cooperation." Immediately after, the three fathers quickly turned and left. I stood silently behind, watching his figure gradually disappear. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence.
Well, I must say, your courage is impressive. Even the all-powerful intelligence agency dares to talk back to you. High-die compliments. You did well, Eric. If you had just stood still earlier and let them do whatever they wanted, I would have knocked each of them out. He ruffles his hair and sighs.
Oh my God, these sisters really look exactly alike.
Eric, the intelligence agency is very stubborn. Once they bite, they never let go. Can we just leave things as they are? He immediately replied, No, that's not okay.
You know that too. I'm not the type to let things end so easily. Hearing this, I panic. What trouble is he planning to cause this time? Eric continued speaking. I'm not the type to let someone be hostile towards me without a good reason. Your eyes flash with murderous intent. You're not going to leave so easily. Before long, night falls, and the full moon hangs high, casting a faint light over the silent space. In a deserted forest, the night wind gently stirs, and the rustling leaves sound like whispers of the darkness, as Ba-Tron kneels before a man.
I truly am a disgrace. I apologize,
he softly said. Lift your head up. Agent Pa-Tron, the man exclaimed. The person from the Ho-Then tribe is not you, he said in a deep voice. It must be me, the Crown Prince. This man is the Crown Prince. Right behind, a dove was watching carefully, not missing any gestures or words. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. This dove was the spy, the one you set to catch the big fish. The Crown Prince reassures his subordinates in front of everyone. But I am the one who wanted you to meet the Mobinger family. I am also the one blinded by envy and underestimated my enemy. It was I who acted carelessly. Ba-Chan was stunned.
I am sorry, but I can't assist with that request.
The Crown Prince raised his hand to stop him. But everything that has happened so far has been a personal matter. He decisively pointed out, our priority target is to eliminate the remaining hidden remnants of the demons. Ba-Chan bowed his head in acknowledgement. Yes, Your Highness. The Crown Prince stared intently at the person before him. Moreover, you said that Tu Tuak Garut is one of Grigory's subordinates, right? He reports cautiously. Yes, we have confirmed that. They are all demons, and everything related to the demon nests is connected to them. To gain the upper hand in the battle for the throne, we must succeed in defeating the demons in this fight. He spoke seriously. There is no room for mistakes here. Ba-Chan bowed his head respectfully and replied, Yes, Your Highness. Then he slowly watched the prince's back as he headed toward the carriage. Ba-Chan pondered. He hasn't been able to forget his former fiancée, Miss Isabel. He had no other choice but to choose politics over love for her in order to seize the throne. He secretly thought about the reason why he had hidden his identity and decided to reveal it now. Perhaps it is because he wants to see for himself what kind of person Eric Imbinger is, the one who saved Miss Isabel. A stream of thoughts kept flashing through Pachan's mind, perhaps to give him some peace of mind. But now they have given him a reason to do what he has always wanted to do, which is to completely eliminate the demons. His heart is filled with hope that he is the son leading the nation toward a better future. Thinking of Elk's arrogant smile, Ba-Chan was furious, and his mind immediately sketched out the next plan. We must avoid getting involved with Eric Minger, and this complication cannot continue. In other words, we need to eliminate Eric Minger completely. He is lost in his thoughts, paying no attention to the drop of water watching him intently from afar. Then Ba-Chan gathered his subordinates. Listen up, Royal Intelligence. This is the territory of demons where monsters fill the forest land. He calmly ordered to search every corner of this place, leaving nothing behind for me, and to eliminate them all. The scene shifts to the Carrot territory, with continuous sounds of bombs falling, gunfire echoing, and blinding lights illuminating the sky. Eric and his team stand above, their cold eyes sweeping over the scene below. He calls out, It seems they've started. Now it's time for us to move. Immediately, Eric bent his knees and jumped down. The group also rushed after him, like arrows tearing through the wind. At this moment, Eric thought that sending someone to spy on the intelligence agency was indeed the right choice, as it allowed him to gather more information than expected. He thought to himself that although knowing the prince is also hiding within the intelligence agency is quite interesting, the most valuable information is discovering the demon's base. Soon, Eric landed and fought until the ground was stained with blood. The intelligence agency and the Tu Tuak family are two opposing forces. He stared intently at the city wall ahead, secretly thinking he would take this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Eric quietly calculated as the remnants of the demons and the intelligence agency gradually approached each other, planning to seize the nest and escape. He quickly took out his mask, thinking to himself that his teachers would pave the way for their escape. They disguised themselves as the intelligence agency members and entered inside. "Mifai, let's go find something to eat." At this moment, deafening explosions continue to roar, with buildings collapsing, debris flying everywhere, and smoke and fire filling the sky. The raid has officially begun. Eric runs while suggesting that it's only a matter of time before the intelligence agency breaks through here. "We need to infiltrate the mansion as quickly as possible." Suddenly, a figure rushed past, causing the two of them to startle and turn around. She nodded slightly, her eyes full of seriousness. "I understand." They said nothing more and continued running straight ahead. When they were close, he quickly cast a spell to break through the wall and move on. Sharp, icy arrows quickly appeared. Eric waved his hand, and the arrows shot forward with a roar, surging ahead. A deafening explosion echoes through the sky, illuminating the entire horizon. Soon, a hole is blasted in the wall, with debris flying from the other side. Seeing this scene, the guard shouted in surprise. "What? The wall has been broken through? Is the intelligence agency already here?" Eric leans back slightly, preparing to strike again. Look carefully at this. The cold arrows pierced through the nearby soldiers without mercy, blood splattering everywhere. They looked at each other and nodded slightly as if agreeing on something. In an instant, they transformed, tearing through their sturdy armor. Immediately after, a demon quickly appeared, with shaggy fur and large, powerful wings spread wide, its eyes blazing with a cold, piercing light. This is the truth. Eric recalls the advice he was given earlier. "My teachers will protect the kind-hearted people here. The furious demon charges straight at you. Die, human?" The reminder still keeps flashing in Eric's mind. So don't hesitate to unleash all your power. Quickly release the enormous spiritual energy called Wind Slash. Immediately, the wing of a demon is torn apart, writhing among others as it cuts their bodies in half. The horde of demons is growing more numerous. They've caught the scent of the intruder over there and are blocking the humans. Immediately after, Heidi quickly kicks off and jumps up. Anyway, she tightly grips her hammer and swings it swiftly at the demons as long as she crushes the head of anyone who appears in her sight. That's enough, right? One by one, the demons fall under Heiji's power, and the sight before her teammates' eyes leaves them horrified, their eyes wide with shock. Carrying the blood-stained hammer on her shoulder, she confidently suggested, "Eric, leave this place to me and everyone." Heiji held her head high and firmly said, "Hurry up and go." Following her advice, Eric hurriedly ran off at her urging, but was stopped by her. At the same time, elsewhere, the demons were awkwardly carrying the Archbishop's statue into the underground museum. Alas shouted angrily, "Watch out for that thing!" It silently thought that even the intelligence agency would struggle to find this place. Alas stands casually leaning against the wall, feeling pleased. "While they are busy searching here, we will take the artifacts out through a secret chamber." Chunks of ice suddenly emerge through the layers of earth and rock, while wet patches begin to spread above. Dust and debris fall heavily, swirling in the tremors. Alas suddenly jerks its head up, face full of suspicion. Suddenly, a falling stone hits its face. Eric forcefully slashes the debris into Alas's face. Bright red blood spurts out in streams, and it dies a tragic death. He arrogantly speaks, unable to close his eyes in time. "See, I'm not that bad at flying, right?" The other two demons trembled like leaves. How did he find this place? The magic quickly flared up as he turned around. Eric excitedly said, "We've just lucked into a grand feast again." Outside, the fire rages fiercely. Thick black smoke billows everywhere, as if trying to sweep away all life in an instant. The angry man slammed his hand on the table. "What did you just say?" "Did the Royal Intelligence Agency find the underground museum?" the subordinate nervously suggested. "Sir, I think we need to get out of here. Hurry up." The man trembled with anger. Only my closest confidants knew about that place. How could they find it? He is indeed the Prince of Carrots, standing frozen, eyes full of horror, muttering, "Could there really be an enemy spy among our ranks?" Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the sky, sending rocks flying into the air, destroying the wall completely, with debris scattered across the ground. One of Garrot's subordinates fainted from fear on the cold earth, clutching his face tightly, as if trying to hide the terror that had not yet faded. Right after that, Bachan slowly stepped in. I was curious to know who the Tuak Garrot really was. His cold eyes fixed firmly on the man in front of him, revealing that he was indeed the person. At this moment, Din removed his disguise to reveal his true identity, and Bachan coldly called out Kajia's name. He decisively drew his sword, the steel flashing in the dim light. "You bastard, you always escape, but finally we caught you." He clutches his wound, roaring in fury. Ba-chan, you not only planted spies in my faction but also stole my museum.
Who is the real bastard here? Ba-chan asked in surprise.
Museum, what are you talking about?
Kajia shouted. Don't pretend to be stupid.
At that moment, his claws extended like living blades, magic swirling around his fingertips, emitting a dark and dangerous glow. Yapajia coldly said, I'm sure you'll spill everything after I cut you in half. He clenched his sword tightly, magic surging around him, ready to strike at any moment.
From now on, I will punish any traitor to the family in the name of the royal family.
Soon after, he charged forward like a raging storm. Ba-chan also did not hold back, immediately meeting him with all his strength. They charged at each other like furious wild beasts. In an instant, two streams of magic collided fiercely, causing a deafening explosion that shook the entire surrounding space. At the same time, on the other side, the shockwave spread like a firestorm. Heidi and Shin were stunned, their bodies tense, eyes wide as they watched the thick smoke billowing intensely.
Is he wondering if Eric is causing trouble again? While she hesitated, Elle's voice suddenly sounded from behind.
Gee! Without hesitation, he lunged towards them like an arrow tearing through the wind. He shouted loudly, his eyes blazing with fire. Now was the time to act. Seeing Heidi suddenly smile, he couldn't help but be amazed. How could she smile at a moment like this? Without hesitation, she swung the hammer in a circular motion, each spin producing a terrifying screech, like tearing through the surrounding air. Then she spun around, gathered momentum, and threw the weapon. It soared out with tremendous force, smashing through pillars that seemed unbreakable. And in an instant, the demons all rushed out in panic, running and screaming.
The mansion is collapsing. We need to run quickly up there. Eric and his teammates immediately turn around and rush towards the professor.
They kept running without stopping, rushing through each ruined corridor, ignoring the smoke, dust, and the deafening explosions behind them. Soon, they reached their destination.
You happily exclaimed, Professor.
Augustin chuckled softly, his voice full of amusement. I didn't expect a student to ask the professor to do this. Juliet shrugged and said, I don't know who said it was fun to play with the intelligence agency while pretending to be a hero. Then both of them quickly got on the carriage.
Before the wheels start turning, the old man turned to ask, Eric, all the residents have evacuated. What do we do now?
Just hold the door tight. What else is there to do? Eric's eyes gradually hardened. It's time to get out of here. At this moment, Ba-chan froze, his gaze fixed on the pile of wreckage before him, frowning and silently furious, thinking, crazy bastard, I didn't expect him to drag everyone to their deaths with him. Ba-chan muttered to himself, who would have thought he had accomplices outside the territory. The little rat, suddenly a subordinate, rushed over to report, Deputy Commander, we've seen the museum you mentioned. In his mind, he thought that the castle's collapse had caused chaos everywhere, and his mission was to find traces of the demon clan and report back to the prince. Ba-chan quietly calculated that this could help him seize the throne, and then he could become the head of the intelligence bureau. He pondered, and if he could find the fake trail Eric left connected to this event, Pekan's eyes flashed with a cold glint. I could put an end to the Minger family. Just as he was deep in thought, a subordinate suddenly ran over, urgently saying, Deputy Commander, please come here. Ba-chan turned around in surprise. What is this? He stammered, pointing ahead. Sir, the little subordinate, the treasure is empty. He snapped angrily. Damn it, did that demon clear everything out here? He hesitated. I'm not sure anymore. Remembering Ka's angry face earlier, Ba-chan frowned slightly, a strange feeling rising in his heart. No way. The Ka family wouldn't know about the ambush. He only discovered the spy in the middle when he arrived. Suddenly he froze, a flash of realization in his eyes. Wait a minute. Ba-chan clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. That's right. It's clear now there's a demon spy within the intelligence agency.
At the same time, Eric was sitting relaxed and cheerful, joking around. Augustin asked in surprise, what's so funny?
He replied with a triumphant smile, eyes sparkling with delight, imagining how the intelligence agency people would find the empty museum amusing. The old man chuckled and praised, the people of the intelligence agency have messed with the wrong person. They truly are my students. Eric glanced to the side and asked softly, Me, Phi, are you angry? I already let you absorb the magic power as promised, so why are you being so petty, Demon King? Phi grits his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice both angry and restrained. Wouldn't it be better if you told me how much stronger you've become after absorbing the demon energy? Eric tightly holds the pile of mana in his hands, his eyes shining brightly, and his voice cheerfully exclaims, How much of this is here? He cheered happily, eagerly gathering magic from the demons. He angrily threatened that if you don't keep your promise, there will be no more deals in the future. Eric sighs softly. I understand now. Soon after, he cast a spell to knock away Liu Chung's magic card. Then, he waved his hand forcefully, and a surge of magic erupted, quickly absorbing all the magic cards with L's intake sound. Mafai was so happy that tears welled up, gnawing fiercely, and whether the magic power belonged to AOL or not, it was so delicious. But suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Mafei pounded his hip in anger and roared, "What?
Why did you take it back?" He replied calmly, "Well, this isn't the first time you've traded with me. There has to be give and take."
Eric set the condition activating the original curse seal. Bring it here. Only then can I add more magic power to you. Hearing this, his face darkened, his voice choked with emotion. His rising anger made Mafei tremble, but he held back, standing still, eyes focused on analyzing and calculating the most advantageous option for himself. Mafei angrily curses. "Are you a bastard?" He retorts, "That was a fair trade." Eric pondered. To use the seal, one must demonstrate their ability. And to prove that ability, one must understand the seal. He furrowed his brow in thought, realizing that if he wanted to understand the original sin, he needed to obtain a lower-tier seal. The problem was that Mafei didn't know of any seals below his level. There's no other way. I have to find a way to use it myself. Suddenly, Eric sensed a killing intent approaching. He glanced out the window, his eyes instantly sharpening with maximum vigilance. The man slowly staggered around, inspecting everywhere for the stolen treasure. Ki follows the magic flow, carefully advancing. Seeing the gathering of spiritual energy becoming denser, he immediately guesses the treasure is very close. Kajia shouted angrily, "I see you, thief!" In an instant, he darted through the forest like lightning, the trees trembling with each frantic step. The cow family gritted their teeth, eyes blazing with anger, then took a running start, filled with determination, never willing to give up easily. The Chow family muttered, "The artifact they stole has a scent only I can smell." Thoughts kept echoing in his mind. Once I absorb the totem and strengthen the seal, Cao Jia secretly swears, I will tear you to pieces. At this moment, Augustine has already noticed CA's appearance and anxiously said, "A demon can walk in the sunlight. It seems he's angry about someone." Hai Dai immediately stood up.
I will go check, yes, sir.
Augustine immediately stopped him. "Sit down. Girl, there's nothing for you to get involved in." "Sorry, what do you mean by that?" The old man calmly replied, "Isn't it best if the person who sent the invitation is the one to go?" Eric carefully examined the archbishop statue in his hand, his eyes flashing with intent. "Yes, Haiji, you are the one who summoned him here, and I believe there are still many things to exploit from him." Haiji turned around in surprise and said, "Don't tell me you're aiming for the seal." He replied calmly, "If the mouse is at the cheese's mouth and still refuses, it would be very rude, wouldn't it?" Kajia stood silently watching, secretly despising them. A royal carriage without any guards. Can't believe they're trying to deceive me with this. "Stupid fools," he sneered. "I will take back the relic." Suddenly, Ellis' voice rang out from behind. "I was worried you wouldn't come there, but you really did. You're here for this, right?" The whole Ka family tensed up defensively. "Who are you?" "I?" Eric, without hesitation, immediately takes off the mask. He sneers, speaking in a tone that's not joking.
"I see it. When I saw the item in Eric's hand, I was stunned to recognize that cheap mask."
Kajia was stunned and stammered, softly exclaiming, "No way!" He clenched his teeth in fury, his voice trembling with hatred. In your rage, the demon inside Kajia is instantly activated, daring to deceive us. Kajia, furious, charges at you like a storm. "I will tear you to pieces." Mi-Fi suddenly appears to remind you, "Are you sure you'll be okay provoking him like that? Even with one arm, he's still a demon with a pretty strong seal." Soon, he closed in on Eric, growling in anger. "Die!" You move swiftly and lightly to the side to dodge. Great. I've always wanted to see how much I've improved since I left. Then Eric quickly jumped to dodge the next sword strike, and I have decided on some things to do. He landed firmly, his eyes shining with excitement. Eric quickly casts a spell with a determined voice. "I will destroy the demons." At this moment, the tattoo on his arm glows brightly, with streams of magic flowing like rivers across his hand. Under Eric's challenge, giant golden ice shards quickly appeared and tore through the air. His decisive flick of the hand sent them flying straight at the enemy. Ka frowned as he saw the danger rushing toward him. His spiritual power surged on his hand, with sharp claws protruding. Ka shattered the rushing ice shards and arrogantly said, "You think magic like that can stop me?" The next words from him made Eric's face darken. "A mage like you dares to let me get close." Tia threw a powerful punch at him, his voice full of pride. "You're doomed, you bastard." Eric quickly threw a punch, unleashing a powerful attack. Two streams of spiritual energy collided, causing a deafening explosion. Bright magic erupted. Rocks flew from the side. He was pushed back, desperately clawing at the ground with his nails to stop. Panic in his voice. Why is a mage so strong? Amidst the thick dust and smoke, he stood still, staring intently at his hand, at the slimy poison on his palm, as thoughts raced through Eric's mind. This could be very dangerous when facing him. You hold him back, but his toxic aura will seep into every tiny opening in your body. Eric quickly casts a spell to stop it, thinking to himself, is this his sealing power? I will freeze it to prevent the poison from spreading further, but this is only a temporary solution. I must be careful not to get contaminated with more poison. Seeing the scene before me, Kaguya sneered disdainfully, thinking, is he stopping the poison from spreading by freezing that hand? This is just a game. Then he unleashes his magic power all over his body, the tattoo on his arm glowing brightly, muttering, if that's the case, my eyes will turn red and my voice will challenge. So how do you plan to stop this? Your wings flap wildly. Let's see how you freeze an evil wind. Like lightning, streams of toxic gas burst out, swirling around him, trapping him with no escape. Eric gritted his teeth, a wave of fear rising in his heart. Damn it, his poison is seeping into my body. This isn't something I can freeze to suppress the toxin. Suddenly, a determined light flashed in his eyes, but I still could do something to break his attack. Eric spread his arms wide, continuously countering, freezing, reversing from the root. With full determination in his mind, I will blow this toxic wind back at you. In a blink, the magic instantly reverses and rushes straight at the opponent. Kaguya swiftly blocks the attack with incredible speed, sarcastically saying, how foolish, do you think the magic I use can affect me? Suddenly he was startled, eyes wide with amazement. What the hell? The enemy in front of him has disappeared completely. Xie is stunned. Where did he go? At this moment, you had silently appeared behind him, without him noticing. It was only after a while that Kia finally realized. But it was already too late. Eric shouted loudly as he bound him. In an instant, his entire body was tightly bound by strong chains, unable to move. Xia's face turned pale as he shouted in panic. Wait. Without hesitation, he immediately cast a spell, his face full of delight. Come on, if it's over, there's nothing interesting anywhere else, Elk thought to himself. It's been a while since I last used this move. In an instant, a secret technique of the Snow Mountain King was unleashed with overwhelming power, causing excruciating pain that made him unable to stand, trembling all over, his knees buckling to the ground. Ka groaned, trembling with fear. How could a human wield the power of the Snow Mountain King? He gripped his head tightly, his eyes flashing with a cold glint as he stared directly at his opponent. Eric coldly said, you don't need to do anything. Then he performed the absorption technique, drawing in all of Kie's and his own mana. His whole body burst apart and he collapsed to the ground in an instant, dead before he could even gasp. Mifi frowns, his heart surging with rage, determined to annihilate the demons. How dare he say that in front of me? He smiled with pleasure, meaning that even if we had no choice but to work together, we would eventually become enemies we must fight in the future. A thought flashed through Mifi's mind. This is wonderful. That's exactly what I was thinking. Eric put one hand in his pocket, clenched his fist with the other, and stared sharply at the corpse lying on the ground. Suddenly, it was as if something moved inside him. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, and his gaze became unsteady. Eric clutches his chest down tightly, collapses to the ground exhausted, and spits out a dark liquid from his mouth. Augustine and Haji, seeing this, rush over anxiously from the car to call out to Eric. Eric clenched his teeth, silently feeling the poison accumulating in his body. He held one of his arms, while Augustine reached behind Elk's back to channel his strength and asked, Eric, are you okay? Yes, I feel better now. After a while, Eric wiped the dirt off his face with the back of his hand and asked, do demons always remain this strong? Augustine withdrew his hand and confirmed with you. Yes, of course, that's right. He recalled the face of the demon they met earlier and judged that if he had been in his best condition just now. A strong wind blows past them. Augustine clasped his hands behind his back and concluded that I'm probably already lost to him. No, I think I will still win. Augustine widened his eyes and thought to himself that the boy was full of confidence. Seeing Eric, he noticed that he seemed unfazed as he slowly stretched. Augustine silently sighed. I guess the boy will find a way to defeat his opponent, no matter how unfavorable the situation is. His lips, hidden behind his beard, tightened slightly. But didn't I tell you not to let arrogance take over? You need to change that. Eric smirked and asked the old man. But Augustin, why do you look like that? At night, the sky above is painted in deep black, with only the full moon shining brightly. The scene below on the ground is a pile of wreckage and ruins. What do you want us to find here, Captain? I don't know either. Why does he keep telling us to look for signs of a third party here? The uniformed guy with a mask on his face sighed with his eyes closed. We've been searching all day and haven't found any trace, unless this isn't an order. Before he could finish speaking, a hand suddenly pierced through his stomach from behind, blood splattering onto his teammate, whose face froze in shock at the scene. Lucifer's eyes flashed with red light as he calmly retracted his blood-stained hand. Immediately, the uniformed man collapsed to the ground. The teammate glanced blankly in place, and Lucifer asked him, "What happened here?" The teammate reacted, his legs moving as he shouted loudly, "Who's there? Come out and show yourself." Before he could finish speaking, a hand reached out and clenched his face tightly, lifting him into the air with Lucifer, his legs dangling and struggling as he screamed. The drawing on Lucifer's back of the hand flashes brightly, and he says unhappily, "I will find out myself," and a scream echoes through the space. In the end, the accomplice was completely assimilated by Lucifer. His body cracked and shattered into countless black dust particles. All those black dust particles were absorbed by the drawing on Lucifer's back of his hand. He closed his eyes, tilted his face to the sky, and exclaimed, "Kaz has failed." In Lucifer's mind, an image appears of a woman who seems injured, trying to hold her arm. Then, the scene shifts to two men breaking into a room, with Lucifer whispering to himself. The third party isn't from the Intelligence Bureau or his own kind either. Another scene appeared in his mind, showing the back of the prince walking away. Lucifer smiles with interest, truly an incredible gain. When he opens his eyes, his pupils have turned a fierce red, looking extremely terrifying. Thinking that the Crown Prince himself was involved, in a square with a giant statue, Ba-chan kneels in front, with members of the intelligence agency kneeling behind him on the ground. I don't know how long they've been kneeling, but the Crown Prince signals everyone to stand up. Enough. He clasped his hands behind his back and reminded him sternly, "Remember the wounds you have suffered today for the rest of your life, and reflect on yourself. Than will remember that." The Crown Prince asked him, "The conquest plan had been in the works for many years and is now completely ruined. What do you intend to do now?" Ba-chan did not lift his face, but shared some information he knew. According to the report from the deity, Lord Garot is not Gregory's only follower. Fortunately, the agents we sent to other branches were able to gather information about our main camp. After hearing this, the Crown Prince concluded that the plan for this place was not entirely a failure. Ba-chan confirmed that the plan of the Red Rooster is simply a mistake on our part in Team 4. The Crown Prince turned and walked away while giving him an order. "All right, Pachan, clean this up and then head to the rendezvous point." Seeing something unusual, he narrowed his eyes and stopped as chaos had already erupted around him. The continuous screams echoed as they ambushed the demons. Ba-chan immediately reacted, stood up, drew his sword, and commanded the others and the team to coordinate, splitting up to eliminate the flying demons in the air. Ba-chan stepped in front of the prince, shot a quick glance, and scolded, "These fools are protecting the prince." All the intelligence agency members understood his meaning and simultaneously rushed to the same side to protect His Highness and run to his side. And just then, a streak of dark purple-black energy swiftly passed over their heads. He changed position, using his sword to block the purple-black aura from hitting the prince. Lucifer's face was directly facing Pachan as he praised him. "Not bad, humans!" Bahan swung his sword and cut. "Half-beast, how dare you!" Lucifer leapt into the air to dodge his attack, a smile spreading across his face as if he had found his target, and he pointed a finger at him, saying, "It's you." His eyes fixed on this person behind Pan, he uttered 4 words. "Are you the prince?" The surrounding demons, hearing his words, fell silent and exchanged glances. They all attacked simultaneously from this direction. The Crown Prince, he is the Crown Prince. Ba-chan raises his sword to prepare. I will stop him. Protect His Majesty. 2 members of the intelligence agency follow orders, quickly escorting the prince away. Please follow us, divine ones. Ba-chan swears an oath, unleashing a surge of power within him. I, Otho Pachan, will begin punishing those who dare to harm the prince. Lucifer's side reveals lips with long tongues sticking out and sharp teeth. He clenches his fists tightly. That guy's pretty good. Let's start taking action, too. The 2 of them charged at each other without hesitation, Lucifer's mouth wide open as if ready to swallow his opponent. A massive explosion has occurred, with 2 streams of purple and gold energy clashing directly. Below the ground, the demons keep attacking. The intelligence agency members are fighting desperately against them. The demons are targeting the prince and whispering among themselves. We will get the seal if we bring the prince's head to the messenger, right? I wonder if we could get a few more seals by giving the messenger a few more parts of the prince's body. Batran angrily charges at a demon. How dare you, pathetic demons, insult the one who will become the ruler of our empire? A barrage of slashes is unleashed, blood spraying everywhere, accompanied by a screaming voice. Your Highness, I will clear the way for you. You'd better hand over the prince to me. It brandished its sharp hand and charged forward in a frenzy. The seal is mine. The crown prince was so surprised that his mouth dropped open and he froze in place, unable to react to the dangerous situation. From somewhere, a voice echoed, "Who dares to block the messenger's path?" As soon as the words finished, countless beams of power shot down upon the winged demons. A tremendous force strikes the winged demons and converges to form the image of a lion's head, which is also the symbol painted on the flag representing the flame mage. Lucifer, holding a hand and licking his lips thoughtfully, said, "You're lucky." A member of the prince's intelligence agency also recognized that the approaching army was the Sioux. Homun rides ahead of the army with Isabel beside him, and someone exclaims happily, "Lam Su is here." Huh. Tilt your head and order the troops behind. Destroy the enemy. All of Lam Su's soldiers received the order and charged forward without hesitation. A single strike was enough to defeat a winged demon. The crown prince stood silently on this side, while the members of the intelligence agency surrounding him cheered with joy. We are saved. The crown prince's gaze is solely fixed on Isabel, silently calling her name in his mind. I don't know how much time has passed, but the sky returned to a clear scene with shining stars above. Lam Su's soldiers and the prince's intelligence agency members face each other as a report rings out. Although we were able to eliminate most of the demons with the help of Lam Su, Ba Chan, with his blood-stained clothes, respectfully bowed to the prince and said, "We couldn't kill the demon leader." The crown prince closed his eyes and nodded to the person in front of him. "Thank you." Ayum also bowed his head and explained, "I am glad you are safe. Your Majesty, I will escort you back to the palace, but since you already have an intelligence agency with you, I will take my leave here." The crown prince responded as if concerned, "You must be very busy, so just keep going." Hom bowed again. "Thank you for your understanding. But I wonder, where are you planning to go?" he suddenly asked, glancing at Isabel beside him before replying, "I am looking for Eric Minger." The crown prince also turned his gaze toward her. "I understand." Isabel lowered her head, her face slightly blushing, a gentle smile on her lips. The crown prince calmly turned and walked away, leaving only a farewell. "All right, goodbye." But in fact, he was silently muttering the new name he just heard, Eric M. Binger. Again, it was that name. On the other side, the carriage was moving through the forest. In the snowy winter weather, Eric sat in the carriage, curiously leaning his head out the window to look around. The carriage stopped in front of a massive city gate. Eric looked at the great wall ahead, and it was even bigger than he had heard. He silently analyzes in his mind that the flower of electricity is somewhere behind this step of growth. The soldiers blocking the large gate shout and demand, "Please stop." They told the soldiers in front, "We are border guards. We want to cross the border." The leading soldier did not move and raised his hand to refuse. "Sorry, but you may not be allowed to pass." Eric stepped down from the carriage and asked the leading soldier, "What happened on the other side of the wall?" The head soldier recounted that monsters outside the wall have been causing chaos recently, and unexplained phenomena are also starting to appear, so the guards are in a state of emergency. Eric looked at the dark streaks of energy above the sky and thought to himself, "I knew right away that the energy sensed beyond the wall was extremely suspicious." He clenched his teeth and smiled inwardly, "But still, I have no intention of giving up now." Eric signals to the person sitting at the driver's position. "Tell them to give the pass papers." He nodded to indicate he understood and quickly reached inside his shirt to find something. He is holding a scroll and slowly approaches the head soldier. They say nothing and directly hand the scroll to him. Here, the head soldier unrolled the paper and read the contents inside. His face was full of suspicion, silently wondering what this was. Upon seeing the content on the paper, the leading soldier was startled and quietly exclaimed, "Nerester and Minger families?" He carefully rolled the piece of paper back into its original form, respectfully returned it to us, and apologized, saying he didn't realize you came from such an important family. Usually, people wouldn't be allowed to pass, even with a permit, but he would make an exception for you because you are from the Nerester and Minger families. The soldier asks for more and, in return, pleads with you to run to the highest safe shelter if anything unexpected happens. Eric asks him, "If I hide there, will someone come to rescue me?" The soldier simply said one word, "No." His face became serious, and he continued, "If that's the case, finding your body will be easier for us." Eric frowned, stunned by his response as a giant centipede opened its sharp-toothed mouth wide. It wags its head, aiming at Eric standing below the ground. Then the giant centipede closes its mouth and rushes straight at him at incredible speed. As it was just a short distance from Eric, the giant worm opened its mouth wide again. He raised his hand, and the drawing on his arm emitted a blue light.
Eric jumps into the air, then a sharp ice shard pierces straight into the centipede's neck.
A scream of despair echoes out. He grits his teeth in anger and says, "These centipedes keep rushing at us like crazy." Another parasitic worm appeared behind Eric, opening its sharp-toothed mouth and charging to attack. You seem to sense its movement and glance back. Eric just jumped and spun in the air to dodge, thinking to himself that after the fight with the demon last time, he felt like he couldn't use what he had mastered so smoothly. He curled up and reached out his hand forward, thinking to himself, if I can unlock more seals in the future,
My mana will become a hindrance, and I won't be able to use my full power. Eric shouted, "Hello!"
As soon as the sentence ended, countless ice blocks flew toward and pierced the zombie's body.
The zombie let out a scream and then collapsed lifelessly.
High above, the ground also showed huge cracks. Eric also descended right beside it, silently setting a target. The magic that belongs only to me. I need to create a completely new kind of magic. I lift my head and conclude internally, only then can I become strong enough so that no one can look down on me anymore. Someone behind Eric stepped closer and asked, "Are you finished yet?" Shin and the others didn't know how long they had been waiting, and he tightened his coat, trembling as he sighed. Even though I've wrapped my body in mana, I'm still freezing, and I'm running out of mana too. Eric turned to look at the scene before him, pondering. This place should have been a hot desert, but unexpectedly it was freezing cold with such strong winds. I wonder if this is one of the strange phenomena they mentioned, and I recall the information I have.
This place is called the Black Snowfield. The name is just a metaphor.
Because the land here has been poisoned and turned black, it looks like a black snowfield. That is the meaning behind the name. Eric looked at the corpse of the centipede on the ground. This place is also completely filled with monsters, and even the Empire has given up trying to conquer it. It is a forbidden zone where even 8th Circle archmages are not necessarily safe. Suddenly, a hand reached over and rested on his shoulder. Curiously, he closed his eyes and called out, "Hey, Eric, is the Flower Shrine really a place forsaken by the gods? In fairy tales, the Flower Shrine is a peaceful garden where the flower gods live happily with humans. Does it look like a garden of flowers?" Eric stretched out his arm to break free from Shin's coat and firmly confirmed that the Flower Shrine exists. You can verify its existence based on the records of your ancestors in the royal family. Augustine also asked curiously, so do you know its exact location? I don't believe you can find that just with the information in those records, Eric said aloud. I'm thinking of going to find the Beastmasters guarding the flower-powered electric towers. Augustine let out a warning sound. The beast tamers have a deep grudge against humans. Are you sure this will be okay? Eric patted his chest to reassure. We will be fine. I have a way. Augustine stroked his thick beard under his chin. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm really looking forward to it. If I knew your intentions, it would be even more exciting. The old man reached out and asked, but how do you plan to find the Beastmaster in such a vast place? Eric replied, that's what I'm still thinking about. Haiji also spoke up. Do you have a map or directions? We can't possibly search through this entire snowy field. No, we don't have anything. If we at least had a compass, the floating cloud might be able to see something. He flew closer to Eric and whispered, Hey, the ice crystal is glowing. He reached into his shirt to find the ice crystal he had stored in his pocket and held the glowing crystal in his hand, wondering why it suddenly started to shine. The ice crystal suddenly flew up into the sky, causing everyone to stare in surprise, with their mouths agape in astonishment. What? A blinding beam of light suddenly shot down from the floating ice crystal directly onto Eric's head. His eyes widened as he silently realized the light from the ice crystal was opening a path for us. Eric smiled as he looked at everyone around him. I think we've found a way out. In the night sky, the full moon shines brightly, illuminating the darkness, with sparkling stars surrounding the forest. A breeze blows through the air, causing the leaves to rustle softly, as a lantern-lit carriage slowly moves along the forest trail. Eric looks at the ice crystal in his hand and surveys the area before requesting CC to stop, to which he hears the response, Yes, Mr. Eric, may I ask, what's the matter? Eric bowed his head to look at the item he was holding and explained, The ice crystal stopped shining after we entered the forest. I think we need to search around here. In the evening, in the forest with towering ancient trees, the space is shrouded in darkness, looking gloomy and frightening, but in an underground area, warm yellow fireflies illuminate a region. Are we really going to find something here? I didn't see anything, neither. Jility's eyes sparkled as she said, I was searching from above with my spirit beast, but I didn't see anything either. So it's gone? He curled his fingers tightly around it in his palm. Eric closed his eyes and turned in the opposite direction.
Let's go back to the carriage. The ice crystal might still be guiding us.
Eric and Shin exchange glances as if they understand each other and nod simultaneously. Then, the three of them, Eric, Shin, and Jility, speed away at an incredible pace. All three of them moved swiftly, weaving through the trees and rushing forward. After some time, Eric suddenly stopped and signaled that something was there. You and Shin hid behind 2 trees, while on the other side a few goat-horned demons surrounded a woman. When Eric looked closely at her appearance, he wondered silently in his mind, a female beastmaster? Mi-Fi stands at the corner of the tree, crossing her arms and saying, That is a beast woman of the feline race. Over there, some goat-horned demons with red eyes opened their mouths wide and roared loudly. They started to go berserk, charging to attack Irina, who was kneeling on the ground. She had no strength to resist, only able to close her eyes and scream loudly. Is anyone there? Please help me. At this moment, a voice rang out. Whew! Irina, still trembling with fear and biting her lip, closed her eyes tightly, waiting for her fate. But after a long moment, nothing happened, so she slowly opened her eyes in confusion. The goat-horned demons are now frozen into cold, hard ice blocks. Eric, behind the tree, flicks his hand. All the goat-horned demons turned to ice have shattered into fragments. Eric approached Irina and asked if she was okay. He gently pats his hair with one hand and reaches out to her with the other. She must have been really shocked. Mi-Fi sneered. You're terrible at acting. Eric paid no attention to his taunt and quietly asked Irina, I will heal any injuries you have. Let me help you. It was like you were showing friendliness by reaching out to help her up. Can she stand on her own? Irina just silently looked up, glaring at you with a hostile gaze. She aggressively pushed her hand to one side and said, I don't need help from a beastman. As soon as Irina finished speaking, 2 beastmen with bows appeared on the branch above them. They are guarding up in the trees, while below, Elix's group has been surrounded by a group of armed beastmen. Irina grits her teeth and threatens. Stupid human. If you don't surrender after I count to 3, I will deal with all of you. She counts to 1. The beastman from the feline tribe on the tree has raised his bow. Shin glances at the beastman on the tree as Irina's counting voice echoes again. Heidi looked at the figure in front of her and wondered, silently, Eric, what are you planning? A bright smile spread across his lip. Eric raises both hands and honestly declares, I surrender. Hiji, Julity, Augustine, and Shin are all gathered together. When Mi-Fi heard Eric's words, her expressions changed. Eric stood in front, raising both hands and smiling as he said, I surrender. Mi-Fi crossed his arms, thinking to himself that he really was clever. The scene shifted back to a moment earlier when El's group was still hiding behind the trees. At that moment, he glanced and saw Irina trembling and kneeling on the ground, surrounded by goat-horned monsters. Eric chuckled and said, This is obviously an old trick or a trap. Your eyes spark with curiosity. There are also soldiers nearby. Augustine, standing at another tree, asks, Eric, what are you planning to do now? El's lips curl into a smile as he responds to the old man, Nothing more I can do. If they want to play, we'll indulge them. Your face shows excitement as you say this, and you'll let them lead us into their den. Back in the present at the Monster Kingdom, a carriage pulling a cage behind it is moving along a deserted street in the city with Irina leading the way. On both sides of the carriage's front are beastmen from the feline race guarding it. Inside the cage, everyone is handcuffed with iron locks, only Augustine is dozing off. The others just kept silent. No one said a word. Mi-Fi crossed her arms and called out to the person sitting below. Hey, do you really have to go this far? Eric smiled and replied, You're so naive. His expression showed a cunning certainty that only by sacrificing so much could he be completely deceived. Mi-Fi could only marvel, surprised that those idiotic monsters were so easily fooled by such poor acting. Suddenly, many beastmen appeared on the street, pointing at their cage and shouting insults. Terrible humans. Why did the search team bring humans here? They definitely have no good intentions. Deal with them now. Eric glanced outside, realizing I had expected this, but their anger toward humans is truly intense. Mi-Fi also looked in the same direction as you and said, You humans destroyed their homes and chased them here, so isn't that quite normal? Trying to become a furious storm passed down from ancestors won't be so easy. Eric remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he looked outside the carriage. After a while, the wheels finally came to a stop somewhere. Irina's legs suddenly turned around and she introduced herself. I am Irina, the royal guard of the Anromov kingdom. If you value your lives, it would be best to behave properly. Eric looked up and stared directly at her. In front of the massive castle gate, Irina's threatening words echoed, "Because our great king will interrogate you." The sky above is filled with drifting white clouds as the castle gate slowly opens. Irina leads Elk's group inside, walking at the front along a long corridor. Eric and everyone else behind him are chained with iron shackles. Mei Fei crosses her arms and asks curiously, "You must have some plan in mind, which is why you're entering the enemy's main battlefield, right?" Eric smiled, using a private way of communication only the two of them could hear to confirm with him. "Of course, the monsters won't refuse me. There are already many beastmen lined up on both sides of the path waiting, because I possess the power they have coveted for centuries, the combat technique of the Tiger King, the previous Monster King." You smirked and uttered the three words, "strengthening technique." Eric calmly analyzed. The wolf tribe had held the throne for generations, but now they are all extinct. What if the power of the royal authority appears through the body enhancement technique? Eric said excitedly. Let's see how valuable it could be. Nephi looked at him with an evaluating gaze. You're really eager to sell it at an outrageous price, huh? In front, Irina knelt on one knee, bowing her head respectfully with her hand on her chest, and reported loudly, "Your Majesty of Anromov, I have brought the criminals here." A small figure sitting on the chair replied to her, "Well done." The hand resting on the armrest of the chair revealed sharp claws. Vence asked, "Why did those humans enter our territory?" Eric wondered to himself, is he a tiger person? The boy opened his mouth to speak, revealing his sharp, shining teeth. "If you dare to lie." Eric's face froze in place as he muttered to himself, "No way." The king of the monster Tiger King Vence, sitting on the throne so seriously threatening he wouldn't have a chance to walk out of here alive. Eric stood below, unable to believe it, and thought to himself, it's just a kid. He froze completely in place, while Heidi stood beside him, trying not to speak, her face covered in sweat. She whispered to herself, feeling overwhelmed, "He's too adorable." Nephi also covered her mouth, giggling teasingly. "A young Tiger King, maybe you won't get much out of this as you think," Eric thought with a glare. Having a Tiger King's heir is a good thing, but he's still too young. He takes a step forward and starts to plan silently in his mind, thinking to try first and escape if things go wrong. Eric showed no fear at all and asked, "Are you the king?" The demon on the side, seeing his attitude, was displeased and shouted, "You disrespectful bastard, how dare you ask our great king like that?" Eric retorted straightforwardly, "Hey, old man, stop meddling or I'll get furious and point at you and curse you, kid soldier. Bring that criminal out immediately." Eric tilted his head and twitched his ears. The noise was too loud just then. Someone ordered to stop, but he still wanted to continue. Vence stood up from his chair, his eyes flashed red with authority, and asked him, "Do you intend to disobey my order?" Eric smirked confidently and glanced at him. Vence sat back down and asked, "So, do you have something to say?" Eric smiled to himself, thinking that he had thought he was just a useless kid. It seems the blood of the beast still runs in his veins, and he might be easier to persuade than I thought. Then he raised his head to face the boy directly and asked back, "Do you know the art of strengthening the body?" Vence's face became stunned upon hearing the question. The boy exclaimed, "What?" Eric raised two fingers. "If I told you I wanted to sell it, how much would you pay?" The officials standing on both sides started to get noisy when they heard him say that. What nonsense is this? "You little bastard, how dare you mention the body enhancement technique? Guards, split the head and body of this worthless human apart." Vence waved his hand to order them. "Calm down, everyone." Eric seemed to have lost patience, suddenly breaking his iron shackles and shouting loudly, "Enough! You're too noisy!" Immediately, a group of guards rushed forward to shield Vence. The criminal has broken free from the chains and is protecting the king. Behind him, the guards led by Irina have also regrouped. Elk's group is now surrounded on both sides. The iron shackles are gradually broken by the remaining members of the Elric group, shattering into many pieces that fall to the ground. Augustine rubbed his wrist and asked with concern, "Do you want me to help?" Eric refused with extreme confidence. "No need, sir. I will handle them myself." A light emanates from his body as he steps forward a few steps. "I need to show them what I can do." "That's the only way they'll believe in you," one official shouted loudly. "What are you doing, royal guards?" "Hurry up and take down those evil humans." The guards immediately rushed towards Eric upon hearing the command. I helplessly sighed. He was so quiet on the way here that I suspected something. Haiji called out, "Eric, if you dare to touch my beloved little tiger, I will kill you." "As for agility," she laughed excitedly, "I really enjoy watching chaotic scenes like this." A blond guard brandished his sharp claws and lunged at him. Eric stands still and extends his hand, his fingers gradually curling. He takes a few running steps and then lunges forward at an incredible speed. On the opposite side, the beastman also rushes forward, and the two are about to collide directly. Eric grit his teeth, raise his arm, channel all his strength into his sharp fingertips, and in an instant he slides past the guard, striking him with countless claw attacks. The powerful body technique, fierce tiger charge. The official with twin-tailed hair gapes at the scene unfolding before him. No way. The official standing next to him also couldn't believe it, and asked, how can a human know the beast body technique? Someone then ordered, Royal Guard, transform into a beast quickly. The two guards exchange glances, nod, and their human faces transform into beastly faces with sharp fangs. Their hands and chests grow large and hairy, their legs turn into slightly bent beast legs, and their muscles swell, tearing through their clothes. They fully turn into beast forms but still walk on two legs. A loud shout of attack echoes as the beastmen open their mouths fiercely and rush at Eric all at once. Someone confidently declares, "You're finished." Eric remains standing still, his fist clenched. He spun his foot on the ground and stomped down hard. Eric leapt into the air, spinning around and knocking back all the surrounding beastmen. The beastman who was hit by the tiger claw technique was knocked unconscious, flung away, and fell right at the feet of a guard standing far away. He trembled as he looked up at the shadow engulfing him, and behind Eric, a giant black tiger from the powerful black tiger attack appeared. The massive tiger paw stomped down from above, crushing the guard to the ground, and Irina's whole body trembled with anger as she saw her subordinate being trampled by that tiger paw to the point of immobility. She drew out the two swords hanging at her hips and charged to attack. "How dare you!" Just as Irina's sword was a few inches from Eric's neck, a commanding voice ordered, "Stop!" She blankly turned her face toward the source of the sound. Irina called out to Valens standing in front of the chair. "Your Majesty." Eric lowered the sword, pointed at him.
I think I've shown you that the strength I possess is real, haven't I? The boy asked with a smile.
"Do you believe me now?" Vence just stared silently at Eric. The inside of the palace hall is currently in chaos, with defeated beastman guards scattered everywhere. Vence stared with wide eyes, grinding his teeth as he asked, "How do you know about the power technique? The one even we can't understand." A burst of powerful green magic erupts, filling the room and forcing the other beastmen to bow and brace themselves.
The glowing tattoo on Eric's arm shines brightly as he smiles and says, "That is magic."
Vence frowned in confusion, repeating the two words he just heard. "Magic." Eric raises his hand, using his power to draw magical circles in the air. Magic flows through everything. It always exists in this world. It reveals the mystery of nature and unifies all its underlying principles in harmony. Vence looked up at the shimmering light before him. "So, the body enhancement technique has always been maintained through magic." Eric smiles as he moves his hand to gather all the magic circles, closing his eyes to confirm with the boy. That's right. All the mystical images that just appeared before Vence quickly vanished with a wave of Eric's hand. Vence's eyes sparkled brightly, and the boy gazed at Eric in awe. Mifai, standing behind with arms crossed, called out to expose him. "What magic? Are you still pretending to be honest while hiding the truth?" Eric smirked with a slight smile. "Anyway, the monster race has some connection to magic. If we present this in an attractive and mysterious way, they'll fall for it." Look, not only the king, but the others are starting to believe too. Mifai also commented that the monsters are too naive. Eric glanced to the side and chuckled. That's why they are perfect to exploit. It's time to seal the deal. As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly bowed my head to Valens standing in front of me, catching his attention. Eric closed his eyes and bowed deeply in a gesture of utmost respect. Martial arts skills are a secret treasure of the royal family, even if I achieved it through magic. Its true, brilliant power always lies in the hands of the rightful owner. Vence smiled, a look of delight on his face. The two ears on the boy's head wiggled as he heard those words. Eric straightened up and spread his arms out dramatically. "So we want to use this agreement to build a new foundation for the royal family and the people." Before you finish speaking, a voice cuts in. "That's enough." Eric opened his eyes and tilted his head toward the source of the sound. Finance Minister Norris clenched his fists and approached them. "So basically, you want to sell us the superhuman technique at a high price, right?" Eric glanced at him, thinking to himself that he couldn't believe he saw through his true motives. This old man is not enough. Then I smile and pat my chest, admitting that, yes, what I need is information. Norris was a bit surprised when she heard Alex say, "I want to know the way to the Flower Temple." She looked at the person next to her and asked, "The Flower Temple? Why would a human want to go there?" Ma also glanced at him and continued speaking, but suddenly a voice rang out, cutting off his words. "Stop." Norris turns around and heads for the door, accompanied by a declaration. "We understand your wishes in this agreement, but we need to discuss it further, so please leave for now." He tilted his head and ordered Irina. The captain of the royal guard escorted them to the summit mansion outside to rest. She bowed respectfully in response. Yes, Shanghai. Before leaving with the others, Eric turned his head and cast a silent sigh towards Norris. It almost became a successful deal just because of that old man. Mifi also frowned deeply, his red eyes carefully watching Norris for a long time. Mifi eyes him carefully, as if sensing a dark power surrounding the old man. Norris's eyes are completely consumed by darkness, shining with a cunning red glow. Mifi realizes this is a demon. After Alec's group has completely left, only Vence stands above, and the Beastmen officials are still loudly discussing among themselves. Of course, we should accept the deal. This is our chance to restore the bloodline of the Tiger King and bring glory back to our tribe as before. The demon also agrees and speaks up. At this moment, those bastards are quite cunning, and they pose a greater threat to us than the humans outside. If we can unite the will of the Tiger King and the people of Didi, they will have no choice but to obey. Someone stepped forward and confirmed that they were right. He straightforwardly analyzes the current situation. The Kuang the Thwat is a symbol of unity among the monster clans, and its loss has caused many members to be divided, with many species no longer united and in agreement. This is the chance to get it back. With it, we can eliminate the reason they don't acknowledge a Tiger King because he doesn't have the Kuang the Thwat. Valence sat in the chair, closing his eyes and nodding in agreement with what he said. All right, if that's what everyone thinks. At this moment, Norris intervened again, saying, "We can't do that." Bus couldn't understand, turned towards him, and shouted loudly, "Finance Minister Norris, if we lose the symbol of the royal family like this, we won't be able to." Before he could finish, Norris shot a threatening look to stop him from saying more. Seeing that look, everyone was stunned and silent. Norris turned to look at the others. I understand the utmost importance of the body enhancement technique for our people, and the king. But then Norris shouted loudly, "Have you forgotten the suffering we endured that makes us monsters exist in this cursed place?" The other officials began to reflect, their minds echoing his words. Humans used sweet bait to lure us in, then cowardly stabbed us in the back, pushing us into this tragic situation. Lord Valence, if we accept this agreement, we will once again become puppets in the hands of humans, and those painful historical days will repeat themselves. He summarized everything he had said so far. That is why we must not ally with humans. We need to be careful with them. Vince frowned, his face showing a contemplative expression for a long moment, but he said nothing. I don't know how much time has passed, but inside another room, the scribe was anxious to persuade once more. Our king cannot miss this opportunity. This is the only chance to get the body enhancement technique again. Vence turned his back to him. The boy silently raised his head and looked at what was in front of him. Vence gazed at the tall statue ahead, muttering a few words about rebuilding the royal family. The boy suddenly said, "If we want to fulfill the previous king's wish to unify the tribes, we will need to use the body enhancement technique." Bus immediately replied happily, "Then we will quickly call those people here to negotiate." But we cannot do that according to Lord Norris's argument, because I think he has a valid reason for saying that. Humans have already deceived us too many times. Bus hurriedly analyzed. The gods know it's true that Minister Norris is quite wise, managing the kingdom so well that the clans now call him the wise dark sage. But he was pretending, and his assessments could be inaccurate. In this situation, Vence began to grimace in anger, and warned him to watch his words. He is the one who dedicated his life to the kingdom since the time of the previous king. I do not doubt his judgment. We need to be careful with that person. Bus, realizing he was wrong, immediately bowed very low. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, for my improper words." In the end, he could only accept the current outcome and turned to leave. Vence walks alone down the long corridor of the castle. The boy says to himself, "Norris, I believe your judgment is correct." At the same time, the night sky above is painted a deep black like ink, with birds soaring through the air around the Anromov estate. A pair of feet in tall boots step steadily across the luxurious carpeted floor. Inside the room, someone pushes open the door to look at the person standing outside.
Well, what do we have here? What wind has brought you here?
You calmly face the man in front of you and call out, "Minister of Finance Norris." He looks down at you and responds, "I am here to negotiate with you." "Oh, I see you're a client. Please have a seat. It seems you've decided to accept the deal I proposed. How do you plan to negotiate with us?" Norris reached out his hand to promise, "I will give you what you want and open the way to the flower temple for you." Eric nodded in approval. "You are truly generous, just as I expected of you." Norris's face appears with a crazed smile as he repeats his demand. "Superhuman technique. Sell it to me." After finishing his talk with Norris, Eric rested his head on the table and sighed wearily. "I guess no one is coming anymore. I wonder if they really think they can seize the throne and unite the clans just because of the superhuman technique. Why do the finance minister and the other officials all say the same thing like that? Augustine asked, sitting in the chair opposite him, curious. I heard that the Tiger King lineage has been fallen for a long time, and they need superhuman techniques to revive this kingdom. But I didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. So who do you plan to sell it to? Eric raised one finger to recount. The finance minister still quoted the highest price. Augustine skeptically confirmed. Are you saying the finance minister keeps bringing that up? Eric reached out while using his power, and in this case, the entire room was filled with blinding golden energy. Your question echoes in this space. Since so many clients pursue superhuman abilities, it has become very expensive. If it has become so expensive, can I ask what the royal family plans to do with it and how you intend to pay me? A shadowy figure is hiding in the darkness, gradually revealing itself as Elik's power shines upon them. Vence's eyes flash with light as he silently listens to El calling him. Yes, Hovuong. Mifai stands behind, crossing her arms, analyzing how the king's power is gradually declining. If it were me, I would have cut off the heads and bodies of those vassals already. Anyway, I'm not as stupid as they are. Valence's body trembled, and his face darkened as the boy asked, why would the finance minister do that? Something must have gone wrong. Eric stood up and took a few steps closer to the boy. I told you beforehand that you would see something very interesting. I don't know when Hai appeared, but she placed her hands on Valen's shoulders and slightly scolded him. Elk? How could you say those words in front of someone who is truly hurt? Elk's face grew serious as he loudly called her name. Hiji, you're not a child anymore, are you? Could defeat. Soothing his heart really changed the current situation. Both Hai and Valence were taken aback by his words. Eric reminded her, you know that too. No matter how shiny and beautiful it sounds, it will soon be overlooked without a strong backing behind it. Haidai frowned, silently calling out Eric's name in her mind. She remembered when they were young, once surrounded by others and bowing their heads. Their family was once known as the House of Magic, but everything changed and it was only the two sisters left, playing with old clothes on their bodies. The hands of the two children clasped each other tightly, but as soon as they lost their power, all the gods, nobles, royalty, and even the magic tower abandoned us. They were completely helpless then, only able to hold each other and cry uncontrollably. Eric, now grown up, walks once again amid the cheers of everyone. He's the hero of Lysander. He is the son of the Thuat Tin family. Please look at me. Minger, you casually glance at the people surrounding you. Eric recalled those faces and mockingly said, only when you become the hero of Lysander will those who once looked down on you and called you a disgrace completely change their attitude towards you. He bowed his head and concluded, after all, power is what drives the world. King, you must sharpen your claws. Vence's face looked a bit confused as he raised his head and asked again. My claws? Eric knelt on one knee, placing his hand over his chest, bowing his head slightly and closing his eyes to show respect to the boy. He must quietly hone it so that in the final moment he can use it to seize everything he desires. He opened his eyes and sincerely said, I will help you throughout this long journey. Vence's face froze in place, and the boy's eyes, when looking at him now, shone brightly. Eric silently sighed. Look at those angelic eyes. I guess he's completely moved. Mifai behind him could only shake his head, looking as if he's ready to sell his soul to you. Eric smiles and explains, I have to do this to move forward. Mifai smirks as if he can see through your thoughts. Don't think I don't know. You're just trying to boost his fighting spirit, aren't you? His face became serious as he declared that even if you help him, only he can resolve the current situation. Who knows if he can be as impressive as those who came before him? Vence asked softly. Do you know anything about Hovuong-du? Eric was surprised and asked the boy back. So Hovuong-du was the strongest Tiger King to lead beastmen to the peak? Vence confidently mentioned all the assets left by Hovuong-du. The boy asserted, I am willing to exchange everything, including the research materials we studied to restore the strength technique. Eric narrowed his eyes and focused on the next issue Vence mentioned. But the flower temple had already been sealed off by the Eastern General. The boy stretched out his tiger hand and said, if you want to open that door, you definitely need me. I will take you there myself, Vence demanded loudly. So let me have the strength technique back. Eric took the boy's hand and smiled. Yes, sir. You stand up by placing your hands on your hips, then suggest we sit down together to discuss things more thoroughly. Valence followed behind Eric, wondering in his mind if this decision was truly the right one. No, I must not doubt my own decision. I am the king after all. As he said, if I sharpen my claws, Everything will fall back into its proper place. While walking along the road, lost in thought, the boy tripped and fell forward. Oh no, but quickly Haiji's arm appeared to wrap around Vence's body to catch him and prevent him from falling. Vence turned back to look at her, thanking her. I just tripped over my own feet. Suddenly, Haiji reached out and embraced the boy tightly in her arms. Her sudden action made Vence flustered, so he shouted, "How rude! I may look young, but I am still the king!" Haiji gently stroked the boy's hair and comforted him. If you want to cry, just cry freely. She closed her eyes gently and comforted Vence. Enduring like this isn't good for young children. The boy's eyes widened in shock, and he became dazed as he listened to her words. Vence feels like he's being embraced and comforted by his mother as she gently strokes his hair and whispers, "If you're happy, just smile. If you're sad, just cry." Vence felt as if her voice was echoing in her ears. Is that okay, Vence? Tears have already started streaming down the boy's cheeks. Clear tears keep falling onto Haiji's shoulder, and Vence's hand holding her tight begins to tremble. Finally, the boy fully returned to the appearance of a child, opening his mouth wide to cry out loud and sob. Eric smiled at them. Just now he looked like a true king, but now he's just a bunch of crying kids. Mifai also crossed his arms and sighed. After all, he is still too young to bear the burden of the throne. Eric cleared his throat. Hey, did you hear me? You said you would take me there yourself. So you're planning to leave on Romov? Hearing no response, Eric looked at Valence and Hiji playing together on the bench and called out again. Lion King, are you listening to me or not? If my guess is correct, then we should leave now. If we waste more time here, we won't know what the finance minister and the others will do. I need to quickly organize the royal guard team and leave this palace. Valence then stopped, no longer joking, and turned around to answer him. We don't need the royal guard team. He only made her a guard to keep an eye on me. Eric raised his hand and frowned, saying, So the finance minister already knows you're here? Vence told you the situation. I left the castle quietly long ago, but now they probably know. At this moment, Shin and Agility hurriedly pushed the door open from outside to announce that Eric, the beastman gathering outside the palace, is in a large number. Eric stroked his chin, pondering silently, then suddenly realized something and wondered. Wait a minute. Do we really need to leave quietly? Eric turns his gaze first to Augustine, then shifts to Agility and Shin standing nearby, with Valence and Hiji also present. Suddenly, I realize that with the current team, we can easily overpower everyone and go straight out the front door. A plan has been made. Eric claps his hands together and smiles, calling out, All right, everyone! Suddenly, the whole room seemed to shake. A loud noise echoes as Vence quickly breaks free from Hai's embrace and jumps to the ground. It's an emergency signal. The boy runs toward the window over there. The Beast tribe has already sent their troops here. Eric watched Vence running over and silently repeated the two words he just heard. The No tribe, you remember it's the Beastmen clan involved in a major conflict with Anromov. Eric watches Valence's expression carefully, thinking that if they are here, they will surely try to prevent King Vence from leaving Anromov. There's a huge explosion happening below the city with flames blazing red. Eric muttered to himself, this couldn't be happening at a worse time. Vence's eyes catch a glimpse of something outside the window. Two figures are flying toward them. The boy points out to the others that the enemy is attacking. Eric raises his hand, activating his power, signaling everyone to prepare for battle. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out Eric's name, making him flinch slightly as he looked up again to observe carefully. Then Eric turned back, waved his hand to signal them to stop, and two people simultaneously stepped down through the window. Sin and Agility stand behind Eric, both startled when they see the newcomers. Herman and Isabel stand on the window frame, smiling at them. Eric couldn't believe it and exclaimed her name. Isabel. Eric looked completely stunned at the two people suddenly appearing in front of him, wondering to himself, what is she doing here? Phi stood nearby, arms crossed, frowning as she observed and circled around Herman. Oh, he pointed at him and asked curiously, who is this monster? Eric did not answer Mayfie's question, but bowed his head in a very respectful greeting to him. It is a great honor to meet you, Green Lion Han Quio. Green Lion. Home also placed a hand on his chest and bowed in response, saying, I am just an ordinary warrior. Given the title of Count, you don't need to be so formal. The Duke is quite humble. Then Eric pointed inside the room and invited the two of them in. Let's go in first. Isabel smiled and replied, Thank you. Eric silently looked at her while Isabel was talking to Herman behind him. Dad, take it slow. Only after you and they are safely down from the window frame does Eric ask, How did you know I was here? He chuckled twice and explained his reason. I want to thank our benefactor personally. You not only saved my daughter, but also healed me. The man with the thick boots on his legs stepped forward a few steps, approaching Eric. Oh no, I should have left a message about where I was going. Looks like we've met each other. Herman looked at you, denying it. No, we should have sent a letter first. I wanted to surprise you, so I looked for you without warning. It's our fault. Then he turned his head to look to the side, but Hum glanced at the four people. Hyde Unity, Augustin, and Shin, standing nearby. I see a few familiar faces here. He sighed and said, I didn't expect the Grey Lion's hound to be in a place like this. Heidi frowned and rebutted him. I am sure I have told you many times that I am not their hunting dog. Eric was surprised and turned to look at the person next to him, asking, Do you know my sister? Home also looked surprised and asked back, Oh, she's a close relative of yours? He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, I have a friend who's a bit of a troublemaker. I've met that friend a few times before, but I never expected her to be the daughter of the Melvinger family. This world really is small. Herman shifted his gaze to another person. He stared intently at Augustine, standing at the end of the line, which was rare for the old elder of the Neriester family to appear outside like this. Augustine also responded to him at this moment. I remember telling you not to call me that anymore. Close your eyes and nod. There's nothing wrong with calling an old monster like you a strange old man. What else could I call you? Augustine and Herman face each other directly, the surrounding atmosphere like it's about to erupt into a fierce battle. Seeing their imposing presence, Eric begins to worry, secretly thinking that these two might just start fighting any moment now. You raise your hand to try to stop them, but what happens next is completely different from what Eric expected. They are shaking hands again. Herman smiles and praises him. Each member of this group is truly incredible. He looked at Agility and Valence on the other side, where the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a mysterious figure were standing. Eric turns around and laughs with the others. Ha ha. Come on, everyone, stay calm. Herman's gaze is still fixed intently on Eric, whispering to himself. So I want to have you even more. He took in the scene of Yelis getting along with everyone else with his eyes. In his mind, he thought that those who attract talented people will one day soar into the sky on their own, and he looked at Isabel smiling behind him, silently deciding that ignoring the prince he disliked and coming here was the right choice. Eric tilted his head and asked Isabel how they managed to get here. She closed her eyes and recounted that she heard he had overcome the walls, so they followed suit. A knight scouting the forest said he saw you being dragged away, so we came here to help you. Isabel glanced out the window, and our allies are causing chaos to distract the monsters. If we want to leave, now is the best opportunity. The scene of the entire kingdom outside currently seems to be engulfed in flames. Eric thought to himself that if he wanted to escape properly, this was his chance. And then he observed Vence standing behind him saying, Luckily, it's not an invading race. You turning around once more, placing your hand on your chest and kneeling on the ground. Eric looked up and asked Valence again, Does your resolve to leave this place change? Vence bowed his head and shared his thoughts with him. I want to leave here, but if I abandon the kingdom during this crisis, my subordinates will see me as a traitor and cause the city to fall into chaos. You don't need to worry about that. I just came up with a great plan. The current kingdom is already engulfed in blazing red smoke. A pair of leather shoes step onto the green grass and move forward. Irina leads a group of royal guards toward the mansion. Captain, shouldn't we be protecting the city? Irina replied calmly. No, the royal guards' purpose is to protect the king. She points toward the palace. Our king is currently with those disgusting humans, Irina declared, her eyes full of hatred, grinding her teeth as she said, All those humans. Suddenly, a loud scream announced that they were coming out, with Hai Shin and others leading the way from inside the mansion. Hey, where's our king, you bastards? Who knows, I guess. Irina's whole body burst into flames of rage as she shouted, Are you trying to provoke us? She immediately ordered the remaining members of the royal guard to transform into beast forms. They obeyed, and in an instant, they all shifted into their animal shapes. The roar of the beast echoed across the sky as Irina's sharp iron spear aimed straight at Shin's neck, forcing him to step back. Her face darkening, Irina began to threaten. I don't know what game you're playing, but if you don't return the king and hand him over to us immediately. Before she finished speaking, a figure appeared on the rooftop and a voice shouted, Stop! Everyone below saw Elk and Valence standing above. Irina shouted loudly for the troops to retreat. Eric smiled at everyone below. If anyone dares to act up, your king's in big trouble. The officials below, hearing his words, angrily pointed and shouted, Your Majesty, what is that madman doing? Damn it, get your filthy hands off our king now. Vence looked up and asked, Are you sure this will work? Elk still kept his smile, one hand holding the boy in his arms. Now, everyone has seen the human with strong physical abilities corner the king of their nation. He smirks as he observes the situation below. Eric looked at Norris below and confidently declared that no one among them would dare to act recklessly. Then he waved his hand, activating the power of the Dread drawing on his arm. A shadow of a black dragon appears, and Eric loudly issues a demand. If you want to save your king, get out of our way quickly. Irina's whole body trembled with anger, but Norris standing beside her called out to her, Irina. He turned around, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered something into her ear. After a moment, Irina's hand by her side clenched into a fist. She shouted orders for everyone to get out of the way for them. Immediately, the Royal Guard members stepped aside, clearing a path for the rest of Alec's group. I just took a step forward while glancing at the beastmen, standing on both sides. Isabel and Herman are also extremely cautious, glaring at the beastmen with hateful eyes. Seeing their group had left, Irina turned around and demanded, "We have opened a path as you requested. Now release our king immediately." Up above, Eric slightly parted his lips, then kicked off forcefully and shot into the sky. "How can I trust you? I will release His Majesty after we have safely left the city. If you chase after us, you also know what will happen to him, don't you?" Then Elk, after finishing his sentence, took Valence and soared into the sky to escape. Irina stands with the guards and officials who can only watch Valence fly away into the distance, helpless as the city is engulfed in flames. The cries for help from the beastmen echoed everywhere. "Come quickly and help us. We need to put out the fire first." And Eric, holding Ven in his arms, flies swiftly across the city sky. Vence glanced down at the scene below and heard Elle ask, "Do you want to go back?" The boy struggled and refused. "No, I am the one who said I want to leave here. I have to lead the way to the flower temple for you." Eric tilted his head and looked at the boy. "Let's put that aside for now. What I want to ask is whether your expression shows seriousness. I ask again, do you want to go back or leave here?" Vence still stared down below and said, "I only need to think about the castle now, and I feel overwhelmed." The boy remembered the faces of the people. "But for my subjects, it's different. They are all good people who trust and support me." Vence's face darkened. "If I abandon them, Than will fall into chaos, especially if we are invaded." Suddenly, Maphai, who had been silent all along, called out to remind him, "Hey, I don't think you have time to chat casually like this." Eric raised his head and asked him, "Maphai, what did you see?" A yellow light shone in his eyes as he looked into the distance. Eric sees the giant tornado forming before his eyes and asks, "A sandstorm threatening to burn?" Vence's face shows horror. "No," the boy anxiously said. "That's General Dong?" Eric gazed at the massive tornado before him, now realizing it was the disaster that had ravaged the north. He frowned, thinking to himself that if he got caught in it, he would be torn to pieces. Maphai called out again, "Hey, Eric, it's not over yet." He smirked and said, "I think there are a few troublemakers with that tornado." Eric's eyes continued to glow yellow as he checked the situation ahead. "What's going on?" You were startled to see the scene there as a group of soldiers was rapidly approaching from beneath the tornado. "That is Eric." Recognizing the symbol on the fluttering black flag, I knew they were nine-tailed. "Quickly lead the tribe's soldiers and shout orders to your men. Ha ha, ha, run at full speed, because we are also known as the Tribe of Fury." The rival No Talk, led by Ho Vuong, a coalition of monsters who turned their backs on the Ho Vuong family after losing their power, crave Anromoff's rule, but so far, only small skirmishes have occurred, and they have never launched a full-scale war. Vence stared in disbelief and asked, "What are the No Talk doing here?" Eric exhaled and guessed that some traitors in the castle had given them information about the powerful body technique. "You are still so naive, even after being stabbed in the back a few times," Vence shouted in anger. "It's ridiculous!" Eric turned his head and asked the boy, "Otherwise, why would they suddenly want to invade Anromoff? And now I am at the place where I, the one with the superhuman abilities, am supposed to be." As Valence nearly understood everything, the boy's face turned pale and he bowed his head low, unable to argue back. Suddenly, Vence's whole body trembled violently, causing the boy to gape in shock. Vence was lifted up by Eric's arm, bringing them face to face. The boy shouted in panic, "What are you doing?" Eric looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Can you answer the question I asked you earlier?" He repeated his question, "Will you return to the city or leave this place with me?" Valence hesitated and whispered a word. The boy's mind is filled with the worried faces of the people. Vence seems to have made a decision and lifts his eyes to look at the person before him. "I will return to the city and protect my people." "I knew you'd say that." Vence continued to admit defeat meekly, "But I am very weak and I have nothing to give you. I can't ask for anything more." Suddenly, Eric slammed his head hard into the boy's head. Vince rubbed his red-hot head and shouted loudly. Then Eric also grew tired of himself and the boy. "Your Majesty, friends don't care about things like that," Vince said again, a bit confused. "Friends." Eric lifts the boy's entire body up high. "You just need to ask." The boy smiled and continued, asking for help. Eric firmly asserted that if he did so, his friends would go to the ends of the earth to help him. He glanced over to the newcomer. "That's right, isn't it? I feel a bit helpless. Leaning on one hand on my hip isn't wrong either." Vince placed his hand over his chest, his eyes shining brightly, and asked if he could become your friend. Eric smiled and replied, "Being friends is no problem at all." Eric's voice echoed in their ears, saying, "You can be my friend as long as you enjoy having me around." Vince's face lit up with excitement as he looked at the two of them. Over there, the tornado and the No Tribe's army were already very close. "Because my friend needs help, how could I turn a blind eye?" Right. You wince and call out, asking everyone to change the plan. Two massive front legs of an animal are rushing quickly across the ground ahead as the savage tribal army leader roars fiercely, giving orders to his subordinates behind. "Speed up!" He leads the charge rushing toward the city gate. "And Romov is right in front of us?" Hugo, the fierce beast team's assistant flying nearby, asked, "Leader, is the superhuman technique really at Romov? Mao Thoi is actually against him. You doubt that this is because an ordinary human possesses such a powerful technique?" Hugo shifted his gaze and admitted, "Yes, it's hard to believe that a lowly race could have such an incredible secret skill." M pulled the reins and ran forward while analyzing. "Even if the information is wrong, we can't miss the chance to conquer Andromov, especially given our current defeat, right?" Hugo immediately replied, "Yes." The demon's eyes revealed a fierce desire as he declared, "If the news is true, we must not let the Ho Vuong family, who lost the Heavenly Seal, lay hands on the secret technique." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a large army of beastmen from various tribes was gathering. A hand with sharp claws clenched the armrest as the Blood Wolf King's voice rang out. 40 years ago, if it weren't for the green-eyed blonde wizard blocking our way, we could have built a great empire on the remains of the tigers." The old man's furry tails flicked, "But if I could get my hands on the divine body technique, I would restore the tail I lost. Finally, I could return to my nine-tailed form I longed for." Blood Wolf. King licked his lips with satisfaction and said, "No one can stop me." He began giving orders.
"Where are the soldiers? Bring me the divine body technique."
A tribal soldier kneeling on the ground nods in response to the command, as Huyet Lang Vuong's powerful words echo through the space, restoring our honor and glory. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Once I succeed, I will make the whole world kneel before me."
Returning to the city gate, the young man shouted loudly, "You are blessed by heaven, to be our king."
Blood Wolf King. He swore to protect the blessing bestowed upon us. Now the high-pitched sword in his hand calls out, "Brothers, charge and take down the Ho Vuong." The faces of the beastmen become fierce, and they shout together in response to the blessing of the Blood Wolf King. All the beast soldiers charged forward at full speed, shouting, "Go and drink the enemy's blood!" Suddenly, a glowing blue tiger head shot down from above and froze in front of the beast soldiers. A towering, elongated ice mountain suddenly appeared right in front of the orc soldiers, causing their mounts to panic and roar in terror. The soldier was thrown back by a strong force, falling to the ground and panting heavily. He seemed to sense something and looked up carefully to observe the surroundings. Seeing his comrades still running this way behind him, the soldier immediately shouted to stop, but the mount completely ignored him and bared its sharp teeth. They kept running forward quickly, knocking the beast of the no-talk off its back. Many soldiers were continuously thrown to the ground by the mounts. The out-of-control mounts lift their front legs to push soldiers away, while a hairy hand pulls on the reins to stop them. M looks at the chaotic scene, with many soldiers lying scattered in front of him, and asks what just happened. The blue tattoo on L's arm sparkles brightly. He comments, "Wow, everyone's here." Scene's distinctive red hair also appears, along with a scolding voice saying, "Why do only we have to fight?" Next, Haidai's black hammer swings in the air. She says, "I think it's fun too." The sunlight peeks out from behind the castle as the three of them slowly walk forward from inside the gates of Anromov. Dusty breezes drift through the air as two figures stand at the main gate of Anromov city. He crossed his arms and glanced at the person beside him, asking, "Do you plan to stay outside like that?" He looked at the tribal soldiers and assessed, "There aren't that many enemies." Augustin stroked his chin and replied, "Eric is the one who asked us not to interfere." The old man confidently said, "Don't worry too much." Responded with interest. "Let's see what he can do." In front, Eric's face is now smiling with full confidence. Elric, Shin, and Haiji each step closer to the Ice Mountain Pass. On the other side of the Ice Mountain, the orc soldiers are frightened and wonder what's going on. Has the Lord abandoned us? Hugo turned around and shouted orders to his comrades behind. Gather together. Fools, the god hasn't abandoned us yet. This is just human magic. The other orc soldiers also began to rally, shouting loudly, yes, I heard that the people of Anromov are using magic. I can't believe they have allied with those who left us stranded here. You damn traitors! Hugo pointed towards the group of three as Eric boldly declared, yes, they are our enemies. We will destroy all those damn humans and take over Anromov. Eric stood calmly behind the ice mountain range, twirling his finger as he listened to them talk. All the tribal soldiers simultaneously raised their swords high and shouted loudly. The demon stood silently among the soldiers, staring intently at Eric. He furrowed his brows tightly and silently thought to himself, a blonde-haired, emerald-eyed wizard, with a flash of a past scene in his mind, standing alone as the only survivor, surrounded by fallen soldiers. Mott remembered the image of the man flying in the air back then, whispering that he still couldn't forget the appearance of that bastard 40 years ago. He recalled the murderous look in that man's eyes, the human monster who single-handedly destroyed our entire army. M looks back at Elk's current appearance and whispers, but he's different from the human man 40 years ago. He bares his sharp, beast-like teeth, wondering in his mind whether it's a coincidence or if he's deliberately teasing us. Ending his thoughts, he quickly shouted an order to his subordinates. Hugo, bring me their heads. Hugo immediately responded to the command. Understood, Commander. He flapped his wings to signal his subordinates. The demon army advances to show those inferior humans the greatness of the beast. The demon's eyes flash brightly as it tilts its head back and lets out echoing cries. A dense flock of demon birds swarms the sky in front of Eric. Commander Hugo ordered them to use steel wings and turn them into a hive immediately. The demon birds flapped their wings once, releasing black feathers. Countless feathers from them fly straight toward Eric to attack. He remains calm, standing still as he watches the feathers rush toward him like the wind. A loud shout of wind erupted, and immediately a fierce tornado enveloped El. The tornado's power sucked the demons inside, making them spin around in the air. One of the demon birds looked bewildered as it saw its companions being hit by the tornado one after another and falling straight to the ground. Another demon bird, witnessing the scene, couldn't believe it and asked, "What is happening?" The demon bird next to him added, "Using magic?" Eric praised. "Juzin, you're doing well. Raise your hand while controlling your power and respond." "Although I'm not much compared to you, I am still the third son of the Nerester family," Mifi said with her arm crossed, smiling. "I didn't understand why you brought someone who can't do much, but it turns out he has that skill too," Eric explained with a smile, which is why his family is considered the strongest in the magic tower. You observe the demon birds being surrounded in the sky and analyze them. More importantly, the Nerester family's magic element is wind. Creatures like those birds are no different from prey to me. I clench my fists to take a breath. He rushes towards the demon creatures. "Do you understand the pain of being a supporting character?" Sin straightens both arms and unleashes a giant tornado at the demon horde. The demons are swept away by the force and scream loudly. "Run now!" Shin frowned unhappily and lunged forward. Not so fast. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an iron hammer was thrown into the air. It sped past at incredible speed, brushing Shin's shoulder and flying straight back before exploding. As he bent down to the ground, he saw a group of Minotaur demons standing below. The arrogant leader looked down on him. "That weak thing won't work against our Minotaurs." The surrounding Minotaurs, energized as if given new strength, shouted to destroy them. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and touched the Minotaur commander's back, then let out two cries. "Oh my God, I didn't know JD appeared here from when?" She smiled and said, "I've never seen a cow use a hammer before." She looked up at it. "Are you trying to play with me?" The bull demon commander turned his head back, his eyes flashing with a red light. It gritted its teeth in extreme anger. How dare a lowly human speak to it? Before the bull demon commander could finish, a powerful hammer swung straight at its face. The demon bull is struck by the hammer, spits out blood, and is thrown far away. Its head crashes into the cliff face. The other ox demons were all stunned, sweating profusely as they watched the scene just now. Haidai on this side raised a hand to her cheek, still smiling innocently. "Oh no, I accidentally let it slip." Immediately after, a group of Minotaur demons charged at her all at once. "You damn humans, we will avenge our commander." A hammer swung straight at Haiji, but she gently tilted her head to dodge. Haidi said nothing, only swung her hammer at them. With a single strike, the Minotaur demons were quickly defeated. "I know why you're afraid of her now." I can't believe she shattered someone's skull while still smiling and chasing after them. She has the qualities of a demon king. You are speechless, not knowing what to say. On the other side, a member of the Rage tribe is holding a sword in his hand, bending down to pick up a blow. Then the tribe swung their sword to strike the mountain range, breaking the ice and launching an attack. In the end, the mountain range shattered into pieces. Eric looked down from above at a group of barbarians rushing toward the city gate. Just in time, I was tired of waiting. You extend your hand and the drawing on your arm begins to glow. I will deal with all of you.
The Fire Tribe riders shouted loudly as they rode forward. Only 3 of them. Take them all out.
Eric unleashes his power, ice swirling. A blast of freezing cold appears in front of them. The orcs struggle to block the strong wind with their hands. Damn it, where did this snow and ice come from? We can't move forward anymore. A member of the No tribe looks up in shock, eyes wide, as a figure soars through the air with an outstretched arm. Surrounded by countless sharp ice shards, Eric nonchalantly glances down and murmurs a spell. Frost wind. You wave your hand and shoot straight, but the ice shards fall down to the ground below. The sharp ice shards pierced through the armor and directly into the barbarians' bodies. Eric estimated how many barbarians were left underground, thinking to himself, too many survivors. He jumps once, landing safely on the ground. Eric smiles as he looks at his arm, the colors of the drawing on it becoming more vivid. I will show you the magic I have created. Eric knelt down on one leg, one hand pressed to the ground. Then he would freeze everything he touched. He swung his hand, connecting his thoughts in his mind, and destroyed them all. The rhino demons began to retreat in fear, stopping him and raising their magic shields. Eric spun in the air and then charged toward the distant shields. He repeatedly struck the shield with his hands, using fierce physical attack techniques. In the end, the shields of the tribal soldiers were shattered into pieces. That's impressive. Body enhancement techniques and magic. The black dragon behind warned Eric that he's dangerous. He glared and silently sensed. Actually, with that much spiritual energy, Eric secretly checked the entire body of the M standing in front of him and realized he was a level 4, a monster master. He smiled and said, "An interesting human." "So, you're the healer. Draw your sword," Elk said, the one responsible for this chaos. I watch him closely, trying to stay calm and focused. He's not an opponent I can easily defeat. The fish I just caught has already escaped. What a pity. Eric pursed his lips and silently decided that he couldn't waste any more time here. Immediately after, an angry voice rang out. "How dare you run away from me?" Mao appeared and closed in on you in just a second, filled with murderous intent as he launched his attack. Eric stared at him in amazement and couldn't help but say, "So fast, not willing to fall behind, you also quickly unleash your power." Facing Mao Thung-hung directly, he confidently thought, "But there's nothing I can't block." Eric's fist collided directly with his sword, producing a deafening sound. The two powerful forces clashed so quickly that Eric was forced to step back. He gasped in amazement, thinking that his speed and strength were truly astonishing. Seeing the dent on his already chipped sword, Ma's eyes also showed surprise, and a clear dent appeared on the sharp blade, making him instantly furious. Hurry up and stomp the ground, releasing an intimidating aura, and softly say, "I guess I can't let you go now." Eric looked at the source of power wrapping around his leg, feeling tense again as he thought, actually, I'm now in his territory, and it's hard to escape using teleportation. He ordered his subordinates to stand behind him. Hugo led the army towards Andromeda, his gaze cold and firm, and he declared very seriously that he would cut off his head and then give chase. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster seemed to be provoked and charged straight at him. Hugo flapped his wings forward as a signal, and the horde of monsters headed directly toward Anromov. Faced with the relentless onslaught of monsters, Eric could only struggle to withstand the aftermath of the beast tide. Watching the chaos around him, he couldn't help but furrow his brow in annoyance. Damn it, thanks to that bear, everything just got complicated. Mi-Fi appeared, floating beside him, teasing Eric with a mischievous grin. "You underestimated the monsters a bit. There was a time when even the demon race dared not recklessly provoke them. After a while, only Ma and I remained facing each other. The tense atmosphere was almost terrifying." Eric, feeling uneasy, whispered to himself, "Even when their training has weakened, there are still strong ones." So that's why Anromov built the fortress and has always been wary of the slave race. He glanced down at you and said, "Now it's just the two of us." Eric begins to use magic, telling himself he must defeat him quickly at all costs. Suddenly, a powerful blue lion appears behind him. Eric quietly smiles confidently, his hand gripping his sword trembling as he quickly suppresses his hatred and speaks. "I have trained day after day to forget the shame of 40 years ago. He leaps forward, rushing at you, a powerful aura emanating from him. M shouted, "Even if you're not him, I still have to tear you apart to get out of here." But instead of fear, Eric smiled kindly and reminded him.
Then it's unfortunate. You should train for another 10 years. Rage has overtaken M's reason.
He angrily demanded, "Why do you dare mock me?" The sword struck down with a loud clash of metal. He stared in amazement at what had just happened to him. Facing Ma now, Herman was using his sword to block his attack. Mia asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" He calmly responded, "Herman Kuei, also known as the Green Lion of the Empire." I'll take care of this. You go ahead." Eric quickly cast his magic, turned and ran, not forgetting to gratefully call back, "Thank you." The demon suspiciously looked at the human in front of him and asked, "Lion?" He angrily swings his sword down and up, sneering, "Do you think an ordinary lion can stand against a bear like me?" Still calm, he releases his energy to face head-on and says seriously, "Let's see." At this moment, Eric is rushing forward at lightning speed with Mei Fi when suddenly a huge explosion occurs behind him, leaving him stunned. Eric tries to stay positive, thinking that even without his full strength restored, the Green Lion isn't someone easily defeated by a bear. Eric suddenly wondered silently if Hai and Shin's siblings were okay. The scene shifts to them, where Shin is fighting off the flying monsters. Hai is also gently dealing with the creatures on the ground, while Eric floats peacefully in the sky, whistling as he watches them fight. He breathes a sigh of relief, thinking they are indeed a perfect fighting pair. The battle scene below is extremely chaotic. Eric carefully observes and silently considers how to handle the situation. But they cannot stop the scattered beastmen everywhere. That's why I want to gather them all in one place for easier handling. Suddenly, a sound drew your attention. 3 knights appeared out of nowhere, charging fiercely at the monsters. Eric quietly exclaimed in amazement. They 3 attack their target fiercely and easily defeat their opponent. Suddenly he realizes their identity, the Lamsu Knights. I heard that the Sword Saint Knights are quite exemplary. At this moment, VX suddenly burst into a loud, excited laugh. He kept delivering deadly strikes to the monsters, looking just like a death god. Seeing a scene like that, Eric couldn't help but wonder if life was really that way. He once again burst into a loud laugh and looked up, saying to you, "Leave it to us." Son-in-law. Gray, standing beside, stomps on a monster and cheerfully waves to Eric saying, "I promise not to let a single ant escape." Son-in-law. These 2 overly enthusiastic displays sent a chill down his spine. Eric rubbed his arms and shivered, feeling like he just heard something strange. He looked up seriously. Now that the Night Order had joined the battle, he just needed to handle the rest. While you weren't paying attention, the monster army gradually approached the city walls. Watching this scene, Elk was also amazed and wondered silently since when had they managed to come this far? The city is facing imminent danger, yet the majestic walls are eerily silent, as if no preparations have been made for the upcoming battle. The boy, filled with suspicion, wondered what the people inside Anromov City were up to. There are not even any guards posted. Inside the city, the group of leaders is urgently discussing among themselves. Just quickly spoke up to remind us that now is not the time to do that. We need to come up with a plan immediately. She retorts with a question, "Do you think we can stop the No Tribe if we just send someone out to talk?" Bus angrily questions, "So you mean we should just sit here and watch?" In the tense atmosphere, Mouse stepped forward and clearly made a proposal. "Surrender now," Bewet stammered in surprise. "What are you saying, Finance Minister?" Mouse angrily shouted, "So what can we do?" "If you have a better idea, speak up." He firmly objects to his opinion. "We definitely have to risk our lives to fight and protect this city," she said. I agree with him. Quickly stay calm and speak peacefully. See? The others also keep agreeing with his opinion. Me too. I don't want to die like this. Exactly. But couldn't believe what he was seeing as he watched the people in front of him scold. They're crazy. Norris has been silent all along, listening to the crowd rambling. "Look, are you planning to put all the people in danger? Do you think they will leave our people alone?" The wolf-shaped mark on his neck glowed, emanating a mysterious power. The surrounding group keeps questioning each other. Boo continues to counter, saying if we surrender, we will all become food for those beasts. A deep voice suddenly cuts through the discussion and stops it. He calmly steps forward and says, "I have heard all your opinions." Norris stepped beside Mouse to give his opinion, and the finance minister was right. Hearing that, Puss was stunned, his eyes wide open. Speechless, Norris sternly ordered everyone who agreed to step forward. He was so shocked and angry he trembled as he said, "Prime Minister, what are you doing?" Norris's eyes flash with a deadly gleam as he lowers his voice and whispers, "Darkness, Jinn." But trembling with fear, looked at him and exclaimed, "Prime Minister Norris." Finally, overwhelmed with frustration, he burst into tears and shouted, "Are you really willing to abandon your kingdom and your people?" Norris's eyes turn a dangerous fiery red. Everyone is against him. Norris sternly ordered to kill the traitor. Outside the city walls, the monster army was still rushing forward at full speed. Their commander shouted loudly, Hanramov was in sight. One of their commanders ordered them to keep moving. A deep voice echoed, and immediately a giant wall appeared in front of them to block the way. The frightened monsters kept screaming to warn their comrades behind them. "Stop, stop," Eric spoke to get their attention. "You're stopping just in time?" He gently jumps down from the cliff. As Eric lands, a powerful shockwave erupts, easily knocking back a group of monsters. A hyena beastman watched this scene in fear. Eric, exuding a confident aura like a demon god, smiled and said, "I'm a bit disappointed I haven't played enough with the bear from earlier. Now I can have some fun with you guys." A wolf wondered, how is that human hears? The guy next to him exclaimed in shock, "Don't tell me he already defeated the commander?" Baron calmly reassured the monsters. "Don't be afraid, there's no way the commander would lose to him," he said confidently, pointing his sword forward. "He's just a coward running away from the commander." "Baron, the monster squadron leader." Those words seemed to add a touch of confidence to the monsters. "Baron orders to kill him. We will tear him apart and attack the city." Eric uses his magic, his hand transforming into that of a white tiger. He calmly said, "Body strengthening technique," as a white tiger suddenly appeared and charged straight at the monsters, causing them to panic and stammer in fear. "Tiger King." Eric watched their expressions from afar, excitedly saying, "Looks like the aura of the Tiger King from that move has scared them." Mifi, hovering behind, also added, "Well, Ho Vuong is naturally a powerful figure among beastmen," he asked. Curiously, "So how do you plan to deal with this group of beastmen?" He focused his strength into his palm and confidently replied, "The body strengthening technique is perfect for handling a crowd like this." Immediately, a barrage of ice arrows was shot out, leaving the monsters no time to react. They can't fight back and are easily defeated by a brutal ice attack. As the dust settles, the situation seems to have shifted in Eric's favor. You observe the space in front of you calmly and say, "A single wide-area attack will do." Eric interjects. But the monsters, seeing your fierce aura like a demon, instinctively retreat in fear. Eric excitedly uses muscle enhancement magic and rushes forward, insisting that direct punching is still better. Back on Team M, the battle continues intensely, but it seems he is falling into a disadvantaged position as Han pushes him back. He clenched his fists and humbly said, "I don't know if it's because I just recovered from a serious illness, but my body doesn't move as precisely as I want." Seeing Herman's calm attitude, I was quickly angered and gritted my teeth to question him. "Are you trying to deceive me?" Facing his suspicion, he calmly replied, "No, I truly was sick from a difficult-to-cure disease. That illness stemmed from my desire to reach the next level in the martial arts I pursue, my son-in-law. I mean, thanks to him, I regained my life and found enlightenment." He firmly stated that I will see the results of what I have realized after waking up. His aura was no less, saying a warrior from a great tribe would never back down in a battle. The tension between the two rises sharply, only the howling wind filling the air. The two strong fighters clash. HM warns, "Be careful of the lion's claws, don't underestimate their strike." As if your claws could really harm me, both sides once again charged into battle. A lion and a brown bear, both formidable opponents. The force of their attack was so intense it tore the ground apart. The battle left a reverberation that filled the entire smoky space with dust, and a harsh cough expelled a mouthful of blood. Under the sunset, he was defeated by Herman's sword. He said with full admiration, "A great battle." I also have to admit Hum's strength. Humans are truly incredible. He raised his head with regret and admitted his failure. "Bloodwolf King, I'm sorry I couldn't complete the mission." Quickly take out a flare from your body and whisper, "I hope your plan will succeed." Seeing the unusual behavior, Haman quickly rushed forward, annoyed as he cursed, but Khan swung a deadly blow at him, yet he managed to activate the signal flare just in time before being completely defeated. A flash of lightning shoots into the sky, exploding into a brilliant fireworks display. Ham gazes up with regret, blaming himself for being too late and unable to stop it. In front of the city gate, the monsters and Alec also saw his signal flare. He covered his eyes from the blinding light, wondering in confusion. "Signal?" the monsters exclaimed in surprise. "Commander, he's fallen!" He has given his final order. Immediately, their state changed. The horde of bloodshot-eyed monsters turned their heads toward the city wall. An entire army of monsters, like they had been injected with crazy blood, shouted and charged forward. We offer our lives. For the Blood Wolf King. For the Blood Wolf King. This scene also makes Elle afraid and retreat, saying, "What is that?" They lose their reason and rush forward shouting for the Blood Wolf King, while you continue to attack with wide-range magic piercing, but it seems to have no effect anymore. Those monsters that fell down had another one rushing forward. The rhinos charged recklessly into the huge wall created by Alec. Very quickly, large cracks appeared on the ancient stone wall, and soon it was completely shattered. Commander Baron orders the vanguard to keep moving forward. We will pave the way for the main force. The giant city wall is facing an unimaginable danger. He boldly declares to destroy all of Anromov. We must overthrow the Tiger King family. We will destroy the city, loot everything inside, and kill all the rebels. Baron charged forward, thinking now is the time for the inside to send a signal, secretly confident in his advantage. The government of Anromov has decided to follow the will of the vassals. Even if the human wizard blocks the way, the outcome of the battle has been decided. Suddenly, a strange object appears on the wall, and the monsters cheer excitedly, shouting, "The flag is raised on the wall, a sign of victory." Suddenly feeling something strange, Baron froze. He looked at the spears lined up on the wall and suspiciously exclaimed, "Wait! What is that?" Baron kept reassuring himself in fear. "No way, this can't be happening." The monsters around, upon seeing clearly, also instinctively said, "What's going on?" "Don't tell me Norris is standing above looking down," his hoarse voice declaring that all the cowards have been executed. He calmly said, "The warriors of Lake King, the heroes of Anromov, the soldiers ready with bows to fight." Norris sternly ordered, "Do not let any traitor from the vassal clans breach this place." As soon as he finished, a barrage of arrows was swiftly unleashed. The Baron looked up at the sky, cursing in anger, as the arrows rained down like the end of the monster's violent plans. And the storm of arrows only grew fiercer. A call caught Eric's attention. As Binger Vance stepped forward in the rainy weather, he asked, "What's going on? Why would the minister help us?" You calmly replied, "Is that so?" Eric smirked knowingly and said, "I made a deal with him." At Anromov's second castle, a bleak, foggy scene with sunlight barely piercing through the clouds. "Please sell me the body enhancement spell again."
Oh my God, even he says that. I really can't trust anyone.
Norris spoke, saying,
First, he stood up and offered to speak. "There are a few things I want to show you. Can you go outside with me for a moment?"
You sense a surge of power behind you, turn to notice a shadow and glowing eyes, and Vance steps out from the darkness with sharp eyes and responds. "All right." Eric and Norris stand in the room, gazing at the massive stone statue before them, sunlight streaming through the windows, illuminating it with a majestic and awe-inspiring presence. "You ask what this stone statue is?"
Norris looks up at the statue with a respectful gaze.
In Onrop's mansion, there are many spiritual requests, and his words are stammering and difficult to say. "Please," then Norris turns to look at him and earnestly pleads, "protect our king from them." He bowed sincerely and said, "I beg you." Eric asked Nephi, confused. Why did he suddenly say that? Just now he seemed like he wanted to betray the king, but then he appeared, sighs and shrugs. "I don't know." He continued to beg, "I will pay any price. I will hand over all the wealth I've earned and the secret of the divine warrior body technique to you."
Eric was surprised and asked, "Are there also secret techniques?"
Norris said with a slightly disdainful look.
"Yes, although only a part remains. We have lost the first half and the second half."
After hearing this, you clenched your fists, your face hardening with determination not to miss this opportunity.
"My techniques are not yet perfected. If I can get this secret skill, I can complete it."
"But why do you trust me? I'm human, the species you look down on the most." He sighed deeply and then replied, "Do you know?" Norris looked at Eli's face. "Do you look very much like your grandfather?" "It made you a little surprised," he said as he walked away, even with his blonde hair and blue eyes. He approached the statue gently. "When we saw your eyes, we called them jade eyes." Then he gently pressed the statue, triggering a secret operation, causing the entire building to shake and a mysterious door to open. "The person with those eyes will bring light and hope to the world." The blinding light shines directly at Eric, making it impossible for him to look straight ahead. In another space behind the wall, Eric slowly opened his eyes wide in amazement. The door opens, and he gazes intently at a large photo of himself standing tall, which is exactly like his uncle's eyes. Eric freezes, as if he can also feel a certain connection. Norris approaches you and tells you about that person. He once wore a necklace like yours and went to the castle. Eric gently looked at the bracelet and then continued listening to Norris. He was alone and had helped us unconditionally. The two of them continued to gaze, captivated by her mysterious beauty. "Without your uncle, the Sea King probably wouldn't exist in this world."
When we asked him why he did that, do you know what he said? Eric asked curiously. What did he say?
Because we are friends.
When we asked him why we are friends, he said that the Minger family has always been friends with beastmen.
It seems like you already knew about this. Eric stroked his chin, trying to remember. I saw it in the family records before, but Norris interrupted you. Yes, that was 300 years ago. We couldn't help but be surprised that he considered us his friends. He also once said that Norris remembered the old days when a scream echoed out and the entire army retreated. Retreat from Anromov immediately. U.S. Melvinger and Norris stand helpless on the city wall as an army of tens of thousands approaches. He quietly and grimly says, I am sorry. Norris opened his eyes in surprise as he saw him like that, gazing at Edin's face with deep sadness and tormenting regret. That moment is the one I will always remember in my life. Returning to the present, he shared his feelings with Eric. So when someone like him comes here, how could I not recognize him? When I realized the problems the Minger family was facing, I knew it was already too late to help you. Norris, feeling remorseful, said, I'm sorry for not being there with you during that difficult time. Eric then placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. You smile and say, I know that the current beastmen are also facing difficulties. I understand what you're saying and can feel your sincerity, which makes him very grateful. Thank you. Norris clenched his fists. I know I shouldn't ask for more help from you, but looking at Eden's picture, Norris gritted his teeth and sincerely begged, Descendants of the Merbingers family, please help us once more. Then Irina, Valence, and Eric stepped out of the castle gate. You said, I will protect the king among the leaders fighting off the traitors inside the castle. Norris stood with his arm crossed. Behind him were many spears piercing through the heads of beastmen. His standing there against the enemy was the result of what happened earlier. Valence sobbed uncontrollably. I apologize, sir. From afar I lead the joyful army rushing toward the three to deliver the news. Eric, the beastman army has been pushed back. You cross your arms happily, while Valence, smiling and crying, says, This is good news. Eric smiles excitedly. So now you proudly declare that we should end this battle, right? The scene shifts to the battlefield where the two wolves escape the explosion, overwhelmed and forced to retreat. Two figures stand on the mountain among the corpses of beastmen, shoulder to shoulder, fighting on. Minister, you're really strong too. I may be older, but my claws have never dulled. Irina picks up Valence and jumps towards the two people, calling out, Minister, you dream of Binger. She sets the boy down. Alec and Norris immediately bowed respectfully when they saw Valence, with Norris politely addressing His Majesty. Vence nodded seriously. Then the boy passed by as they moved forward, standing in front of the city gate and looking out at the people. Vence raised his hand, his face commanding, and the boy shouted loudly, We have won. All the soldiers and people cheered joyfully, raising their hands. After speaking, Vence looks towards Eric. The boy approached him. Valence extended his hand, and the boy happily said, I want to thank you. The two of them shake hands, a rare and beautiful scene, not as a king, but as friends. At night in the castle, the courtiers gather before the king, with Norris kneeling and talking to Valence. The little boy is tearful and downcast. Please forgive me for not trusting you, Minister. Norris also gently reassures him. It's okay. First, I apologize for not informing you about what was happening. He reached out to hold Vence's small hand and said with a satisfied face, You have become a wonderful king now. Norris continued to encourage, looking at the loyal subordinates of the young boy. You have connected with some truly wonderful people. Now you are free to do everything without me by your side anymore. He lowered his hand and voluntarily said, I, the unfaithful one, will resign as minister today. Immediately, Vence grabbed his hand to stop him. No, the boy said with a sad face. I am still very close to you. The more Valence clenched his hand and pressed it to his chest, solemnly saying, Stay by my side for a long time and help me. Norris, moved and happy, silently thought, I also want to stay with you for a long time. Remembering the old days, he stood behind the Tiger King, watching the cheering crowd everywhere. He happily thought that one day he could see Anromov prosper again and the king regain the glory of the House of the King, with Norris willing to do anything, even sacrifice his life. But by that time, I no longer existed in this world. His body emanated a deadly aura. My body is already at its limit. The wolf seal mark on Ronus's neck is gradually taking his life. It's better if I keep this secret from my subordinates. Suddenly, Eric spoke up, revealing everything and startling him. Why did you choose to shake hands with the demons? Vence looked at him with confusion. Divine wrath and shining light. What are you saying? Demons? Eli continues to speak, causing the boy to feel a bit anxious and confused. The minister's body will soon be taken over by evil spirits. You straightforwardly said, "Is that why he couldn't stay long fulfilling the king's request?" The reason I realized is because Mayfie could sense that person was a demon. Eric asked in disbelief, "Is the minister a demon?" He nodded and explained, "More precisely, he is a demon with a ring wrapped around his heart." Mayfie sensed Ronus's eyes with black sclera and blazing red pupils radiating dark power. The fusion between the ring and his heart had grown strong enough that he would soon become a demon. Being completely convinced by Eric's words, he fell silent and dared not speak. I continued to ask, "How could you meet those demons?" With no way to deny it, he had to admit and tell what happened. After the previous King of Tigers died, I saw no hope left for Anromov. Norris, angry, clenched his fists, desperate to turn the situation around. I need strength, at least to do something to save her at any cost. At that moment, I accidentally discovered the demon tree. Ik and Mayfie were shocked and horrified when they heard the name. The demon tree? Isn't that the one that creates demons? From what I know, my family has already destroyed most of them. Norris turned around sadly and said, "Seems your family hasn't checked the thing in the black snowfield." Eric asked in fear, "So you ate the fruit of the demon tree?" He recalled his own situation at that time. "My eyes and nose bleed, I endured the greatest pain." Yes, I ate the entire fruit to gain its full power. Norris's soul gradually shattered. After consuming it all, I gained the full, terrifying power of the demon. But inside my heart, it is corroding my life force and growing stronger. It transforms into a demon shape, controlled by it beyond my control, and soon my mind will be swallowed by it, turning me into a true demon. So, I decided to leave this place and die. Because if I die, the damn demon inside me will die too. Vance painfully refused to accept and scolded Minister. How could he say such a thing? He also has no other options. Your Majesty, that is the only feasible way. Eric said, "If there is a way to heal him, then what would you do?" At this moment, Valence was crying weakly, begging you to save Norris. Eric, can you do it? I will give you anything. Please just save him. Norris seemed to think there was no hope left and said, "If you're going to do something useless, then forget it. If we mess up, we'll only get into bigger trouble. The reason I am so confident is because Melfi came to help Eric." "Me-fi? Are you sure?" He confidently replied. "Of course. If you can manipulate magic delicately enough to sever all soul links with enormous magic power to repel the demonic aura in his body." He glanced at Norris and Valence, squinting slightly, thinking he could do it if he had enough time, but his body wouldn't be able to withstand the loss. "Then there is only one way. I will turn to Augustin and ask, 'Master, may I request something from you?'" The old man smiled knowingly and said, "I told you you could ask me for anything, and now is the time, isn't it?" Eric bowed respectfully and spoke. "Yes, that's a treatment only you can perform, Master." The old man continued to smile and asked, "All right, just tell me what I need to do." Norris hesitated. "Is it really possible? This treatment method, it will be very difficult for most mages. You can smile and say, 'You don't need to worry.'" Augustine slowly stepped forward, his body radiating countless bright white lights, so vast they resembled thousands of stars in the universe. Seeing that, Eric confidently said, "Even my grandfather doesn't stand a chance against my master now." Norris opened his eyes in shock. Augustine sighed and told the master his request. "If the master can sever the connection between his soul and his heart, I will handle the rest," Augustine quickly warned. "I know what you intend to do, but be careful." Eric silently obeys and looks at his master. The old man shouts loudly. A light envelopes the room, swallowing the darkness. "All right, let's begin." A beam of powerful light radiates outward. Everyone around was pushed back by Augustine's power. Suddenly, Norris was transported to another space, a realm shrouded in power. He exclaimed in amazement, "This is Bai-Da." This overwhelming power terrified him. Is this really the power of just one person? Norris's eyes widen in shock as he senses something. An enormous body of Augustine is reaching out with its hand towards Norris, grabbing him and pulling him away. Outside, Augustine reaches out and pulls the evil spirit from Norris's body, which emerges as a snarling wolf demon bearing its sharp fangs in anger. "I'm about to take over his body, so how dare you interfere?" Eric seized the opportunity, channeling spiritual energy into his hand to strangle the wolf. He gradually absorbs it. Oh my god, this demon really talks a lot. Absorbing. The demon is being drawn into your blue spiritual energy, turning into black dust scattered around. Eric secretly thought a double win. He could recharge his demon energy and make Ramov owe him a favor. His face showed a look of joy. Du chuckled to himself. "It's been a long time since I tasted such delicious demon energy." Eric smiled contentedly and told it to eat its fill. "But make sure to leave that seal intact. Eat your fill. Du gradually disappears, thank you for the meal. A black mark appears and extends across Eric's hand, emanating energy. Du's seal has finally evolved from ferocity to cruelty, and suddenly he senses something that makes him afraid. Suddenly, he appeared in an endless red space. Eric looked into the distance and saw the figure of a demon holding a sword. What just happened? The demon standing on the mountain made of countless skulls. It stands proudly before the blood moon, a tragic sight. You gasp in amazement. Mephi. He stands atop the peak, looking down at the demon army. All mysteries and absurdities originate from me. I am Mephistopheles, the Lord of Sin. Eric hovers in the air, watching Mephi's back. Are we now inside Mephi's memory? I frown in confusion, wondering why this is happening when I was just absorbing demon energy as usual. Below, a horde of monsters is charging fiercely at Mephi, shouting angrily at the figure above. At this moment, a pair of feet gently lift off the ground. Mephi, wielding her weapon, releases a terrifying surge of power as she passes over the heads of the monsters. A cold voice echoes, "The arrogant fools." Then he gathers his strength and charges straight at the monsters below. Mephi crashes down like a meteor, causing a shockwave explosion that blows everything away. Weak monsters are no match and are shattered to pieces. But it didn't stop there. Mephi continued to raise his sword and charge forward, unleashing a powerful strike at the flying monsters. Mephi frantically strikes and loudly questions them. Do you think that's enough to kill me? Eric watches from above as Mephi goes berserk, slashing and stabbing at the monsters. He observes everything with a complicated expression, silently reminding himself that he always saw him as a demon spirit to be used, and had forgotten. But this is truly the power of Mephi. Eric watched as Mephi sharply beheaded the monster and softly called out, "The greatest and most noble demon king." Suddenly, I reached out and touched my left chest in confusion, not knowing why, but I could feel Mephi's emotions. Below, Mephi was laughing maniacally. He looked at him standing among the monster's remains and remembered, as he said, that this situation was not what he wanted. Mephi's smile gradually froze as Eric's thoughts flowed, and he only acted that way because it was his destiny from the moment he was born. You watch Mephi roar with a terrifying sound that conveys a sense of punishment for everything. That is his true nature, just as breathing is essential for my survival. That is why he is the only demon king known as the original sin. At this moment, a pair of powerful wings spread out and a pair of dangerous red eyes appeared. The soul of a dragon appears behind Mephi, symbolizing his terrifying nature. Eric calmly states, Mephi's true nature is exactly like that. Suddenly, a terrifying pair of eyes appeared behind him and asked, "What are you looking at?" As the mysterious voice finished, Eric was startled awake, returning to reality with a glowing mark on his hand. "You're okay now, right? Are you feeling unwell?" The people behind also asked with concern. Eric, quickly waving his hand, replied, "I'm fine." He let out a quiet breath, looking at Norris lying on the ground and silently calling out. It seems that outside of reality, not much time has passed. Suddenly, a wave of worry rose in his heart. It seems Mephi also perceives his memories the same way I do. Eric recalls the confusing scene from that moment. Why is this happening? He wondered as he looked at the mark on his hand. The demon I just separated from the minister has been absorbed into this magic seal. And suddenly, I was pulled into Mephi's memory seal. What else is there? Your soul is now linked to me. Eric was startled and turned to the demon beside him, suspicious. Can you hear what I'm thinking? I didn't say it out loud, did I? He calmly replied, I was also shocked by that. I can't believe that, even as a spirit, I could form a connection with a human. Do you know what's going on or not? The seal you absorbed, I can only guess it was because that seal is of a lower rank than mine. Hearing this, Eric flinched slightly and looked down. You started to recall some images and asked again, a lower-ranked seal than you? No wonder it looked like a wolf, but why didn't you recognize it from the beginning? Hearing your stupid question, Mephi angrily shouted, I was born at the top of the demon race. Why would I care about the rank of those below? Immediately, Eric sneered and retorted, You sure it's not because no one wants to play with you? Seeing this smile, he angrily trembled and said, Damn it, do I look like I want to play with anyone? Then Eric chuckled softly and asked, Do you see anything in my memories? Do you feel ashamed of anything? Contrary to your expectations, Mephi pouted and looked away without replying. After a while, Norris was led into the bedroom by everyone, a wolf's hand gently holding the slender human's hand. Norris gently smiled, weakly expressing his gratitude to Eric. Thank you. Thank you very much. You should focus on taking care of yourself so you can recover quickly. Norris nodded softly.
I understand. I will rest more so I can see the king grow up. Eric gently smiles with satisfaction and then secretly calls out to Valence and Irina. I think it's time I claim my reward. Are you surprised that Miphi suddenly appeared and stabbed you? You act so kind, but it turns out you're just greedy for money.
Are you surprised? I'm still the same as always, and please don't secretly read other people's thoughts like a pervert. Seeing him act like he hates it, Mei angrily shouted, I don't want to hear that. Suddenly, a box was brought in front of Eric. He took the box with surprise, as Valence had promised. It was a treasure map, the previous work of the Tiger King, and Quang Than Thuat's research. You take the box with surprise and exclaim, is this the previous Tiger King's belonging? Then Eric quickly opens the lid and looks inside. Valence continues to speak, guiding you. Please look beneath the cloth. As the boy followed the instructions and repeated what was beneath the cloth, Eric's expression immediately changed to one of shock. You stammer as you look at what's beneath and say, wait, isn't this a rare herb from the eastern continent? Why are you giving me such a precious item? Vence slowly explained. There is a detail mentioned in the Beastman's legend. When the world falls into crisis and faces extinction, the hero king who learns the art of strengthening the body will lead everyone. When the harsh winter arrives and freezes everything, even people's hearts, he will appear and dispel that cold winter. And once again, the warm spring will return to this land. Concluding the story, Vence confidently affirms to Eric, I believe you are the hero king mentioned in the legend. He slightly clutched his chest and exclaimed as suddenly a sound echoed through the winter. As Han's car image appears to remind him and mark the end of winter, he silently realizes that its appearance in the prophecy was not a coincidence. Then Eric remembered Eden's sad face at that moment and apologized for arriving too late. Deep down, he was certain that if that was the case, then his grandfather went there because it was part of the family's plan. Back in the present, Vence smiled kindly and declared, You deserve to receive the royal family's elixir. Eric nodded softly in gratitude to the boy. All right, thank you. Then the kid offers to lead everyone to the flower temple. At this moment, in a gloomy castle, a trembling bird kneels on the ground. Hugo trembles as he bows his head and pleads, I am sorry, Bloodwolf King, I will not fail next time. Bloodwolf. Suddenly, his eyes widened in pain as he cried out, an invisible force tightening around Hugo's neck. The Bloodwolf King, with a terrifying tone, declared, Because you have failed. Then, the old man slammed his hand on the table and said coldly, I will take back my tail. As soon as he finished, Hugo's head was instantly cut off. 1 second later, the Bloodwolf King's tail returned to normal, once again belonging to the Ming clan. The old man immediately asked the approaching person, Where have they gotten to? The newcomer is the Horned Man. He respectfully responds. The flower temple receives the reply, and the Bloodwolf King withdraws his hand, slowly repeating himself. The Hoa temple is the path my heir has taken. Immediately, the old man orders the deer-headed man to burn them alive. Bloodwolf King looked down at them with authority and said loudly, Burn them and the temple to ashes. The vast black snowfield and the moon high in the sky are obscured by darkness. Under the ground, along the mountain trail, an ancient illuminated carriage is slowly moving forward, filled with luxurious furnishings like a real palace and currently crowded with many people. Vence raised his tiger paw hand and asked for a handshake. The boy, seeing the white tiger in front of him, completely ignoring his words, angrily shouted, How dare you ignore the orders of the Tiger King? Vence and the white tiger had a chase around the room. Sitting on the chair, I chuckled at the sight. Ha ha! Then he shifted his gaze elsewhere. Looking at Eric, Herman, and Isabel standing together, I wonder what they were just whispering about. Over here, Herman sheathed his sword at his side and asked with a smile, So, are you planning to learn swordsmanship in the future? Eric was surprised and asked back, Swordsmanship? Without any hesitation, I praise you directly. You have the ability to learn martial arts very quickly, even improving on them. No exaggeration, you're a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Keep persuading me. I think swordsmanship will be necessary when you fight against those who can enhance their bodies. I can teach you a few things. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Don't rush like that. Augustine, with his hands clasped behind his back, flew in through the window, radiating immense power. Daygray and the others were startled, raising their weapons in a ready stance. What's going on? Judity looked at them and shouted, Better for you to stay still. Suddenly, some beetles flew in from nowhere and landed on their necks. The beetles' bodies swelled and emitted a red glow. Junity continues, One wrong move is all it takes, his yellow eyes flashing with a threatening gleam. Your head will explode. Judity crossed her arms, but next to Augustine she smirked and asked, Should we do that or not? The wind outside and the snowstorm are howling fiercely, perfect for burying a body. Vance sat on the chair, his tail fluffed up. The boy trembled with fear and clung tightly to Hai beside him. Isabel frowned in worry. Stood in front of her, reaching out to remind her to stay calm. There are children here.
Neither Agility nor Augustine responded, but they gradually retracted the power they had been unleashing.
Finally, the beetles perched on the group's skin, and Gray flapped his wings and flew away. Jay closed one eye and reached up to rub the spot where the beetle had landed. I sincerely bow my head to Augustine, with my hand on my chest. I do not mean to steal your disciple here. He started explaining that since he fights with a style very different from ordinary mages, I thought that just learning some martial arts might make him stronger. Augustine slightly parted his lips and uttered a mocking remark. That sounds good, but the old man radiates a tremendous amount of power and looks at you and asks, "Do you think I don't recognize your tricks?" Yet he is not at all on the back foot and responds in kind. I heard that old people tend to worry too much.
Are you afraid I will steal your apprentice? Outside, the carriage drivers sitting at their posts slowly move the carriage forward. Suddenly, the carriage tilts violently and a tremendous burst of energy erupts from inside the vehicle.
Mon and Augustine both soar into the air, standing side by side. Augustine extends his hand and scolds,
"You little brat, I'll show you what respect really is."
A giant hand appears behind the old man, aiming straight at his opponent. Haman calmly closes his eyes and raises his sword. Too slow, huh? He opened his eyes wide and concluded, "You're really a stubborn old man." In the vast darkness of the space, a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared, and Haman rushed through the air, swinging his sword to strike. Augustine's giant hand was split into two parts. Down below, Judity sat on a white tiger's back facing Gray's group, entangling with another person. He stroked the white tiger's head, dismissively waved his hand, and said, "The army, huh? Maybe I should teach you a lesson too." Both members of Gray's group charged at once, saying, "You probably know that monster hunting is our profession." The carriage was ordered to stop and pull over to one side, while on the other side there was a fierce battle scene. Mifai crossed his arms, feeling curious. "I don't understand why they are fighting each other to compete for you." Eric stroked his hair and sighed. "Well, my talent is just too amazing. Sometimes being too good is tiring." Phi could only grit his teeth in silence after hearing him. He asked again, "Are you eavesdropping on them?" Eric replied, "Wouldn't it be a bit rude to just directly read their minds?" "You hear Augustine's words. Eric is my student now. Don't expect to take him from me." Mei Fi exhaled deeply, saying, "Do you really want them to fight like that? The stubborn words of those two fools are starting to get on my nerves. Right now," Han's voice rang out, "you're about to end your life soon, so why are you still so greedy and selfish?" A loud voice shouted, filled with pressure and a surge of power coming from somewhere, causing the fighting group to stop in confusion. Eric announces to everyone present that everyone should stay calm and that he will learn swordsmanship. The dark sky above is lit by flashes of golden light among the clouds. Back inside the carriage, Eric and Mi-Fi sit on the bench. Sitting across from them are Jility and Augustine, while Herman sits beside with his arms crossed. Augustine refuses to accept it and loudly protests. "Why is that? We still have many things to teach you." Huliti, sitting next to him, raised her fist and continued, "That's right. We still have moves even stronger than the Shadow Eye." Eric bowed his head and replied to them because he wanted to become even stronger. He bowed his head, fists clenched tightly, realizing that without a martial arts foundation he couldn't become stronger no matter how much he trained his body. "Demons are very strong. If I learn swordsmanship, my chances of winning against them will increase, right?" Both Jility and Augustine calmed down and lowered their hands as Eric continued. "I'm not saying I'll abandon magic training if I learn swordsmanship. I just see it as a tool to support my magic." Glanced at the two people sitting across and said, "I never said I would bring him into the world of swordsmanship and neglect magic. I just want to help him become stronger. I won't learn swordsmanship unless you both agree, because I'm your disciple after all." Judity and Augustine remained silent. They nodded, exchanging glances through a silent communication. Augustine spoke first, saying, "There's no reason to refuse this offer, since I was the leader of the Melvinger royal clan before becoming your student." Judity also added, "After fighting them, I think their swordsmanship isn't bad at all." Eric smiles at them and thanks both of them. Then Augustine turns his head and looks toward Haman standing on the other side. The old man softly advised, "Take good care of him." Ham smiled confidently and assured him, "I'll put my whole heart into him," but inwardly he was secretly proud. "Old man, I've won this time." Augustine gritted his teeth in frustration and silently retorted, "I'll let you win only this once."
There, Eric's eyes are hidden by shadows as he secretly calculates that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a disciple of the Green Lion, one of the strongest swordsmen on the continent. He silently vows to make the most of this chance.
I don't know how long has passed, but Eric was completely exhausted, kneeling on the ground and vomiting into a bucket. His face was pale and drained of color, and in his mind he thought he had just died and come back to life. Hom rested his wooden sword on his shoulder, smiling as he approached. I didn't expect your stamina to be this weak. Does anyone normal really swing a sword 10,000 times a day without using mana? Hum chuckled softly and answered naturally. That is what every child in my family must do as soon as they learn to walk. Me. Phi clasped her hands together and called out, Eric, I have made my decision. I have made... You still haven't paid any attention to him, only clenching your teeth and trembling. Mi-Fi closed his eyes, spread his arms, and muttered to himself, The day I appeared and unified this land, I will treat the Lamsu team with kindness.
I will let them sit on my right side of the throne.
Suddenly, a loud shout rang out and they jumped away.
Immediately, Ma-Fi's outfit transformed into traditional dance clothes, and his body spun around automatically, making him furious and cursing. Stop this nonsense now, Eric sneered. Served him right for being rude. At the same time, the wheels of the carriage finally stopped after rolling forward all this time. The guards opened the door and reported, Mr. Eric, we've arrived! Eri decisively stepped down the stairs from the carriage, silently thinking that they had finally arrived at the flower temple. His moving legs suddenly froze for some reason. Eric's face froze in the shock, his eyes wide as he blurted out 3 words. What is this? He looked at the massive, ruined gate and the broken, incomplete stone columns before him, wondering, is this the flower temple? Vence looked up at this person beside him and said, Currently, because of General Dong, it's temporarily sealed off. I told them we would come, so the gate will be opened soon. Mi-Fi crossed his arms and nodded. Do they mention the flower temple? Or was I thinking of the same place? So it's still here? Eric glanced at him and asked, What do you mean? Mi-Fi looked at the front gate and explained, This is the birthplace of the apocalypse. It's a type of archway. He smiled and continued, Humans, dragons, and giants all fear the army of the great god. They plan to rebuild here after the world is destroyed. Mi-Fi spreads his arms. Of course the Melvinger family stopped that army. After hearing this, Eric falls silent and stares intently at the ground. He clenched the necklace on his shirt and muttered to himself, Dragon, giant, and demon god. A chaotic image of many monsters flashed through his mind. Eric wondered if the apocalypse that Mi-Fi mentioned was related to what he had seen. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and shards of stone fell right beside his feet. Eric snapped out of his thoughts, glaring in confusion as the surrounding space trembled more and more violently. Vence, standing nearby, points in one direction and shouts, Eric, look over there. The ruined gate is emitting an extremely dazzling light. Vence points and shouts, The door is open. Eric stands next to Mi-Fi, staring blankly at the colorful beams of light emanating from the gate. Mi-Fi grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, thinking to himself that there must be a very familiar face inside. The front gate emitted a shimmering golden light, illuminating the entire area. A dark figure slowly emerged from inside, approaching Eric and Valence, its heavy boots stomping on the solid stone surface, echoing loudly. The woman clasped her hands together, her eyes closed, and introduced herself. I am the nail in charge of the Hua Temple. My name is Hunia Choka. She opened her eyes and suggested to everyone, You can call me the nail. Hunia Choka politely extends her hand in a gesture inviting everyone inside, despite the cold wind. Eric nods seriously in response. Vence stood beside, watching his movements, then did the same. Alec lifted his foot and started to move forward. Eric, Vence, and Mi-Fi lead the others inside the temple gates as rays of sunlight shine through the sky. Beneath the ground is a lush green meadow filled with countless colorful flowers. In the distance, there are mountain ranges stretching on. In the middle of the meadow stands a magnificent and grand temple. Hunia Choka explains that when winter comes, the flower temple will begin to rest. She led Eric's group toward the temple while explaining, Usually we don't accept visitors at this time of year. But because of the urgent plea from the Tiger King, who has always helped us, you are an exception. Hunia Choka reminded everyone, Please follow my instructions. Please pay attention to your actions and gestures, because the gods have entered their winter sleep. At this moment, a voice sounded, catching Eric's attention as he turned his head, saying, Are you humans? I'm so excited. I pat my wings behind me. It's been over 40 years since I last saw many of you. I'm so thrilled. Eric silently wondered to himself. A fairy race? Hunia Choka introduces everyone to Dada 4, the flower water fairy god. Eric thinks to himself, not only a fairy, but also a god. Daforho flew over and enthusiastically praised her. This young lady is so beautiful. Haiji smiled and gently touched her cheek. Oh, thank you. You are also very beautiful. Daphne continues to fly over to Augustine for his opinion. Monster. Monster. Old and confusing at the same time. He was not hesitant at all and responded back. You, who are 1,000 years old, are criticizing me for being fake? Dapfo then flies closer to Isabel, smiling and cheering. Unrequited love means you have to work hard. You're the most beautiful and fragrant. Her face flushed pink, as if smoke was rising from her head. Thank you. Eric turned his gaze toward Dafor, silently questioning what kind of god was causing such a commotion. Dao then swooped over to where Eric was standing. She covers her nose with her hand, her face showing discomfort, and her whole body trembles as she points in one direction. Too scared, the dark energy and too many ominous signs. Eric turned his face away and looked in the direction she was pointing. Mi-Fi folded her arms and teased, "Oh, who's this? It looks like a pumpkin flower, right? Maybe jasmine?" Eric couldn't believe the question in his mind. Did she see Mo-Fi? She responded angrily and stomped her feet at Mo-Fi. I am Hoa Tui Tien. I'm not ugly. That young lady even complimented my appearance. He shook his head mockingly. Do you really think they were praising you? Are you really a god? Eric secretly marvels as he watches Mei-Fi and Dong arguing nearby. I didn't expect her to see Mi-Fi. Herman felt curious. What is Fairy Lotus doing? Junity and Augustine also pay attention to Daph's movements. Is there something there? Eric thought helplessly. If they keep playing like this, they'll realize Mei-Fi is missing. Luckily, Hunia Choka gave them a reason. Daph doesn't have many friends, so she just plays alone. Augustine sympathetically exclaimed, Oh dear, poor thing. Well, I trust her. I understand why she's lonely now. Judulity just shook her head silently. Eric let out a sigh of relief. Dafor refused to accept her words and loudly denied. I'm not lonely. You're the mean one. Hunya Choka didn't bother to pay attention to her and instead asked Eric why he came to our temple. Eric didn't answer right away, but instead pulled up his sleeve and reached inside to find something. He took out a glowing ice crystal ball. I want to give aid to the tea blossom god. Finally, Hunya Choka led Eric inside along a circular corridor. The stone columns on both sides are covered with countless scratches that look old and damaged. Eric observes the surroundings, speaking in a voice only he and Mei-Fi can hear. The temple must have suffered a lot of damage caused by General Dong. I also thought this place was supposed to be a paradise from fairy tales. Mi-Fi also finds it hard to understand. This place should have been an archway to defend against the attack of the Abyssal God. I can't believe that because of that General Dong, it ended up like this. Why has General Dong been so stubborn lately? Mi-Fi squints and guesses. As the Beastman said, maybe he's just changed his personality or it's related to some arrangement or plan of the family. A flash of red appeared in his eyes as he looked at Eric with a hint of meaning, saying, Do you really think everything is just a coincidence? He was startled to hear Mi-Fi's analysis.
Everything seems to be prepared, just waiting for you to appear from the north to start. Eric secretly wondered if this was
part of the arrangement his ancestors mentioned. At the same time, Hunia Choka, walking ahead, stopped in front of a room, then stretched out both hands to push open the large door. I have arrived. Inside the room is a large hall with many small tables and chairs arranged in a circle, where 5 fairies of different colors are already seated. The yellow fairy asks first, Who are you? Why did she come here? Why do you want to take her the ice crystal ball? Eric looked around at the fairies in the room, silently wondering. The camellia god hasn't arrived yet. He placed one hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and bowed his head solemnly to introduce himself. I am Eric Melvinger. The orange fairy flew in front of him. Melvinger, with blonde hair and blue eyes, the pink fairy also quickly changed her attitude and became friendly. We are friends. It's been 40 years, Eric asked in confusion. Did my grandfather come here before? The pink fairy replied with a bright smile. It must have been him who visited here. The orange fairy said, Eden is our friend. The purple fairy also flew around you. So why did you come here? Eric raised his hand holding the ice crystal sphere. I came because my ancestors need to give the ice crystal sphere to her. Where is the divine tea flower? Suddenly, all 5 colorful fairy sisters fell silent, their faces showing a hint of sadness. That matter. Then the 5 fairies led Eric to a glass room. Along the path, there are countless stone boxes neatly arranged side by side. After walking for a while, Eric suddenly seemed to see something and stopped in his tracks. You stand in front of a stone box engraved with the word media on the lid, and a fairy speaks. She has withered away. Eric stared intently at the stone box on the ground. General Lai Dong? As soon as he finished speaking, voices kept ringing in his ears. Some winters last too long and spring never comes. Everyone withers away. All the winter flowers are hibernating, and we don't have much time left. You crouched down beside the icebox and gently placed both hands on the lid. Eric's hands trembled as he silently thought, if I don't give the ice sphere to the tea goddess, then this effort will be pointless. Your eyes are shadowed by darkness and you grit your teeth, whispering that you can't rebuild your family then. Mi-Fi frowns behind you, surprised that these gods have withered away because of winter. He exclaimed in a pitiful way. The annoyed orange fairy pointed her finger.
Demon King, be quiet!
The purple fairy also shouted loudly. We only let you in here because of our friend, but I never wanted to meet you. With a flick of the hand, you're just the past. Mi-Fi snarled fiercely. Who are you to talk to me? The orange fairy is standing with her hands on her hips. Are you angry? The purple fairy said bluntly. Getting angry is useless anyway. In front of Eric, he suddenly thought of something. Wait, are they withering from the cold? You open the icebox lid and mutter to yourself that it's withering, not dying. Eric sees inside the icebox a round, dark brown seed. So this is really the seed. Carefully, you place the ice crystal sphere next to the dark brown seed. Maybe it will work. Eric reaches out his hand toward the two items in the icebox, his eyes shining, reciting a spell. Awakening. A source of power from inside the ice crystal sphere is transferring to the dark brown seed. The seed is also glowing and gradually absorbing all the energy from the ice crystal sphere. A blinding beam of light radiates throughout the space, causing all the fairies to gape with their mouths open. The seed absorbs the source of power, and cracks appear on its shell. A shimmering green branch sprouts from the seed. Then a red stream of energy shoots straight up into the sky, causing everyone present to step back in panic. A girl with long flowing hair appears in front of Elk and the fairies. Her dress looks like soft pink petals layered on top of each other. The girl spoke. You have arrived. Behind her, a pair of butterfly wings flutter in the air. As promised, Celia looked at the person sitting on the ground and called out the name Melvinger. Eric didn't beat around the bush and gently frowned as he said to Celia, I am Eric Mbinger, grandson of Eden Minger. Can I ask what promise there was between you and my grandfather? Hearing that question, Celia suddenly fell into deep thought. She hesitated and was about to speak when suddenly someone shouted, Celia! Out of nowhere, many spirits flew in and exclaimed in amazement, Camellia, it's been a while since we last met. I missed you so much. Did you sleep well? Hearing that, it seemed like Camellia was holding something back as her body trembled slightly, and she spoke in a low voice. Hey, listen up. Celia suddenly crossed her arms, frowned slightly in annoyance, and said in a stern voice, Please be quiet, everyone. I'm talking about something important, so please be silent. Why are you all so noisy all day long? Seeing that, the small spirits who were originally cheerful and lively immediately fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. After observing Celia for a moment, Eric suddenly thought to himself that the goddess Celia seemed different from what he had heard. She was much more mature. Where has your arrogant attitude gone? Time has passed so long, but your ugly face still looks the same. The only thing worth praising about you is your true primordial body, but now it's just turned into a ghostly spirit. Hearing her words, Mei-Fi furrowed her brows in anger and snapped, I am the king. I'm the king of my own ass. I let out a sigh of contempt, glancing disdainfully at Mei-Fi before saying, You don't even have a throne. Who would recognize you as king? Seeing Mei-Fi's angry but helpless expression, Celia clearly showed her satisfaction and smiled as she turned to Eric to praise him. So, you said your name is Eric, right? It's a very nice name. Eric politely bowed and said, Thank you. Celia then asked curiously, confused, How can you wake me up? Eric replied respectfully, still bowing deeply. I feel a demonic aura hidden within the cold energy that your seed is sleeping in. So I thought I could wake you up by absorbing that cold air through the seal and the eternal ice crystal. And as you can see, it worked. Then she crossed her arms, fixed her gaze on Eric, and silently evaluated him for a long time. He looks as smart as he appears. Hearing that, Eric respectfully bowed and replied, Thank you, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, Camellia's sweet voice rang in his ear. He paused for a moment. Then she looked at Eric with a seductive gaze and asked, Do you ever think about marrying me? After hearing that, Eric froze, his face gradually twisting into an ugly expression. He stared at Celia in shock. Facing that situation, Mei-Fi could only sigh and pucker his lips, saying, You're the same as ever, flirting with anyone who looks decent. Hearing that, Celia frowned and retorted, Your constant, lowly attitude of meddling in others' affairs is
Still the same. I see I have nothing to say to that ugly demon king, so get lost.
Then Comedia turned to Eric again, smiling gently and asked, "What do you think? That is an honor you won't be able to receive twice." Hearing that, Eric involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. He forced an awkward smile and thought to himself that normally he would just say what nonsense she's talking about, but he couldn't do that to the family god in this situation. After some deep thought, Eric respectfully bowed and thanked him for the offer, but I cannot marry recklessly as I am still the representative of the family that needs to be restored.
I still have a lot to do now. I sincerely apologize.
Oh well, it's a real shame. It's been a long time since I felt like this. After saying that, she turned around and soared higher, then said, "That's enough talking. You want to know the promise I made to Eden Minger, right?" Hearing this, Eric immediately replied,
Yes?
He said his grandson would come here someday. After a pause, she continued, "Winter has plunged this place into darkness and carried Shrinkfond Son, bring with it." It's strange, as soon as he said those words, Eric seemed to see his grandfather's figure and speak them himself. He was momentarily stunned. Eric instinctively reached up and clenched his necklace, wondering how he could have known. Suddenly, Celia's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Eric Merbinger, Eden Merbinger's grandson." She gently turned her head to look at Eric with affection. "Are you going to take away this endless winter and bring us the spring we long for?" Eric, holding the ice crystal in his hand, replied, "I don't know if I can take away winter." Mai-Fi felt extremely uncomfortable and turned away. Eric's calm voice continued to echo. "But my grandfather said, I give you this and say that I am here to erase winter." Celia looked at the ice crystal in his hand and suddenly sighed. "The ice crystal? This is definitely the words of that troublesome person. However, it has connected everything together." After finishing, she suddenly soared higher, slowly raised her hand, and said, "From now on, you go to this place." Saying that, Cornelia gently brought her hand to her lips and softly blew a breath. In a flash, many petals drifted with the wind she had just created. Suddenly, those petals flew over to Eric, making him startle involuntarily. Suddenly, his necklace lit up. At that moment, Celia's voice echoed again, teaching him how to take away winter. Celia's words had just finished when Eric, lying on the lush flower field under the bright, warm sun, looked around in amazement and exclaimed, "It's been a long time since I felt this way." This is the Peace Temple. He looked at the vibrant, colorful meadow and said, "This is exactly what I imagined." After looking around for a while, he wondered confusedly, "Where is the temple?" Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, causing the leaves to fly everywhere. Eric instinctively closed his eyes and raised his hand to block the flying leaves. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes. Eric was amazed by the space before him and instinctively exclaimed, "Huh?" Realizing I'm sitting on the border between winter and spring, I was stunned and thought, what is going on here? Suddenly, a deep male voice behind Eric shattered all his doubts. "This is the Black Snowfield." Hearing that, he instinctively turned around. What caught his eye was a tall, unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar figure from behind. That person continued, "This is where your strength will be tested for the second event." With that voice and figure, Eric seemed to recognize who was in front of him. His eyes suddenly flickered. Could it be that the car slowly turned around, smiling kindly and saying, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Seeing that, Eric hurriedly ran to his side and replied, "Yes." Odo still stood there, watching him, a gentle smile on his lips. "He has grown a lot since the last time we met." Then he looked down at the tattoo on your arm. "It seems the seal and the rage have found the right place." Eric happily asked Hanoto, "Why are you here?" Oto gently smiled and replied, "I'll keep following and scolding you until you finish winter." Hearing this, Eric froze. He instinctively held his head and whispered softly, memories of pain flooding back.
"All right, we don't have much time, so I'll explain right here. Look over there."
He explained to you that this place was once full of blessings, the land where all life was born, but when that thing appeared, death descended upon this land. Hearing this, Eric frowned slightly and said, "Eastern General." The car immediately continued after him. That's right, it was left behind after the demons and gods passed through this land. The remnants of the past and curses. At this point, the car suddenly turned to look at Eric. "So, my descendant, from now on, I will teach you how to devour the Eastern General." Hearing that, Eric frowned slightly, surprised, thinking to himself, "Can I swallow this enormous threat? But if I can swallow it, I could gain great power." After a moment of thought, Eric couldn't help but smile excitedly. Under the keen gaze of the car, he paid no attention and continued to think that he could be much stronger than he is now. Eric raised his hand and said, I just need to seal Dong Tuong into the raging seal like the first time, right? The car responded in a deep voice. That's correct. After hearing the response, Eric's gaze gradually became serious. He thought to himself that since this was the second time, his opponent would definitely be much stronger than King Snow Mountain. But then he still bravely raised his voice and asked, Am I ready? Do I need to fight like I did against the Snow Mountain King? To avoid making you wait, the car placed a small seed into Eric's hand and said, Here, take it. Eric looked at what was in his hand, thinking skeptically, Celia's seed. He frowned and asked again, What am I supposed to do with it? The car smiles and answers, It will grow into a tree in 100 days. When the flowers bloom, the test will be over. Huh? Do I have to go plant the tree? The elegant car rolled up its window and asked, Is it really that hard? Eric nervously looked at the small seed in his hand and then spoke honestly. First, planting seeds in this devastated land. But I don't understand how this is related to dealing with the winter calamity. After a moment of thought, the car gently smiled and said, You will understand in time. Hearing this, Eric instinctively raised his hand in frustration and sighed. Again, those meaningless words. Then an idea came to my mind. Could I scare him into explaining a bit more clearly? What am I supposed to do with this little bit of information? Suddenly, the car's voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Don't worry. As he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and a complex magical gate system appeared before him. The car said, I will assign a perfect guide for you. Can you stop bothering me already under this blinding light? Seeing the person before him, Eric suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. As the gentle breeze blew, petals floated along. From within the flowery breeze, a beautiful girl stepped out. Celia said irritably, I told you many times not to wake me up. Eric was stunned by her appearance and quickly shouted out, Goddess Celia, how do you know me? The handsome kid, seeing that, Eric fell into deep thought. Her appearance is definitely that of the goddess Celia, but the presence she exudes is completely different. Although she doesn't look tall, she gives the feeling of looking into a giant tree. A giant tree that can easily cover the entire sky. So this is a true god. After a moment of contemplation, the car turned towards Eric and announced, I will introduce him. He is my descendant. Hearing that, Comedelia gracefully stroked her hair and replied, It's a pity you're just a binger dream, but I'll let it go because you're handsome. Then she winked at Elk and said with a smile, Do you want to marry me? Hearing that, he hesitated and thought to himself, but his personality remained the same. It seems she realized something and suddenly widened her eyes, exclaiming, Oh my God, Eric Minger, you already rejected my proposal once, right? At this moment, Eric instinctively froze, thinking to himself, Is she connected to the goddess Celia out there? But in the end, Celia also forgave him. She said, Well, fine, it's hard to grow a camellia tree. Are you sure you can do this? Eric looked at her and resolutely replied, I will do my best. I will simply stay by your side and give you advice, but the rest of growing the plant is entirely up to you. Eric looked at the seed in his hand and nodded. That's it then. I don't know when, but O2 was already holding a small stone in his hand and walking toward you, my descendant. With that, he handed the item to you and said in a deep voice, This is the communication device that allows you to know the true condition of the tree. After saying that, he created a magic block in his hand, and you will gradually discover its other uses. Then he cast a spell. All right, I hope you succeed. After a while, Eric listened as Camellia explained, the land of the gods, or also known as the Icy Realm. The first time was 400 years ago. You had to gather the materials and items I mentioned and use them. Suddenly, Elk showed a worried expression. He wondered if the environment of this era was better than the outside world, and then turned to Camellia and asked, What should I do first? She immediately replied, Find a place to plant this seed, a good spot for it to sprout. Then Eric pursed his lips, wondering if clearing this land would be faster than searching across the snowy fields. Suddenly, Celia spoke again, catching your attention. This is a realm of the mind, so the environment here truly resembles the dark abyss outside. As Celia was speaking, she suddenly paused, as if sensing something approaching. Eric immediately turned his head to observe, a giant monster flying toward him from somewhere, followed by a swarm of enormous winged monsters arriving one after another. Celia's voice continues steadily. She warns, and you also need to be cautious of monsters. As soon as she finished speaking, the monsters were instantly turned to dust. In the next moment, they shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. It's all thanks to L. He absorbed all those monsters with the tattoo on his hand, and he sneered, not expecting this place to turn into a monster feast for him. After watching for a long time from the side, she suddenly praised, You are very capable. Truly fitting the look of a Binyer. Then she turned her hand away and asked, "Do you think you can find that land in this vast snowfield?" Camelia's words brought Eric back to their main concern. He thought to himself that open terrains with small trees must have a water source nearby, a place where he could easily defend against monsters. Suddenly seeming to recall something, Eric turned to Camelia and asked, "Celia, if we are 400 years in the past, Anromov should be nearby, right?" Hearing that, Camelia chuckled softly. "Are you thinking of Andromov? I think by now they have probably finished building the city. This terrain is very different from what you know. How do you plan to find Andromov?" Hearing that, Eric smiled confidently. "This won't be difficult. Usually canyons and high hills don't change much in just 4 years." Then he flew in one direction and said, "If I use a place like this as a center, I can roughly guess where it is." After a while, the two stood in front of an abandoned field, and Eric excitedly exclaimed, "This is it! I found it!" "It seems you paid attention to the terrain around Andromov and remembered it. Smart choice. Indeed, MBR.
All right, we're about to cut it off. Calm is overwhelmed by your magical energy."
Under the blinding light of that magic stream, she reflexively squinted. After a long moment, Eric exclaimed fiercely, "So this should be enough to grow a tree, right?" Next to him, Celia was stunned and said in amazement, "I didn't think it was just enough. The soil quality is quite good, and most monsters won't come near this place." Then Eric started to walk away. Camelia watched his hurried steps and gradually fell into deep thought. I know he's a dreamer, but for a human to be able to use the dragon speech so perfectly, she still watches Elk with a desire-filled gaze and wonders what to do with him. Suddenly, the stone that the car gave to Elk started shining brightly. Seeing this, he shouted, "Camelia!" After Camelia flew over, he smirked confidently and reached into his shirt pocket to take out the stone. Seeing how this stone reacted, I think I succeeded. But as soon as he looked at the surface of the stone, Eric froze in surprise. Bright yellow glowing words appeared on the stone, indicating a failed mission and a return to day 0. Immediately, Elk and Celia were standing at the starting point. Eric sighed tiredly and said, "It's starting over again." Celia also chimed in. "This is because that creepy Karhan was pretending to be, right?" Eric said seriously, hands on his hips. "I kept going back to the start every time I died during the first test. This time, it starts over again when the mission fails." Hearing that, Celia rolled her eyes. "I guess you've forgotten something," Eric asked back. "Do you know why?" Coldly, he replied, "Because this is the Black Ice Plain, and there are countless reasons why planting trees fails here." After she finished, Celia gently waved her hand and a portal appeared. She turned to him and announced, "I believe I have given you enough guidance already. I will take a short nap while watching the world outside." Seeing that, he hurriedly asked, "Where are you planning to go?" Celia gently reassured him, "I will go to a safe place. Just focus on your mission until I return." As she finished speaking, Eric earnestly asked, "Before you leave, can you give me a few more hints?" Before he could finish speaking, Celia and the gate disappeared. Eric sighed and said, "I guess I have to find out the reason for my failure myself." Eric rested his head on his arm, lying relaxed on the ground in deep thought. After a while, he suddenly sat up, wondering what he might have missed. "I can't waste any more time. I need to focus more." Thinking this, I immediately cast my magic to create bright golden streams of light on the ground. Suddenly, something emitting strange light was lying still beneath the soil and rocks. Eric secretly suspected, what is under the ground here? Eric closed his eyes tightly, feeling his way through the flow of magic. He sensed that there was something. At this moment, the ground beneath Eric suddenly trembles violently, and the scene before him makes him extremely panic-stricken. Damn it! A giant monster suddenly lunged up from beneath Eric's feet. He immediately leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Eric was stunned, thinking to himself, a death worm? A monster that at least 3 6-circle mages are needed to kill. I'm not sure I can defeat it anymore. He immediately cast a magic spell, and a series of sharp ice arrows appeared one after another. Filled with worry, Eric realized he probably couldn't complete this mission. Based on what I remember, immediately, under your control, they rushed toward the monster. If you want to kill it, you must first break through its tough scales. But the sharp ice shards seem useless against it, and Eric feels extremely uneasy because its shell is too hard. He frowns, a surge of anger rising in his heart. If magic can't do anything to it, the relentless thoughts keep flashing through Eric's mind. I have to use the secret technique to strengthen my body. Suddenly, the deadly worm's mouth shrinks and emits a horrifying sound. He froze, his whole body tensing up with extreme vigilance. Before he could finish his thought, Thick, slimy green poison was sprayed directly at Eric. Eric quickly casts a poison barrier spell, furious as he says, "Poison spitting?" He stared in shock as the ice wall gradually melted away, its surface corroded and riddled with holes. Unable to believe how powerful this poison was, to pierce through his magic barrier. Eric pondered silently. If he approached it carelessly, he would surely be swallowed by this toxic substance.
Seeing the opponent struggling, the monster turned and ran away. You shout, "You can't escape!" Then he hurriedly chased after it, calculating in his mind that if he let it escape, he would miss the time to complete his mission.
The deathworm sped forward, its enormous body tearing through the ground. Suddenly it thrashed its tail violently, smashing down onto the ground, causing the earth to crack open and debris to fly everywhere. Then Deathworm gently lifted its head to observe. Eric immediately realized its intention. "So you were trying to lure me away, huh? You're more cunning than those other monsters." Suddenly, Eric froze, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It seems he's about to face danger. Thick streams of corrosive slime burst out violently, spreading across the space in an instant. He sprinted forward, escaping from danger, cursing in frustration. Damn, these poisons are so annoying. The toxins kept clinging to Eric, relentlessly chasing after him. He slightly bent his knees, leapt backward to avoid the incoming poison stream, and stared intently at the sharp-toothed mouth of the deathworm, silently thinking that if he didn't kill it soon, he'd have to start the missions all over again, so he had no choice but to risk it. His eyes turn cold as he concentrates all his strength and unleashes his full power. I still remember the combat skills I learned from Lam Su. Eric quickly throws a punch at the monster's face as a single thought echoes in his mind, focusing all his strength on one point with endless streams of thoughts flashing through his mind. I can maximize the power of the attack and will be able to kill it. The secret technique, White Tiger Full Strike, is immediately unleashed. The tough scales on the deathly deep serpent's body burst apart and fell to the ground as Eric continuously raised barriers trying to block the oncoming wave of poison. But unfortunately, some poison still clings to him. Eric thought to himself, if I hadn't used all my mana on that last attack, I might have been killed by its poison already. He tiredly collapsed to the ground, panting, thinking if he faced another one now, he would be doomed. Eric muttered to himself, "I did it." At this moment, the system displays a message that you have met the necessary requirements. The first seal has been removed. You're surprised and mutter, "A seal? What kind of seal is that?" Suddenly, the shard in his hand glowed, and Eric's eyes widened. That beam of light suddenly shot straight into the tattoo on your arm, making it blaze as if it were burning. You stared in confusion. What is this? After a moment, the magic flow disappeared. Eric sat quietly, lost in thought. He raised his arm, looking at the new mark clearly visible, and wondered, I didn't expect to get the fourth mark so quickly. Can I use it to break the icy barrier of the frozen land like I did with the Snow Mountain King? But how am I supposed to do that? I don't even know its real name. Long suddenly froze, his face turning pale as he recalled Mi-Fi's contemptuous expression. If Mi-Fi finds out about this, Eric just waves his hand and mutters, "Following the plan, I should find out soon enough." You raise your hand, eyes full of determination, finally finished cleaning up here. Now it's time to plant the seeds. Suddenly, he shouts, "Watch out!" The ground trembled violently again, causing Eric to panic uncontrollably, and at the same time, the system issued a warning alert. Although deathworms usually live alone, there are rare special cases where they live in packs over a large area. In an instant, countless deathworms burst up from underground. The system continues to display, showing only a few of them, but they all rush toward him simultaneously. The system emphasizes, though it could be dozens. Come on, this is really ridiculous. I helplessly hold my head, desperately shouting, I can't get out of here. One is hard enough to deal with, now there are dozens. What should I do? Eric quickly jumps to dodge, feeling frustrated. Why the hell would the Tiger King want to build a house in a place like this? Eric thought to himself. Only the Master could possibly defeat all these monsters alone. But a place with so many deadly pits proves the land is extremely fertile. Eric thought he had to try every possible way. He laughed loudly, thinking that trying a few more times might lead to a solution. After a while, Eric's whole body looked disheveled, his clothes torn and muddy, cursing under his breath. Damn it! After the 34th attempt, he collapsed exhausted on the ground, panting, saying, I've tried everything I can. In one battle, Eric was struck and bled from the mouth in pain. In another, his body was covered with poison and he screamed in agony. In the next battle, Eric was beaten to a pulp, torn apart and lying motionless in a pool of bright red blood. In the following fight, his entire body was tightly wrapped by the deadly worms, leaving him breathless and overwhelmed with despair. Vong Tuanhuan kept repeating, Eric kept trying, but in the end, his whole body was still swallowed by the monster's mouth. In another battle, the sharp teeth of the death worm clenched Eric's body tightly. He helplessly cried out. After so many battles, Eric still couldn't kill those death worms. He sighed sadly, deciding to try moving to a distant area far from there. Eric kept struggling, but the seed still wouldn't sprout. Seeing the death worms getting closer and closer, he was terrified and sweating. Am I going to be trapped here?
What is Eric moaning about? Mifai isn't here.
Even the god Camellia wouldn't help.
Maybe the ancestors are watching me suffer and mocking me.
Is no one going to help me? Suddenly, Eric realized something, his eyes shining brightly. Wait a minute. You shouted excitedly. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of this earlier?
They never said I couldn't ask others for help.
A hint of smugness flashes across his face. The Vuong family. Elk's voice continues. I have to ask them for help. The scene shifts to beneath the ancient tree, where a girl lies quietly, vibrant pink leaves silently falling and drifting with the gentle breeze. Calm was fast asleep, completely immersed in peaceful dreams. Suddenly, footsteps approached closer and closer. The man teased, You sleep a lot, huh? She was startled and immediately woke up from her dream. The cars parked in front of Comedia, its gentle smile softening the surrounding atmosphere. She wonders, Why are you able to come in here? Shouldn't you have to wait for my permission to come in? The man replied, Someone else wanted me to come here. Crom gets angry and asks, When did this happen? O calmly replies, Have you forgotten what happened that day? It seems your memory is starting to fade. I sigh softly. I used to be a queen living in the ice palace, but now I'm treated like this. It's truly exhausting. Then Celia calmly asked, So what are you here for? He replied again, I already told you. Someone else wants me to come here. Odo's gaze suddenly deepened. Are you okay with this? You have sacrificed 40 years of your life to fight that curse. She coldly said, I'm fine. You don't need to worry, but I hope you won't come here on your own anymore. Com continued, So what happened to that guy? The car waved his hand and a screen quickly appeared. Just take a look. Inside the screen, Eric is struggling to escape from the fierce beastmen. They roar angrily, This is our ancestral enemy! Kill that human. Com is shocked. What the hell is going on? Why is he being chased and hunted by those beastmen? He chuckled happily. Isn't that quite interesting? Are you still laughing? Hurry and help him. The car blocks the way. Don't cause more trouble. Right now, he's continuing to speak, with his own plan in mind.
Next to Eric, the beastmen are frantically chasing after him. That is our ancestral enemy.
Kill that beast of humanity. Eric laughed happily, a smile full of unusual delight. You glance back, a thought crossing your mind. The lineage of the Tiger King still hasn't appeared. Eric quickly landed and silently calculated that to solve the problem he faced in this mission, he needed to seek help from those who built the city on this land of death.
The exhausted beastmen pant heavily. Finally, we've caught you. You crazy fool, charge and bite him.
He silently lamented that searching across this vast black snowfield for the royal tiger lineage was indeed a difficult task, as magic suddenly erupted around Eric. The secret technique of the black tiger's body enhancement was immediately revealed. He thought to himself, but I possess the secret technique of the Tiger King lineage, the body enhancement secret technique. The scene before their eyes makes the beastmen tremble in fear. How is this possible? One of them shouted in shock, How can a human use the body enhancement secret technique? Eric frowned angrily. With this body enhancement technique to increase strength, do you think I would let you go? At this moment, a vast mountain range stretches out, covered in pure white snow, creating an unexpectedly peaceful scene. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupts there, causing the ground to shake violently. The beastmen were thrown far away, tumbling through the air. I can't believe what I'm seeing. That guy. His voice continues to echo. We must not let him escape. Eric stands silently above, watching carefully. After destroying 6 beast city-states, it's almost time for them to strike back. You gently stroke your chin, eyes full of thought. Maybe the rumors haven't spread far enough yet. Suddenly, Eric slumped down, secretly calculating that if he trampled on the remaining villages, they would appear, so he should avoid it. At the same time, a giant, sharp claw suddenly appeared behind him. In an instant, its strike cut straight into the tree where Eric was standing, causing the trunk to split in two. He reacted just in time, quickly jumping to the ground. Eric glanced at the broken tree and shivered slightly. If my senses weren't sharp enough, I'd be dead before I even had time to yawn. Suddenly, in the thick darkness, a shadow slowly approaches you. Your senses are better than I thought. Elika's cold gaze fixed firmly on the figure before him, gathering the surviving beastmen scattered across the black snowfield, rising as the great lord of the north, a creature that instills terror in the empire. He furrowed his brow, tense and alert, descendant of the mighty Hovwang lineage. He praised him, saying that a human could learn the secret technique of body enhancement. This person is the first leader of the Beastmen Alliance. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" This burly beastman is named Tiger King Du. He spoke with a determined tone. "You are definitely human." Du continued, "But I can't understand what is happening here." Suddenly, the beastmen behind Elich exclaimed in surprise, "Hovwang Du." Everyone was stunned and panicked. A trembling voice asked, "Why did you come here?" He snapped back, "Why are you asking that? Did I come to a place I shouldn't have?" Hearing these words, the beastman gaped, completely silent with fear. At this moment, a thought flashes through his mind. The Tiger King has conflicts with other beast tribes. Eric quietly confirmed that this was likely before the Tiger King unified the beast tribes, so he hadn't yet reached the 5-star combat power level. He wondered why he could feel such a cold pressure. Du shouted angrily, "If you don't plan to fight me, then get out of here." The beastmen panicked and fled in chaos, one of them screeching to protect a human. "You are an enemy of the beastmen, and the one beside you is also supporting you. You will pay for this." He twitched his ear and sighed softly, finally falling silent. He pondered quietly. Did he protect me? A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of pride. It was clever to only cause trouble for the furious tribe, the hostile tribe against the Tiger King Du. Eric immediately bowed his head in thanks, but at that moment Du suddenly grabbed his neck tightly. He coldly questioned, "How do you know the secret technique to strengthen our race's body?" Eric struggled, trying to explain. "I learned it from my master." Du urged him to explain in more detail, and Eric gently pointed to his clenched hand around his neck. With a heavy and strained voice, "First you have to let me go." His eyes fixed on you with a terrifying cold gleam. Then Du released you, his voice full of threat. "If you dare to talk nonsense, I will break your neck right now." Eric rubbed his neck and said, "My parents were farmers who fled to the Black Snowfield to escape the Empire's oppression. I pretended to be pitiful, but after my parents were attacked by monsters, I, an orphan, was saved by a beastman." Eric's acting was so good that tears streamed down his cheeks. "That person taught me how to protect myself using a secret technique to strengthen my body so I could survive here." He frowned and asked, "What is that beastman's name?" My master said they had forgotten their own name, and finally he didn't tell me what it was. Recalling those fabricated painful memories, Eric was in unbearable pain. I can't touch their past painful memories, so I can only call that person my master with all my respect and sincerity. Staring ahead with a cold gaze, carefully examining whether those words are true or just deception. I remain immersed in my tragic role, tears welling up, thinking to myself, is he judging whether what I say is true or not? Eric seems to understand the other person well. The Tiger King, with his keen senses, can distinguish lies by listening to the heartbeat and the movement of muscles in the body. I secretly take pride in it, but right now I'm controlling the flow of energy to keep my body stable, so it's easy to deceive him. When I realize everything is true, I can't help but be surprised, then softly say, "So it seems you are a sibling of our clan." Eric silently exclaimed, "Exactly." He gently wiped away his tears, realizing his performance was perfect, and a wave of joy filled his heart. Brotherhood refers to those who have mastered the secret technique of body strengthening. In other words, he has already admitted it. Suddenly, Du placed his hand on Eric's shoulder. "Brother, do you have anywhere to rest on this barren land yet?" In the darkness of night, white snow quietly falls as he rides on the wolf's back, accompanying him. Suddenly, a flash of magic streaked across the sky, accompanied by Celia's scolding voice. "Honestly, you acted recklessly." She sat on Eric's shoulder and angrily said, "Why is no one in the Minger family sensible?" He whispered, "Is it okay for you to appear like this?" Cum reassures her, "I cast a spell so others can't sense my presence, so don't worry." She's worried, but what are you planning to do next? Do you really believe he will accept you as an ally? Eric confidently replied, "Of course he won't trust me yet, but he will keep me by his side." Com was surprised and asked why. Eric explained that now is the time when conflicts between tribes are escalating, and each tribe will accept a strong ally regardless of their background. Soon they arrived, and a beastman exclaimed happily, "The leader is back, everyone gather together." He continued explaining, "Especially the ambitious Tiger King Du, he is even willing to do that." She remained silent, contemplating those words. However, in this era, the hatred of humans among the beast folk remains very strong. Will the members of the tribe accept this kid as the Tiger King Du? The beastmen stared in shock as they saw Eric. An angry roar. Humanity. The enemy who killed my father. The one next to him grits his teeth and questions, "Hey, why did you bring a human here?" "Stop, this is one of our brothers." The beastman roared in fury. Brothers? How can humans be considered our brothers? How can humanity become our brothers? He coldly ordered. Calm down, now let's regroup. You look at the group of beastmen in front of you as thoughts echo in your mind. This is the time when the Empire's oppressive regime is the most brutal against both beastmen and humans, which has caused strong hostility towards humanity. You worry that if you can't persuade them, your plan will fail completely. Suddenly, the beastmen change their attitude, kneeling and crying while clutching your leg, making you startled and speechless.
Huh? They're so weak, my master. Why did you leave us and go ahead?
One of them suddenly grabbed Eric's hand. You're really lucky to have someone like that teach you martial arts. He furrowed his brow, looking confused, then glanced to the side. Du smiled and gave a thumbs up. Eric was confused, wondering to himself what they were talking about. Elk's gaze was fixed on Du's figure, surprised that just moments ago they were about to tear him apart, yet now they had suddenly become so friendly. He silently confirmed that it was definitely thanks to Lord Du. Suddenly, he made a gesture that caused the nearby table to shatter, as if commanding everyone to be silent. Then, Du explained that this was what his master had said before passing away. He recounted it slowly. Even though we had to face the racial boundaries between beastmen and humans, I am still glad that even if we leave this world, we will always be sworn brothers. Du's whole body trembled slightly, his voice faltering. Let's meet again in another life. His voice still echoed on without end. My students performed so beautifully that even the beastmen couldn't hold back their tears, crying out loud.
Damn it, open your eyes, master. This is so cruel. How can your little student go on living like this?
Eric was stunned. Dama sumdet, his heart frozen and speechless. Did I really say that? He whispered. Just act it out. They're so stupid they'll believe anything. A faint smile touched his lips, his eyes filled with gratitude, until suddenly a cold voice interrupted. We do not agree. Eric was startled, turning around quickly. Raph continued speaking like a human, frowning as he questioned. Do you have any proof to believe us? Eric didn't respond, only stared intently at the figure in front of him. Komgyo Thieu. They are the Black Wolf clan.
The loyal dogs of the Lake King?
He silently thought. So, the Black Wolf clan are actually ancestors of Minister Norris. Du immediately stepped in front of Elk, his voice angry. RF, are you disobeying my orders? Raph hurriedly explained, I am not defying you. He points at you and shouts in anger, even if he is truly one of them. How could our tribe accept such an inferior race? Hearing this, he feels very uncomfortable and repeats, inferior race. Dark magic flares up fiercely, and he grits his teeth, saying, I hope. His eyes flash with a cold glint. You still haven't forgotten our faith, Raph. Du's subsequent words made RF ashamed and turn away. We have been abandoned and cast out. Although our races and bloodlines differ, we are still one family. He said seriously, if you've forgotten that faith, I will slit your throat. He remained silent, looking at Eric, his mind tangled in confusion. Suddenly, you spoke up, breaking down the boundaries between tribes and uniting all beastmen into one. Eric continued, I heard this is the goal of the Beastman tribe. Du exclaimed in surprise. Do you know us? Eric nodded. Yes, I heard that while wandering alone across the snowfield. Your voice continues to echo. Although considered an enemy by many other tribes because of that faith, it is said that more and more people are being condemned for it. Eric expresses his gratitude. He is a person who has been abandoned. I have received my master's kindness. And today, you accepted me as your brother. He bowed his head in gratitude. I believe this is an extension of the ideals you are pursuing. These words moved Comedia to tears, sobbing like the hopes from M. Binger. You're quite good at talking. Eric's voice grew serious, his eyes determined. I will also meet your expectations. I believe I need to prove my worth in order to accompany you on your journey. Raph shouted sharply. I hear that the rank among beastmen is determined by strength. What do you want? Without hesitation, he replied, let's fight. If I win, I will become part of the tribe. If I lose, I will leave. He trembled with rage, his voice full of contempt. How dare an ordinary human challenge a great black wolf warrior like me? Eric sneered mockingly and said, Why do you talk so much? His face clearly showed a challenge. Are you scared? R gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with anger. You bastard, you just pointed forward and sneered. You're the real bastard. Feeling of contempt immediately drove him on, his sharp claws flashing out in an instant. Then Raph coldly declares, I will kill you. SSS Magic also erupts fiercely. Are you provoking me to make it worse? Suddenly, Du charged between the two, emanating an overwhelming aura, knocking them back. They landed safely, but their faces were still filled with confusion. as if they hadn't yet recovered from the impact. He spoke in a serious tone, saying, "Let me ask you two if you are willing to accept the outcome, even if it means risking your lives in the battle." Raph calmly replied, "If that human wins, I will consider him family." Eric raised his hand to pledge, "I swear on my master's honor that I will accept the outcome." Du looked straight ahead, his eyes as cold as a blade, and said, "Good." As soon as he finished speaking, they immediately charged at each other, and it began. Raph's sharp claws swipe at the opponent, snarling, "I will tear you to pieces." Quickly, you bend down to dodge, a thought flashing through your mind. "The story I made up won't last long. I need to prove my worth to Tiger King Du." Eric stands firm, calmly facing the attack, knowing that with him, this won't be an issue anymore. He rushes wildly towards you, his mouth wide open to reveal sharp, heavy teeth. Eric's magic surges fiercely in his hand, ready to confront the opponent, matching him blow for blow. Raph quickly blocks a powerful body technique punch, the fierce tiger charge, and seeing him scared and retreating, he sneers. Just one punch and he's already overwhelmed. Raph roared in anger, but couldn't react in time to the next punch from his opponent. "You said he was beaten up badly under the powerful body technique." The scene before their eyes leaves the beastmen stunned. One of them screams in terror. Raph is one of the top warriors in the royal army. I didn't expect him to be punched like that. The man next to him trembles, surprised that a human could wield the body-strengthening technique so skillfully. In disbelief, one of them opened his mouth slightly and called RF. In just a moment, RF's strength was drained, and he collapsed onto the cold ground. Seeing his battered body, Du was surprised and spoke. "It seems the battle ended faster than I expected." He declares, "This much is enough for you to become part of our family." Suddenly, Raph's eyes turn bloodshot, and his legs are filled with murderous intent. In a flash, he stood upright, a terrifying screech signaling imminent danger, and Eric, startled, glanced back with a violent thought flashing through his mind. When the beastmen's rage exceeds the limit, their power multiplies exponentially, but they can only fight with instinct. Seeing him rush wildly towards me, I worried that facing him head-on was too dangerous. In a blink, Eric casts a spell, a surge of energy bursting from his hand. Instantly, a freezing attack speeds toward the enemy. The slippery ice shards made RF lose his balance. He fell backward, landing on his buttocks. Immediately after, the chains whip and curl above Raph's head before shooting swiftly toward the opponent. In just a moment, the chains tighten around his entire body. Seeing Raph struggling, Eric quickly raises his hand and strikes his opponent hard on the back of the neck. Quiet for a moment. Soon after, he remained still, sprawled on the ground. "Is that magic? Is that bastard a mage?" The guy next to him was stunned. "Did he deceive us?" Eric stood silently, secretly calculating that if he wanted to subdue him without killing, magic was the only way. He hesitated, thinking they should know this too. Eric nervously looked at Du, recalling the story he had prepared for this situation. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, his booming voice shattering the tense atmosphere. Du pats your shoulder enthusiastically and says, "You're more interesting than I thought. I didn't expect you to know both body enhancement magic and sorcery." Eric quietly breathes a sigh of relief. "I guess I don't need to worry anymore. You kept playing your part. I should have just used only the body enhancement spell in the battle, but I didn't want to hurt someone who might become my family, so I had to use magic." He encouraged me that whether I choose the easy path or hide my power, the one who wins on the battlefield is the strongest. "That is the harsh rule of the battlefield." Then, Du kindly asked, "What's your name, human?" "I am Eric." At this moment, he has gained the trust of the beastmen. He solemnly declares, "Do you oppose the decision that Eric will become a member of the tribe?" They happily reply, "No, me neither." Du raises his hand to the sky and swears solemnly, "From this moment on, I declare Eric to be a member of our family." The entire group of beastmen cheered in unison, excitedly jumping to welcome the new member of the tribe, when suddenly the system flashed with a blinding light. Celia curiously approaches to check a new message. It displays a line that meets all the necessary requirements, has removed the second restriction, and reveals the real name. In Eric's mind, a thought emerged of a vast plain shrouded in deep darkness in that desolate land. The wind cut like a blade. What is the true name of this seal? The one that traps the sharp wind of the black snow plain. What is it called? The ice seal. He pondered, looking at the tattoo on his arm, which was a rare level seal, just like the great sin of wrath seal that the Mountain King had bestowed upon him. But since he didn't know how to activate it yet, he couldn't use it right now. Eric fumed inwardly. The goddess of comedy has already disappeared without a trace. She didn't teach me how to use this, did she? He sighed and thought, whatever, there's nothing I can do now. Inside, El was determined to focus on his long-term plan for the time being. Inside the meeting room, the beastmen stood in 2 rows, saluting the new member solemnly. Following Du's call, he slowly stepped inside. "Come in," he said with a friendly smile. "Now everyone, please greet each other properly. Starting today, Eric will officially become a member of the Royal Guard of the Kingdom of Andromov." Eric gently bows his head and salutes, saying, "I will do my best out of respect for your acceptance into the Guard team." He laughs loudly, his eyes full of praise. "That good attitude, as a memory of the day you joined the team, I will assign you your first task." He nodded in agreement. "Yes, please give me your orders," Du immediately commanded. "You said you came here after traveling across the snowy plains using your experience from those trips. Please help us find a suitable area where our tribe can settle." Eric stared blankly at the person in front of him. You chuckle quietly and say, "Hello, Fungi, everything seems to fit perfectly." You rub your chin, pretending to ponder. "While wandering across the snow plains, I noticed this place." Eric continued. "It is surrounded by canyons and hills, making it easy to defend against external threats. With a nearby water source and very little soil erosion, it is a fertile land. However, there is one problem," they both said in unison, "which is the swarm of deathworms." He explained earlier that it was considered a potential location, but no one had settled there because of that issue. However, finding another place like it in the Black Snow Plains is very difficult. Confused, he whispered, "What should we do now?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "That's right. Let's do it this way." Hearing the leader's plan, Eric was stunned, his eyes wide open, feeling the murderous aura behind him, and he secretly thought, "I have to find a way to deal with these troublemakers." After a while, Eric gradually calmed down, and a thought echoed in his mind. Even though their personalities often clash, the Black Wolf tribe members are the best at teamwork, so actually, choosing them isn't that hard to understand. But pairing myself with these unfamiliar Black Wolf guys must be a way to test myself. Suddenly, a beastman approached you. "Fighting the Deathworm is the most difficult mission." He speaks up. "This mission won't be easy. This beastman's name is Du, the 3rd captain of the guard team." Raph sneers. "That's right. If it weren't for that random stranger saying unnecessary things earlier, we wouldn't have to deal with this troublesome situation now." He sneered. "Honestly, there's nothing good about the death of the old Slyworm squad. Someone is just trying to act tough in front of the captain by showing off petty tricks." Eric suppresses his anger, curses under his breath, and looks at these bastards. "Really now? Captain, you're scolding and letting personal feelings affect the team. I told you not to do anything to ruin this atmosphere. If you threaten or continue to spoil everyone's mood in the team, I will cut off your head. Understand?" The group of beastmen was trembling with fear, sweat pouring down like rain. Dongthan replied, "Yes, we will work hard." His gaze was fixed intently on the person in front of him, and only then did Elk realize that the reason Lord Tiger Du brought him into this team was because he trusted him. He is so trustworthy that even if a conflict arises, he will extinguish it immediately. Then Eric bowed his head to express his gratitude. Du, unconcerned, immediately turned away. Seeing his attitude, a feeling of delight welled up in your heart. "So you're just doing what you have to do, right? I like that." Then Eric looked at the captain and asked whether there was a way to lure those dead worms out, since they are creatures that won't emerge from the ground, even if threatened slightly. Dudiem Tin replied, "There is a way, but it's very difficult and time-consuming." "You wonder why it's so difficult," I answer. "We need to obtain the death grass, a demon plant. They are very sensitive to the scent emitted by the life and death grass. If we have it, we can lure the deep death out of the ground." Seeing Eric struggling to hold back his laughter and turning red, Du was stunned. "Why are you making that face?" He clears his throat softly, trying to stay serious. "Nothing. Let's keep going," he continued. "We need that tree to lure out those deadly worms, because they are very rare and hard to find." Eric confidently pointed at himself. "You don't need to worry about that, because I can find it." Du said nothing, her gaze thoughtful. Confidence is good, but the environment where the deadly grass grows is quite harsh. Finding it is one thing, but harvesting it is very difficult. He was still lost in thought when the scene before him left Du stunned in amazement. "It won't be easy, right?" Right now, the deadly grass is safely in his hand, happily singing, "This is where people pick and take it away." The rage is intense. The group of beastmen were so stunned they couldn't speak as they watched Eric easily pick each strand of the grass of life. Eric threw it into the basket and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Don't put it in yet." A beastman hurriedly held out his basket to catch it. "Oh, he's confused. I don't even know myself."
Eric silently looked at the blazing red grass, but I've seen plenty of life and death herbs in the maze of enlightenment created by my master. That magic was too conspicuous, so even if I tried not to find it, I would still locate it. An idea came to his mind. If he absorbed the magic of the life and death grass, Eric would immediately activate the seal.
"Let's go," you brute shouted. "Dog people 1, 2, 3.
Now I will move faster.
So stick close to me," the beastmen roared in anger. Is this guy really crazy? They're furious and ready to complain. "Captain, do you know what that guy just called us? A dog? You're shouting, what are you doing?
These damn guys are just following what L.
He was overwhelmed with emotion, tears in his eyes, softly calling out, "Captain." Elo looked surprised to see Du's actions. A faint smile touched his lips, a spark of anticipation rising within him, as if he had just discovered something worth waiting for. Soon, the life grass was loaded into large and small barrels. They quickly brought everything back to the tribe. Du praised, "You gathered so much of the grass in such a short time. Your brother's abilities are truly hard to assess." He modestly replied, "I couldn't have done it without the team members helping me out."
He looked at the exhausted beastmen leaning against the trees, nodded slightly in confirmation, as if to say, that's indeed the case.
Then Du hurriedly urged, "Let's stop the small talk. It's time to begin." The blazing torches were immediately thrown into the deadly grass, and in an instant, the flames spread, burning everything down. Soon after, the ground beneath their feet began to shake, with cracks spreading out like a spider's web. In an instant, giant deathworms burst out of the earth. Du quickly ordered everyone to attack, but suddenly a beastman hurriedly reported, "Captain, we have a big problem." He spun around. "What's going on? If it's nothing important, that guy must be too scared to say a word." No subsequent words left Du stunned. "The No tribe is on their way here." Du asked nervously, "What do you mean the No tribe is coming? Explain more clearly." The beastman urgently reports that it seems they have discovered we are hunting the deathworms.
"And right now they are coming to attack us. You grind your teeth in anger, those filthy bastards."
At the same time, the deathworms were all opening their terrible mouths toward Du. Outside the tribe, a burly beastman slowly walked under the dim moonlight, his shadow stretching across the ground. Those beastmen's eyes are bloodshot and cold. "Charge forward, warriors of the Wrath tribe. He is Knight, the second in command of the Wrath tribe." It led his subordinates forward boldly. "Today we will capture Hovwangdu and end all their hopes." Even though the deadly worms are screaming right beside him, he calmly walks forward, showing no concern. At this moment, Du quickly leaps into the air, dodging the sharp mouths of the monsters. Then his sharp claws immediately tore Death Deep in half. Seeing this, Neat couldn't help but praise. "Tiger King Du, as expected, his skills are at the top among the beastmen. But today I have prepared a magical artifact used in battles against humans." The thoughts continued to echo in his mind. No matter how strong someone is, you can't stop the firepower when your head is held down. A triumphant smile spreads across Neyui's fierce face. "Now I will make you kneel before me and become the king of the beastmen." Suddenly, a strong wind swept in, carrying thick dust and smoke. He instinctively raised his hand to cover his face, quietly wondering where the wind came from. A sudden strong scent wafts over. Ney pauses, his eyes slightly stunned. Is this the smell of life and death? In an instant, the deathworms surrounded him. Then all of them lunged to tear him apart. A series of horrifying screams echoed nonstop. At the same time, Du Hien stood proudly on the corpse of a deathworm, smiling with satisfaction. Who would have thought we could destroy them so quickly? He continued, using magic to blow the scent of life and death toward the Notok and using the deathworms to eliminate them. As for the No tribe, they destroy the deathworms. Du praises and comes up with such an idea, it's truly impressive. Eric immediately said, "You must repay those who ambushed you in kind." He laughed happily. "Looks like you and I are thinking the same way." You quickly jump onto the monster. Now Eric suggests we go clean up the leftovers. On the other side, Newt clenched his spear tightly and fiercely struck at the swarm of deathworms. The survivors gathered together. Suddenly, a trembling subordinate exclaimed in horror, "Du is Tiger King. Du." Immediately after, a blazing golden light shot straight down to the ground, causing a loud explosion. From the thick smoke, Du and Ellic's figures emerge. He glares angrily, eyes wide with fury, and roars in rage. Du immediately raised his weapon, his eyes full of killing intent, as the cowardly attacker struck from behind. But at that moment, a fierce surge of magic suddenly erupted from him. Charging through the wind, they shattered the enemy's head into pieces, blood splattering everywhere and staining the ground red. Du's gaze turned cold as he decisively ordered the royal guards to take the survivors away and kill anyone who resisted. The beastmen swiftly charged forward, acting without hesitation. They rushed forward at full speed. Dongthan shouted loudly, "Yes!" The beastmen of the No tribe also did not retreat, bravely charging forward to fight, no turning back. The battle raged fiercely with clashing metal and roaring sounds echoing across the battlefield. Eric stands motionless on the battlefield, fists clenched, silently watching his every move. This is the ultimate martial art of the Sea King. Eric realizes that just by looking, he can see the strengths and weaknesses of his own body technique. Behind him, Raph's eyes blaze with fierce energy, like a beast about to pounce. His sharp sword strikes directly at each enemy. He praises, "Not bad at all." In an instant, under Raph's hand, the enemies collapsed like weeds, their bodies tangled together. Suddenly, something sharp shot forward and pierced straight into Raph's neck. He screams in pain, and seeing that, his teammates shout in panic, "Raph!" He grimaced in discomfort, and thus what? Dinkimmered, sweat pouring down like rain, with pale skin and prominent blue veins running across his face. In just a moment, the blue veins spread across his face. Raph, despite his resilience, endured the pain without letting himself fall. Eric stepped closer and asked Han, "Hey Raph, are you okay?" Raph, too exhausted to speak, only managed a faint grunt. "You?" Then he completely couldn't hold on anymore, collapsed, and lay motionless on the ground. He hesitated for a moment before immediately summoning a spider to remove the surrounding spiritual energy, and in an instant, his body returned to normal. Seeing RF collapse, the beastman panicked and screamed in terror. "Raph," Eric reassures him, "don't worry, he's only unconscious for a moment. Let's take him to the resting place first." A quick beastman carried him on his back. "I understand." Then they hurriedly took Raph back to the tribe to rest. Suddenly, Du's voice rang out. "Eric, it's all done. You urgently suggest continuing with the next plan before the Orc tribe learns about the current situation, hesitating as you speak. Wait a moment before that. Du expressed gratitude, thanking you for saving RF. Immediately after, the beastmen all bowed in respect, their eyes serious but filled with admiration for Eric. His gaze fixed intently on those before him, a faint smile of satisfaction curling at his lips. Eric sat steadily on the corpse of a dead worm, silently watching the Orc tribe prisoners being led past him. His mind was in turmoil, deep in thought about his next plan. Suddenly, Celia appears, her voice full of praise to win the monster's favor in just a few days. "Well done," Eric frowned and reproached. "You've been observing from the beginning. So why are you only showing up now?" She shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I thought you could handle it yourself without my help." He snapped angrily and immediately got up to leave. All right. Good luck, Your Excellency." Eric waved his hand sharply, and a dark vortex shot out. Watching the swirling black aura in the air, Eric thought to himself in amazement, "There is more magic power here than I expected." He looked at the tattoo on his hand, silently thinking that Bang Fong's seal had immediately increased to 4 stars. Suddenly, he shouted loudly as if bragging about his recent victory. Seeing the surroundings, Eric exclaimed, "You cleaned everything up without leaving a trace. Thanks to that, I don't need to purify anymore." He sowed the seed into the ground. With this level of effort, it should grow without any problems, right? Under the faint moonlight, the shadow of a person stretches across the ground, quietly blending into the cold night. Eric held the notification stone in his hand, muttering to himself. Since there was no message indicating he failed to plant the seed, it seemed like everything was fine. Then, a miracle happened that caught his attention. Yes, the seed just planted has already sprouted. The bright green sprouts suddenly emerged from the ground, and in an instant, the stone shone brightly, emitting a dazzling light. Clear signs indicate the mission is complete. Eric exclaims with joy. It's done. Immediately, a new tattoo appeared on his hand. The stone displayed the words, fulfilling the necessary condition. The 3rd seal was lifted, and the ambition was achieved.
Suddenly, the surroundings change. Looking at the architecture ahead, Eric is stunned. Could this be a flower temple?
He quickly walks inside and slowly makes his way down the hallways. Eric looks around cautiously, his whole body tense with suspicion. Suddenly, Eric spots a familiar figure. A thought crosses his mind. Who could she be? The goddess Celia? No, that aura is the Demon King. Eric felt overwhelmed when he learned Celia's true identity. Who would have thought that the goddess Celia was actually the Demon Queen? With this much magic power, she must be very strong. Celia sat comfortably cross-legged on the throne. She looked at him with sharp eyes. In Eric's view, Celia suddenly split into 2 contrasting versions. One shining brightly, the other dark and sinister. He was very curious about how gods and demon kings could coexist with this kind of power. And just as he was focusing on his thoughts, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Eric was suddenly startled awake by that voice. snapping him back to reality thanks to Celia's call. Eric nervously asked if you are okay. He suddenly lost consciousness, and Eric immediately spoke up to say, "The seal of Dongfang." Eric faces Celia directly. You greeted her seriously. Why do you call him sir? She didn't answer Eric's question right away, but lowered her head in confusion. Why do you think that? I saw him. Celia was curious. What did you see? Eric carefully recounts in detail what he saw earlier. He was there alone, looking bored, lonely, and sad, with his magic radiating like the seal of the east wind. She calmly strokes her hair and responds in a deep voice, "Now it is just a forgotten history from long ago." Eric continues to inquire, "Is the coldness across the black snowfield caused by you?" Calm, without hesitation, admitted, "Yes, that's right, but it no longer belongs to me. I am Celia, the goddess of flowers." After seeing the source of power emanating from her palm, he couldn't help but wonder if this was the thing designed to erase your traces. Calm suddenly clenched her palm, and the faint source of power immediately dissipated into nothingness. She replied indifferently, "Who knows?" Calm floats in front of Eric and says, "All I can do is give you advice on planting the seed." She carefully reminds him, "Remember what O told you." The image of the car immediately appeared in Eric's mind. At that moment, he had advised himself that he would learn to suppress Dong Tuong. General Dong is the past and a mistake of the goddess Celia. Eric racked his brain to figure out that to grow the seed, he needed to dispel the freezing cold from goddess Celia. Then Celia continued to warn him to stay alert to Dong Tuong, as she would become the biggest obstacle on his path. In the blink of an eye, Eric quickly returned to the gloomy district called Anromov. He happily stood under the shade of a large tree, 91 days since the setup began. Eric was pleased to watch the buds just beginning to bloom. Just as you were lost in enjoying the beauty, Raph suddenly rushed over to deliver the news. "Hey, the clan leader is looking for someone." Eric's face darkened instantly. He tiredly thought to himself, "Damn it, again?" The scene shifts to a dark, desolate forest with withered branches reaching up like terrifying claws into the night sky. Eric was thrown back with overwhelming force, suffering pain as he gasped for breath alongside Du. "Then you can't be lenient with me, Your Majesty." Hearing that, he laughed loudly. "You are the one who challenged me to fight to reward saving Raph. I am the clan leader. I cannot break my promise." Eric sighed in despair. "I just wanted to try the powerful body technique, but I didn't expect to be beaten like this all the time."
My brother, you shouldn't give up so easily.
Eric quickly straightened his stance, thinking to himself that he had successfully regained his posture in the first half, and it would give him an advantage. Then Du began to crack his knuckles. The continuous cracking sound echoed, and he chuckled softly, as if ready for the next fight. "We will restart with the fierce tiger strike." Just as Du was about to launch his attack, a strange sound suddenly reached his ears. Du turned around to look around, then changed his mind. "It seems we have to postpone the match." Eric was surprised. "What? What's going on?" Faced with your question, he didn't say a word. Du leaves Eric behind and immediately departs. The scene shifts, and Du quickly returns to Anromov City. Countless innocent civilians suddenly flooded into the city, all of them severely injured. Du silently observes them from the rooftop, and Eric follows him there, looking shocked at the scene unfolding before them. Eric was a bit angry and asked Celia, "So is this chaos caused by General Dong?" She nodded and replied, "Yes, General Dong has started to act." Eric wondered, "I don't remember General Dong being so powerful." Celia explained, "General Dong was much weaker during your time, but now he is a true disaster. He is a war. The Tiger King, Du can only stabilize the chaos but cannot defeat her." Du quickly turned and ordered, "Raph, gather the clan leaders at my tent." He immediately bowed and accepted the order. "Understood." He also made another request at the same time. "Eric, I want you to change into your combat outfit and come to my tent." As soon as I finish speaking, Du and another person jump off the fortress. Raph still hasn't left, and he calls out to Eric. Raph shyly hands you a precious potion and tells you to take it. Eric asks curiously, "What is this?" He immediately shoved it into Eric's hand and replied,
"It's nothing. I have some extra, so whoever wants it can take or throw it away, whatever you prefer."
After giving you that potion, Raph quickly left as well. Calm glanced and knew it was a rare medicine with only a small quantity available in the Black Wolf tribe. She joked that he probably only has a small amount of it. That kid is quite adorable, too. Eric suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. I didn't expect the scene to change. A large tent immediately appeared, with hanging yellow lanterns emitting a faint glow. A large table is placed right in the middle of the tent, with Du and 8 other clan leaders sitting around it, each maintaining a serious expression. The Deer tribe leader spoke first. Our tribe has suffered heavy losses, followed by the Hound tribe leader, who added his words. Our ancestors shed blood to build this place, but now it's just ruins, and we have lost many loved ones.
Du called out loudly, "Eric, come here."
His face darkened.
"I want to ask you about the disaster that is spreading fear among the refugees, right?"
Eric replied without hesitation.
"That's right, we must find Commander Dong."
Du Cha asked if you would lead the way using magic. As soon as the question was asked, the chieftains of the Hound, Deer, Goat, and Antelope silently looked at you, holding their breath.
The remaining 4 clan leaders, Rabbit, Mouse, Brown Bear, and Rhinoceros, also eagerly awaited
Eric's response. Du patiently gave him time to think.
Eric did not disappoint those present, confidently replying, "Yes, I can," and Du happily stood up. "All right." He immediately orders the tribal leaders gathered there. "All the leaders gather your elite warriors. We set out tomorrow." Everyone was very excited, and they all responded in unison that they understood. The 8 clan leaders quickly ran outside to prepare the troops for tomorrow.
Eric silently breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was falling into place, finding Lord Tiger Du to plant the seed. He guessed that Oto's plan and dealing with General Dong were definitely part of Oto's arrangement. The next day arrived quickly, and the clan leaders had gathered their most experienced soldiers.
Eric was ready to march out alongside Du and the other soldiers.
The real mission has begun.
Despite the harsh weather, everyone is willing to set out together.
Du and Alec lead the way, guided by a magical light. He suddenly spoke, saying that no matter how many times he sees it, magic remains something truly captivating.
Eric saw that and asked,
"Do you want to learn magic? If it's you, you should be able to learn the basics easily." Du shook his head and laughed out loud. "With him here, what's the point of me learning?" Little Nanho replied. "Is that a new way to make me a slave?" He pushed forward. Du teased him. "If you don't like it, you can become the leader." Eric sighed silently to himself. "I never expected the strongest king in history to be such a crazy person. I wonder if his subordinates know about it." Du suddenly expressed his gratitude.
"Our tribe has changed a lot since I met you. Sometimes I even thought you were a lucky star fallen from the sky," Eric replied proudly.
"Is that so? Thank you for saying that." He chuckled softly. "So this is the gift for you." Eric was curious. Du revealed the gift he was about to give, the final part of the body enhancement technique. Eric was very surprised. As soon as he turned around, Du suddenly turned hostile. "You think I haven't noticed?" He sneers coldly. "So you approached me with an ulterior motive?" Eric hesitated. "When did you find out?" Du slowly approaches the boy, carefully analyzing. "A human claims they learned a secret body enhancement technique from a reclusive monster. It's highly suspicious, but it's not impossible." Du approaches Eric and points out all the doubts he has.
"But you can't lie about magic and the reasons you're wandering around, causing trouble with the tribes that oppose me."
He looked at you with a gaze that seemed ready to swallow everything. Du hit Eric's sore spot, probably to meet me. After completing this body enhancement technique, he wondered, "If you already know, why do you still leave me alone? You find it strange that I usually look out for my own interests." He paused for a moment. Then suddenly Du's expression changed completely. He laughed loudly and patted Eric strongly on the shoulder. "Because whether human or monster, everyone wants their own benefit, right? I'm not touching you just for my own sake. Observing you is quite interesting too. The rice on one side teases, and from start to finish, I am entirely in his hand." Eric still doesn't understand, but there's no reason for him to teach me the final part of the secret technique. At that moment, Du suddenly reached out his hand and gently patted your head. Du cheerfully explained the reason. "I want you to survive. You have had to reveal a lot to get here, so it wouldn't be fair if you sacrificed yourself to protect someone else's family." The warm words from him touched Eric's heart. "I still can't believe that the reason he wants to teach me the secret technique of the overhuman is because he wants me to survive." After a moment of thought, Eric gently smiled and replied, "Thank you." Com interrupted. "Sorry to break this touching moment, but now is not the time for Muy Man." The scene before him immediately shocked El, his pupils constantly constricting as a sinister shadow filled with murderous intent stared intently at Elric. The energy emanating from the divine rice, the one I just saw with a huge wave of malice, feels like it could swallow us at any moment, and only one word can describe her. Demon. That energy blast is launching an attack. Eric thought, we need to get out of here quickly. He was separated from everyone by that strange black aura. What is this? Eric grits his teeth in anger. I can't determine the location of God Comedia and the reconnaissance team. You stand silently alone in the darkness. The demon energy of General Dong has cut off all mana flows. Eric fears the worst possible scenario. If we fall into General Dong's trap, Lord Du and the reconnaissance team will be destroyed. I have to eliminate the darkness of the Eastern General before that happens. He grits his teeth in anger, unsure of how to save everyone. Eric looked at his right arm and suddenly remembered the Dongfang seal. It was also something that fell from the goddess Celia, like Dong Tuong. He clenched his fist with hope, so maybe he could use it. Then another headache arose. Eric ruffles his hair in thought, but knows he must find a way to activate it before he can use it. He worries and asks himself, is there nothing else I can use besides the Dongfang seal? The mark on Eric's right arm suddenly glows, and the image of O2 appears once again in his mind. His message echoes in Eric's ears, you will have to learn how to defeat General Dong. At that moment, Eric asked, I will have to seal General Dong with the Great Wrath seal like last time, right? The car nodded and replied, that's correct. He quickly regained his composure. Eric closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings and muttering the name of a technique to absorb the surrounding air, which was gradually being drawn into the mark on his hand as I absorbed the coldness of Dongtuong and the icy seal. The mark on your hand keeps glowing and absorbing demon energy into Du's seal. You endure the pain and hold your arm tightly. The demonic energy is escaping from the seal of the harsh cold. Eric can clearly feel the pain radiating from his right arm connected to the seal of the east wind. After all the dark energies were absorbed by the mark on your hand, a violent spasm suddenly swept through Elk's body, causing his consciousness to fade. When Elk opened his eyes again, he saw many people around him. But strangely, they all only had black and white colors. Only Eric, standing among them, still retained his original colors. The others looked at Eric with confusion, raising their hands in wonder. This is the voice of a child suddenly calling out, drawing your attention. Queen, queen. The boy, holding a bouquet of bright red flowers, happily says, these are flowers just blooming outside. I brought them because they look very much like you. Coldly sitting on the throne, Kam asks, in what way are they similar? Eric immediately realized this was before the goddess Celia became the demon queen. The two farmers started whispering to each other, these flowers are so beautiful, how could they not resemble the queen? Do you think so too? Hey, how can these flowers compare to our queen? Do you think the queen would like that? He happily confirmed that of course she would like it, and anyone who disagrees can come here. The lively and cheerful atmosphere around her contrasted sharply with Celia's sad expression as they asked, Queen, why are you so silent? The queen simply sighed, and the lively, bustling scene right before Celia's eyes vanished in an instant, disappearing into dust and smoke, leaving her alone, sitting on the throne. Eric feels sorry for Camellia. I think I have partly understood his feelings. She muttered to herself, I'm really so bored. Loneliness seeps in when those you love are gone. I am very familiar with this feeling. Kum suddenly stood up from the throne. He quickly understood the problem she was facing. He can become lively thanks to those who followed him in the past, but now whether he closes or opens his eyes, he is just an empty void. Eric keeps his eyes on her footsteps, having to do everything himself in a desolate continent. She's the queen. Celia stepped forward, then opened the vassals' and people's doors with both hands. Eric quietly stood behind, observing her every move. The queen's loneliness was a vast palace and a territory where not a single tree could grow. On this barren land, only endless white snow remains, and even the nearby neighborhood has only a few sparse houses buried under snowstorms. Kam quietly stands on the rooftop observing, a negative thought suddenly flashing through her mind. Maybe I should just go to sleep. At that moment, a strange light shone on Celia's face, making her curious. Kam gently sat down, looking very happy. A rare smile suddenly appeared on her face. She thought maybe the coming days wouldn't be boring anymore. Eric was very surprised as the queen's cold, icy face finally broke into a smile for the first time. For centuries, his world had always been just that one color. It was just a small sprout emitting a refreshing shade of green, yet that tiny thing was enough to suddenly change Celia's expression. But a new color appeared. Celia quickly brought out a flower pot and carefully lifted the sprout growing underneath. She reminded it that there was something it needed to know, and then gently placed it into the pot she had just taken out, treating the sprout like a friend to confide in. I'm not the type to care about trivial things. You should remember how lucky you are. She raised her hand and cast a little spell. You might have chosen to stay here yourself. The sprout was carefully held by Commedia, she somewhat firmly said, but whether you can go or not, you can't decide for yourself. Time passed quickly, and Commedia, exhausted, collapsed onto the pillar outside the rooftop, falling asleep without even realizing. When she woke up, the scene before her stunned Celia. That young sky had bloomed with bright red flowers that looked incredibly beautiful. She exclaimed in surprise, "The flowers are blooming.
Com quickly reached out to touch them.
Her face suddenly grew serious. This can't go on. Then Celia hugged the flower pot and suddenly ran inside, leaving Eric stunned. She hugged it tightly to her chest and ran wildly around the palace, as if desperately searching for something. Com ran for a while, then suddenly stopped. I can't believe she risked everything just to plant that tree in a wider area. Camellia was captivated by the beauty of that flower. Her hand kept caressing the petal. Enchanted, Camellia couldn't help but whisper, "It's so beautiful." Eric remained silent, watching her from behind. While the outside world is cold and covered in white snow, anonymous flowers bloom in various places. Not long after, the empty land was cared for by her and became a flower garden. A petal gently fell, and Celia immediately reached out to catch it. She smiled contentedly, as if she had regained her original color. The queen commanded the ice and snow to stay with the flowers, huffing. Before she could fully enjoy that joyful moment, a sudden sharp pain spread through her body. She collapsed in agony, coughing uncontrollably. Those living sheltered by winter find the warmth of spring to be poison. Com breathes heavily, sweat pouring from her body. However, the queen's botanical garden, which she personally cultivated, continues to bloom even after her death. Before leaving this lonely world, the happiest image of her life appeared once again in Celia's mind. "Queen, many flowers have already bloomed. Look at them, for this is where your deepest memories reside." And so, Cornelia gently took her last breath, collapsing in the garden she had nurtured herself. The life of the Winter Queen, who loved this world so much, has come to an end. At that moment, the sound of trickling water echoed around as tiny fairies with distinctive colors flew out from the flowers in Celia's garden. "But your dream has brought new lives into the world." They eagerly moved closer to Maya. "Who is she?" Someone. "Is she sleeping? She's so beautiful." Eric chuckled softly. "The gods of Hoa are still the same, whether in the past or the present." You suddenly felt very curious and looked around. But what happened next? This place used to be so peaceful. The sky outside was still clear just now. Since Celia fell, the sky immediately turned dark and gloomy. Eric was curious as a mysterious black mist kept pouring into her garden. That made the gods of Hoa feel very afraid. A shadowy figure appeared, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Demon." After observing for a while, he concluded that although the appearance was different, it was definitely the demon god he saw in his dream. He raised his hand to control the black smoke covering the entire palace. That dark black aura begins to pour into Celia's body. He angrily shouts, "Winter should just be winter." And so Celia was resurrected by the demon god. But now she had become a completely different person. He respectfully calls her the Demon Queen. Then something else slowly emerges from the dark black aura, and that is the Ice General. She declared that spring would never come to this place again. Then the Ice General suddenly shouted, and her body unleashed a strange source of power. Eric quickly realized her identity. She was the Ice General, but even if this was indeed her full of malicious energy as he just sensed, I can still feel the warmth and coldness, happiness and sorrow of the Demon Queen, but all of that has destroyed the garden and brought brutal winds to everyone living here. He suddenly remembered something. Dongfeng, the fourth seal, has been broken. The object Eric is holding has the inscription of Spirit Dissolution. His eyes turn cold. "I think I know how to use the Winter Seal now." The mark on Eric's hand suddenly glows magically. He snaps his fingers in the air and shouts, "Mineral Chi!" Eric immediately dispels what is covering his body. His incredible power is unleashed, gently sweeping away the dark aura. Then, a sparkling galaxy appears before his eyes. Com happily said, "You succeeded." She sadly gazed at the galaxy before her. "Even if you've seen something," Eric interrupted Celia, "the botanical garden. You promised Celia that you would do everything to restore things to the way they were." Eric then explained his words so he could see the beautiful flowers bloom again in the botanical garden. "It remains your unwavering resolve until the end, a scene you wish to protect even after being reborn as the goddess Celia." She's worried, but Eric is very determined. "If I can complete winter, I can also reclaim the spring lost to the demons." Those words surprised her a little. Little Comedia whispered, "Can I ask you for a favor?" Eric cheerfully replied, "Don't be so formal with me. We're friends after all." Then he quickly left, leaving Celia alone. Tears welled up in her eyes as she wondered, "Friends? You're really mean. Even after I went to so much trouble to draw the line between us, you just crossed it like that." Now, Dew's team is struggling to fight off the monsters. The giant cat. He clenched his bloodied, stiff hand in anger. Dew was very worried about his comrades. The warriors are taking increasing damage. He bravely faces the giant monster, secretly thinking that Eric will know how to fight this.
Just as they were unsure how to deal with it, a loud noise rang out continuously. Raph shouted, "What is that?"
And the monsters swarmed in groups. Soldiers kept discussing among themselves.
"Is that the monster the refugees mentioned? Countless of them." Du laughed loudly and said, "Are you afraid just because of that? I need to train each of you individually when we get back."
"What did you say?"
He replied loudly, "I'm glad there are so many prey all right now. Only those who are injured will need special training with me."
Du shouted commands to everyone. "It's time to hunt. Kill them all."
Just as they were about to attack, Eric
Suddenly appeared. He muttered and tore, causing the monsters' bodies to explode into tiny pieces.
Everyone was stunned and exclaimed, "What is happening?" Only Du knew what was going on. He lifted his head slightly and smiled. Eric floats above them, cheerfully calling out to his brother, "Here I am." His white-booted feet gently touch the ground.
Eric slightly bows his head to apologize. "Sorry, I'm late."
"So you didn't run away after all? Have you ever seen me run away from anything before?"
Du smiled and turned to stand side by side with Eric.
He gestured for you to look up at the giant stone and sighed. "But it's too hard. I don't know what it's made of. My attacks are completely useless." Eric's green eyes lit up, and he guessed that we can only hurt it if we attack in a specific way. With his penetrating gaze, he easily analyzed the energy structure of the stone person. There's energy gathering around its lower left leg. Hearing that, Du muttered softly, "Damn it, I hit the head earlier, all for nothing." "To restore the image of the mighty Tiger King," Duho whispered, "I plan to use the body enhancement technique to destroy it." He sat down and signaled for you to watch. "You can copy it or do whatever you want with it." With a boom, Du leapt high, and the shockwave caused the ground beneath his feet to explode. Eric excitedly follows suit and sits down. "You will personally teach me the steps to learn that technique, right?" "You don't need to worry. You're an excellent student, able to imitate the outfit after just one look, and the ground beneath your feet also erupts as you leap into the air. So the two small figures jump high, aiming at the opponent's left leg. As they move, Du begins his practical combat training.
Maybe people think that the strong body technique is a fighting style that focuses only on senses and instincts, but only fools believe that. The one who has seen an attack will swing their hand to strike, simple moves that are not flashy, just slashing back and forth. Du said you need to stand in the right stance and time your attack properly to maximize effectiveness and destructive power. The two of them dodge quickly as he guides.
Moreover, even with the same moves, the outcome depends on how you coordinate them.
He places his foot on the stone man's body to leverage movement, then Du pulls his hand back to his side, transforming it into a claw, and the strength will always be different.
As he finished speaking, he activated his body enhancement technique and fiercely attacked the stone man's left leg, causing it to crack and pieces of stone to fall off. After the demonstration, Du turned around and said, "The principle is simple to understand, but hard to grasp. So for now, just watch." However, Eric had already started gathering energy into his hand with perfect posture. Immediately after, he also activated the strengthening technique and struck the left leg of the stone person. Unlike Du's demonstration, Eric's strength is enough to pierce through its leg. The fierce shockwave strikes. When you let go, the foot of the stone thrower pierced a pretty big hole. Du stared in shock. Not only did he imitate after just one look, but he also combined his own techniques. "He's impressive," he said with a smile. "You really are a beast." As he finished speaking, Du continued to charge forward, attacking the stone man like a storm. Eric obediently learned and precisely replicated each move. He could feel the abundant energy flowing through his body. As the steps of the strengthening technique disconnect from each other because he is following his master, the three seals also begin to merge together. At this moment, a powerful surge of energy bursts out. They knocked Du and Elk off the body of the stone spirit. Both of them fell to the ground, sliding a distance before standing firm. Ek realizes that the energy is leaving its body, which means you're smirking with satisfaction. "Now we can attack any part of its body." Du's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, now I will teach you the final 3 steps. Sit down and watch the demonstration." These 3 steps are the key to creating your own powerful body technique. Eric didn't hesitate and immediately followed them. Du stomps his foot down hard. If the beginning of the body strengthening technique resembles the way a beast walks, then he channels energy into his clawed tiger hand, with the latter part becoming the claws of a monster. Du's eyes lit up like a prowling tiger, ready to pounce. That was when he leapt forward toward the king of beasts' fang-wielding figure. What move did Du use? Eric mimicked it exactly. He fought while teaching him to bite deep and embedded in Zadikai. Both punched hard into the stone man's core. Once a monster's fang bites into something, it will never let go. Both of them succeeded in punching through the stone person's chest. Immediately after, the two quickly moved out of its attack range. Du warned, "Make sure the opponent can never get up again." Next, he continued attacking other parts of the stone person's body by tearing and devouring the opponent. Eric was learning and practicing at the same time, attacking the remaining side.
You run up on its right hand, Do runs up on its left. If the opponent isn't completely out of breath yet, you won't have a chance to win.
So you should become a catastrophe that overwhelms your opponent. The two of you leap into the air simultaneously, aiming for the stone person's head. Do keeps teaching so you won't have to worry about anyone hurting you. He swings his fist, channeling most of his energy into the attacking hand. Show them the overwhelming difference in strength. Eric copies the move perfectly. Neither of them wastes a movement. Both punch hard at the opponent's chest. A loud explosion echoes. Shockwaves spread out and debris flies everywhere. At this very moment, they are the kings ruling the battlefield. Thanks to Do expanding his horizons, Eric's sixth sense has awakened. The characteristic blue eyes of the Manga family light up. It is a world created by his mind and sixth sense combined. When the battle temporarily ends, Do asks how it was. Eric looks up at the sky and smiles, finding it very interesting. He also laughed and exclaimed, unable to believe that you were standing there smiling, in a place where you could also lose your life. You're truly not normal at all. Eric protests, but you're also smiling. Do doesn't see this as an insult or a tease. He feels proud of it. Haven't I told you?
I've been abnormal ever since I was born from my parents.
But in a moment, Do's pupils contracted and his eyebrows furrowed.
Your older brother saw the glowing golden magic circles behind Eric. Are you getting even stronger?
It was only now that you realized your own strength. With the seventh magic circle, you were able to break through the wall that trapped you, thanks to Tiger King Do. Eric gratefully looked at Do, who treated him very sincerely. He felt overwhelmed with confusion inside. Why is Do so friendly to Eric? They're not even related by blood. He has no reason to teach you these things. Just think and ask. Eric questions why you are helping me. Do looks at you and honestly replies, I only trust those I consider brothers. Once I acknowledge someone as a brother, I choose to trust them completely. He ruffled Eric's hair. Even if you hide something from me, as brothers, there's no reason we shouldn't help each other. Do's words make Eric think, brothers? Besides your sister, you don't trust anyone because you know people can change at any moment. You look up at the Tiger King in front of you and wonder, would you need to be as open as Do to lead a group? Suddenly, the snowstorm blows stronger, causing the two to stop and look in one direction. The battered attacker stumbles forward. It seems this battle isn't over yet. Do sighed. That thing really is a troublesome opponent. Eric seems excited again. Now that's a worthy opponent for me. After finishing, he cracked his knuckles with a popping sound. Both of them stepped forward to face the challenge. Eric smirked and said, let's have another round of fighting. At the same time, the moonlight cast a shimmering glow over the luxurious mansion. Inside the living room, 4 people are restless and uneasy. Isabel stands by the window, looking out and biting her nails, showing the classic sign of inner anxiety. Glancing at her daughter, Yai advised, if you only worry, nothing will change, so why not calm down a bit? She couldn't follow his advice, her brows still furrowed with worry. Today is already the 4th day. Veston crosses his arms. Has it really been that long since my son-in-law went in there? Gray is worried but helpless. There's nothing we can do. I slightly bows his head. Polite, but distant. We are busy dealing with family matters right now. Thank you for coming. But I hope you won't interfere in this matter. Ray whispered to Vest. It seems they don't want us to interfere in their family affairs. Vest reassures his niece. And that crazy old man, too. The White Knight and the Beast King are with him. You don't need to worry, but even so, Isabel still couldn't let go completely. Suddenly, the entire mansion shook as if an earthquake had struck. What's that? Suddenly, the sound of a fire alarm bell ringing loudly outside. Isabel was startled and looked out the window. Her eyes widened, and she immediately threw the window open. The scene before her left Isabel even more stunned, her unease growing. She didn't know who set the fire, but the beautiful garden outside was now blazing fiercely. She involuntarily gasped no, as Francis stood watching the burning scene before her, when a voice calling out for the leader came from behind. He glanced back and saw the antlered head approaching to deliver the news. The Blood King has used all his breath. Francis raises his hand to reveal a power resembling the head of a beast engulfed in flames. All right, White. This is the last one. He just looked at the power before him, then spoke. Now, Francis and his allies rush forward into the sea of flames, starting the assault. Cut to another location. At that moment, Hum angrily shouted, "Who dares attack the Holy Temple?" In front of him are fierce monsters eager to attack everything, including humans, so destroy them. Those beasts are slowly approaching as if unafraid of anything. But suddenly one of them had to stop, and in front of them was Agility, riding a giant tiger attacking everything.
He glared and cursed. What the hell? How dare you come here?
Isabel stood to the side, extremely worried. It's strange. They should have known our strength, so why did they recklessly attack? She watched Agility and the tiger attack and couldn't help but think they didn't even bother to hide their assault, charging straight ahead. Isabel's eyes flashed with panic. Could it be that some guys nearby are laughing?
All right, let's finish them off quickly before more casualties occur.
She quickly stepped in to stop him. It's very dangerous. The man laughed loudly and said casually, "Ha ha, you're really kind. Are you worried about us? It's okay. Even if they're strong," Isabel interrupts. No, then she told him the truth that Eric was in danger. Then she added, "They are just distracting us while trying to attack us. The real target is actually Eric." At that moment, Francis and a few others moved quickly to their destination. They approached a closed door. He quickly used his large hand to break down the door. Deerhead looked on coldly, then criticized. How troublesome. As soon as that door was opened, fairies took turns attacking Francis. "The intruder, leave this place now. This is the holy land of God. Those without faith are not allowed to enter." Frank remains very polite and apologetic. "Sorry for disturbing the sleep of the divine. I will accept the punishment for my sins afterward." He remained silent, then stared fixedly ahead. Frank simply pointed toward the opposite side, at the enemy behind the door. "Fly over and intervene. Don't get closer. He doesn't care about her. If you keep blocking the way, Francis's face will turn unusually fierce. We will have to use force." Dap was so scared he broke out in a sweat. "We can't!" Suddenly, she remembered Comedia's warning that if the dream world were destroyed, Hanbinger's descendants would be trapped there forever. We must not let anyone intervene. From then on, Dafor became determined to stop them at all costs. Then she reached out her hand to unleash her power. Francis drew his sword, and with just one strike, it forced the fairies to bow down. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, but it was useless. Frank rushed to Dafor's side in an instant. She fearfully covered her face with her hands, and then Dafor opened her eyes with a look of confusion. The scene before her was Francis being pushed back by the sharp spear of his opponent. He glanced coldly and said, "So it's you who caught the leader of the monster army, and no one else can control Francis but Herman Lam Su." He looked toward the source of the call. Herman looked directly at her and replied, then unleashed his full power, capable of sweeping away anyone. "No one is allowed to pass here." Turning to the icy snow mountain, Eric looked around and said, "Even after being destroyed like that, it keeps recovering." Du added, "You probably feel it too." Facing the two of them is an ice monster ready to destroy them instantly, growing stronger. He turns to ask with a sense of helplessness, "There's nothing we can do, right?" He replied indifferently, "Probably so." Du looked at Eric destroying the stones behind him and spoke, "This monster keeps coming back to life no matter how many times we kill it. We're suffering too many losses. That monster is both huge and has many allies. Even though we've completed the mission to locate Commander Dong, this bastard refuses to let us go." Suddenly, Eric called out, "No way! I have no idea what you're talking about. I haven't said anything yet." Eric replied before you could finish, "I understand Du's plan perfectly, so I'll respond accordingly. Are you planning to tell me to lead the reconnaissance team to escape while you stall, right? The only one who can do that now is you." So Eric also obeyed. "I will stay here so you can take them and go. As soon as I finish speaking, you just look on silently." At the same time, inside Eric's heart, he showed a deep worry that he might have to start over. "But you also had a determination that Vuong Ho must not fail this time." Then she turned to look at Eric and teased him. "You're giving me orders. The leader leaving you behind?" You nervously said with a worried look. But he scolded Eric back. "Do I really have to do this now?" Then he didn't answer, and silence filled the surroundings. Du laughed while threatening Eric. "If he dares to refuse, he will be accused of disobedience and forced to lie down here. What are you planning to do now? In the end, you have to give in." "I will do it. I will go." So Eric left into the thick snow. "But I will be back soon. Tell him not to die there." Eric ordered the reconnaissance team to return to Romov. He and his comrades moved quickly forward, but didn't forget to give instructions. "I will bring them back safe and try to hold on until then." Du watched as the figures disappeared into the distance. He seemed to feel a sense of relief and was ready to fight the ice monster. As they left, Du punched the layers of ice in front of him. "Where are you all heading?" Moved to Eric's location, they are entering an abandoned building. One of his teammates breathes a sigh of relief. "We're safe now?" the other person also said. "We're saved," another teammate shouted. "Eric, you're going back to the leader, right?" "I'll go with you. I don't know if I can be of any help, but let us fight alongside you two." Eric didn't answer. The other person made him call back. "Eric." The person kept calling him, but at that moment he was focused on something else. Oh no. In front of Eric is a tree with brilliant red flowers blooming beautifully, making him marvel. Celia's tree is in bloom. Eric places his hand on his chest as the stone appears out of nowhere. In front of him was an old stone with the words, "All limits have been lifted. The order is complete." Eric looked up at the shattered night sky, lost in thought. The order is ending. Suddenly, he runs away very quickly. No, not yet. Eric runs at full speed to get to where he needs to go. Not yet, I haven't said my goodbye yet. As Eric was leaving quickly, where did Kumelia suddenly appear from? It's almost done too. Why are you in such a hurry? Eric, with a worried look, told her I haven't said goodbye yet. Com turned to look at you with curiosity. With Tiger King A, why do you have to do that? This place is just an illusion too. Eric didn't answer her, only moving faster. He begins to recall the past, remembering all the faces of those who betrayed his family. Images of the father abandoning Eric and his sister, and those who callously turned their backs on them. In the past, that father callously pushed your sister away, and replaced her, even as she begged in desperation. At that time, many people with bad intentions towards you were around. The old foxes with smiling faces only aim for the little remaining assets of your family. When he was young, Eric cried and begged for people to stay. Don't go, I beg you. Among those who leave, there are countless people you consider friends or family, those you trust and rely on. But after growing up, he became stronger. After going through all the humiliation, Eric closed his heart and became cold. Because if he's not careful, many people are targeting him. Then he continues, but many honest-hearted people appear in Eric's mind. You have met people who helped you open your heart, and they gradually melted this frozen one. The image of Du also comes to mind, and there is someone who completely trusts and considers Alec as a brother. Back in the virtual world, you chat with Celia, even though it's just a virtual world I will forget. Then you soared high and disappeared. I will still say goodbye. Celia gradually stopped, and she said nothing. Then a peaceful smile appeared on Celia's lips. Mingers, I can't find anything to dislike about them. Returning to that snowy mountain, your steps slow down. There were huge gaps in the sky at that moment, but Eric paid no mind and kept walking. He stopped and didn't go any further, with no smile on his face. Du sat with his back turned to Eric, who was smiling happily. You turned back. You hesitated before asking, General Levice, how are you? But in Eric's mind, he was thinking differently. I want to ask if he's injured. You pondered as Du's cheerful laughter echoed, but you felt it was best to ask what he wanted to say and make him proud. The injured man turned back and replied, Of course I won. Eric didn't answer immediately. Of course, I wonder how confident he really is. Du also didn't know what you were thinking, so he spoke up. Hey, do you really think I lost? Eric has many thoughts he hasn't been able to express. People might find him unpleasant, but deep in his heart, there is still a desire. As for me, I want to become someone like him, Eric replied cheerfully. Of course not. As for Du, he seems to be meditating. Failure is not in my vocabulary. Even though I don't look very cool now, I chased her away, so I guess I won. I looked around and thought for a moment. It's a pity I couldn't witness his battle against the bandit leader. But then a question from him froze Eric in place. You came to bid me farewell, didn't you? Du just smiled as if he knew everything. What's that? Are you surprised that I guessed right to the heart? And you are completely surprised. How do you know? Then he answered Eric's question. At first I didn't know, but suddenly I realized it myself. Du has a question for you. Actually, I am very curious. I want to know why you want to learn the body strengthening technique. He pointed to the crack on the surrounding transparent wall. I think you will definitely tell me. As I pointed to him and confided in Eric, after passing through that shimmering wall, I understood now. I see through many things I couldn't before, and who you really are is the same for everyone. Your mood begins to decline. There must be a reason why he still shines, despite just having gone through a fierce battle. Du, in a cheerful mood, sits in a meditative pose with fiery red light surrounding him, while Eric observes and ponders. Lord Du has surpassed his own limits and become a 5th-tier supreme. Because he has reached the level of a superhuman, he realized that this world is an illusion. Then you spoke up, and clan leader Du raised his hand to signal, Enough. Right now you just want to let go of everything. I'm no longer curious about what will happen in the future or who you are. I am simply myself, and everything else doesn't matter. The two are surrounded by a wall of wet ice in the darkness. Du also offers advice to Eric. We just need to focus on the present, right? You agree, and he says yes. He still turned his back to you and asked, Well then, before I say goodbye, let me ask you this. What is your real name? Eric replied.
replied.
I am you, Eric Minger. Du repeats Embir and suddenly laughs out loud. I see now. So that's how it is. Ha ha. Du slowly sat up. Ha 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 ha.
My brother Eric Mbinger, you kept your promise to survive and once again save my family to reward you.
I will show you something interesting. Hold on a moment, he continued. This is also a farewell gift from me to you, my brother. Then Du shares a martial arts stance with Eric. This is something I learned. I used it to chase away the bandit leader. He performed each move slowly, showing me step by step. The movements continued seamlessly, step by step, as Du conveyed them with unwavering determination.
Let me observe and memorize them carefully. Eric paid close attention to those movements. I won't miss any details.
That moment was truly magical.
Instead of seeing the water wall in the sky, it now looked as beautiful as the galaxy from the final gift he gave me. The sky was stunning with countless shining stars. After finishing, Du stood up and let out a sigh. Eric couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness inside. If fate allows, in front of you is Du, smiling brightly, hoping we will meet again. At the same time, the ice wall shatters into 1,000 pieces. Returning to the present, Eric opened his eyes after a long sleep, looking around with a tired expression. At that moment, someone spoke, and he didn't seem so cheerful. Otto looked at you and said, "You've received more than we ever expected. You should be proud." Eric, somewhat upset, shouted, "Can I try one more time?"
If you give me a chance, I will definitely find a way to defeat the Ice General. But the car just replied, you can't do it. He doesn't believe in Elk's abilities.
Even Lord Tiger Dew had to sacrifice himself later to drive her away. How could you succeed in just 100 days?
Celia beside her just quietly listens as Otto talks. The cursed flower temple was created because no one could stop the Ice General. He threatened Eric in fear, with the curse of the demons. It's truly terrifying.
The car starts lecturing you about morals. The reason I paused my plans and got Eden to help is also for your own good.
Eric was extremely surprised by those words.
Is he also involved in the planning to help me?
The plan is all laid out. Just follow it.
Our goal is to teach you how to defeat the gang leader through planning. In return, fight against her.
Anyway, you have to deal with the problems you haven't been able to solve in reality. Eric stares intently at the man in front of him, then shifts to another area that is extremely dark, where Eric and Celia are sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a strange surge of power from afar targeted the two of them, and then a voice rang out.
So you were hiding here? That strange energy source is actually M. Binger's deer head.
He pulls a knife from his pocket.
I never expected a lowly person like you to dare block the Blood Wolf King's path.
So the head deer quickly rushed toward Eric. Your crime deserves death.
That knife is about to reach you, but
You still sleep soundly. Then suddenly Eric seems to sense something. You open your eyes. A terrible attack is happening. The surrounding rocks and dirt fly everywhere as Herman fights head-on against Francie. If it were before, one strike would have been enough to take his head. But now it's harder because my body is recovering. He holds his sword tightly but is still constantly calculating in his mind. Is that all I can do now?
The secret technique caused me to develop a magical reflux disease, even though it also granted me new visions and powers. Herman's eyes started to turn more dangerous.
Although this could be dangerous, he smiled on the other side to protect Eric, leaving him puzzled. Why is he laughing now? Herman quickly turned his gaze toward the door in panic. No way! At that moment, the head was also rushing at full speed to attack. You must be executed for your crimes.
Eric is still fast asleep, unaware that danger is approaching.
Then you seemed to sense something that made you open your eyes. Just as the head was about to touch Eric, you managed to open your eyes in time. His body froze stiff, leaving him unable to do anything. What? Eric snapped his fingers. What do you mean by that? Then he smiled with satisfaction. You're finished. A giant monster with sharp teeth appears. Dudev, with wide eyes, says nothing.
And so he was dealt with quite succinctly,
Eric said while looking at the tattoo on his hand.
Du's seal became stronger after the agreement, and at that moment someone also asked him.
Winter wind? Mi-Fi slowly flew over to Eric.
After the ice melts, you can also use cold wind. You can also create snow and clouds to bring about winter.
You pretend to cover your face playfully.
Strange. Why do I feel happy when I see that ugly face of yours? He asked back irritably. What did you say?
Eric chuckled and replied, well, maybe it's because that ugly Demon King's face looks funny.
Carmelia is also flying over and joining in. You have to accept it.
Mi-Fi trembles with anger as Eric laughs happily while watching the two people bicker. Suddenly you notice something else. A giant snowflake in Eric's hand. Why has the ice crystal turned into a snowflake shape? Eric knew Lynn sensed something bad was about to happen.
And maybe all three of them turned to look back.
What is that? The door suddenly bursts open. You're worried and cursing. Damn it. In front of him, Mon is slumped in a desolate scene, still trying to reassure himself. Luckily, you're still okay. Eric hurried over to help. You run over to help him up and ask Han if he's okay. Are you all right? Answer me. Yeah, I'm just exhausted from using too much power. Eric saw him smile and wondered, but he looked refreshed. Turning to ask back, do you know what good thing happened to me after meeting you because of my reflux disease? Even though my body is no longer as healthy as before, Eric didn't know what to ask. As the two of them talked and walked, I moved closer. Then Herman pointed at Francis lying collapsed on the ground and said, "One step closer to the place I've always been waiting for. You make the proposal, I will transfer some mana to you, so stay still." But he refused, saying that if it conflicted with other types of energy, it would cause internal injuries. Still, Eric still transferred his power to Herman despite that surprise. He looked at the surrounding energy source with surprise. What has been happening these past 4 days? I can't believe he has such a huge and stable mana source. He's surpassed another limit of power. Eric has always cared about Herman. Are you feeling better yet? Herman is happy now. Thank you. But before them they could get far, the ceiling above cracked open. Outside, it was still as noisy as ever. Please, excuse me, run as fast as you can to handle everything that's happening. Outside, a huge fire rages as Eric witnesses, with beast-like humans working together to spread the flames further. You couldn't help but feel angry when you saw that scene. Those bastards. Eric points to the sky and shouts, "Stop!" All the flames around were extinguished by your icy aura. Those humanoid beasts are now turned to stone and can no longer move. The others weren't turned to stone, but they all looked terrified when they saw you. What is that? There, that's Mabinger. Fall back quickly. Eric's face is no longer cheerful but filled with anger. You're like a cat, teasing its prey with them. You can choose to enter this battlefield, but you don't get to decide when to leave. Thousands of sharp ice shards shot out from Eric, and they became even more terrified. Damn it, what is that now? Stop standing there and destroy it. They hadn't had time to leave before they were frozen in place, as Eric was now enveloped by a massive sphere of power. Blood Wolf King, you shout the name of the spell. Then they all were defeated in an instant. The scars and what others had seen were all revealed. He calls out to Eric. In front of everyone, the scene shows the sunrise and snow-capped mountains. It's amazing, so beautiful. The little fairies gazing around also sighed in awe. It's snow, so white, like snowflakes. He looked around with shining eyes. Truly, it's amazing. In front of the fairies was an icy tree shining brilliantly. The scene was so beautiful, I never imagined it could be this stunning. Eric is flying high above. They also bend down to look. A joyful smile spreads across his lips as the scene shifts to a bright sky. Sunlight streams through the glass window as Eric stands in the room discussing with everyone. I plan to use ice crystals to absorb the cold energy that awakens the winter flowers and channel divine power from the flower gods into them. Com also added, just like how you awakened us. Then Eric continued, if we gather the power of the flowers and plant winter flowers, we might even be able to place the Ice General there and summon spring. He looked at Mephi thoughtfully. To end this winter, as Mephi said, I need many more elements besides ice and the east wind. In Eric's hand is sharp snow and ice. You use that snowflake as a source of your power. Here are camellia flowers and the elements that awaken the queen, who is peacefully sleeping in the flower forest. Underneath, there is a large, wet, round object. If I place everything, the queen has dispersed while she rested in the black snowfield. Everyone present there was waiting for what was beneath the ground, hoping that winter would end and spring, long forgotten, would return. At the same time, tiny fairies had just woken up from their sleep in the place where the withered winter flowers lay. She also recovered and sat down to chat with everyone around her, the warm spring breeze. At that moment, Isabel noticed something ahead. A bright smile appeared on her face, and the scent of spring flowers filled the air. The scene of a flower field bathed in golden sunlight looked so beautiful as she turned towards the grand castle. Eric was arguing with Shin at that moment. He asked, what do you mean by that? I told you we have to kill the Ice General. You argued. I don't mean that we should kill her. I want to explain to you that we shouldn't act impulsively without any information. Eric understands. Don't worry about that. I know where she is. Where are you asking from? Eric smiled brightly and replied, the No tribe sincerely has no regrets. You're just like this again. He then turned to ask everyone, so are you all not coming with us? I think everyone else shares my opinion. Everyone is pleased with what you said. I'm exhausted and sighs. Damn it, I only helped because everything has turned out this way. I know you like it, so stop pretending to be annoyed. Everyone present is following Eric. It seems everyone agrees. Should we just go now? It's time for the chaos to start. Anger makes the Blood Wolf King slam his hand hard on the chair, beginning to curse. Stupid fools, losing again. It seems the plan to burn down the tower was no good. Huit Lang Vuong sat and talked with the person opposite, in a place like a flower temple. Whether it exists or not doesn't matter, just a pile of debris that's unremarkable, but one thing does bother me. Vampire hit the nail on the head. You really can't deal with Binger, can you? I am no different from you. He's just a troublesome name we've known for a long time. Blood Wolf King devised his plan, to build another army and eliminate them, starting with gathering forces first. To do this, we need Commander Dong, and together we will unify our strength across the snow plain. But suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. The Blood Wolf King roared madly. How dare he? The old man is extremely annoyed. My tail is disappearing. Damn bastard. The vampire spoke with a seemingly sinister smile. He needs our help, doesn't he? Turning to the Don Don Pham city, a tornado is now appearing, sweeping everything away. It's clearing out every corner, causing the humanoid monsters to panic. The city is collapsing. How can General Dong be missing in action? Eric watches from above, feeling triumphant as everything there is falling apart. Me, Phi, stop criticizing. You're causing a big mess. He replied seriously. If they plan to turn the temple into a sea of fire, they should also be prepared for this. Comedia on the other side also laughs with satisfaction, as if a century-old weight has been lifted. Eric is holding the blue sphere tightly in his hand. Inside the sphere, the image of Hen the Fifth Grey appears. The three of them take turns speaking, and the more they do this, the more they find it interesting. Is there anything else, son-in-law? Just tell us, and we'll do anything. Mi-Fi shook his head in exasperation. They really are a bunch of perverts. Eric also criticizes, and you're not far behind in being perverted. Still, he was very satisfied, but thanks to them, everything was going smoothly. Gree kept kicking the stone in front of him. When we destroy the barrier stone, please also destroy the stones rapidly, along with Haiji. The cursed beasts who no longer have their blessings will be on the other side, with the beastmen begging for help everywhere. Your Majesty the Blood Wolf King, please save us. I am completely powerless against Commander Dong. Korm has some doubts. No Quoc was founded by uniting most of the cities in the Black Snow Plain. Destroying so many cities like this is very difficult, Eric replied, as if everything was part of his plan. They won't just sit there and watch in silence. Still, I don't plan to just go around destroying a few of the stones. You just said it while thinking of the Blood Wolf King. The loyalty of the cities to Rage is due to the overwhelming power of the Blood Wolf King and his ability to protect the cities from the Eastern General. That's all. The old man is like a true monster, ready to control his minions to do whatever he wants. When the city cannot escape the threat of the Eastern General, they will fall into fear and suspicion, ultimately leading to anger. When anger begins to collapse, Ancum will absorb it. Eric is very confident in the plan, and we will achieve our goal. Surrounded by vast snow-capped mountains, the scene shifts to Nether's castle. Why did those Anchomorphs suddenly attack the barrier? There are still many things he doesn't understand. Even if they cause serious destruction to our territory, they can't guarantee defeating the Blood Wolf King. It doesn't make sense for them to take that risk. The deputy commander of the Net tribe, he looks at the map, only able to ask questions. What exactly do they want? He suddenly realized. Could it be? Then Nether marked the fruit, the important point on the map. He was frantic, wondering how they could have known about this. Nether trembled as he thought about many things. The city we attacked is the borderline built to protect the Dark Zone. He looked at the marked point with uncontrollable anger. That is where General Dong's remains are hidden. Nether begins to tremble. If our secret about General Dong is exposed and we use fear to control the cities, he turns and leaves. The cities that have sworn loyalty will rise up against us. Net informs his comrades that we must mobilize the army. Returning to the icy, snow-capped mountains at dusk, Eric's feet step onto the cliff through a strategic arrangement. I only know that General Dong is in the Dark Zone within the territory of the No tribe, but I don't know the exact location. You observed and suggested possible enemy strategies, so by disrupting the supply area around the Dark Zone, I am sure No will act to protect General Dong. Eric looked down and said, like that. Mei-Fi crossed his arms and smiled. I wonder how they'll react when they realize they're in the palm of your hand. I also intervened. Watching MBER's tactics unfold alongside them is quite interesting. Eric was talking to the Lam Su sphere, but I guess No has already taken action. Are you sure you'll be okay going alone? I can help you right now. The decisive reply was, no, I will benefit more by going alone. Please wait there with your brother Lam Su. He supports your decision. If you've made up your mind, then I'll go along with it. But, also gently reminded him, but I hope you won't overexert yourself. Eric thanks him. Thank you for your concern. I will signal you later. Now let's set off. Are the 4 small cabins in the icy snow forest all gathered together yet? Tem orders his troops. This is the most important mission assigned by Lord Net. Team leader of Team 4, Tem. He noticed at the end of the line and called out, You? The one at the very back. Tem's voice drew everyone's attention. I don't recognize you. Then Eric hurriedly introduced himself. My name is Riken. I was ordered to come here. Did I do something wrong? He asked. A rookie. You reply, yes, sir. Titch was annoyed but doesn't do anything to you. But I haven't received any specific orders yet.
Tch, I can't do anything proper.
He warned you that even a small mistake is not tolerated here.
Understood? Eric, obey the army order.
Yes. Yes, I understand.
Tem leads the army into battle. I will explain more when we get to it. Mifai appears beside you, curious. Despite being foolish, why do they keep falling into such obvious traps?
But Celia dismisses it. Maybe they never thought someone would infiltrate all the way here. Eric is once again proud of himself, believing his acting skills are excellent. This is the 7th transformation spell. How did they figure it out? He cut off your thoughts. Great, you little shit. Eric threatens M-Phi again. Keep criticizing if you want, but soon you'll taste the fury of my dance. Tem orders all the team members. From now on, we will defend this place. Make sure not a single arrow gets through. Strengthen the defenses. Everyone respond. Yes. Only Eric is still standing there watching the leader. You are faintly visible among the crowd, with Eric always slipping away quickly before their eyes. Then he left with the other 2, and we can see the magic barrier concentrated over there. Eric ran while reporting that once we get through, we should go find Commander Dong. All 3 rush towards the target, then Eric lands safely on the ground. Then he looked up again with a look of confusion, and in front of him were countless chains. What is this? A woman's body chained up. The Ice General is chained so tightly he can't resist anymore. Eric is stunned and motionless, his face serious as he wonders why the Ice General is bound. These chains look so strange. She must have been bound for a very long time. Mephi laughs loudly, never expecting she would be caged like this. He glanced at Celia and said, This must be related to why you suddenly fell into sleep 40 years ago. She tensefully looked back at the chains. Surrounding them is a faint fragrance emanating from the chains, and it's no wonder that these chains strangely carry the scent of flowers. They are created by divine power. Celia's eyes glinted with coldness. Look closely at the scene ahead. 40 years ago, Eden and I were also chained like this. The seal wasn't too strong, but you could see how long it had lasted. The Ice General was chained and hung high, with beams of light rising, all witnessing that scene. Someone has revisited it. Eric mentioned a name, Vi Phuoc. The swirling smoke forms the face of a Phuoc, Blood Wolf King. You step closer to the Ice General. Yeah, I never thought I would actually be grateful to the Blood Wolf King. I didn't know how to deal with the Ice General, after all. You smile, holding a crystal of snow and ice in your hand. Since she has been restrained like this, it will be much easier to trap her inside this ice crystal. The Ice General screams in pain as snowflakes float above his hand, absorbing it. A black hole appears in the sky, with dark lightning emanating from within, and a cold voice echoes. Is there a rat entering the star? Eric suddenly leapt back as a mysterious figure slowly emerged from the black pond. What kind of monster is this doing here? Mifai, with her hands on her hips and a troubled look, said, I didn't think I would meet him here. The one standing next to you also speaks up. I thought I had sensed that energy many times before. Vampai stepped out of the black hole, with dark tendrils emanating behind him. Azel was berserk, a demon belonging to Grigory. He approached Eric, a mere soldier who wasn't afraid of my sealed eyes. Vampire suddenly stopped, serious, saying, You are a Minger clan member. Revert to human form. The lion's head is just an illusion. See through my concealment magic. Not bad for a demon. He frowned in annoyance, thinking that the Minger was the one blocking the plans of his tribe. He recalled his mission. My mission from the organization is to help the Blood Wolf King forge an alliance with the Black Snowfield, turn them into allies, and then defeat the Ice General. The 2 stand facing each other, surrounded by strong winds blowing snow across the ground. Without him, my mission would have been accomplished. Vampire smiled, his sharp teeth baring in a terrifying grin. This is another good opportunity for me. With this, I can gain the support of those who also have enemies among the MBERs. The vampire's hand begins to tighten, and the organization has determined that his level is only comparable to a sorcerer. He raises his hand in front of his face, and thick black mists gather and condense into a tattoo. He is not skilled enough to fight me. A tornado is created. Mi-Fi, who has been watching all along, suddenly spoke.
A fierce tornado, I guess he has the bloodline power of a demon clan.
He smiled and warned, "He won't be an easy opponent." Eric added, "Maybe. You seem excited as you step closer. Your step steady."
I've caught a big fish.
"This is a top-tier item that can rival a relic." Mei Fa, standing nearby, shook her head in dismay. Vampai has been listening to their conversation all along, thinking it's hard to believe he's smiling. Has he gone crazy? He raises his hand high and says, "You better smile while you still can." Vampire swings his hand, a dark beam flying toward Eric. "You will be torn to pieces by this storm of mine." His body was torn apart by those waves, wounds bleeding constantly. Vampire smiled smugly. "Not many enemies can withstand me." But instead of wounds, his body remains intact, shielded, leaving him stunned. Impossible. Eric smirked. He reached out his hand, and streams of blue, yellow, and black light gathered around him.
You think I will lose that easily?
He counterattacked all, a golden beam rushing quickly toward the vampire. Where the light passes, everything is destroyed and shattered. He tries to withstand the attack with thick stone walls.
I have to block its attack, but all efforts are useless.
The beam of light still pierced through the walls rapidly. He was stunned, unable to believe how he possessed the skills of the Ice General. Vampai looked in disbelief. How could he wield North Wind and the snowstorm? At this moment, snow began to fall, a wind devouring and tearing everything apart. A snowstorm whitewashes the world and freezes everything. Vampai recalls Azel's appearance, one of the great powers of the demon lord that we must harness to destroy the Empire and resurrect Lord Azio. He pondered, "The one we need to rescue right now is the Ice General." Watching the fierce whirlwind before him, he doubted that a lowly human could master North Wind and Snowstorm. Even for us demons, it's very difficult to use. Embinger, how could he have such power?
Eric reminds you, we're fighting right now.
What are you so lost in thought about? He said that and charged at him with the fierce tiger attack from the body-strengthening technique. Vampai quickly jumped back to dodge, but still lost an arm. Quang Tun Thuat. He quickly backed away, clutching his lost arm. Vampai quickly creates a wall to defend himself and hurriedly regenerates his lost arm. He was amazed, thinking that at most he was only at the level of a mage, but this power was completely different. Vampai gritted his teeth in anger. He was at least a 7th circle mage, a grand mage level. He hurriedly took out a piece of paper, and if he could freely use the body-strengthening spell, he wouldn't be someone I could defeat. Vampire tense, tearing the paper. I will escape using teleportation magic now and report to my superior. But the paper in his hand started to dissolve, his head breaking out in sweat. Vampai was stunned. Why didn't it activate? Eric seems to know what he's thinking and responds. Of course, it's not working. You appeared behind Vampire some time ago, placing your hand on his head and whispering in his ear. I need to make sure of this in case you try to escape. Then Eric decisively pushed Vampaire's head to the ground, causing the surrounding debris to shatter. He only raised his hand slightly before letting it go. I was a bit worried because he looked stronger than the demon I fought before, but this way, it's too easy. Mifai secretly glanced at him, thinking to himself, what on earth happened to this monster? How did he become so much stronger in such a short time? Eric sat casually beside Vampire, but surprisingly, Grigory's influence had spread to this place. Your tattoo glowed brightly as countless black streams of energy seeped into it, and an illusion of a tiger appeared. I want to inquire and learn more, but I will only absorb his demonic energy because he is already dead. Vampaire's tattoo suddenly turns red, and the black aura gradually dissipates. Suddenly, Du appears behind you and warns you should be careful. You open your eyes in shock. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, causing Eric to jump back to dodge. He landed on the ground, astonished, and asked, "What the hell?" Vampaire's body suddenly stood up, but instead of a head, there was a stream of black smoke. He was definitely dead. The smoke gathers, and from within it, facial features emerge. It is smiling at you. You are the one who killed Kelm. Eric froze in fear. A guy with such overwhelming demonic aura. Are you the Demon King? Mifai frowns in fear and says, "Don't say I am the one who has awakened." Behind the vampire, another face appeared, faintly smiling at the two Azeo. Mi recalls the past when humans defeated the demons. The reason humans defeated the demons 30 years ago was because there was no leader for the demon army. But what if the Demon King Aiel, known as a ruthless tyrant, is still alive?
This is a serious issue that the royal family and the 6 noble families managing the magic tower must intervene in. Eric suddenly interrupted.
The strongest wind of the wind god is that we must retreat now. He turns his head away. No need for the head. Both of them looked toward Vampire. You look suspicious and ask what he means. He frowns and replies, "It's just a copy." He continued explaining a lesser version that cannot become Azel. You might think so, as around the vampire now are streams of black and red light. The surrounding air was thick and suffocating as Eric clenched his fists, while Mei Fei continued to stare intently at him. All 4 demon kings, including myself, have been sealed or killed, but as long as our true identities still exist, we will never completely disappear. That's when I finally voiced my question. You think Azel's true identity is out there somewhere? Mei Fei sneered and glanced over. If that weren't the case, Grigory would never have been able to exist until now. Those guys are conducting all kinds of experiments to revive Azel's true identity. Thinking about the suffering and complaints of the people, Eric silently thought that means Grigory is doing all sorts of evil things in the human world, just like how they used Tutum to take the lives of farmers, right? He looked serious, his eyes shining with determination. This is bad. You stand tall and puff out your chest, saying to Vampire, "Hey, fake, just as you said, I killed Kaza, so I will definitely face Grigory in the future. I won't run anymore." Vampire raises his hand, the air gathering into the tattoo on his arm, and he coldly declares. Then Vampire reached out his hand toward Eric, and 3 tornadoes from behind, along with the wind, swept everything around away. You will have to die. Everyone is rushing towards you. Guangfang, despite the danger ahead, you still act playful. Eric lifts us into the sky, a tornado appearing behind him. He exclaims, "Tornado, you can't even speak properly." 2 tornadoes collide, sparks flying like dice. From the ground, countless chains rise up, writhing like snakes binding the vampire. He sneered, "Don't run so fast." And then he swung his hand to cut the chains. At this moment, Ella was standing behind the vampire. That was a distraction tactic to confuse the bastard. Your hand flashes with a blue light. The white tiger will sharpen its claws. Your attack carries the strength of the tiger. White tiger claw body enhancement technique. Eric punches the vampire hard, causing the ground around them to explode from the force. He grabs your hand using the beast strength technique, right? You were quite surprised that your attack was so easily blocked by him. Immediately after, Eric pulls Vampire closer and delivers a devastating strike. His wounds are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's useless. Vampire pulls back his fist, ready for the next attack. Go! Eric couldn't escape from Vampire's arm, which made him worried. It's too dangerous. A loud explosion rang out, blocking the attack. With a bang, I successfully stopped Vampire's assault. Eric feels the tremendous power emanating from his severed arm. He clenches his teeth, thinking, is he this strong just after merging his soul? Then I don't know how powerful the real body still is. Eric cut off the vampire's arm. The more time passes, the more the soul will merge with the body. From now on, it will become even stronger. Mei Fei knew, aware of Eric's thoughts, reminded him, he may just be a clone, but he's still a clone of the Demon King. If he gets defeated easily by a kid like you, it would be embarrassing. You're really angry and grinding your teeth, but Mei Fei is right. If this keeps up, it's at most fire. He turns around quickly, but the more urgent matter is that elsewhere, Tem orders everyone around to disperse and surround the area, preventing the intruders from escaping. Eric grits his teeth, realizing that the No tribe is approaching and his secret plan to absorb the Ice General has completely failed. Behind Vampire, countless black holes appeared, and it seemed like I had won. The demons rushed out from those black holes. The demons land on the ground and say, "You are completely surrounded now. How do you plan to escape?" He calmly replies, "If I use all my mana, I can escape, but it will be very difficult because the Orc tribe is still there." Mei Fei, what do you plan to do now? Eric swung his hand to strike at him. Vampire quickly used his shield to defend and also tried to counterattack. "You better stick to our traditions." Suddenly he shouted in anger, "No way!" Eric launches another attack. If I can't have it, no one else will either. But instead of hitting Vampire, the attack struck the Ice General's body, causing the chain wrapped around her to break. He incredulously said, You! Mei Fei clenched his teeth and shouted at Ilika's actions. "You're crazy," the Ice General shouted in pain. Pa frowned anxiously, eyes filled with horror. "I know you're a Minger, but are you really that crazy?" Mei Fei, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Yes, that's what a Minger family member is like. Since signing the contract with you, this is the best you've ever done." She also chimed in. "Weren't you planning to imprison her in Ice Crystal? Why are you letting her go?" Eric assumed his stance. "What more could I do?" You stomped hard on the ground and leapt up to eye level with the 2 closest demons. Eric reached back with his hand, clenched his fist, and it was time to run. Vampire orders the demons to chase after him. The general follows his command. Mei Fei said, "We must capture the general again because we can't know where she will attack from." Eric rushed forward. Behind him, 2 demons are chasing. If they lose that name, he will become an obstacle to our future plans. Vampire sat down, ready to launch after him, determined to cut off Mingo before he grew stronger. Suddenly, Vampire clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood.
He angrily thought, damn it, I didn't expect this body's vitality to run out right now. The Ice General is approaching Eric and the others.
Me and Celia turn in a different direction. He wondered why she was only chasing after Eric. She sighed and replied, because she only reacts strongly to the mana of the Mbinger family. The thing used to seal her. He continued, the monster tribe, those who have enhanced the seal are the same. Why is she only chasing Eric when she's so angry? Celia looked back at the furious Ice General chasing after Ek and wondered,
it's strange. The Ice General has never discriminated against any form of life.
She had never shown anger towards anyone in particular.
Her face now darkened, and despite being tired, she still chased after Eric.
She silently recalled that she had known the Ice General for a while, but she had never seen her so angry. Suddenly remembering, she turned to ask Eric, did you do something to the Ice General? You look at her and say, not exactly. Then a broken arrow appears in your hand as I release the seal for her, and the arrow in Eric's hand speeds forward and is shot. Each arrow shot directly into the Ice General's forehead, making her furious. I accidentally shot an ice arrow into her forehead. Scared, she stammered, firing. She shouted in anger, are you crazy? Why did you do that? He chuckled mischievously. I had to do that to lure her to the place I wanted. At this moment, the Ice General has shifted underground, and everyone is terrified. Someone shouts, the Ice General has been freed. A demon orders to capture Minger. The Ice General steps forward, smashing everything in her path. Eric calmly continued, but at the same time, I can also use her to deal with the pesky flies. All 3 still fly forward with screams of terror behind them. Mi-Fi crossed her arms and turned to look at Eric. This is truly chaos. What are you going to do now? Hearing that, he replied, since it's come to this, I might as well open hell. He burst into loud laughter, saying, I really like you for the first time. You also smiled back when suddenly a questioning voice rang out. Eric, what is going on? You're holding a communication orb to contact everyone. The orb shows 3 men, one worriedly asking, the cold wave is getting stronger. Are you hurt? You reply, I caused this chaos, so don't worry. Gray holds the sphere, closes his eyes, and sighs softly. Eric, be careful. If you get hurt, I'll be in trouble with my granddaughter.
Why do you ask? What did you do to end up like this? I calmly reply, nothing. I just freed the Ice King. After hearing that, all 3 were surprised, and Haman was so stunned he couldn't speak. Day slung his arm around Gray's shoulder and said excitedly, I knew it. You're even crazier than us. You already have a plan, right? Do you need our help with anything? Eric suggested. Escort me. Someone asked, are you trying to go somewhere? He smiled and replied yes. The Ice General is still chasing after Eric. I am on my way to the Notok. At the Notok city, everyone anxiously shouted, the shadow of darkness has been destroyed. The Ice General is with the Lang clan, and Edorato is suffering heavy losses because of him. The Ice General is in Khan's hands. Neto slammed his fist on the table, furious, and roared, how could he possibly free Bang Tuong? Tem, standing nearby to report, quickly said, Sir, we are being bombarded with questions from everywhere about why the Ice General appeared in the Notok territory and what happened to Vai Phuoc. He gritted his teeth in anger, saying, Bang Tuong is a tool for maintaining our dominance and a secret that must be kept hidden. If this continues, the hierarchy of the Notok will collapse. He turned back to him, pointed, and ordered to deploy the troops, warning that if they dared to do anything stupid, they would be executed immediately. Tem hurriedly ran away. Yes, sir. We must prevent the other cities from making any noise. Once we suppress the Ice General, we will stop her from escaping. Nether slammed his hand on the table, furious that everything had turned out this way, and thinking about it made him grit his teeth in anger. It was all because that Minger bastard had to kill him at all costs. Nether turned to the Nai and ordered them to find Mbir. He was sure he was behind this. Someone quickly replied to him, We've found a possible Minger. He asked back, Where? The deer hesitated. That matter. It answered nervously, right in front of the clan's main gate. Neto is surprised. You're talking nonsense. Suddenly, the platform trembled violently, making him wonder and look up. He moved closer to the window to look outside. Neto's eyes widened in surprise as Eric charged straight toward him. The Ice General is still chasing from behind. That crazy bastard. He saw the guy and smiled. Everyone shouted, What's going on with the Ice General coming? Eric stopped, wiping sweat from his forehead, exhausted from the chase. I've always thought this. It's truly pitiful for those who face you. The Ice General is still running toward you, and he continues. What did she do?
She's angry because you shot her with an ice arrow. You reply, come on, you know me well. Eric raises his hand to the sky, and now a black hole appears, countless ice arrows shooting out from the black hole behind him, turning this place into hell. The arrows fly straight toward the tower but cannot attack it. A piercing shield appears around the tower. Nito points at him and orders to stop him, to hold that bastard back. Still, no one dared to rush forward. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Since when have the four of you been inside the city? Sorry, but we can't let you do that. Neto pointed at the four of them and ordered, what is that human saying? Deal with them. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers rushed toward them. He suddenly widened his eyes, looking at the shield cracking and shattering, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. No, it can't be. You happily exclaimed, let's head to the center. The ground began to crack open, revealing a gigantic figure. It roared in anger. Who dares to disturb my sleep? A giant fox appeared in the thick white fog. His old eyes flashed with a red light as the beastman simultaneously knelt down and called out to the Blood Wolf King. El's eyes widened as he wondered silently, what is that aura emanating from the Blood Wolf King I've only heard of? You watch the scene behind the Blood Wolf King, thinking to yourself, it pushes back the cold of the Ice General with both magic and demonic energy. The Blood Wolf King frowns and confirms with blue eyes, blonde hair, and an unpleasant smell. You must be dreaming. The foxtails are flickering in the air as he recalls restoring his 8th tail with demonic energy. Blood Wolf King looked at Eric in his mind, thinking that he needed a powerful body technique to restore his last tail. But then he remembered that he was the one who came to find him. Just then, from afar, the Ice General was shouting and frantically running toward them. She stopped and stood a distance away from the Blood Wolf King, both sides shouting fiercely at each other. The Blood Wolf King bared his sharp teeth and pressed a glowing red mark in the middle of his forehead. He raised both hands, opened his mouth to roar, a mere ordinary monster without even a mind daring to target me. Blood Wolf King swung his hand to attack the Ice General. Get out of my land! Two forces clash directly, and then a massive explosion erupts. Fragments of earth and stone flying everywhere. Smoke and fire engulfing the entire area. Eric, Mifai, and Celia stand to one side watching, with a protective barrier in front of them. Eric wondered aloud, why did the Ice General suddenly attack the Blood Wolf King? The girl behind him guessed, probably because she saw him tighten the chains binding her like an enemy. The three of them looked on like spectators observing the battle between the band of generals and the Blood Wolf King, with Eric and Mifai silently crossing their arms, their eyes fixed ahead as if pondering something. Celia saw Eric's expression, flew over curiously and asked, is something wrong? He didn't answer her question but turned around and walked away. May and Celia had no idea what was happening, but they hurriedly chased after him. Wait for me, Eric said as he flew away, reaching into his coat for something. Celia asked, what are you planning to do? Why are you carrying the ice crystal? The Ice General here tilts her head back and screams, unleashing a powerful burst of energy from within her. Eric flies in front of her and raises the ice crystal in his hand. The Blood Wolf King has struggled to help me. He's starting to use the power of the ice crystal. I can't let this opportunity slip away. The glowing ice crystal gradually pulls the Ice General inside it. Mifai clasped her hands together, smirking as she said, steal what you need and destroy your opponent mercilessly. He happily commented, you really have talent like mine. Eric just chuckled softly with his eyes closed when he heard that. After a moment, he suddenly remembered something, opened his eyes, and shouted. Eric tilted his body and looked toward the Blood Wolf King standing behind him. He smirked, raised one arm with a glowing blue dragon tattoo, then extended his arm and shouted, launching a direct attack at the person in front of him. Huit Lang Vuong was caught off guard, quickly blocking the incoming energy with his hand and shouting, what are you doing? Eric provocatively responded, don't you think we're on the same side? Mifi secretly realizes that his plan seems to involve cooperating with the bandit leader to take him down. He looks at Huit Lang Vuong on the other side and thinks to himself, that damn fox must be really pissed. Huit Lang Vuong is completely enraged by Eric, constantly muttering his name in his mind. Mbinger. If I had 9 tails, I wouldn't be this easily intimidated. In his eyes, he kept moving, secretly trying to find a way to deal with Eric. After what felt like an eternity, as if he had thought of something, a smile crept onto the Blood Wolf King's lips, and a giant foxtail fell from somewhere onto the ground, then slowly moved. That foxtail shot up into the air and struck hard, but Elk dodged quickly and avoided it. He flew to the side, looked at the foxtail, and disdainfully said 3 words, cheap trick. Another explosion like the world was shaking occurred, filling the air with white dust. As the white dust gradually dissipated, the image of 4 or 5 Bloodwolf kings, identical in appearance, appeared inside. Eric just sneered when he saw them, repeating the 3 cheap tricks from earlier. He was not afraid at all and charged toward where the Blood Wolf Kings were standing. Eric extends his hand forward and shouts the spell to freeze. He forcefully swings his arm and countless slashes shoot straight at the Blood Wolf Kings in front of him. His sharp eyes narrow slightly, a dangerous expression on his face. He straightens up and declares loudly,
I don't know what you're planning to do, but I won't let you carry it out.
As he finished speaking, Eric tilted his head again, reached out his hand once more, and softly opened his lips to activate the spell. A white stream of energy flowed out from Eric's mouth. Blood Wolf King watched each of your movements closely and whispered, I got you. El collapsed as if lifeless, surrounded by a powerful aura. El's eyes had turned completely wide, no longer showing negativity. The Blood Wolf King seemed to have a firm grasp on victory in his mind, and once he obtained the dragon body technique from his memories, he would achieve the 9th tail. The old man's eyebrows furrow tightly, and his red eyes become extremely serious as Huiet Lang Vuong sees the image of a gate opening, revealing the entrance to a mansion. He wondered if this was Ming's mind world. He observed Eric's small back and let out an excited cry. Ngo, a mage, has placed the world of the mind in such a desolate place. Bloodthirsty drool drips from the mouth of the Blood Wolf King. Thanks to that, everything becomes easier. I will shatter your soul into pieces. He extended his hand with sharp claws toward Eric's back and took away the powerful body technique. Suddenly, Blood Wolf King's entire body was halted by an unseen force. A voice echoed, Do you dare to touch my belongings, you ordinary monster? His face was covered in sweat as he incredulously asked, What is that? That terrifying power. The voice continues to echo in the Blood Wolf King's ear. Do you still not deserve to stand before me and devour her? He stared in shock and asked, What is that? As the Blood Wolf King's body writhed in pain, he clutched his chest with one hand. Huiet Lang Vuong's hazy eyes wondered silently, What are those things? Eric, on this side, with a confused face and beads of sweat, gasped, What's inside my soul? You glance at the person beside you and ask what just happened to me. I remember being attacked by the Blood Wolf King. Mephi simply turned around and replied, I don't know. Eric felt confused and asked why you suddenly acted like that. The Blood Wolf King on the other side roared in anger. You bastard! He's gone crazy and releasing his power outward, shouting fiercely, I will burn you to dust. The beastmen below, witnessing the scene, panicked and fled. The Blood Wolf King is furious now, running away. If he touches them, he'll definitely die. Eric transforms into a protective barrier in front of himself, gritting his teeth and wondering, what is he doing? You widened your eyes and gaped as the dazzling source of power shot up into the sky, turning everything around into a pile of wreckage. The light went out, and the sky above was covered in darkness. The Blood Wolf King panted heavily, silently wondering when was the last time he had used so much power. In his mind, he muttered that even though he couldn't destroy the Ice General, the Blood Wolf King looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, concluding that he could still burn that damn Binger. A voice suddenly echoed, causing his smile to vanish. Wow, that's really a great power. If the firepower were a bit stronger, I think it would burn better. The boy smiled and turned his head, clutching the ice crystal in his hand. Fox, show me that power of yours. The sky above is painted in the orange and yellow hues of sunset. In the castle of the Anromov Kingdom, the sound of pounding echoes loudly. Vence places a hand on his chest, breathing heavily. A comforting voice echoes in the space. Don't worry too much. One of his legs bends, and he kneels down to the ground, slowly, sitting down. Norris looks at the person before him and reminds him, You are the Tiger King, the king of the mountains. Show the dignity of a tiger. Vence lowered his head and said, That's not as easy as you think. The people who betrayed Anromov and bared their teeth at us have been doing so for a long time. Will they be convinced by my words? They will think I am still too young and look down on me. Suddenly, a voice calling from the other side reached my ears. Both Norris and Valence were stunned, their eyes fixed on that spot as 2 figures appeared in a blinding light. Hi, Dai asked the boy. You said you want to rebuild the royal family and help all the beastmen live happily, right? She smiled and extended her hand to affirm that only the king of Anromov could do that. Please stand beside me and stroke my hair as you speak, saying, We are here for you, so don't worry. Both of them smile and look at Valence with full of trust. The boy looked up, silently telling himself that this was something only he could do. Vence looked at Norris, he, and Shin standing before him, silently deciding what he must do. The boy remembered Elk's face and told himself it was for those who trusted and helped him, and because Elk had given him this chance. Vence stepped toward the room, thinking to himself that if he were here, he would run the meeting with a smile as if it were nothing, and he would also handle any opposition. The door slowly opened, and the boy kept encouraging himself, so he would try to become like him. Vence took step after step forward, with Hai and Shin behind him. A bell rings, announcing the king's arrival as he enters the room, with a line of people including mice, buses, and several ministers waiting on the left and similarly on the right, where beastmen ministers stand straight, awaiting. As Valence brushed past them, the ministers all stared in shock, then simultaneously closed their eyes and bowed deeply in extreme respect to the boy. Vence approached the throne and, turning back, his eyes shone with sharpness and dominance. On this side, a hand is holding a piece of ice crystal, continuously drawing the power inside. Eric watched the ice power being continuously absorbed by the ice crystal fragment and smiled appreciatively, saying, "This is so good." Com called out worriedly, "Eric, just because you're absorbing the Ice General's power doesn't mean we're weaker." "I know. I also know that the Ice General is learning from its opponent and becoming stronger." The drawing on Eric's arm continues to absorb power from the ice crystal, but we already got what we wanted. My ice seal has become stronger, and most importantly, I have a way to absorb the Ice General. You leap into the air and fly over the Ice General's head, directly facing the Blood Wolf King. Eric places his hands on his hips and taunts. "So, little wolf, you look exhausted. Why don't you surrender?" His entire face was soaked with sweat as he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Why, Mingor?" If they do not exist, the images from the past appear in the Blood Wolf King's mind inside a damp stone cave. It was when I was slowly dying in a dark and cold place after being abandoned by my tribe. I met a person with mysterious powers, and after centuries of training with him, I gained a strength unmatched by any enemy. I gathered and built my forces to become king, and tried to break through the black snowfield to make the Empire submit. But a giant wall blocked my way. The name of that wall is Mber. At that moment, he told the old man, "I'm sorry, but please go back to your place. If you obediently help the army, no one will get hurt." Blood Wolf. King angrily pointed and ordered, "Don't just stand there. Go over those walls for me." I tried to deal with that arrogant human, but we met a disastrous end. Still, I never gave up and rebuilt my army, but this time that bastard is blocking my way. He is closer to my ideal than I am myself. Tiger King do. Why can't I do it? Why? He could only helplessly scream. Why did I have to lose so badly to mere humans? Blood Wolf. King's gaze became firm and ruthless, and he began to mutter, "I must become stronger, a power no one can attain." And then I abandoned what I had learned over the centuries and touched the forbidden power. I began to venture into the realm of demons, those whom we once guarded against. Blood Wolf King seems to see a vision of Ellis's past on Elk's body. "Now, why do you keep blocking my way?" He kept repeating the name he couldn't forget for centuries. Minger, Binger, Minger, Blood Wolf. King's eyes turn completely red as he stares crazily at Eric. "Why do you keep blocking my way, huh?" he said. "I won't forgive you." Binger. The ground trembled violently, forcing Eric to kneel down to steady himself. The Blood Wolf King bent forward, struggling to speak each word with effort. "I am certain." A look of cruelty appears on his face as he loudly declares his intent to cut off your limbs and end your life. Before he could finish speaking, a loud shout rang out, "Cut!" When the old man glanced behind him, he saw his foxtails cut off and scattered everywhere. Blood was streaming from the Blood Wolf King's eye sockets, and he let out a stunned cry. "No." Eric flew over here, raised his hand, and said, "Hey, Fox, it seems like you always have bad luck with my family, huh? Let's end this cursed relationship here." He swings his hand and launches an attack at him. Eric casts a spell, summoning the ice element, causing a massive explosion as white-blue ice flames engulf the entire space. When the white smoke gradually dissipates, the Blood Wolf King's body is frozen solid, lying motionless on the ground. Eric's heavy boots step forward toward the old man. Seeing him, the Blood Wolf King grits his teeth and curses, "You damn bastard." His old man's black eyes struggle to open, and he barely manages to say a few words. This thing is not over yet. Finally, the Blood Wolf King was completely defeated, closing his eyes and collapsing to the ground. Eric lowered his head in deep thought, reflecting on the old man's words. It's not over yet, but it seems like nothing else is happening anymore. The Ice General over there is shouting desperately to call for you. Eric turned his head to look at her. "All right, I'll do it now. Don't rush me." You smirk and declare, "Let's start right now. I'll handle you right now. It's time for the chase game." Celia, standing with Mi-Fi, wondered upon hearing Eric's words. The chase game, with Mi-Fi crossing his arms, was surely guessing that he had seen something. What do you mean by that? Mi-Fi looks at Eric's back as he recounts, saying that he once said that after absorbing one of the hidden powers, he could see memories to understand the owner of the wind seal. He continued speaking, perhaps having seen something after absorbing the Ice General's power. Calm silently wondered, is it like when you understood my memories? A picture from the past appears in her mind. Back then, Eric asked, is this the scene you've always wanted to see since becoming a goddess, Celia? Celia quietly calls out your name in worry. Eric, you can see the memories of the Ice General too? But the Ice General remains an enigma that I cannot comprehend. Even I cannot understand the Ice General, so how can you? Eric looked at the Ice General screaming in front of him and asked, why are you so cautious? I thought you wanted to play with me. Watching her expression, I silently analyzed, initially believing the Ice General was just the goddess's shell filled with malice. Eric looks down at the ice crystal in his hand, pondering. But the memory of the Ice General associated with that shard is completely different from what he thought. His eyes widen as a picture of the Ice General appears in his mind. What he saw was just a lonely child. At first, the Ice General did not show hostility towards humans and was born as an Ice General by the gods. Filled with curiosity like a newborn child, but that curiosity quickly turned into hostility. When the Beast Children saw her approaching, they trembled and cursed because they couldn't bear the cold of the ice. What kind of monster is that? It's so cold I feel like my whole body is about to freeze. They threw stones at the Ice General and chased her away. Go away, you monsters. Don't come back. Actually, the Ice General just wanted to play with them. To play with the children running across the black snowfield, laughing and eating together. She wanted to hunt monsters with them, run through the forests and play with the water. That was all she was thinking when she approached them. But the beastmen all drew their weapons to protect the villagers. The monsters quickly ran away in fear of the Ice General's great power. Even the trees are swallowed by darkness. The river is frozen and stops flowing. She just wanted to make friends, but accidentally froze everything. She, a person with no family or friends, doesn't know how to get those things. Because she was born not long ago, she didn't know what to do and ended up destroying everything. That's why the Ice General thinks the whole world is against her, and she wants everyone to suffer like she does. That is why the Ice General became a true monster filled with hatred. However, deep in her heart, she still longs for one thing. That's nothing special. The first time she saw the children born, the game they played was really fun. And what the Ice General wishes for is that she also wants to play that game. Eric silently thought to himself, although unintentionally, the things he did while bringing her here were quite similar to a game of chase. He smiled to himself, thinking that although she seemed very angry on the outside, he could sense that she was secretly intrigued as he absorbed the shard. That's why he intended to keep playing this game with her. Eric pointed at himself and said, all right, since you can't catch me, it's my turn to be the chaser. You signal to the Ice General, now she can move. Eric places his hand on the ground, ready if she gets caught. Then he leapt into the air, raising the ice crystal in his hand as a sign of defeat. The Ice General grinned and tried to run faster ahead. She runs ahead while Eric chases from behind. Mi-Fi crosses her arms and sighs in disbelief, unable to believe she just wanted to play such a simple game. This is pathetic. Mai looks at Eric and the Ice General chasing each other below, thinking to herself that she never expected this to be the solution to protect the fields and the temple. What I've struggled so long to find is just a simple game. She bowed her head, feeling unable to understand. The solution should not have been so obvious. Was she born from my mistake? Calm remembers her past self. She probably felt just as lonely as I once did. She must have felt very lonely too. Like Winter, she looked up at the scene before her, and as a result, the Ice General was happily immersed in the game, running as fast as he could to escape, and Eric patiently chases after her. Calm tells herself that Eric has almost become her friend to help ease her loneliness. The ice crystal shard is still drawing in icy energy, Eric exclaimed in praise. Oh, you're quite fast. It seems the giant body of the Ice General is gradually shrinking. I don't know how much time has passed, but her size has completely shrunk back to normal, and the speed of the Ice General's escape is gradually slowing down. The figure gradually faded away. The hands covering her eyes slowly disappeared. The bandages binding her body are also being undone, and the figure has transformed into a different form, with fingers reaching out gently touching her shoulder. Eric speaks. Got it. The figure in front of you now is a girl with long, wavy, pinkish-brown hair, and the Ice General has reverted to Celia's childhood appearance. She turned back and smiled innocently at him as her image began to shatter and fade into the air. The fragments with glowing drawings on Eric's hand are absorbed, Before disappearing completely, young Celia left him a message. I had a lot of fun. Eric holds the ice crystal in his hand, the drawing on his arm fading back to normal after absorbing the fragments. He raises his arm with the drawing to the sky, recites the spell, and disperses. A stream of pink light shoots into the sky. The scent of flowers disperses into the falling snowflakes carried by the winter wind and spreads everywhere. The scent passes through the cities into the black snowfield to push back the darkness covering the world and melt the frozen lands. It has awakened all the sleeping lives. The air is still a bit cold, but the breeze blowing through is incredibly refreshing. The feeling of vitality eases the suffocation everyone has felt for so long, as the spring frost proves that winter has passed. Tears silently fall from Camelia's eyes as she stares fixedly at the scene before her and at spring. Ahead is a vast, lush green meadow, with shimmering, colorful flowers blooming to greet the warm sunlight that has arrived as a golden rays shine down on the ruins on the ground. A voice echoed through the space. Has it really all ended? I also heard that the Ice General was defeated. Seeing it with my own eyes gives me a strange feeling. Norris dazedly continued. Boy, I feel the same way. After just one night, our long-held wish has come true. He tilted his head to remind. However, from now on, what will happen next? Even though the No Tribe has fallen, rebuilding the Tiger King clan and unifying the Snowy Plain will not be easy. Valence smiled and looked up in agreement. You're right. Now is the time for us to unite more than ever. Suddenly, a few voices of laughter rang out beside the boy. Ha ha. Vance glanced over and saw the yellow and red fairy cheering excitedly. The pink fairy raised both hands. Spring has arrived. The orange fairy adds her voice. Spring has arrived. The purple fairy has also appeared. She points and shouts loudly, making Valence turn around. Look. Over there, Eric Celia. Are we there yet? Ducam feels curious and directly asks him, how can you do that? Eric reached out and replied, everything is thanks to the fragrance you gave me. Nothing else can better dispel winter. Fuang looked confused and pointed at herself. So what do you mean? The pink fairy beside her was also completely confused. I don't understand what he's saying either. He crossed his arms and explained simply to them that everything good was thanks to all of you. And if they still didn't understand, just accept the thanks. He clapped his hands with the others, happily spinning around. We've driven away winter, the pink fairy exclaimed. We helped Eric chase away winter. Eric, with one hand on his hip, asked the two people in front of him. Is everything settled now? Vance asked him, placing a hand on his chest. Thanks to you, we managed to persuade them. When I arranged the meeting, it was you who convinced them. Norris, standing behind and watching the two talk, thought to himself, seeing our king negotiating with the leader of the Orc tribe, felt as if he was seeing Eric Mbinger there. Seeing Elk's confident demeanor, Norris silently affirmed in his mind that he must have been born with the qualities of a king. The future of the continent will surely be affected by the Minger family. His gaze grew serious as he silently pondered. We have to work with him no matter what happens. In the ruins filled with scattered debris and dust, white smoke envelops the entire area. The two soldiers standing guard over the corpse of the Blood Wolf King. The first soldier marvels, still unable to believe that the Blood Wolf King is no longer alive. The second soldier assessed that the human named Mbinger really is very strong. The first soldier also agreed and added, judging by how he defeated the Ice General. He hadn't finished speaking when a surge of power shot through his body, accompanied by a voice saying, I knew it, it's him. Vampire raised the hand he had just used to deal with his two soldiers, muttering non-stop. Mbinger gritted his teeth in anger. I can barely keep my body going by draining the life force of my subordinates just to get here. Yet the Blood Wolf King and the Ice General have both been defeated. Vampire tilted his head and looked at the frozen body lying on the other side, speaking to himself. We have invested 10 years in the Blood Wolf King to reach the Eastern General, and the hand resting beside him clenches into a trembling fist. If the Blood Wolf King can unite the monsters, reaching the Northern Wind and Winter Storm is only a matter of time. Vampire looked up at the sky, thinking that he should have eliminated that kid Mingo when he first caused trouble. It should have burned away all traces of the MBER family, but arrogance has turned against us. His eyes flashed with a fierce red light as he said to himself, if that's the case, there's only one way left. Vampire gazed at the cold corpse on the ground and devised a plan to awaken the demon residing within the Blood Wolf King. He knelt beside the body and shouted loudly to the sky, O demon gods and demon kings. Vampire recited the oath while thrusting an arm into his chest. I offer this life to you. From the corner of his mouth and the chest area, black liquid is pouring out, but he keeps muttering continuously, please look to your loyal subjects. Look to your eyes. Vampire's entire body begins to melt away. turning into a black liquid as a mysterious voice whispers in his ear, "Your wish has been granted." That black liquid is spilling over to the corpse of the Blood Wolf King, and the mysterious voice still echoes. "You seem pretty desperate, huh?" The black liquid is slowly seeping into the body of the Blood Wolf King. That mysterious voice demands, then suppress those emotions. The black liquid clings to his hairy feet, and the mysterious voice continues to speak, demanding 100-fold price, until long after the entire body of the Blood Wolf King is completely covered in that black liquid. Finally, the body of the Blood Wolf King has been taken over. The mysterious voice's reminder echoes in the space, telling you how to become a greater demon. The old man's eyes widened, bloodshot inside the red irises, as the mysterious voice declared that a new path would be opened because of you. At the same time, from another side of the wooden building, someone asked, "What are you planning to do with the Ice General?" "Now I have collected enough materials to create winter." You lower your head, staring intently at what you hold in your hand, and say, "I need to complete the winter heaven." Komiya asks further, "Do you know how to do it?" "Of course not. I've never even heard of it before." "Camellia, do you know anything about it?" She closed her eyes and waved her hand vaguely in response. If I know, I know. If I don't, I don't," Eric exclaimed in disbelief. "What's going on, Sky?" Suddenly the ground around us starts shaking violently, making me frown tightly in surprise. Eric's face darkens as he wonders, "What's going on?" Is she implying that the Blood Wolf King isn't finished yet? The sky is covered in a blazing red, and a gigantic, menacing shadow looms before them. The sharp teeth of the Blood Wolf King bared as his claws spread wide, his eyes glaring fiercely with blinding golden light. The Blood Wolf King roared fiercely, spewing a stream of black energy from his mouth as he extended his long tongue and charged forward. Wherever the Blood Wolf King flies, the buildings underground burn down. Someone recognizes him and screams out, "Eric!" Someone sacrificed themselves to use demonic power to revive the Blood Wolf King. Gasping for breath, he told you that if he stayed still, another band of generals would be born. Eric reached into his shirt to find something, while thinking to himself, "I knew everything was too smooth sailing." You take out the communication orb and ask the two people on the other side. "Hi, G. Please gather the survivors and get them out of the city immediately." They were stunned. "What?" "Hi," asked nervously, "Eric, what about me?" At this moment, an attack was fired straight at them. Eric dodged and responded to her.
"I can handle it myself.
"Go quickly." After finishing his last words with he swiftly shot up to the middle stage. Mei Fei crossed her arms and asked, "What do you plan to do yourself?" "You have to understand that this is not something you can handle." Kam also spoke up, saying, "Yes, you defeated him earlier thanks to the Ice General, but this time luck won't be on your side." Eric focused his gaze on the ice crystal in his hand. "I have an idea. I want to study it a bit more before using it." But Celia interrupted him directly and asked, "What are you talking about?" Eric decisively put the ice crystal into his mouth. "I will complete Dong Thien right now." Kam saw the scene and reached out to stop him. "What are you doing?" "Stop right there." Mei Fei is also panicking. "Are you really crazy? Let go now." Eric's eyes turned completely white, with a thin layer of ice forming on both sides of his face. His breath turns into an extremely cold mist as he exhales. Eric's eyes flash brightly, his hand reaching forward as he shouts, "Come on, Dong Thien." Suddenly, he used the winter manifestation technique, causing a blizzard to appear and blow everything away. Mi Fai was furious and scolded him angrily. "That fool is causing trouble again." Even Camellia couldn't believe that Eric would act like that. The ice crystal is a mysterious item with superior qualities. It is already dangerous on its own, and now it also contains an icy barrier. Her gaze fixed on this Blood Wolf King behind Eric, an entity that had brought eternal winter to the snowfield all along. She can't imagine that he intends to absorb it, even if the one doing it is Eric, and he does so without any preparation. His reckless act of risking his life like that leaves her completely baffled, and she is sure it will have consequences. Maybe your body will be torn apart by that crazy, destructive mana. Eric, what exactly are you trying to do? Back with Elk, he also realized himself to be weaker than this torrent of mana. Do I know what kind of enormous mana this is? You can feel the icy mana flooding into your body. Absorbing such immense power, the seals of the Ice Fury and Ice Blade are also rapidly strengthening. Suddenly, a strange sensation arose in Eric's veins. He was stunned to realize that his current mana flow could no longer handle this raging mana. Despite the mana inside struggling fiercely, he still endured and bore it. I have to hold on no matter what. Eric's eyes gradually become hazy. Suddenly, a beam of light appears on his chest. A little while later, I gradually became more alert. I looked blankly at the white scene before my eyes and wondered, is this my spiritual world? Suddenly, a voice from behind him asked, Do you want to come with me? The The person appearing here is Celia, still so young. The other person is a car gently talking with Celia. Nodding, what does that mean? Aren't you afraid that I, being a bad person, will hurt you? Celia's silence in response to his question is almost eerie. Still, he gently said, why do you see you as an enemy when you're so kind? Finally, the car suggested, all right, let's go together. If we can get to the other side, you won't be sad anymore. Hearing this, Comedia was so happy she threw herself into his arms. Are you always this happy? At that moment, both of them looked in the same direction. Then Comedia ran toward a man and bowed her head as a sign of gratitude. Eric gently said, there's no need to thank me. Just go over there and enjoy yourself. At that, Otto replied, satisfied, you did better than Eden and I expected. We thought you would defeat the Ice General and seal her inside the Ice Spirit. Then the car praised Eric again. But anyway, the last method I accidentally left behind, you completed it faster than I expected. Hearing him say that, Eric also took the opportunity to ask about the winter delivery. Of course it's not easy for him to give you that. I never said you met the conditions. To receive a season, you need to be stronger, learn more, and understand them bit by bit. The series of difficult demands from him made you uncomfortable, and you argued back. What do you mean? I've done so much and you say I'm not allowed? The car saw you getting pretty impatient and explained that I didn't say you couldn't have it. I just said it's not the right time for you to take on winter yet. When the time comes, I will deliver it automatically. So for now, just be patient and keep driving. So this is everything you wanted to say? Then he mocked him while signaling Camellia to come over. Captain Bing, this old man is a bad guy. Come here. Kam saw you calling me, so she quickly came over. You take her hand and say firmly, are you planning to take her to carry out some scheme? I won't let you achieve that. Eric's attitude makes O to sigh helplessly and say, I see you're increasingly taking control and bossing me around. Why has our family become like this? Not even bothering to listen to his complaints, Eric demanded again. Do you really deserve to say that? You only think of ways to bully your own children and grandchildren. So, do you want to give winter to me or not? Same old answer. The car feels that you still can't have it right now. I was just joking. But right now, holding on to it doesn't benefit you. First, you need to establish a solid foundation. Being rejected twice by him made Eric a bit confused, and he replied, well, I've wanted it for a long time, too. But the situation outside isn't very good. Back in the real world, everyone saw him floating motionless in the air and immediately called out anxiously. Eric and Celia tried to wake him up. He needs to wake up quickly. The moment she shouted, a huge, pure-blooded wolf king appeared in front of Elle. If it weren't for returning to the spiritual world, despite the danger outside, Eric would casually recount that he almost lost his head. The car, after hearing your story, gave up and said, well, there's no point in respecting your ancestors anymore. I won't bother keeping you here. The driver straightforwardly dismissed you and didn't forget to remind you. All right? Now go. Once everything outside is settled, remember to come home to see me. And before you really leave, I have one more thing to tell you. All the materials needed to prepare for winter are already gathered there. Back to reality, Celia tries to call Eric, who is unconscious. Despite her frantic calls, he remains motionless. Hurry up! Her frantic shouting echoes everywhere. Wake up. Just when Comedelia was hopelessly thinking that Blood Wolf King would send Eric on his way. Otherwise, surprisingly, a voice suddenly spoke from nearby you. Winter will find you in a terrifying and ruthless form. I hope you won't be swallowed by the demons. The tattoo on your hand begins to glow. The light seeps through every crack of the monster's hand, squeezing Eric, followed by a deafening explosion. It seems Eric has awakened his power. Mi-Fi has noticed this and is somewhat impressed. Even with help from At-Han, absorbing the general level seal is truly the talent of a real demon. Right now, the Blood Wolf King is attacking Ek fiercely, but he doesn't hesitate to launch his own counterattack. Winter, huh? He has truly gained control over Winter and is now free to manipulate it. The Blood Wolf King is furious and swipes with his hand, but Shu, whom he considers an enemy, is unharmed while the king himself is injured. Greetings! Eric is currently attacking with great enthusiasm. My magic energy is on a completely different level. So this is what it looks like when the elements of winter come together. A snowflake-shaped seal and a wolf-shaped seal appear. They are called the Seals of Winter. At that moment, the Blood Wolf King was struggling to break free from Eric's ice chains. Just as he was about to counterattack, suddenly he was hit again by Eric and one more. You even scolded him, saying, "You're too noisy." Without hesitation, you used the silent skill. Suddenly, a bunch of ice chains locked the mouth of the Blood Wolf King shut. Seeing him restrained like that, Eric spoke with satisfaction. Being silent like that, does it make you feel lighter?
The Blood Wolf King is trying his best to escape from the chains, but no matter what he does, he can't succeed because Eric has strengthened his binding skills.
Immediately, the Blood Wolf King was even more tightly bound by the ice chains. He was now trapped with no way out. Seizing the opportunity, Eric rushed towards him, delivering a powerful blow and shouting, "It's over!"
However, life isn't a dream, and when the Blood Wolf King couldn't use his limbs, he resorted to using his mouth. As a result, he escaped from Elk's restraints before you could finish him off.
This situation makes Eric very dissatisfied, as he even becomes stronger. Seeing the Blood Wolf King swallowing his snow, he is a bit surprised. Can even the East Barrier can't withstand that energy? To save time, you quickly use your Divine Eye to check. After a moment of inspection, he realized that the old man was absorbing demonic energy from the air to become stronger. Eric's gaze focused on the core in the middle of the Blood Wolf King's chest and made his decision. To kill him, I have to destroy that core, but it's very difficult to get close because of the Firefox. This moment, the Blood Wolf King was furious, muttering bloody words of slaughter. "I will kill you, Minger. I will kill you, Minger." Given the situation, Eric said seriously, if we leave it be, another Demon King will be born again. However, at this moment, I still haven't figured out a way to deal with it. If something were to happen, I might be able to do something, but there's nothing at all. Just then, Du burst into a hearty laugh and asked, "Do you need my help?" Seeing the beast he raised offering to help, Eric chuckled sarcastically. "Huh? Help? You look like you want to eat that old man." That comment made Du pretend to be hurt and reply, still refusing to ask for help. Your pride is really high."
Of course I don't have time to play with him, so just chase him away. If you don't like it, don't do it.
Your indifference forced him to take things seriously. Of course, not really, Du casually said as his mana seeped closer to the Blood Wolf King, not missing the chance to swallow him whole. As he finished speaking, he appeared with a body 3 times larger than the Blood Wolf King, completely overpowering him. Unable to let himself suffer a loss, he fought the old man with such force that blood was drawn. Eric quickly realized this was his chance while Du was suppressing him. He quickly devised a plan, knowing a sudden attack wouldn't be enough. Once he made his final decision, he charged at the Blood Wolf King with determination, willing to burn all his mana to end the old man with a single final blow. Eric knew which move to use, and he would invoke the final enlightenment that Lord Du had taught him. His eyes now filled with mana and fierce determination. And then the final move you use is the body-strengthening technique. 10,000 tiger claws, 10,000 tiger claws. Immediately, deep gouges are all over the Blood Wolf King. The old man's limbs bled after a scream of pain. His eyes also caught in the attack. Yet within that gaze, still burned with hatred. Seeing Blood Wolf King like that, Eric happily thought it was working. Then suddenly his heart pounded inside him. This causes him to painfully clutch his left chest and curse under his breath, "Damn Long Tam's mana na." In the end, he falls into freefall, returning to Du alongside the Blood Wolf King. At this moment, the old man counterattacked with a claw swipe and escaped from Du. The current situation made Eric feel more panicked than ever. No, if I miss this chance, it will be the end. The symbol on your hand suddenly glows brightly. You don't care because you're still preoccupied with wondering why Mafai's demonic energy suddenly reacted like this. It didn't even react when I absorbed a lower tier barrier. At that moment, Mei Fi appeared and said that my remnants seem to be suppressed by that damn Shin's energy and are reacting to the absorbed demonic aura from the lower tier barrier. He said seriously, "Even so, it's only a small part of my power." Hearing this, Eric felt suspicious. Was Mifai's demonic aura rising because his mana core had been depleted? Suddenly, the beast inside him sneered confidently, saying this much energy was enough. Hearing this, Eric didn't hesitate for a second and prepared to send the Blood Wolf King to the afterlife. Damn fox, never meet again. He clenched his fists and shouted loudly, crushing it. Immediately, the core of power inside the Blood Wolf King shattered and finally broke apart. A sky-shaking explosion erupts, drawing the attention of Vence and Norris. The devastating explosion shattered everything, drawing Valence's attention from afar, and causing the boy to be so stunned he couldn't help but exclaim. No, the scene before Vence is surprised. Spring has finally returned, and the boy has seen a scene that seemed to have faded into the past. If a hot wind rises, the east ice snow will face drought, and the environment will become harsh due to the heat. At that very moment, suddenly Aunt Mia appears. He stands in front of Vence and shouts loudly, ordering the royal knights and warriors to protect his majesty. The reason he did that is because a remaining bit of mana from the Blood Wolf King is rushing toward this place. Other wolves, though scared, still face this overwhelming mana bravely. Aunt Mia knows her own abilities and those of the guards well. We can't stop this fiery wind on our own.
He clenched his fists, filled with regret and anger. I wish we could use magic in times like this. Our situation is a result of the monsters refusing to evolve because of their arrogance. Even though he knew he couldn't survive if he tried to stop this mana flow, he still believed that as long as His Majesty was alive, we could always rise again. So he loudly called on the guards, "O great warriors," to protect His Majesty at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing everything. At the moment it seemed they were about to be doomed, suddenly a strange mana appeared and dispelled the remaining Bloodwolf King's mana, causing Aunt Mia to gasp in surprise. What's that? Someone is stepping out from the smoke. Aunt Mia sharply asked, "Who are you?" Augustine walks forward calmly and sighs in admiration. I should have let me handle it from the start. The old man exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Recalling that day, Augustine asked his obedient disciple, "You don't need my help?" Eric replied, confidently. "I can't keep relying on others forever." But what does that matter? So, Eric liked the old man. Before becoming your disciple, he was still a clan leader guiding his family, and no one would listen to a leader who couldn't do anything himself. He declared seriously, "I will walk every path before me just like him, even if I have to face danger. To bring the family back to its shining glory, you must overcome this yourself. After all, this is the destiny of a member of the Mbinger family." In response, Augustine's question was whether, as his master, he had to watch his student die, and Eric smiled and denied it. "No, you won't die, and at the same time you take the opportunity to ask your master for help. Please, master, protect King Vence and Anromov for me. They are very important to me. That is why Augustine is here to save Vence." After a moment of silence, he finally speaks with a sense of purpose, saying, "That is also my role as a teacher, to protect." Suddenly, the old man turned around and called out, "Hey, monster seeing him?" Aunt Mia calmly replied, "What?" Augustine straightforwardly asked, "Have you met Udin before?" The question made Aunt Mia quite curious, but she had to answer. "Yes." Suddenly, his voice grew deeper. "Look carefully, then." The aura and murderous intent suddenly erupt along with the challenging question. Who is the more dangerous wizard, me or him? Augustine's aura erupts, causing Aunt Mai to step back in fear, trembling as she wonders if she can truly sense his overwhelming power. How powerful is he? At that moment, Augustine took a step forward. With each step, the old man's power radiates undeniable strength and a technique is activated. Darkness is rising. This skill just appeared and made Mia horrified as she realized its power. If the Ice General controls darkness by covering the sun with ice, that thing absorbs all light in the world. The darkness turns white, a terrifying force that not only absorbs death, but also its own presence. The other wolves are affected by this power, each one clutching their ears in pain and crouching down. Aunt Mia couldn't believe that a power like this felt like facing a disaster. No one expected that this kind of strength belonged to a human. After enduring the pain from Augustine's attack, suddenly something in the sky seemed to shatter and the snow and ice disappeared. The current scene is a stunning sunset. The wolves look at each other in confusion, wondering what just happened. The flames were completely extinguished, and Demia, still overwhelmed by her lingering terror, silently thought, thinking of him as a disaster that overwhelmed everything. Suddenly someone called out to him. Aunt Mia saw Vence running towards her and anxiously asked Han, "Your Majesty, are you okay?" The kid anxiously and urgently reports bad news. "We need to return to the city quickly. Eric is in danger." In response to his confusion, Augustine's confident smile appeared as he said, "You think my disciple will fall apart over something like this?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Alec's group was seen approaching from afar. Seeing that you are safe, Vence was so happy he burst into tears. Alongside Eric are some comrades. Flying above is Camellia, and faintly lurking like a ghost is Mi-Fi. While Alec was chatting with his friends, suddenly someone called out to Eric. Seeing Vence standing next to his master and waving enthusiastically, Eric felt a bit embarrassed but also happy and was about to wave back. The moment he called little Vence's name was also when he collapsed. This scene made Isabella panic so much she shouted for Eric. As she and Shin were overwhelmed with confusion and fear, suddenly they both heard Eric snoring loudly, louder than thunder, making them stammer. Eric helplessly sighed with everyone's laughter. He's good at intimidating others. You could say that's his way. All the problems out of the Black Snow Plain have ended. One fine day, when Eric was drunk under a tree, someone suddenly appeared in front of him, making him open his eyes to look. What caught his eye was Celia's innocent childhood smile. As soon as he saw her, Eric smiled and asked, "Are you here to say goodbye?" Comedia didn't answer, but just smiled brightly, and that smile also spread to Eric. He gently stroked Comedia's head and told her to have fun when she gets there.
and not cause trouble. Deep inside, he wondered where she was going. No matter where she goes, I always hope that Commedia will keep smiling happily like this. I wish she won't have to be sad anymore and only laughter remains. Suddenly, Commedia stood up, her voice ringing like a silver bell. Will you play with me again? Her proposal surprised Eric so much that his eyes widened, but then he calmly agreed. Of course. In that moment, Celia responded with a smile more joyful than ever. The beautiful sky with flowers drifting in the wind as they fly to someone's balcony. And then the flower petals gently landed on Eric's face as he slept deeply. He gradually woke up and immediately sat up, wondering how long he had been outside. Just then, someone's voice rang out. You're awake? Seeing someone else in the room, Eric glanced toward the source of the voice. Noticing Vence sitting obediently beside his bed, he curiously asked, How long have you been sitting there? Vence honestly said that Celia told him you would wake up soon, so I just arrived. Eric exclaimed upon hearing this. Oh, I see. Suddenly, the kid handed you a book. He took it and asked curiously, What is this? I received research materials a long time ago. However, this item is different from the documents Eric received. Valence reveals the origin of this book. This is the diary left behind by the Tiger King Du. The fact that the kid gave me the Tiger King's diary made Eric curious and ask, This is an important item for the Tiger King family. Why did you give it to me? Vence replied calmly. Yesterday I accidentally found it while rummaging through the library and discovered something interesting inside the diary. Moreover, the kid convinced Eric to read the page he had marked. I think it would be good if someone else read it too. So I marked the page with a leaf. Please go ahead and read it. Without thinking much, Eric quickly turned to the marked page. The content inside made him gasp in surprise. This is the record of the first day Du met Eric. On the 14th, I discovered an interesting person and brought him to the tribe. This human claims to have been captured by a beastman from a young age, knows how to use brute force, and records what Eric has done for the beastman tribe. On the 16th, the human, whose compatibility with the tribe's culture I am unsure of, adapted very quickly and eased all my worries. The journal continues on the day Alec suggested moving the beast folk to a different place. On the 17th, I wondered if it was finally time for us to settle down. When that kid suggested a perfect place for us, we settled there. Plus, the day when the two of them fought each other. On the 29th, that human was interested in my superhuman techniques. Now I remember, his superhuman techniques are somehow similar to mine. The journal notes that the Ice General appeared around April 16th. Recently, many members of the tribe have been affected by a strange phenomenon called the Ice General. The journey to eliminate the Ice General has begun, led by us, guided by that humanity. And as El read this, he was so stunned he blurted out, Could this all be a setup? Is this real? Your hand trembles as you read the words humanity is mentioned repeatedly in the diary. Is the humanity mentioned in the journal referring to me? Eric never expected the time recorded in the journal to match so precisely with real time. Even the events involving the Ice General that happened afterward perfectly match what was planned. Your hand gently glides over the page. Every line in the journal was read carefully. My sibling has left. She suddenly disappeared, just like the way I found her. Her name is Eric Minger. She said she is the heir of the MBER family. As soon as he read this, Eric was so surprised that he touched the family crest on his chest. Thousands of questions flooded his mind. What kind of setup is this? Looking back, it feels so real that it can't just be a world inside my mind. But if that is reality, it means there is magic that allows people to go back in time. There's no way such divine power could exist. Then he remembered Oto's warning. I don't know anything about it. Oto told me to find him at his private house, and to get the answer. Eric decided that he had to return to the Empire as quickly as possible. At that moment, Shin suddenly rushed to open the door of your room and shouted Eric loudly. Seeing that Eric had woken up, Shin sighed in relief, feeling grateful that he was worried you wouldn't wake up. His hurried actions made Eric sigh in frustration and ask, What do you mean you didn't think I came here because I woke up? What's going on? Shin's voice suddenly became hesitant. That thing! He brought shocking news that left Eric speechless. War has broken out in the Empire. Shin brings shocking news to the three realms. The Empire has erupted into war. Of course, Eric didn't believe it and asked back, What do you mean? Why are you talking nonsense all of a sudden? Are you trying to reveal the traitor? Count wins. Hearing this, Eric was a bit surprised and asked, The Crimson Lion family rebelled. Of course, you also know this family. Count wins. Surely everyone knows who he is. The Crimson Lion clan is one of the 8 vassal families supporting the Empire. According to some information, the Crimson Lion clan also governs the military colonies established to defend the border. His troops are known for being a highly skilled force. That information makes Elk wary of this family. If a place like that were to rebel, it could not be taken lightly. I am still stunned and must add, I hear that by the end of today, Count Win will be declared an enemy of the Empire. This makes Eric feel that something is off, something very suspicious. Very.
You're quite curious. A famous loyal family rebelling. Isn't that strange? Please tell me quickly. I hear he's colluding with the devil.
This information startled Eric, who turned around and exclaimed, "A demon!"
That shocking news is not all. There is another earth-shattering piece of news to be revealed.
That's right. Even more strangely, all of this was led by the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Elk sneered and said, "Crown Prince, are you the one leading the charge against Grigory? It's so rotten I can't stand it, not even close to being the worst." Then he quickly left and also didn't forget to apologize.
Hurry up, we must return to the Empire immediately. A while later, Vence and his entourage personally saw off Eric and his team as they headed back to the Empire.
"Are you leaving already?" Valance felt a bit regretful that they were leaving so soon without having had the chance to repay them. "Compared to what you've done for us, we haven't had a chance to repay you yet." Hearing this from the boy, Eric slowly sat down and asked in a calm voice, "Do you think you still owe me? You left a sincere parting message. Then become a great king. Moreover, Eric said he would wait patiently, so please reward me generously." Valance was so moved by your promise that he burst into tears. This scene made everyone around Eric smile with
satisfaction, while the White Tiger also shed tears as if it were the right thing to do.
Vence then responded,
"I understand, I will do it and will always be by your side. Is that enough?" Eric smiled and praised it was a wise decision.
Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out.
"Are they gone already?"
"Are you leaving soon, eh? Stay and play with us a little longer."
They rushed to hug Eric and whined, "Why are you leaving so early?"
Seeing them like that, Eric chuckled and said,
"I also want to stay, but you gently asked the fairy girls, hugging you like pandas hugging trees."
"Everyone step back and keep some dignity. The reason you asked for that is because you saw the person you needed to see had arrived. Come, she's here." Eric smiled and said, "I plan to stop by the temple before I leave." Calm, still maintaining her proud attitude, replied,
"You must be in a hurry. I wouldn't want to bother you."
After saying that, she looked at him with a heartfelt gaze, and then gently told Elle that the road ahead wouldn't be easy. However, he remained surprisingly calm, as if the road ahead wouldn't be too dull, and Celia could only smile at his confidence. Later, Eric's group truly left. I headed north as ordered and gained something even more valuable than I had hoped for. He stuck his head out of the carriage and waved goodbye to everyone. This journey brought Eric more than he had hoped for, restoring the family's honor and turning the ruler of the Black Snowfield into an ally. Is there any force that can match this power anymore? Eric's hand gently touched the family crest with respect, and on that carriage, his faith and determination to pursue his goal grew stronger and stronger. All of it is the legacy left by my grandfather and ancestors, cherished and developed by us. Eric recalled the farewell smile Celia gave him, and it was in that very moment that he became even more certain of the responsibilities of a clan leader like me. At the same time, at the demon castle, the demon soldiers begged in fear, "Please, sir, forgive us." Ignoring their pleas, the leader is busy reading the letter. Return immediately upon receiving this order, and destroy the sealed letter. After reading it, suddenly a giant mouth appears. That giant mouth bit to death all the demon soldiers present, while they continued to beg desperately. "Please, sir, spare me." The shouts blend with the voices, and no traces should be left behind. The recipient, after reading the letter, mutters to himself, erasing all evidence and gathering at the main base. So finally, the big mission is about to begin. Lucifer is furious and filled with rage over Eric's interference. If it weren't for that damn Minger interfering, we could have presented Bak Fong and Tweet Baodong Thien to Lord Aiol already. To save time, he quickly left, even if it meant retreating for now. However, the burning rage still blazes within him. Next time he meets him, he vows to deal with Elik then. "I will personally present your head to Lord Aelo." Now, Elik's group has returned to the city. Tired, I stretch and ask, "So we have to leave this place too?"
Suddenly a scream rang out, causing the carriage to stop abruptly and everyone inside to be startled. "Stop."
I don't know why the coachman suddenly stopped like that. Inside the carriage, a voice asked, "What's going on?" They stammered, "I think you should come out of the carriage yourself." So Eric and Shin stepped out of the carriage. Immediately, soldiers on the wall warned them, "If you do not comply, we will consider you intruders and open fire." Seeing the weapons in the soldiers' hands, Eric immediately recognized that they had deployed bows to shoot stones from the wall, a tactic used only during war, likely due to the Red Lion clan's rebellion. At that moment, the soldiers on the wall demanded that they declare their identities and the number of people with them, then loudly announced their family name while snapping their fingers. "We are a convoy that passed through here 2 months ago from the Narister family.
Immediately, the crest of your family appeared on the top of the carriage. Without hesitation, he grew impatient and asked the soldiers to open the gate. The soldiers were a bit stunned to see the Ancestor family crest.
They really have come back? I thought everyone had died since we hadn't heard from them for 2 months. Seeing they keep hesitating to open the gate, Shin annoyedly shouted, "Open it now!" As a result, the carriage and the 2 people calmly entered the city. In the Lord's office, the Lord introduced himself respectfully. "I am Vanin." He expressed his remorse for daring to block the Ancestor family's carriage. "Please forgive our rudeness and mistakes. Your understanding in return is appreciated." "It's okay. Moreover, you are even satisfied with your praise. Seeing you all steadfastly guarding the Empire's borders, as a citizen, I can only feel proud." Your compliment made Vanin laugh happily. "Recognized for my contributions by the 3rd young master of the Ancestor family. I've only felt this moved after being here for 30 years. Then suddenly he said something confusing. But today is very strange. Why do so many distinguished guests keep coming to such a remote place? That made me curious and ask, besides us, has anyone else come? The messenger quickly confirms. Yes. Then he reveals the identity of the other distinguished guest. Now that the 4th prince is here, do you want to meet him? This is, without a doubt, he's definitely waiting for us, right? Inside, Eric also wondered why a figure of such importance as the 4th prince would personally come to the border checkpoint at such a critical moment. At the same time, in another room, the 4th prince was growing impatient and tapping his finger hard on the armrest of the chair. Eric wondered what scheme Drum Hen was planning, what he was plotting. In another room, the prince grew impatient as someone rambled on. "Your Highness, since childhood, Eric Mbinger and I have had a very special relationship, a young man trying to prove his worth to Drum. If I personally step in to persuade him, I believe he will lean towards us. He is Rodeo Frank." "Drum!" He simply snorted coldly in thought after hearing that, his emotionless face making Rodeo a little nervous. But he still forced himself to seize this opportunity at all costs. The reason he flattered Dromhan was because of the 4th Prince Dromhan, a genius of the royal family, who was once recognized for his swordsmanship by the Golden Eagle. Although he is still young, he has already been bestowed a title and granted the Black Sage title. Thanks to his own talent, the nobility is betting on him to become the successor. He is one of the 3 people leading the empire. If he can win the favor of the person rumored to become the next emperor. After a moment of silence, Dromhan finally spoke. "All right, I will try to trust you." Hearing his approval, Rodeo happily bowed and replied, "Thank you, sir." Deep down, he was extremely proud, believing he would become the next head of the Frank family. In the guest meeting room, Shin was quite surprised by Eric's decision and asked loudly in response, "Are you really planning to meet him? You usually hate getting involved with the royal family." Eric calmly replied, "I've decided I won't care anymore." And Shin was a bit shocked and exclaimed, "What?" Then he asked sharply, "You bastard, what are you planning this time?" Of course, Eric wouldn't easily tell the truth. "You're just making up a reason that sounds reasonable. What are you planning?" "Not at all. I realize I can't just sit still any longer. I will restore my family's honor." This reason makes Shin doubt and ask again, relying on the 4th prince to rise once more. However, that's just Eric's current words, because he hasn't truly made a decision yet. "So you're planning to take to the skies on the battlefield then?" Eric remained silent, contemplating deeply. Just as Shin said, if he wanted to revive the family, the quickest way was to achieve great deeds in war or to become the king's successor. "You have already planned that since you separated from the crown prince, the 4th prince could be a valuable pawn." Suddenly, the door opens and a man enters, asking, "Are you looking for me?" "You're here already. I've been waiting for you." Ho M looks disappointed and says, "I was hoping you'd come to continue sword training, but judging by this situation, it seems that's not going to happen." Eric laughs and politely invites him in. "Let's talk about that another time. Please have a seat." As soon as he sat down, Herman asked directly, "So why do you want to meet me?" Eric didn't hesitate to answer. "I want to ask you about this. I want to know what kind of person Haksu really is." Your question made Han ponder. "Haksu," then he said, "everyone outside thinks he is full of ambition. They say he's like that, but I see it differently. He considers the Black Master someone who lives fully with passion. He is just a lion obsessed with swordsmanship and martial arts." At this point, Haman added that you might or might not get along with him, but if you meet him in person, maybe you'll find he's not so bad. Eric responded gratefully after hearing this. "Thank you. Thanks to you, I now know how to approach him." Suddenly, Haman hesitated a bit. Additionally, this made Eric stare at him curiously. Then he said something unrelated to the Dark Master, as if you've changed quite a bit. In that moment, Mei Fi appeared and revealed Haman's true intention behind that statement. "I can tell he's itching to have a match with you." Eric chuckled softly and whispered, Actually, I also want to test my martial skills. Without hesitation, you quickly asked if he wanted to spar a match. Of course, Hachman has no reason to hesitate to fight. That's exactly what I was hoping for. A moment later, he led Eric somewhere and looked at the group of soldiers in front of him. Eric helplessly asked, "Did you call these people here?" He forced a nervous smile and denied it, saying, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Mei Fai, seeing this, burst out laughing mockingly and also took the opportunity to taunt Eric. "His performance is also on par with yours." Eric merely sighed in helpless admiration. "This was just a spur-of-the-moment decision on our part. I don't know why this news spread so quickly." Your gaze notices Isabella hiding behind Herman and identifies the culprit. Probably Isabella. Mi-Fi also holds her in high regard. As expected, that girl is not an ordinary person. Her political mind and strategic thinking are very sharp. Even Elk has to admit that she is truly different. She proved her abilities to the Border Defense Forces herself. You also have to acknowledge Isabella's skills and raise your own value before meeting the fourth prince. By then, Elk was ready to have a real showdown with Herman. It seems both he and his daughter planned to give me wings. So I will also fly high to respond. Since he's tough, Herman is going all out too. Don't expect me to go easy on you. You should focus. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat. In a flash, they charged at each other, fighting fiercely and quickly, striking back and forth. The soldiers watching their duel couldn't help but admire that they fought hand-to-hand without using mana or aura. They didn't expect El to be able to duel Herman. The master of a prestigious wizard family is evenly matched with Lam Su, just using his bare hands. It's ridiculous. If a mage is this strong, then what are we supposed to do? The two of them fought so fiercely that they lost track of everything around them, dust and sand flying everywhere. At this moment, Eric was pushed back forcefully, causing the ground beneath his feet to be shattered. I don't mind giving praise to Eric. His movements have become much more precise. However, he still notices weaknesses in each of Eric's gestures, and there are still quite a few unnecessary actions. Hearing that, Eric sighed in reflection, realizing he still needed to continue training under his guidance. Just then, the two of them suddenly saw someone. That person appeared among the soldiers. That person was none other than Drumhen. He is giving a round of applause for Herman and Eric's match. As soon as Eric saw him, he recognized him. So that is the fourth Prince Droman. Immediately, he and Herman bow respectfully to greet Droman. It was already late outside, and Eric was on his way to someone's room when suddenly he unexpectedly saw Rodeo. He just saw Eric and greeted him enthusiastically as if they knew each other from a past life. "Oh, Elk, it's been so long since we last met, my friend." Mi-Fi immediately shows dislike for this Rodeo guy. What's with that arrogant, annoying face? "Do you know him?" Eric whispered. "He is the official heir of the Frank family." Mi-Fi immediately realized after hearing that. "Frank, that infamous secretive family?" Eric quickly confirms. "That's right." Suddenly, Mei-Fai burst into laughter and said that he is the traitor. At that moment, the unshaken Rodeo dared to approach El and ask why everyone was so silent, casually assuming that maybe you were just a bit shy after all these years of not meeting. I don't know where he got the confidence to claim he knows he hates my family, but because Mbinger's assets are with us, he can't see us as enemies. Rodeo seems delusional, thinking Elk won't smash him to pieces. Furthermore, now our family is not only a vassal of MBER, but also a major power in the court. He won't dare to oppose us. Moreover, he even arrogantly declared, "So if our family proposes to return Mbinger's assets, he will be forced to cooperate with us." Then Rodeo casually put his hand on Eric's shoulder and foolishly brought up something he shouldn't have mentioned. "My friend, before meeting the prince, I want to discuss the matter of MBER's assets being in our family's hands, so I won't let him finish speaking." Eric said coldly, "Hey, stop giving orders and put your hand down." This scene surprised Rodeo so much that he shouted out loud, "Huh?" Frustrated with this guy, Elk emphasized once more, "I told you to put your hands down." Your threatening aura scared Rodeo so much he stepped back. The scene in front of him makes Mei-Fai secretly pleased, so it turns out those who claim to be MBIER's right hand know nothing about him at all. At this moment, Eric's voice coldly said that Frank should have shown the utmost respect to me. Yet, a young master like you, I clearly understand your anger, the grudge that the Mingor family carries. Eric's deadly aura and intimidation explode as he calmly questions, "Do you dare speak insolently to an imperial envoy?" Mi quietly whispers to himself, he is certain that Eric's hatred will never fade. Regarding the bloodline of Frank that has endured for over a millennium, they became a solid shield protecting the Minger family, a vassal stained with the blood of countless enemies drawn by greed. This is the reason why my sister and I call the clan leader Frank Uncle and place great trust in him. But in the end, they betrayed the Eric family, and now they stand with the royal family. the ones who seized the inheritance rights and pushed MBER to the brink of extinction.
And that's not all, they also desire things they have no right to, and even worse, they plot to steal the proud magical bloodline title that belongs to us.
They planned to force my sister to marry Rodeo Frank, but after using Eric's sister and rejecting the engagement,
We were abandoned in an abandoned villa, struggling to survive.
Eric never expected that at this moment.
And after everything they did, they still couldn't play the righteous hero, could they? Knowing he couldn't fight back and that he was of low status, Rodeo quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake.
Sir, I am truly too rude. Seeing him so disgusting, El harshly ordered him to leave. If you know, then leave here quickly. I don't want to see your face anymore. After saying that, he casually walked away. Rodeo was then filled with hatred towards him. At this moment, Eric has entered to meet Droman Eric Minger. The radiant aura of the imperial family, the head of the Minger clan, requests an audience with Prince Droman. With a welcoming smile, Droman warmly responded to Elric. It's a pleasure to meet you. The attitude of this person makes Elric wonder. It's obvious he must have heard everything outside the door, yet he showed no reaction at all. Even Mi-Fi also commented that he didn't care about his subordinates being insulted, and instead watched the opponent with interest. Eric boldly guessed that perhaps he had understood the true nature of Rodeo Frank and no longer had any expectations. He probably just wants to see how I respond. Suddenly, Dromhan asked a question that made Eric nervous. You just used the body enhancement spell in the battle against the Lion Mage, didn't you? Eric was stunned beyond expectation. The body enhancement technique? Does he recognize it now? For the moment, they just stare at each other without saying a word. Everyone has their own plans in mind. Seeing Eric's body tense like a stretched string, Dromhen smiled and patted his shoulder, promising, I know this magic is classified as a forbidden spell by the Magic Tower, so rest assured, no one else will find out about this. Suddenly, his voice faltered a little, and now he asked straightforwardly without any beating around the bush, Tell me your feelings about MBER's old territory. This again surprises Eric once more. Why is that? Amidst the tense atmosphere, Mi-Fi suddenly burst into laughter. He found this situation incredibly interesting beyond his own imagination, and at the same time, he also had a different perspective on Droman. It seems you've let your guard down. He's very skilled at taking the initiative in negotiations. Eric immediately took a defensive stance against the scheming and cunning fourth prince, expecting the conversation to proceed slowly. I didn't expect him to get straight to the point like that. If I'm not careful, I will completely lose control of this negotiation. Your hand clenched into a fist, then you asked, So sorry, but what do you mean? Dromhen suggests we skip the roundabout and get straight to the point. I am used to being straightforward and dislike beating around the bush. If Minger is willing to support me, I will simply reciprocate with what I can offer. In response to his proposal, Eric's questioning tone was sharp. The family estate had become a wasteland, where not even weeds could survive due to a wicked curse. So what do I have left to offer here? Before I could get an answer from Droman, suddenly the servant beside him was whispering something. I don't know what the butler said that made him frown in annoyance, but then he quickly returned to normal and said, Oh, it seems I was rude. My apologies. Drom's sneaky and calculating voice whispered out, a land that can rival MBER's former territory. For example, he promised to give Elk a generous reward. I will grant you a border region within the territory of the Red Lion family. This made Eric slightly surprised and wonder if the Red Lion family, that precious land like gold, was really willing to give it away. You seem quite curious, and he even said he would face the opposition from allied nobles himself. Not everyone dares to do that without real determination. Still, it's not easy to get him to agree. However, he quickly bowed and refused, apologizing. But he is only a servant of the Empire and simply follows orders from above. Elk silently thought that from the beginning he had no intention of negotiating. According to his original plan, he just wanted to test his own worth and identify what kind of person Drom H was. Even if you refuse, Droman remains patient and continues to advise. However, my offer still stands, so please consider it positively. If you need, I am willing to offer even more incentives. His determination makes Eric admire him. So you won't give up easily, huh? So if you're not afraid to make that suggestion, then perhaps I can also make a request. Outside the corridor, someone is so angry they're pounding their hand against the wall. Rodeo is furious and losing his mind. Eric and Binger, you really have some nerve. With his personality, he could only think it to himself. Do you think you can insult me, just with that noble title? I swear I will avenge this insult 1,000 times over. Just then someone called out to him. Sir Rodeo Frank, the butler approaches and informs you that His Highness is looking for you. Upon hearing Dromhen call him, Rodeo turned back and respectfully asked, Your Highness, are you summoning me? Seeing the person arrive, Drom. He looked at Eric and asked, So I've called Frank Rodeo. Tell me, what do you want? Rodeo looked at Eric, who was silent, and thought to himself, Eric, that bastard must have failed the negotiation and is now trying to use me as a middleman. He foolishly believed that. Does he think that will ease the tension between us? He smirks quietly and says, Just tell me your demand directly, and I will double the insult I just endured. After a moment of silence, Eric pointed at Rodeo and demanded his right arm from Rodeo Frank. His request left Drom so stunned he didn't know what to say. Even Rodeo couldn't believe what that bastard just said. At this moment, Dromhen finally spoke up, saying, The Frank family is on my side, you know that. Eric paid no mind and replied indifferently. Unfortunately, his thug-like behavior made Drom H seriously reconsider. This only makes Rodeo misunderstand. Do you think His Excellency would abandon our family just because of someone like you? The Frank family has served the fourth prince for many years. At that moment, Droman finally asked, Rodeo Frank, are you my foster son? Rodeo raised his face to the sky and replied, Yes. The Frank family and the lower god have long sworn loyalty to His Highness. Droman, hearing that, immediately said, I beg your forgiveness for my upcoming actions. This statement left Rodeo feeling confused. What do you mean? Is that what you intend? Before he could finish speaking, Droman drew his sword and cut off Rodeo's right arm, which fell heavily onto the table. In that stunned scene, Rodeo's scream echoed out. My hand, my arm. Even El was a bit surprised that the crazy guy only intended to disrupt the negotiation. Dromhan then raised Rodeo's right arm and asked, What do you think? Even though he had just committed a bloody deed, he still smiled brightly and asked, Do I now have enough to be your friend? Seeing him like that, Eric couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Indeed, he had lost his mind. So you asked again to be sure that you have sacrificed so much just to form an alliance. Are you really sure? Frank and the other noble families will surely turn their backs on you. Dromhen confidently replied, No need to worry about that. The Frank family will never dare betray me. His words make Eric certain that he has already taken control of the Frank family and even holds power over other noble houses. Instead of fearing Drum, he was quite interested in him. If he could have him as a friend, it would definitely be very interesting. Seeing Eric silent all this time, Droman asked again. At least I have shown my sincerity. What do you think? Just as Eric was about to answer, suddenly, for some reason, he quickly turned to look out the window. Even Droman turned his gaze in that direction. The window was shattered, and shards flew everywhere. The butler outside, hearing the loud noise, rushed into the room and called out, Your Highness! The moment he shouted, the assassins rushed towards Drum and Eric, urging you to leave immediately. One attacker tried to ambush Eric, but he quickly dodged, and a quick glance at them made him realize they were assassins. Moreover, he didn't expect that even with the guards and royal escorts here, they would dare to attempt an assassination. To prevent them from overwhelming us, Eric immediately counterattacked and froze the assassins. His hand suddenly clenched tightly. The assassins trying to ambush you were frozen instantly while you were busy searching for Drome H. Hurry up, you must protect the prince. His eyes meet the sight of Droman calmly fighting back against the assassins. I'm fine. At this moment, Drom. He lifted his foot and stomped hard on the ground, causing the assassins to fall backward. Not stopping there, he quickly moved forward and used his skilled swordsmanship to kill the assassins. Dromhen's technique was both decisive and fierce. Anyone daring to stand in his way was sent to their doom, and the murderous aura inside Droman exploded and spread everywhere. Right now, Elk can rest assured about this fourth prince. Yes, he's the Dark Knight, so I have nothing to worry about. At that moment, a few more assassins burst into the room. It's the prince. Eric saw these fools dare to rush in and helplessly exclaimed, Do they want to die? Before any of the assassins could attack, a sudden scream rang out. Who dares to attack the prince? This scream drew their attention, and as soon as they turned around, everyone exclaimed. Are they really going this far? Ellis's team arrived and charged into the fight, fighting off the assassins to protect the prince. After a fierce fight, the royal army arrived. The scene is now covered in blood, with the bodies of the assassins scattered everywhere. The support team has arrived in full force. The royal army and the Lam Su are here. The remaining assassins couldn't tell left from right and kept advancing blindly, leaving Eric helpless and unsure of what to face. Herman and Dromhen nodded at each other in agreement. Immediately, both of them charged forward together. Droman swung his sword once. Hamon struck again. Seeing them fighting so fiercely, Eric felt quite relaxed and hummed to himself. Now I feel sorry for them. Facing two lions at once, suddenly your eyes look in one direction. So I realize you noticed the mages playing hide-and-seek in the room and will deal with those still hiding. Eric has been paying attention to these little mice all along. One of them whispers a reminder. Don't touch the blue mages, just target the prince. Seeing the opportunity, he raised his hand and signaled, and immediately the others received the order to rush forward. Before they could do anything, suddenly a barrage of ice arrows shot towards them. The leader saw his team shot dead and let out a terrified scream. That's enough. That's when he focused on finding the one responsible for causing that trouble. Then Eric noticed him. He grinned mischievously and mercilessly sent that sneakiest rat on his way to destruction. After finishing those things, Eric smugly blew on his finger. Mi-Fi wondered what kind of pose that was. He shrugged casually and replied, I don't know, I just felt I had to do it. Then, his gaze turned toward the assassins as he kept pondering. These poor guys, they seem skilled, but unfortunately their nemesis is right here. Now L's face darkened as he wondered, who are these guys? Going this far, just to assassinate a fourth prince. After some thought, he decided that his first step was to capture a few of them and question their father. Before you could do anything, someone stopped you. You can't catch them. Hearing the familiar voice, Eric immediately stopped and called out in surprise. Huh? Your sister wondered and asked, Hi, Dai. So you mean you couldn't catch them? Hi, Dai coldly replied. They have been trained to this level. She looked around at the assassins and said that if they do not surrender themselves, a mind control procedure will be activated to kill them. Seeing how knowledgeable she is, Eric quickly asked, Do you know who they are? She simply exclaimed 2 words, SEMA. This name surprised and puzzled Eric. Is the organization called SEMA real? Recently, they have been very mysterious. Her knowledge made Eric curious. So, how do you know that? Her eyes suddenly sharp. She glances at the zombie horde and says in a tense voice, Because your mercenary team leader is their enemy, it's a long story. Her attitude just made Elric helplessly smile. Then, as he was muttering to himself, a previously unseen organization suddenly signaled loudly, and everyone retreated. Seeing them about to leave, a calculating smile appeared on Eric's face. Planning to run? If you decide to let your subordinates follow these zombie-like creatures, I will send my men after them. Just as you're feeling confident, thinking you didn't expect this, right? Suddenly, a strange aura and a deep voice from someone else made him startle. Well, if I abandon the mission like this, the core members of the organization will be exposed. Eric was stunned and thought to himself, No way, I can't believe there is someone like this. You notice a masked figure made of wood who has appeared out of nowhere, with no aura at all. Huyen An draws his sword and asks, So this is your game? The sword is drawn with full power. And so, the insects secretly attached to the red demons who had been killed by Huyen An, causing Elric to become a little angry. Does he really care about his subordinates? Dromhen also noticed his presence at that moment and asked, So you're the leader. What kind of monster are you? Who sent you here? Huyen An calmly replied, I guess you didn't think I would say anything, right? The prince didn't bother asking further. Dromhen decided to cut Huyen An immediately. That's right. If you spit out everything, it would be pretty boring. Is right behind him. The two of them team up to attack Huyen An together. After taking their 2 strikes, Huyen An remains very calm, but being surrounded by lions is not good at all. Hman and Dromhand were a bit surprised to see that Huyen An was not hurt at all after the fight, and this time he was the one to strike back at them. Watching them retreat after the attack, he calmly said, I also enjoy playing, but today isn't suitable. No need to waste more time. He quickly left the place. I must go now. Before he could let Huyen An go, he was unexpectedly blocked, distracted, and scattered, causing him to panic and exclaim, What? A voice exclaimed, surprising Huyen An, You can come here whenever you want. Eric rushed to punch Huyen An, but he didn't just go anywhere. He used 2 techniques, enhanced physicality and heavenly crane. Slash to attack, yet Huyen An still dodged and even exclaimed in admiration, I still thought you were just a mage. It seems Elk's attack was so powerful that it tore apart several walls in the mansion. Huyen An, seeing this, could only marvel and say, Just a quick pass and already so dangerous. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, Eric immediately used a stunning move. The red ice immediately appeared and charged forward. Without any hesitation, Huyen An easily cut through the ice chain, and even contemptuously said that wanting to be quiet was impossible. Seeing that too much time had passed, he hurried to climb over the balcony to leave, but before he could go, he was pierced by El's attack. Every arrow he shot was easily cut apart by Huyen An. Not sure who he saw at that moment, but he burst into laughter. It turned out Huyen An saw He Ji rushing at him, ready to strike with a hammer. The only woman in Black Tower.
He stepped back to avoid Haiji's attack and asked aloud,
Are you teaming up with Mingor's master again? Just as Huyanan was sighing, Eric's sisters charged at him. This was unexpected. No one knew what his face looked like because it was hidden behind a wooden mask. On the other side, he saw Herman and Droman rushing towards him at the same time. Things are getting even more complicated now. He is surrounded from 4 directions by experts, leaving Huyanan with no choice but to decide. Suddenly, an explosion appears, knocking back the 4 experts, leaving Eric stunned and questioning. He just defended against a coordinated attack from 4 people. Now Huyanan appears confidently after the explosion. His image suddenly appeared blurry and faint, which surprised Eric a little. What is this? The energy has changed. He notices the strange change in the illusion. It was just a gentle breeze before. Now it's completely silent, and the air feels frozen, as if facing an invisible ghost. Not realizing the danger, he hurriedly shouted a warning, "Get back quickly!" Suddenly, the illusion disappeared somehow, which left Dromhen a bit shocked. They are both stunned. Eric is just as surprised. You frown and look around, searching for him. Where is he? Eric used the divine being to find someone, but couldn't locate them. Not even the divine being recognized them. At that moment, Du appeared and sneered, "How could you be so foolish?" Seems like he was warned, so Eric quickly dodged the fatal blow. Huyanan sighed and said, "Dodge it? Not bad." After saying that, his image faded into a blurry haze.
That made Eric nervous again, relying on his instincts to dodge. He dodged another attack and silently thought, damn it, I don't know the position. How can I attack?
At this moment, he was struggling to dodge the attacks. The illusion didn't know that Du had helped Eric, so he said aloud that it seemed like you could read my every move. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "Are you the reason this assassination failed?" Suddenly, a soldier's agonized scream made Eric turn in shock to look. The other soldiers were stunned and exclaimed, "Karen, what just happened?" At that moment, others were also attacked unexpectedly. Even the royal knights were caught off guard. This situation forced the knights to quickly gather around to protect Droman and the prince. Shouts echoed everywhere as the guards formed a circle and tightened the perimeter, but before they could do anything, they were cut down. This scene makes Eric feel both worried and furious, as he thinks we need to find a way to deal with him and gather information about him. Then he turns to Heidi and asks, "Do you know anything else about him? Are we supposed to find a ghost that can't be seen with the naked eye?" Mifai also appeared and said he's not an easy opponent. Even I can't see him. Suddenly, Eric thought of something. Wait a minute. A shadow ghost? What's wrong? You didn't answer but just confirmed that something is definitely it. Eric closed his eyes and thought that no matter how much he resembled a ghost, the surrounding ice and snow, along with his pride in having a thought, meant he wasn't truly a spirit like Mifai. So he used a spinning move, and the ice and snow began to cover him. If he still has a body, then definitely. The footprints left by Huyanan will be visible on the snow-covered ground. The footprints just appeared, causing everyone to chatter. We've seen those footprints. He's right there. Realizing he can no longer play the ghostly game, Huyanan appears and says, "So you used this method to track my direction?" Then suddenly charges at Droman. Still, the outcome remained the same. Just as he was about to strike, Eric acted first and stopped Huyanan. Inner strength waves. Without even trying to dodge, illusion image strikes and shatters the ice wall. Being blocked by Eric made him furious, and the one he glared at was the very person. So he decided to deal with Eric first. "First, I have to finish off that damn Minger." Suddenly, Han appeared and said in a stern voice, "Why do you dare to look down on me?" Han attacked Huyanan and shouted, "I am extremely angry while fighting him." Huyanan felt something was wrong. Damn it, facing Lam Lion head-on isn't easy. Even though he's one-on-one with Haman, Huyanan still keeps an eye on Eric behind him. And because of that guy, I couldn't use my invisibility spell either. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared. Huyanan notices the aura, takes the chance while he's distracted, and strikes with a swift blow. He doesn't bother arguing with Hamon, focusing solely on the new, overwhelming, and brutal pressure that is impossible to resist. That pressure comes from Augustine, the one Huyanan calls White Knight. Just appearing, Augustine already scolds in annoyance, criticizing how a single cowardly person makes everyone struggle. As soon as they saw the old man, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking we were saved. Augustine's appearance left Huyanan helpless. With this group, I won't be able to do anything. Eric silently told himself that no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of the master. Now Huyanan respectfully spoke. "Long time no see." He addressed Augustine as 2 words. "Master." This shocked Eric so much he was gaping. "Master?" Augustine coldly questions, "Who are you calling master with those 2 words?" Illusion responded calmly, You have always considered him your master, so could it be you never thought so? He didn't argue with him and simply gave a cold command. What does that have to do with me? Stop bothering me and get lost. However, before actually leaving, he looked at Eric and said, Congratulations on finally finding a disciple to pass on your martial arts. Seeing how verbose this guy was, Augustine quickly lost patience and threatened him. I told you it's none of your business. If you didn't hear me clearly, do you need me to carve new ears for you? No need. I will take my leave now. Just remember, never let me see your face again. Huyan calmly said as he disappeared, I will respectfully greet you when the opportunity arises. Seeing that, Eric thought to himself that if the master had made up his mind, even the prince would find it hard to stop him. He was a bit curious about Augustine and the illusion. Who is the masked figure, also called master, and what is their true relationship? The sky is already bright. Droman felt a bit regretful and said, I hope we can chat a little more. Eric calmly replied, I am sure we will have a long talk next time. His next words surprised Droman a little. At that moment, we will strengthen this friendship. Realizing that this was your agreement to cooperate, Drumhen was overjoyed and said, Muang Kwang, your technique is truly impressive. Next time we meet, I want to have a fight with you. Eric also responded without hesitation. I also look forward to that day. So a friendship was formed. Seeing that there was nothing else, Drumhen quickly left. I'm heading out now. After saying that, he turned and left. Eric watched his figure and smiled. Just then, Shin from somewhere ran over and called out loudly to Eric. Seeing him in such a hurry, Eric asked with curiosity, Huh? What's going on? He just sighed and said that my father wants to see us urgently. Soon after, everyone gathered together. In Eric's mind, he was only worried about Drum, unsure if they would return safely. After seeing him off at the gate, Herman bid farewell. Maybe it's time for us to say goodbye, Eric agreed, thinking it was a pity, but since Lamb the lion would get into big trouble if he went to Hogrum, it was best to part ways here. Isabella smiled warmly and told him to take care of his health. Eric also chuckled in response. So do I, Isabella. The two of them exchanging glances made those around them smile with hidden intentions, even Mei-Fi chuckling awkwardly. So it turns out Eric has been thinking all sorts of wrong things in his head, so he decisively brushes those thoughts away. He lets out a faint, helpless sigh. Back in the present, Eric bravely asked, Master, may I ask about your relationship with the masked assassin? This question surprised Augustine slightly. The old man remained silent and then said, You don't need to know about that. His refusal to answer Eric's question surprised both him and Hai. However, Augustine only left a promise that there would be an answer someday. A while later, they all left in a carriage. At that castle, a figure was walking leisurely down the corridor. Just as they were about to open a door, they heard someone inside say, You left confidently when you left. The man inside the room sneers, now truly pathetic. He is the Red Lion Andrew Wynn. Ignoring the man, Huyan simply tiredly slumps into a chair. At this moment, Andre stood up and asked, but more importantly, where is the head of the fourth prince? Don't tell me you returned empty-handed. Come on, you're just joking, right? You left with such confidence. His mocking tone made it clear. Huyan couldn't be fooled. The one who claimed to be able to stuff everything into a bag ended up empty-handed. Then he sat next to Huyan and asked, Where did you hide it? Do you want to surprise me? Seeing how this guy is so reckless, Huyan pushed Andre's hand away and shouted loudly, Shut up! Your attitude makes Andre realize, oh, so you really failed. So he laughed heartily. You once said that assassinating the fourth prince outside the palace was as easy as flipping a hand. Tired of his nonsense, Huyan could only helplessly lament. Damn it, your mouth is the real problem. Now, Andre asked, so why did you fail? Suddenly, Huyan uttered the name Eric Imbinger. Hearing that, Andre curiously asked, is the Ember clan leader really that powerful? Even though he's called the successor of Bai Da, isn't he just a mage? The illusion appears indifferent and states that our information is already outdated. He seems to hold a high opinion of Eric's abilities. The MBR I met is a failed wizard, but his skills are quite impressive. Andre then sighed and asked, Merbinger, is it true that he's still Minger? When did everything start to go wrong? His mind was flooded with questions. Is it because I refused the prince's request for my support? Is it because I turned down the prince's offer to support him? The current situation has left him with no way out. No matter what, I am branded as the rebel leader, and I cannot defend myself. The reason Andre wanted to capture the fourth prince was to exchange him for a new deal with the crown prince, or to use him as a hostage to force the royal family to withdraw their troops. But life didn't go as planned, and all my plans fell apart. Suddenly, Huyan's voice rang out, drawing Andre's attention. Just as his deep voice echoed, a figure appeared right outside the door. There was only one choice left, wasn't there? A pair of sisters appear and ask, "So you have failed. Now will you answer me?" As soon as he saw them, Andre quickly stood up and thought to himself that because of his decision, thousands of loyal subordinates might have to die. He approached the two sisters, but now was not the time to weigh gains and losses. He knew full well that the reason for accusing us of treason was just a pretext to frame me for colluding with the demons, so Andre's determined gaze made me realize I had to give them what they wanted. It is now night at a mansion. Y sternly says, "I know you must be tired after the long journey, but the reason I summoned you urgently is this." He handed me a scroll carefully sealed with a stamp. As I unrolled it, Eric exclaimed in shock, "This is why." Mak states that the Emperor himself issued the imperial decree. The contents of the letter cause Elk's expression to darken. The Minger family is forced to go to war, and any orders from the Emperor against them will be punishable by death. At the same time, the contents of the imperial decree appear. The imperial decree stamped with gold was sent to the Minger family, the Empire's subjects, and longtime friends of the royal family, and I personally issued the order. To prevent abuse, high-ranking noble families are only allowed to use it very rarely. For the MBER, they are only allowed to be issued a maximum of 2 such edicts. Therefore, the royal family has not used the Gold Seal Imperial Decree for hundreds of years to maintain control over Minger. Yet now, they are using it. After reading everything, Eric gritted his teeth and thought to himself, the smell of conspiracy is too obvious to ignore. Mei Fei quickly crossed her arms and spoke, as if she had already dug a pit and was forcing us to jump in. Aren't they openly declaring that they want to harm us? The next second, he angrily slammed the table and stood up. What the hell is this supposed to be? Binger isn't even a family that serves Narister, I can't help but question. Father, are you going to ignore this matter? Still, Y remained calm and composed and asked gently for an explanation. I'm also not pleased that the royal family looks down on us like this. There's no way they don't know about our marriage agreement with Binger. It's unclear whether they intend to break the relationship between the two houses or have other plans. But one thing is certain. This order is too lenient, making me suspect whether it was actually signed by the Emperor himself. Let's ask that question later. It seems the master of Mbinger has also realized. What do you think, Father? Before W could respond, Eric spoke up. If we resist, they can easily kill us for insulting the royal family, or push us to the front lines and then fabricate an accident. At this point, he smirked as if he had already guessed the royal family's plan. Whatever the outcome, the royal family wouldn't suffer any loss. Upon hearing L's laughter, he angrily said, "In this situation, how can you still laugh when you're about to walk right into a trap yourself?" Without hesitation, he eagerly replied, "Anyway, we've already decided to enlist. Besides, why wouldn't I be smiling?" Then Eric continued in a low, gloomy voice, "I'm planning how to bury that damn prince alive." That name instantly made Sheen's face darken. It was that crazy guy again. After a moment, he started telling Mei Fei his plan. "Mi Fai, since the crown prince is also after Gregory, if we combine them, we might take both of them out at once." He replied calmly, "That's right. That's how it should be." In an instant, Shin asked curiously, "Eric, there's still a month before the summons deadline. What do you plan to do?" Hearing that, Eric chuckled softly and said, "You need to complete 2 tasks, and I will need your help to switch scenes to the Central Magic Regulation Bureau." Inside the room, Brian's voice, full of annoyance, echoed, "This is such a hassle. So troublesome." He clenched the paper tightly in his hand, never expecting that there are still fools who only rely on proxies. At the same time, the content of the letter appeared. A letter of recommendation for the Nestor Region Priority Mage exam. The next moment, Brian aggressively turned to the next page. As soon as he saw Eric's name, he harshly read out Eric Minger on the carriage. "Shin, do you really need to get your wizard's license right now, Eric?" Seeing that, I immediately explained that with a wizard's license, I could take on an important role in the war. However, he still remained confused. "Under Duke Chanzong's protection, they will naturally grant you command. Why go through the trouble?" Eric continued to answer Shin's question. "If that's the case, I would surely be restricted to what I want to do. Moreover, I have another reason as well. You didn't even need to hear the whole sentence. I already knew, and you didn't intend to tell me that reason either." The boy gently apologized. "Sorry, that's a family matter. I suddenly wanted to ask about it, but are you sure you can cram in time? That exam won't be easy." With an extremely confident tone, Eric firmly said that even though I always failed at the academy because of my embolism, he forgot that I was always top in theory, right? His nonchalance only makes him more anxious. "Hey, do you think the academy exam is the same as the mage certification test?" After a brief pause of about 2 seconds, "Let me explain. Each judge will give a different question, especially that Judge Brian, with only a 0.1% chance of passing.
Even though he's still worried, Eric calmly replies that it just proves all the other candidates are useless. Isn't the exam supposed to last 8 hours? Please, answer quickly.
Yeah, that's what they say. After hearing the answer, he slowly spoke up. Take a rest for a bit. Next, Eric confidently announces to Shin that he will finish within 30 minutes with a perfect score. This scene shifts to the Magic Regulation Bureau, where Brian introduces himself seriously. I am Brian, a 5th-level judge of the Central Magic Regulation Bureau. Are you Eric Minger, the candidate?
Eric immediately replied,
Yes, I can start the exam now. He decisively turned away and said, We will begin immediately after verifying your identity according to the regulations. At the same time, Mei Fei, floating in the air, spoke up. So he is the person your brother mentioned. Having only been in contact for a short time, Alec also seems to be quite unsure. After a while, gentle sunlight began to shine into his exam room. Brian just brought the exam paper and explained the test content. The first part includes elements, physical magic, spirit words, alchemy, ancient techniques, dark magic, and literary skills. A written exam with a total of 600 questions. Note that using magic will be considered cheating. Eric casually itched his ear as if he didn't care about the exam at all. Is there really a need to use magic? His attitude secretly annoyed him. Brian knows that Eric has recovered and become a hero in Len, but his arrogant attitude is intolerable. Thinking of this, he grits his teeth, and even if it's just about submitting an application to restore the Sangha family's honor through connections, don't think Brian doesn't understand. The next second, he slowly announced the start. Without hesitation, Eric opened the exam paper and began working. Brian immediately confirmed in his mind when he saw his relaxed expression. As expected, it was just a pretense. It seems he can't hide his contempt for Eric. Even Tassa Nerester, the only one to score a perfect score, hesitated for a long time before giving the answer. As soon as Brian finished thinking, he had already completed the test. Was he even pretending anymore during those 15 minutes? Or did he just give up? Did he once truly respect the Minger family, but now he's just tarnishing their name? Immediately, Brian's shocked scream rang out. An absolute score that seems impossible to believe with his own eyes. He was panicked. What is going on? How is that possible? Ignoring Brian's surprise, Eric calmly said, Can we move on to the next section? Hearing that, he hesitated. All right, fine. In a flash, Brian suddenly remembered. That's right. He's always been the top in theory at the academy. Clearly, Eric has pondered theory for thousands of years. Hearing this, he smirked with excitement. However, the second part, the test of controlling magic energy, cannot rely solely on theory. Immediately after, Rand guides him to place his hand on the magic circle. Watching Eric perform the test, he thought to himself that the amount of magic and purity must exceed the standard. Even many experienced mages fail this test. Before Brian could rejoice, the sphere emitted a blinding flash of light. What is that? What is this? The light is so intense that the sphere gradually shows many cracks. As expected, the sphere shattered into pieces amidst Eric's overwhelming power, and Brian quickly turned pale at the sight. Seeing that, Eric scratched his head nervously. Would breaking it be considered cheating? His eyes show clear despair after receiving too many shocks in a short time. Outside the management office, Sheen is waiting for him but can't believe his eyes. You're surprised. What did you say? You really went outside after half an hour? Quickly, Shin asked about the results, and Eric broke into a very joyful smile. He confidently took out a piece of paper and asked what for, which was unnecessary. At this moment, the paper displayed the words Temporary Sorcerer Certificate, Eric, head of the Embinger clan. The headline on the newspaper displayed the entire exam results, with the highest score shining brightly belonging to Eric Embinger. At that moment, a steady voice echoed, I will come back while this tea is still warm. Before leaving the carriage, he clearly showed confidence to his friend. He couldn't take it anymore and slammed the paper down on the table, shouting, Are you planning to write an entire novel here with me? Fai's annoyed expression, Shin continued to exclaim, That's right, that annoying lucky guy. How did you finish in just 30 minutes? After a moment, he curiously asked, Yagd, so where are you going for the third test today? That task, Eric replied softly, I will go to the soul-chaining forest. That answer surprises me, huh? It seems simpler than I thought, not wanting to attract too much attention. Why not choose a more challenging place to test? I'm just trying to finish quickly since time is running out. So, Eric asked cautiously, Mi-Fi, is the story about the car and the heavenly tale true? Mi-Fi quickly replied, Whether you believe it or not is your choice. Hearing that, he suddenly thought of the gloomy scene in the forest, a celestial story hidden among spirits. If it was On's work, it was easy to believe.
Perhaps the ghosts rumored to haunt the Shichhon forest are the guardians of the celestial story.
While Eric and Shin were engrossed in their conversation, a sudden knocking on the door made them both turn around. The next moment, the door slowly opened, revealing Hiji entering. "Eric, can I talk to you alone for a moment?" Under the gentle moonlight of the late evening, Eric and Hiji walked slowly along the road. She calmly asked him, "Are you saying you will go to the Wind Border province?" No hesitation. Eric replied, "Yes, the Imperial Seal has been issued. Do you have any other options?" Not only me, but Ma Thap and the Lai Duke family were also summoned. Why did you bring that up? Hai Dai immediately replied, "Because it seems like you also have to go there. Your organization has received a total mobilization order." This information makes Eric hesitate for a moment before asking, "But
You don't have to obey. You're not an official member yet."
Haiji's calm voice echoes, "Even allied members must go. If you are absent, you will be expelled permanently." It seems Eric does not agree with this decision of hers. No, but before you could finish speaking, Hai slammed her suitcase to the ground. She firmly said, "Just because you're starting to live honestly doesn't mean you have the right to tell me to give up. Thanks to you, I no longer have to worry about money, but I love my work and am proud of what I've built myself. So you tell me to put down my weapons and rest. If you foolishly bring up marriage, I will smash your skull first." And after hearing her sincere words, Eric quickly responded, "I won't say anything. That's your sister's life. Why do you have to interfere?" From behind, Mei Fi rests her chin on her hand and comments, "Your sister is much braver than most people," he quickly replied. "Without that resilient spirit, how could our family have survived until now? If she had magical talent, the head of the family would be her, not me." A moment later, Eric gently said goodbye. "All right, stay safe. See you at the front lines." Then, Haiji turned around and wished for my plan to succeed. To reassure her, I confidently affirmed that she has always protected our family, right? From now on, I will carry that burden, so you can rest assured. As soon as Eric finished speaking, Haiji gently reached out and pat his head. She gently praised him. "Have you grown up?" Under this warm head pat, Eric smiled brighter than ever as the scene shifts to the Shichhon forest. At this moment, Ben caught up with Sophia's group, causing her to panic. Among all the dangers, it was B.Y.'s deathly hand. In the tense moment, hanging by a thread, Elton suddenly tripped over a branch. As he fell, Varen anxiously shouted out. In the blink of an eye, Ben was right next to Elton and fiercely swung his scythe to take his life. Under Sophia's terrified eyes, Elton tried to call her as if to deny everything. Before he could say more, he was gone. At the same time, Ben's group surrounded Sophia's team. Seeing that, Varen trembled and asked, "What should we do now?" Sophia clenched her lips tightly as if she was very unwilling. "Is this our end?" As soon as she finished speaking, the ice chunks kept rushing in, leaving them stunned and open-mouthed. "What is this?" Then Sophia saw Eric's powerful figure right in front of her, revealing that he was executing a piercing attack. Seeing that, she desperately shouted, but her ice attacks were useless and physical strikes had no effect. While Sophia was still speaking, Bensie's group was taken down by Eric's shards of ice. "Wait a minute, so what exactly is this?" Your cold power forcefully strikes Ben's chest at last. This move instantly pierced through its body. With this strike, Ben landed a fatal blow. From its corpse, dark emanations gradually rise into the air. This scene leaves Sophia, Varen, and Joe stunned and frozen in place, still in shock. Eric hurriedly gathers his strength into his arm, sighs in relief that he finally caught one, then laments to do that it's all because of that human causing the ghosts to chaos, and he hasn't completed his mission. "I need to gather 10 ghost souls, and now I only have 2, the man quickly replied. "I want to help, but you know I can't. Next to you is Mi-Fi giving advice. Didn't this king already say so? Not having contact with him will be better for your mental state. Do, unwilling to back down, is just a dragon's shell, and since he's just bait, even the ghost won't bother with you." Angrily provoked, he shouted without even looking up. How could a bunch of insignificant fools understand the greatness of my lord? Despite their loud argument, Eric remained lost in thought. Suddenly, he became curious. Why was Death Ben here when he was supposed to be deep in the forest? And as he carefully observed the patterns on his arm, Eric thought to himself, the icy concealment. That means the heavenly affair of the car could be very close by. While he was lost in thought, Sophia suddenly spoke up. "Oh, sorry." A group of allies gratefully bowed their heads. "You saved us." Eric immediately said, "I only did what I had to do." The next second, he curiously asked why everyone was being chased by Death Bensi. As soon as he finished speaking, Eric saw the familiar items on the ground, and his eyes quickly flashed with anger. That made Eric focus even more on these treasures.
At the same time, Veron admired and spoke up, saying only a master sorcerer could use magic to fight Bensi's death.
Duong also couldn't help but marvel in amazement. Sophia quickly added, "Are you really from the Demon Tower?" Faced with these insincere compliments, he gradually clenched his fists as if trying to hold back. Still, Eric was furious and thought to himself, just watch these people.
Yeah, Mi-Fi beside him just adds fuel to the fire, and among all people, it's these damn tomb raiders. In just a moment, Eric regained his composure, and maybe that's for the best. Hearing this, he curiously asked Han, "What do you mean?"
"You firmly believe that these bastards will surely bring about their own destruction."
Sophia, unaware of Elk's plan, tearfully pleads and apologizes, asking if you can help us one more time.
"Our teammates are still trapped in the dungeon, and we will repay you generously. Please, help us." Since they understood each other perfectly, Sophia, Veron, and Joe quickly spoke in unison. "We beg you."
Eric slowly agrees. "All right, I will help them with whatever I can."
Hearing that, Sophia exclaimed excitedly.
"Really?"
Veron also quickly thanked him, sincerely grateful. "But there's no time to wait any longer, so I'll enthusiastically guide you. We have to hurry this way before Ben shows up. As soon as I turn away, they reveal faces full of scheming." Just as expected, Eric also begins to carry out his plan. Behind him, Mi-Fi softly sighs. How pathetic. Yet he still dares to rush in and bring disaster upon himself.
After a while, they reached the entrance of a strange cave. Sophia immediately exclaimed happily, "That's it! That's the place!"
Following her instructions, everyone slowly moved forward.
As soon as they reached the entrance of the cave, they suddenly stopped as if preparing themselves.
Suddenly, Sophia turned to look at Eric carefully and gently asked Han for permission. "What is the identity of our benefactor?"
Without hesitation, he answered. Rick seemed already fed up with Elix fussing. "Mi-Fi's nagging, huh?"
"It's that same name again, so unoriginal." Then Sophia rushed over and hugged his arm to praise him. "Oh, your identity is as impressive as your magic talent." "That's right." Before she could finish speaking, Eric coldly interrupted. "It's just an ordinary skill." Sophia still didn't give up and kept going.
"If it's not too abrupt, may I ask what school of magic you belong to? I truly want to repay you."
Hearing that, he became even more determined. "No need, she doesn't have to worry."
Unable to bear her closeness, Eric withdrew his hand and said, "Let's go. You said your teammate is in danger, right?"
Sophia replied in surprise. "Oh, yes." Immediately after, she looked on in confusion as his determined figure disappeared from view. It seems Sophia has never faced rejection from anyone before. She gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, "What? I can't believe it. How can Ellie keep such a cold expression while Sophia is almost leaning into him?" Still, she keeps her calculations to herself. Elk's magic is decent, but in the end, he's just a hidden hermit, which is also good for Sophia. After you deal with the Guardians, she will stab Eric in the back and take the treasure for herself, then turn to nod at John as if they've agreed on the plan. As she followed Eric, Sophia thought she would play a little trick on him, the naive noble. After a while, they had gone deep into the cave. Eric quickly glanced behind. "Where are her teammates?" Hearing that, Sophia replied,
"They are still inside while we leave, if they are safe." About 2 seconds later, she guessed that maybe they are hiding at the fourth turn of the corridor. Hearing that, he asked cautiously, "Is it that deep?" With Sophia's calculating expression, Eric gently advised, "Be careful, we don't know what we might encounter." The girl hesitated and replied, "Yes, we will be careful, don't worry." As soon as she finished speaking, they appeared and blocked the way. Their sudden appearance made her panic and fall back. As Ben's group rushed toward them, Sophia screamed in fear, "Death! God!" her face pale. "Please save us." In an instant, Eric raised his hand, ready to unleash his attack. Immediately after, the icy aura from your attack shot straight at the Binny. Enwia, trembling and hugging herself from the cold, wondered silently, "What is Eric doing?" "You're freezing them?" "Don't you know that Death Ben isn't affected by attacks like these?" As if she couldn't believe her eyes, she was stunned. How could they be frozen? No way. Elemental magic isn't effective against this kind of monster. Right after that, Eric asked them, "Are you okay?" Sophia quickly replied, "Yes." Even though she was very panicked, she still expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Sophia still couldn't believe it. What the hell is this? You're stronger than she thought. Could Elix possess divine power? Thinking of that, Sophia suddenly regained confidence. Still, he couldn't defeat the group of guardians behind him. When Elix finishes dealing with them, that's when she will strike. As soon as she finished speaking, Sophia was hit in the face. No, it can't be. So while she was scheming, Eric had already taken care of all the Bensi. It seems time is running out, so let's speed up. Sophia's eyes widened in shock at the scene. With so much magic used, Elk should be exhausted, yet he remains unfazed. Ahead, Elk is also whispering softly with Mi-Fi.
Thanks to them, we didn't have to wander through the forest, and we reached the car graveyard, and the stolen artifacts have been returned to their original place. He is also very satisfied. Moreover, I even gained some mana energy, so there's nothing left to complain about. Suddenly, Du asked curiously, "This is truly an unexpected turn of events. I heard that Mbinur is a mortal enemy of humanity, yet you know how to harness the power of love." No exception, Eric quickly fell into a stream of thought with this question from him. In fact, that part remains a mystery. Then, he carefully examined the patterns on his arm. To restore the winter of peace, Eric created a seal using demonic material and shaped it. Each guardian here holds a fragment of its seal. A strange image suddenly appeared in Eric's mind, but in their thirst for power, they let themselves be devoured by demons, causing disaster for the world. Eric has a hunch, but it's only a hypothesis. He will find out the truth right here. A moment later, Sophia speaks up to guide him, saying the passage here leads to the deepest level. Then, Eric slowly followed the direction she pointed. True to Sophia's words, he encountered a sturdy door that was firmly shut. Then, Eric carefully observed the door, quickly realizing that all the magical energy flowing through the prison was converging on that door. This must be the deepest place. As soon as he saw it, Eric turned back and confirmed with Sophia once more. "My teammate is trapped behind this door." She looks worried as she responds. "Yes, and inside there's something very terrifying, so please be careful. Without hesitation, you told me you would open the door right away." The mysterious door gradually opens, emitting blinding beams of light from inside. It seems that both Eric and Mi-Fi are very surprised by what's inside. In front of them appeared strange experimental tools, and the guardians guarding the car's tomb began to move. Inside the room, the images of Sophia's two accomplices had disappeared some time ago. Suddenly, the guardians all turned their eyes sharply toward Eric. Sophia panicked and retreated, and everyone reacted. She clenched her teeth in frustration, thinking that last time when they came here only one creature responded, and that one wiped out the entire team. Immediately after, Sophia glanced at Verona and Joe as if giving a signal. Even Eric, no matter how strong, couldn't fight off 10 of them at once. It's a pity, but if you die here, they won't escape either. Without hesitation, they turn around and sneak away. You have to run fast. The next second, a thunderous sound erupted, making them freeze in fear. Sophia quickly turned back and shouted loudly, "What? What's going on here?" So while they were planning to run away, the guardians all knelt down before Eric. She thought in amazement, why are the guardians kneeling as if loyal subjects meeting their master? On the contrary, Eric didn't seem surprised by this scene at all. He slowly walked along the path the guards had cleared for him. Veron widened his eyes in disbelief. "What should I do now?" Zoe stood beside him, frightened and saying, "What if I follow and they turn against us? What then?" Unlike their cowardice, Sophia was completely calm. "If you want to go back, just go home. That wizard has just uncovered the secret of the dungeon. Are you excited and smiling like you're about to achieve your goal? Are you crazy to give up now?" Hearing that, Joe and Veron quickly run after him. All right, we'll go too." As soon as they stepped inside, the mysterious door slammed shut. At the same time, Eric's necklace suddenly glowed as if guiding him. Eric calmly moved forward, following its guidance. As he walked, he kept an eye on the guardians behind him. This is the guardian of Hanzao's car. After their death, servants still protect their master's achievements. When Eric rebuilds the family, will he find loyal and trustworthy allies like these? After a moment, he suddenly stopped. It turned out that Eric had seen a mysterious magic circle. This magic is also similar to the one placed at the entrance of King Tuyatson's tomb. As soon as he recognized it, he put his necklace on the magic circle. In an instant, the secret door appeared, and the scene inside left Eric and Mei-Fi stunned with their mouths agape. Here it is. The ancestor who laid the foundation for Mbinur over hundreds of years is still waiting for you, their descendants. "I'm here." Stop for about 2 seconds, then you say, "Odo, look here, you seem like an old man. Wait, how many years have you been like this?" Then suddenly, Mei-Fi burst out laughing while Eric was still marveling. He couldn't help but laugh like a madman. The next moment, Mei-Fi called in a stern voice, "Ooh, Han, I've wondered about this, but in the end, you're just a human after all. Even you, the one people think will imprison us forever. Even you, a strange-looking person, are still human. I have sworn many times that if I come back to life, I will personally take revenge on you and your followers." As he spoke Humo, he suddenly lowered his voix, but in the end those words were just fleeting. These words from Mi-Fi make Eric suddenly realize that his reaction is understandable. Then, the guy, feeling frustrated, rushes forward and shouts, "It can't be. It can't end like this." Seeing that, your thoughts still go on. The demons and the 4 great demon kings tried to swallow the continent, but they couldn't break through the Mbinger wall led by the creator and the car. At the same time, Mei Fi grew even more furious when he received no response. If you're the only one closing your eyes and smiling contentedly, what should I do with the hatred in my heart? These screams of suffering, what am I supposed to do? Eric also told himself that the reason he wanted to be resurrected was simply to break through the wall that he could no longer bear. He screams in pain, "Say something, answer me!" Eric's eyes revealed curiosity. What secret is the car holding? Immediately after, the mark on his arm suddenly lit up. What is the seal? And what is the true secret of the Eric family? Then, the body of the car suddenly dissolved into the air. At this sight, he was even more surprised. Strangely, a strange magic aura suddenly enveloped Eric's entire body. This is the mana of the car. As if trying to take him somewhere else, the energy grew denser and denser. They quickly merged into his body, causing Eric to scream in pain. After a short while, he returned to his normal state. Looking around, Eric wondered, "Where are you?" Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke from behind him. "You probably have many questions. So it turns out the car brought you into his private space. With the knowledge you have now, there are definitely many things you still can't understand." In just a moment, Eric regained his composure and asked sharply, "What exactly is Mbinger?" As I suspected this question, the car gently replied, "I can't answer all your questions, but since you've come this far, I'll tell you a few things. Consider it a reward for you." Then, he clapped his hands boldly, and the magnificent image of the creator from the past suddenly appeared before Eric. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, and immediately Elk recognized the creator. He hadn't recognized him earlier, but now Eric could feel it. The overwhelming power of the creator gave rise to Mbinger. From behind you, Christina's annoyed voice rang out, chirping like a sparrow. "It's too noisy. I'm going to die. Can't you just be quiet?" It made me dizzy. Even when he was young, Otto used to get annoyed and play hard to get. I told you I was monologuing. Is something wrong with you? Hearing that, she angrily rushed over and hit him a few times. "Go ahead, keep talking." Carr just held his head and gave up. "All right, I'm quiet. Can I be quiet now?" This scene makes Eric ponder. Whether it's Lang or the youthful month treating the car this way, that red-haired woman must be her, the only woman among the four vassals, known as the strongest in mana and destructive power. He quietly muttered her name in his mind. Christina Mbinger. With her fiery temper and the heat she radiates, she must be somewhere among the four seasons. While they were still making noise, Jen suddenly spoke up. "It's here." According to what he said, Eric also looked up curiously, noticing something in the sky. A powerful foot stepped out from the dark circle in the air. Eric was immediately stunned when he saw the familiar face. Mi-Fi. So the other three must also be demon kings like Mi-Fi, and that's what you saw when we fought General Dong. Thinking of that, Eric watched the demon god above intently. The battle between the gods and demons, the creators and the four seasons, the gods and the demon kings, has begun. The founder and the four seasons face off against the demon god and the demon king. Their battle has begun. As an outsider, Eric was visibly surprised by this scene. Hard to believe. He secretly thought that Eric's general was already incredibly powerful, but he never imagined facing them himself. Just as the two sides clashed in battle, a huge explosion erupted everywhere. It turns out the demon god has begun to act, and with a single move, darkness envelops everything. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light descends from the sky, tearing through the gloomy night. As expected, the creator also does not fall behind and counters the demon god's attack. The explosion in front of him took Eric by surprise. What's going on? The magic on both sides is clearly completely different. You suddenly wonder to yourself, then why do they feel similar? In an instant, Eric was stunned to realize that the car suddenly spoke and answered, "Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. We are correcting our mistakes by absorbing, swallowing, and draining all the world's magic to destroy and wipe out all non-humans from this land. You can't believe it and ask again. So Ember was originally non-human?" He calmly replied, "No, that's not the case. We call both Mbingers and non-humans demons, like two sides of the same coin born from the same origin." Eric continued to be curious. So what about the founder and the demon god? Without hesitation, the car gently explained that they started from the same root, but ultimately clashed due to different goals. It's hard to believe that the founder reached a divine level like the demon god, and at this point, his voice suddenly grew sad. Mingo and Finan, born from the same origin, have slaughtered each other. The war has lasted endlessly. According to O2, the battle between the two sides grew more and more terrifying, and Christina decisively beheaded a demon king. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Mei-Fi in the past immediately turned and fled from the battle. A moment later, O2 slowly recounted, but in the end,
we achieved victory. He paused for about 2 seconds before solemnly saying, and yet, you still let an opening happen. We won the battle, yeah, but lost the war.
At the same time, the figures of the creator and the demon clashed in the sky before them. The demon happily said, in the end, humans are still just humans. You chose that path, didn't you? Even though he still remained arrogant, the creator had no intention of responding. Seeing that, he continued, but that arrogance ultimately led you to your death.
Even if I disappear, I will leave a trace somewhere. But you never will. After hearing the final words of the demon god, the creator didn't bother to worry and instead wore a mysterious smile. Eric looked up at the sky and asked, do you mean the founder was defeated by the demon god? Oto immediately confirmed, yes. In the end, Lei Yuan was the one who bore the burden and killed him, while the demon god can resurrect anywhere. Before closing his eyes, the founder left numerous prophecies that when the non-human rises again, the demon god will also return. The next moment, he remembered the sorrowful scene of the Four Seasons bidding farewell to the departed creator, tears streaming down like rain. Our clan will definitely restore our family line. As the head, he has carried out the founder's will and led the clan on the path of prosperity.
At the same time, they are also ready to face winter. They have waited and continue to wait, giving up love, youth, and everything else.
Waiting for the descendant foretold by the founder, the one who will save the world. According to Oto, time kept passing until he grew old. Back to reality, Oto smiles contentedly as the moment to fulfill his wish finally arrives, because he has met you. As he patted Eric on the shoulder, he firmly confirmed, yes. To your surprise, the car spoke. You are the child chosen by the fairy. This declaration keeps echoing in Eric's mind. You are the descendant chosen by the founder from 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and cursed angrily. Damn it! Do I have to be happy? I want to carve my own destiny rather than have it dictated by fate. It seems he understands why I'm so upset. The car gently reassures him. Don't misunderstand. The prophecy is just a prophecy. The world always branches into countless paths and keeps changing shape. His next words surprised Eric. Surely you've felt that before. In an instant, Du's image appeared in his mind. Kinju. Stop for about 2 seconds, then the car continues speaking. Are you going to choose the future or not? The decision to be clueless still depends on you. Even if you didn't actively seek this arrangement, we won't force you. After some reflection, Eric also agreed with him. And right after that, the car reached out and seriously asked, I asked you the first time we met, but now I ask again, will you stop the wheel or let it roll away? It seems like Alec has understood. Of course, my answer remains the same as before. That is the fastest way to become stronger. Why wouldn't I choose it? So give it to me quickly. Your words make the car hard to understand. What do you want me to give you? Eric replied softly. Isn't it that you told me to come here to complete winter? Don't tell me you're going to back out now. Hearing that, he was surprised and sighed. Honestly, you really are unbelievable. But what should we do now? Are you staying here forever? Duong replied urgently. That's right. If we rush in, the guards might attack us. As soon as he finished speaking, the secret door suddenly lit up. Seeing that, Varen happily said to the light. Run immediately replied, the treasure has awakened. Without hesitation, Varen slashed and decapitated him. The treasure belongs to me. Varen quickly rushed towards Eric, brandishing his sword aggressively to intimidate him. Don't regret dying like a dog here, wizard. Suddenly, he coughed up blood as Varen was shouting loudly. I will use everything you have for a better purpose. Turns out, Sophia secretly took action to kill him. She frowns in disapproval, blinded by greed, her judgment clouded, and you even fail to notice the terrifying aura emanating from that wizard. At this moment, Sophia quickly pulls out a dagger from Veron's body and silently thinks, without Elic, we won't escape this dungeon either. Just pick up the stuff the two of you left behind and follow him to escape. As Sophia was lost in her thoughts, Eric suddenly spoke. Not bad, he's pretty good too. She quickly turns her head towards the direction of the voice. Fortunately, you woke up, and for the tomb thief, he's not too bad. Sophia was so panicked that her hands trembled. Huh? How do you know about that? Are you surprised? You revealed yourself so clearly from the start. How could I not recognize? In an instant, she broke out in a cold sweat in fear. Damn it, it wasn't them who set the trap, but you. Eric deliberately lured them here. Indeed, the perceptive one is Trong Tuan Kiet. Sophia quickly burst into tears and begged, Please, Sir Wizard, forgive us. Without hesitation, he calmly asked back, Why should I do that? Then Eric suddenly lowered his voice. You planned to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill you? She still kept crying and begging, We will do anything you want. Just tell us your demands. Please, be merciful to us. After a while, he spoke again with a bored tone. Adding a few more bodies here would be a hassle. Leave before I change my mind. As if pardoned, she hurriedly fled without forgetting to thank him. Sophia's hurried figure gradually disappeared from Eric's sight. This scene makes me excited to speak. They run away like a pack of wild dogs. Hey, are you really planning to let them escape like that? Wouldn't it make the location of the dungeon more vulnerable? Eric smirked and replied, They will never leave this dungeon. Hearing that, he curiously asked, What do you mean? Then you won't give a straight answer and only hint. It might be so, and then people will see for themselves. More importantly, what do you think about the next situation? This question Mephi's surprised and low voice. Have you finished it already? While he was still probing, Eric unleashed his power in place of the winter answer, returning to the conversation between him and the winter seal car. In terms of magic, Ta has reached the level of a war king, and that is also my true identity, used to destroy the demon king. Then he immediately clapped loudly as if summoning something. After the surrounding scene turned into a freezing winter, the car continued, The winter seal was created from the awakening of 2 types of power. This information quickly stunned Eric. Powers? Seeing your confusion, he began to explain. If magic is the embodiment of the world's laws and truths, then power is the ability to bend those laws and truths with absolute will. That is why power is called the strength of the gods. These powers are called North Wind and Snowstorm. As soon as the car finished speaking, a terrifying gust of wind surrounded the two of them. North Wind. The cold wind from the north is completely arid, leaving destruction in its path. It is the harbinger of drought, famine, and the terror that brings death through hunger. A snowstorm, with relentless falling snow, takes away all life in bloom, bringing death in silence. A quiet death is rest for all things, but it also sows fear because no one knows when it will come. Amid Eric's surprised expression, the car calmly said that if he could fully control the ice and piercing wind, he would master winter completely. Hearing this, he immediately clenched his fist with determination. If he masters these powers, Eric will possess the terrifying strength that the car once had. Seeing his determined look, he praised him. That's right. That look is exactly what I want to see. The time has come as a special exception. At this point, the car cheerfully said, I will personally train you. Back in the present, Eric's face turned pale and grim, feeling dizzy. Just thinking about it, what kind of ancestor is this to torment their descendants so badly? While you complain, Mei-Fi silently thought to herself, that kid Eric has almost reached the level of a war king. Immediately after, he suddenly summoned his power and realized that Mei-Fi's spiritual energy had also increased accordingly. On the car's side, as Eric's figure gradually disappeared behind the light, he softly sighed. Finally, that guy had left. I transferred all my remaining mana to it. I wonder if that arrogant kid realizes it. After a while, the car turned around and drove away, muttering to myself. In the end, the car finally got the rest that Mr. Hang wished for. Will the Snow Mountain King be willing to wait for the car once more? Following his footsteps, the figure of Tuyet Son Vuong gradually appeared. To gently spoke. Sorry for making you wait so long. Hearing that familiar voice, she turned around in surprise and said, If I allow it? The next moment, Mr. Than Tam asked if she could give him another chance. Even in the cold, snowy wind, Oto was so worried he was sweating. It seemed Tuyet Son Vuong was still very surprised, and she remained silent for a long time. After a moment of thought, the Snow Mountain King smiled a beautiful, human-like smile in response. Carr was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He kept expressing his gratitude, thanking her sincerely. Thank you so much. Before the car could take a step, Celia rushed over and hugged him tightly. Oto felt even more joyful seeing that. Without hesitation, he turned around and said, You silly girl, did you think I would leave you alone? Let's go to the next world together and live fully. Oto carries her in his arms and walks away with Tuyet Son Vuong like a happy family. Though satisfied, he slowly glances back and laments that the next generation will have a hard time. Oto's voice gently echoed to Eric, as if he had just heard something, but wasn't quite sure. After a moment, he smiled softly as if he had guessed what that sound was. Eric politely bows with gratitude. Although O2 has caused him quite a lot of suffering, Eric still appreciates everything he has done so far and hopes O2 can rest in peace. Meanwhile, Mei-Fi turned seriously towards a certain direction, revealing that he was carefully observing the chair where the car had once sat. Hanbinger, Mei-Fi's longtime enemy. One day, they will reunite and finish this epic battle as we cut to outside the dungeon. At this moment, Sophia's resentful voice echoes out, Damn it!
losing all the treasure and having to run away like this.
As soon as she reached the entrance of the tunnel, she stopped to rest and regain her strength.
It seemed Sophia was still not satisfied and came up with another scheme. Maybe hide somewhere nearby and wait for Eric to leave before taking something back.
In just a moment, she dismissed this idea. If caught, she will definitely die. Just as Sophia was about to finish her sentence, she suddenly froze. A voice teasingly echoed in Sophia's mind, warning that if she dared step outside even once, she would die. As she looked up, Sophia turned pale. That was the exterminator of the Lamb Lion clan.
So it turns out Tanon has arrived. Is Eric there?
Seeing that, she thought to herself. In an instant, Sophia became even more terrified.
Wait a minute. Eric, do you mean Eric Mbinger? That wizard is the hero of Lenta, and he immediately told me he's not involved in any trouble.
Before Sophia could say another word, Tan swiftly swung his sword and eliminated her in an instant. He calmly entered the dungeon.
I was just asking, after all, I won't let anyone leave here alive.
Pow's sword commanded fiercely, this time determined to take Eric Minger's head.
H immediately replied respectfully, Please rest assured, Your Majesty.
He confirmed that his subordinates had dispatched
Tam Lang's best warriors to Tanon.
Victory is expected. Hen leads Lam Lang's first team. Hearing that, the guy curiously asked, I heard there's something very special about your relationship with Eric Mbinger. I think this will affect the person when they are on a mission. Then, the demon aggressively threatened that in a week there will be a duel within the clan to compete for the position of head.
You understand what you need to do now, right?
Yes, Eric Mbinger, the one who has set foot in uncharted territory. With a confident look on his face, he continued, saying he would have to die due to an unexpected accident. Outside the camp, the full moon had risen into the dark, foggy sky. At this moment, Hum's panicked voice rang out. What? Lam Lang has left the Imperial City with a large force. Isabel. Kui calmly announced, No, uncle. The Vial has already sent Tanon. Looking towards the troop movement, it's clear that Elk is their target. He looked up at the sky sadly and sighed. I used to know my brother so well. Now he's not himself anymore. I wish I could share a drink with him one more time. Hearing that, she quietly thought to herself that Herman has always been too soft-hearted with family members.
Isabel Quay will have to make him become tougher.
As soon as she finished thinking, she suggested that the soldiers of Lam Ma and Lam Duong lead the chase to support him for now. Herman immediately regained his composure and responded. Tanon is a dangerous threat known as Paul's sharp sword. Attaching action to this moment shows they have prepared all their plans carefully. His tone gradually became more decisive than ever. Under no circumstances should we face him head-on. The scene shifts to the dungeon where they appeared to stop Tanon. His allies quickly shout, Get out of the way. The next second, Tan's eyes widened as if summoning his power. He only swung a few fierce strikes and had already defeated them.
After being defeated, they dissolved into dark, evil spirits. He lazily said that killing these ghosts was nothing interesting.
With a tone both arrogant and cocky, Tan Yu feels wistful, wishing a few real men would show up as prey for him. Just as he finishes, he suddenly freezes in front of a strange aura. Where is this cold wind coming from? In an instant he realized, finally, you have appeared. As expected, the proud figure of El Mei Fi has appeared before Tanon, Eric Minger. Mi Fi immediately realizes, so you let that girl go just because of these people, right? Hearing that, Eric does not deny it.
Since I entered the forest, someone has been following me, so I figured I didn't need to kill her. His coldness didn't surprise him. As expected from a cold-blooded schemer, what are you going to do now?
Eric's tone suddenly became very excited. Having just learned a new technique, shouldn't he try it right away to see how it works? You immediately cast a freezing spell on the Tan group. Seeing that, he shouted loudly, Everyone prepare to use ice magic. The next few seconds, he tore apart a strange piece of paper filled with charms. Tan confidently thought to himself that they knew Lam Lang's teams 2 and 3 had been defeated by ice magic, and it turned out that the paper contained fire magic, immediately engulfing them in blazing flames. But with their level 7 fire circle magic, Elik's spells would never work. Then he smirked, charged forward, and cut the ice chains of Eric. With just a few basic moves, Tannen was already acting cocky. Is this all you've got? That trick to deceive is useless. It doesn't hide the view at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan suddenly looked terrified and wide-eyed. In the midst of the freezing snowstorm, he couldn't believe it. What? Following Tan's thoughts, Elk's calm figure gradually becomes clearer. This wind is exactly as you said. Eric used the technique he just learned. Blizzard. This attack was so fast that they had no time to react,
and in an instant, a freezing cold wind colder than winter engulfed Tin and his subordinates. The entire cave is frozen by this magic. It seems Tanon still can't believe his eyes. He thought to himself in fear. Tan's lungs felt like they froze in an instant. Is this the power of a human? A second later, he turned his head to the side and was even more stunned. Tan was stunned and thought to himself, no way the elites protected by a 7th-level magic circle could be defeated with just one strike. Eric has only recently become a mage. How is that possible? Don't tell me you're even stronger now. Having just realized the truth, Tan immediately shouted out loud. Everyone retreated at once. Since ancient times, the northern wind has carried the breath of death known as the cursed wind. It bears the resentment of countless souls and takes the lives of the living, the second power of winter. To prevent Tan from getting his way, Eric continues to unleash the north wind. Following his summon, the Ben soldiers are called out again, but with even greater power than ever before. They aggressively swung their scythes to take the lives of the remaining ones. Ben was determined not to leave anyone behind. This scene makes Tan grind his teeth, but he can't do anything. Even if he escapes alone, he must report to his master. Then, Tanon, determined to draw his sword, realized he was bound by chains and angrily cursed, "Damn it!" Tan, furious, cut through all the chains, telling them not to block his way. Filled with extreme rage, he turned around and issued a final ultimatum.
Remember that. Next time I will definitely settle the score.
While he was still muttering, Eric's calm and decisive attack appeared. So you never intended to spare Tan? With his face full of surprise, Elk separated Tan's head from his body. In his terrified eyes, Elk's figure looked 1,000 times more frightening than Ben. The Bensi team quickly left after completing their mission.
The next second, Eric collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath from exhaustion.
I normally wouldn't dare use this power, even once it would drain all my magic.
Seeing that, Mifai crossed her arms and snorted, "Snowstorm in the north wind, it seems you have fully been recognized as the successor of winter." Immediately after, he curiously asked, "Is the next season spring?" Hearing that, Eric didn't answer, but only remembered, spring and winter are just the beginning. You need to gather enough power from the 4 seasons.
At the same time, the voice of the old man suddenly echoed in his mind. The 4 seasons are fragments of the great power of the ancestors divided into 4 parts. If you can unify all this power, the ancestral magic will be awakened. This statement made Eric even more terrified. Just winter alone is terrifying enough, but if he can harness the power of the other 3 seasons, he will possess an unimaginable strength and surpass even his ancestors. After resting, Eric slowly stood up, moving forward with strength as if ready for the next journey. You will be able to break the chains left by your ancestors. Eric slowly walked through the dungeon, lost in thought. Now that they hold winter, it's time to find spring. The next moment, he wondered to himself, where is spring? Where is it? Suddenly, Eric remembered the warning from the car. He must have revealed the location when assigning you the task of completing the 4 seasons. Why can't Eric remember now? Following his train of thought, the image of the car also gradually faded. Spring, Eric couldn't help but wonder if someone had tampered with his memories. As soon as he thought of it, Eric immediately turned to watch Mifai. His strange gaze made him uncomfortable as he muttered, "What are you looking at?" In just a moment, Eric denied it himself. No, that can't be. He is the most sincere person, always wanting Elk to become stronger. He quietly wondered, then who could that be? If someone with the ability to set limits on Eri that he doesn't even realize exists, that same person could take Elk's life before he can fight back. Switching to outside the dungeon, Harry's rescue team has arrived. Signed. It is giving orders non-stop. Hurry up, at all costs, catch Lam Soy. Without hesitation, they quickly rush inside the dungeon. As soon as he saw the bloody scene inside, he anxiously said, "Damn it, some have already lost their lives." Gray immediately asked, "What should we do now?" Harry replied seriously, then continued to move forward. He began drawing his sword and thought to himself that if even a single hair on his son-in-law's head was harmed, his sword would strike before Harry could finish his sentence. But he suddenly stopped in front of something very strange. It turns out that right in front of Harry are the frozen bodies of Tun's men. He slowly approaches a familiar head. The next second, Harry recognized Tannen, and even he found it hard to defeat him. As Harry was lost in thought, suddenly he abruptly turned around. It turns out Harry's army has encountered Ben's troops, all ready to fight. He roars, "Come here if you have the courage." Immediately, a Ben charged forward fiercely, raising his scythe as if ready to take Harry's life at any moment. He also did not fall behind, summoning magic to prepare for a counterattack. At the critical moment, Eric's calm voice rang out. "That's enough. With just 2 words, Ben and his group quickly left following your command. Luckily, Eric arrived just in time to control them. If the situation drags on and there are real casualties, what then? It seems the sight of Ben and his men kneeling before you left Harry and Gray stunned for a moment. After a while, everyone moved outside the dungeon. Eric quickly clenched his fist and began summoning his power. Immediately after, he strikes. Break! The large rocks on the mountain peak immediately collapsed and covered the entrance to the dungeon. Harry asked curiously, "Just a quick glance told me this dungeon is no ordinary place. Are you sure about this?" To reassure him, Eric calmly explained that it has not been completely destroyed, only hidden so no one can find it. As he finished speaking, he silently vowed that from now on, this place would be both a sacred site of the family and a defensive base. And only then could this be achieved. Thinking of that, Eric gently touches his necklace. This is a secret teleportation magic item. This ring is actually an important key. It can unlock or seal all the secrets the family has hidden. Harry remains curious, but leaving the guards here seems like a waste. They are a powerful force. Hearing that, you decisively replied, "Of course I will lead them." For a moment, Eric launched his attack again. Drake and the others rushed outside following his command. They quickly transformed into dark energy streams and were absorbed into Eric's arm. This scene left Gray in disbelief, his mouth agape and eyes wide open, as he realized he's now stronger than he was during the Snowfield event. Although sharing his expression, Harry still proudly marvels. Indeed, he is my son-in-law. After gathering strength from Bessie, Eric gradually clenched his fist. With an extremely confident attitude, he completed mastering all the winter magic. Next to him, Melfi spoke calmly. "One, he truly gave you something incredibly terrifying. Still, Eric remains humble. No matter how strong the Guardians are, they are not invincible." He shouted in anger, his words foolish. "You don't understand." At this point, Mei Fi suddenly remembered the heroic image of Oto in the past. You don't know what level Han Oto reached when summoning winter and controlling spirits. Oto possesses extraordinary skills, able to manipulate souls at will. Even the spirits you are controlling now seem reluctant to revisit the past. He angrily turns away. Forget it. After hearing this, Eric secretly wondered if the people who served the Kar God when he was alive were all outstanding figures. If they are guided by the true Lord Kar, leading the Mbinger family to its peak, then they fully deserve to be called heroes. You decide in your heart that if Eric can master their control, he can restore the glory of the Mbinger family once more. Now he has inherited all of your legacy, and winter has returned to this land after 2,000 years. Soon after, Eric confidently continues on his chosen path. It is time to announce to the world that the Mbinger family has returned. The scene shifts to the Central Magic Management Agency, where journalists are now curious, wondering why they suddenly agreed to send reporters here. What is going on? It must be to announce that Eric Mbinger has received the title of Archmage. But completing the mission in just 3 days, is that even possible? Even Tassanarister couldn't do it that quickly, so he must have had another reason. Suddenly, a reporter turned around and saw something strange. He immediately announced loudly that it was the carriage of the Lion Mage. The carriage slowly stopped in front of the Central Management Office, and everyone, curious, began to whisper. The next second, Eric gracefully stepped down from the carriage. The reporters immediately rushed forward, bombarding him with questions. Recently, the public has been paying close attention to your achievements. Mr. Eric Mbinger, is it true that you have completed the mission? If that's true, it means you have broken the records of both your grandfather, Eden Imber, and Tassanarister. What is your secret? Some say it's not Tam, but Tutantin. Do you have any comment on that? As Eric stepped forward, Brian's proud voice rang out. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. The official announcement was made seriously that the Central Magic Management Bureau officially recognized Eric Minger as a mage, which only fueled the reporter's curiosity. It has been over 30 years since the Minger family, a renowned magic family, had a certified wizard. How do you feel about that? Mr. Eric Minger, please share your thoughts. Unable to wait any longer, Eric begins to speak. I will speak, but before I do, let me say something. During the mission, I was ambushed by a group of strangers. With everyone's shocked expressions, I continued to reveal shocking news and nearly lost my life. Thanks to the support of the Quayo family, I was able to survive, but after careful reflection, I have come to the conclusion that this insult cannot be ignored. Therefore, I declare the start of a territorial war. This announcement from Ellis immediately shocks the journalists. Territorial war. Isn't it true that this kind of war only ends when one side is completely destroyed? But the Minger family now has fewer than 2 members left. How can they declare war? A journalist asked loudly. Who dares to attempt to assassinate the head of such a powerful magic family? It seems this question hit right on target. The real target is Pawo.